Dragon-Marked War God Chapter 111 to Chapter 164. Good, you've got guts. Hearing Xianxia accepting his challenge so decisively, Li Wuling was surprised. He had come here to risk his life. After all, this was the Black Sect's trump card, and Xianxia could just ignore him. Xianxia threw his glance at Li Wuling. He couldn't help but laugh and shake his head when he sensed the yuan energy ripples coming from Li Wuling's body. What are you laughing at? Li Wuling's pupils contracted. I'm laughing at you for being an idiot. Xianxia said with a mocking expression. What did you say? Li Wuling was furious. I can understand why you want to avenge your brother, but you shouldn't go to such extremes. Your energy is unstable. I think you've just broken through to the heavenly core realm. Also, the evil energy you're emitting should be because you're cultivating a demonic skill. You have an average talent, and you're not at the same level as your brother. Cultivating a demonic skill can indeed make your cultivation improve by leaps and bounds, and you'll be able to break through to the heavenly core realm in a short period of time. But too bad, you don't know the method of bedevilment, and by cultivating it by force, you've destroyed your own future. Of course, the moment you chose to challenge me, your future has been ruined. Xianxia said word by word. Every word he said was like a thorn stabbing into Li Wuling's heart. Li Wuling's eyes were wide open, and his face was filled with disbelief. This young man in front of him could tell that he had broken through to the heavenly core realm with just a single look. It was as if he had no secrets in front of him. This was unbelievable. Besides, what Xianxia said was true. Li Wuling had obtained a demonic skill some time ago, and he had been in secluded cultivation to study it. That was why he didn't participate in the Qi province competition. When he heard that his brother was killed, he became extremely furious, and he forcefully broke through to the heavenly core realm with the help of a demonic skill and pills. After that, he rushed to the Black Sect to seek revenge from Xianxia. So what? It's enough to kill you. The killing intent in Li Wuling's eyes became even stronger. He felt that Xianxia was a very frightening man. He was just a 15 or 16-year-old young man, a mortal core warrior, but when he saw a heavenly core warrior, he didn't show any signs of nervousness. Instead, there was only calmness and confidence. Is that so? Perhaps you still don't know your current situation, so let me explain it to you, so that you can die with a better understanding. On the surface, you have broken through to the heavenly core realm, and you are able to control the natural energies and fly in the sky. But don't deny that your cultivation level is not stable, your yuan energy is unstable, and your demonic skills are not proficient enough. With your current situation, any warrior at the same level as you can easily defeat you. To be more clear, you are just a little bit stronger than your dead brother. Therefore, if you want to take revenge, I advise you to go back and cultivate for a few more years. Xianxia said with an indifferent tone. With his eyes, he could easily see through Li Wuling's real strength. With Li Wuling's current condition, he couldn't even compare to an ordinary heavenly core warrior like Yin Zhongqing, let alone those genius inner circle disciples from the 4 big sections. With Xianxia's current cultivation and strength, Li Wuling had no chance at all. Cut the crap, let's see what you're capable of. I want to see what kind of ability you, a mortal core warrior, have to kill my brother. Li Wuling was filled with killing intent, but his mind had been disturbed by Xianxia's words, and his breathing had become even more unstable. Swoosh swoosh, Li Wuling's energy was like a tornado. Under the circulation of his demonic skills, both of his eyes had turned blood red, and his lips were surrounded by black devilish energy. He forcefully threw a punch towards Xianxia. The punch carried a strong evil devilish energy. The energy wave turned into a devilish dragon, and it dashed towards Xianxia like a raging river. Seeing this, everyone from the Black Sect became nervous. None of them had Xianxia's vision, and even Duanli couldn't see through Li Wuling's real strength. At most, he could tell that Li Wuling had just broken through to the heavenly core realm, and his foundation wasn't stable yet. But in their minds, a heavenly core warrior was just a heavenly core warrior, and a heavenly core warrior was not someone a mortal core warrior could handle. Although Xianxia was strong, it was hard to say if he could withstand the attack from a heavenly core warrior. Humph. I don't have the mood to play with you. Since you two are brothers, I'll send you to hell to meet your brother. A cold light shot out from Xianxia's eyes. In his mind, from the moment Li Wuling stood in front of the black sect and challenged him, Li Wuling was already a dead man. Xianxia would never allow a man who wanted to kill him to live in this world. Besides, this was the black sect, and this battle would affect the black sect's reputation. He had to earn back the black sect's reputation. 6 solar fingers. Xianxia shouted out with a deep voice. Without hesitation, he unleashed the 6 solar fingers. His fingertips were glowing brightly, and he forcefully pointed his finger forward. Bang! A loud explosion reverberated through the entire area, and even the sky was shaking. Everyone could see 3 gigantic golden fingers that were as dazzling as pillars that could support the heavens suddenly appeared, and rushed towards Li Wuling's demonic dragon. Bang! The 2 attacks collided with each other, and another loud explosion sounded out. Under the powerful impact of the 6 solar fingers, the devilish dragon unleashed by Li Wuling was instantly shattered into pieces. It didn't even have the ability to defend itself. The power of the 6 solar fingers didn't decrease at all. With incredible speed, it left a long golden trail in the sky, and with a destructive force, it flew towards Li Wuling. What? Li Wuling's face turned pale with fright. He didn't expect his opponent to be so powerful. The demonic skill he was cultivating couldn't even withstand a single attack from Xianxia. This was simply unimaginable. Arg! Li Wuling was furious. He raised his head and let out a long roar. All the energy in his body gathered into a black devilish beam, and it flew towards Xianxia's 6 solar fingers. Bang! Another violent and powerful collision occurred. At the center of the collision, a thick black smoke rose up. Tap tap tap, Li Wuling kept moving back in the sky, and he only managed to stabilize his body after moving back a few hundred meters. He was breathing heavily, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face had become extremely pale. On Li Wuling's face, there was nothing but shock. He couldn't imagine this result, he couldn't imagine that a mortal core warrior could be this powerful. Oh my god, is this senior disciple Xianxia's real strength? This is too strong, this is insane. Is he really only at the mortal core realm? Senior disciple Jiang has become even stronger than when he participated in the Qi province competition. He has broken through to the mid-mortal core realm. No wonder he could defeat Li Wuling. Even if he's only at the mid-mortal core realm, defeating a heavenly core warrior is too shocking. I can't believe that there is such a powerful man like senior disciple Jiang in this world. With just a mid-mortal core cultivation, he defeated Li Wuling, who is at the heavenly core realm, with just a single strike. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it even if I were beaten to death. Did you guys see that? The finger skill that senior disciple Xianxia used just now is definitely an earth-level combat skill. It's so powerful. I can finally understand why senior disciple Xianxia was able to kill Li Wushuang and Ling Ao. This Li Wuling challenged senior disciple Jiang in such an aggressive manner, he really doesn't know what's good for him. This is like a slap to the face. All the disciples of the Black Sect were dancing with excitement, especially Wang Yun and Huang Jing. The worries in their hearts had completely disappeared, and they were extremely excited, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. It was as if the one who defeated Li Wuling with just a single strike wasn't Xianxia, but them. What a good Xianxia! When we were at his cultivation level, we were no match for him at all. No wonder he dared to make the one-year challenge with the northern and southern dynasties. Duanli was shocked as well. He had prepared himself, if Xianxia wasn't Li Wuling's match, he would immediately step in and help. After all, if a man from the Tianjin Gate came to the Black Sect and killed the #1 genius of the Qi province competition, the Black Sect would lose all its face. What he didn't expect was that Xianxia was so ferocious, he had severely injured Li Wuling with just a single strike. I don't believe it, I don't believe it. How can a mortal core warrior be so strong? I'm going to kill you. Xianxia, I'm going to kill you and avenge my brother. Li Wuling's eyes had turned red, and he started roaring out. He had entered a state of madness. In his hand, a combat weapon that was filled with demonic energy appeared. Seeing this, Xianxia shook his head again. Li Wuling was so angry that he was on the verge of going berserk. You don't have a chance anymore, Xianxia said with an indifferent tone. The blood wings on his back flapped, and like a blood eagle, he appeared above Li Wuling with lightning speed. Xianxia had transformed into a mighty eagle, and he let out a fierce cry towards Li Wuling. The cry shook the sky. This was the innate combat skill of the sonic hawk cry. After Xianxia had broken through, the power of this innate combat skill had also increased by a lot. Layers of sound waves turned into ripples, and they weaved into a huge net that instantly covered Li Wuling. The sound waves were like snakes that could penetrate through any hole, and they rushed into Li Wuling's mind. Puff Li Wuling crazily spat out a mouthful of blood, and he let out a shrill scream. Xianxia's sound waves had directly destroyed his divine sense. Die. Xianxia's blood wings turned into sharp scythes, and with lightning speed, they sliced towards Li Wuling. Li Wuling's head was instantly chopped off by the blood wings, and his head was sent flying high up into the sky. After that, a blood-red beam appeared, and the shrill scream came to an abrupt end. Xianxia's movement was too fast. Although Li Wuling had taken out his combat weapon, he didn't even have the chance to use it. He was severely injured by the sonic hawk cry, and he was killed. At this moment, the entire outer perimeter of the Black Sect was in a dead silence. Everyone raised their heads and stared at the young man who had blood wings on his back. Apart from shock, there was no other emotion in their eyes. This was too frightening. Was he still a human? No one had expected Li Wuling to die so quickly. This guy had come to the Black Sect in an aggressive manner early in the morning to avenge his brother, but in just a few minutes, he was killed by Xianxia. Li Wuling's corpse and head fell down from the sky with blood dripping down from the sky. Under the reflection of the red sun, it looked extremely miserable. Li Wuling, who had forcefully broken through to the heavenly core realm with a demonic skill, and Xianxia, who had formed 40 dragon marks, were on a completely different level. In order to kill Li Wuling, Xianxia didn't even need to use his axe of thunder. All right. Among the crowd, Huangjing shouted loudly. Senior disciple Jiang is mighty. Wang Yun shouted out as well. Not only them, at this moment, all the disciples who had witnessed Xianxia killing Li Wuling couldn't help but feel excited. An outer circle disciple of the Black Sect had killed an outer circle disciple of the Tianjian Gate. For the Black Sect, this was a great honor. Ever since the inner circle competition, when the pride of the Black Sect, Guaniyun, was defeated by the northern and southern dynasties with just a single strike, a shadow had been cast over the hearts of the Black Sect's disciples. When the Burning Sky Pavilion was mentioned, they always felt like they had to lower their heads. But today, Xianxia's performance had shown them the hope of the Black Sect, and it had wiped away the shadow in their hearts. He was a super genius, and even the northern and southern dynasties couldn't kill a heavenly core warrior with just a mid-mortal core cultivation. Therefore, although Xianxia was just an outer circle disciple, he had brought unprecedented morale to the Black Sect's disciples. He was going to become the representative of the Black Sect, and in the hearts of all the disciples, the Black Sect finally had someone who could compete with the northern and southern dynasties. This man has a bright future, I can't compare with him. Duanli murmured. At this moment, as long as one wasn't an idiot, they would be able to see Xianxia's huge potential. Fellow disciples, help me spread the word. From now on, if anyone from the Tianjian Gate dares to provoke me, I'll kill them. Xianxia hovered in the sky and said with a loud voice. His voice was loud and clear, and it was heard by every single disciple of the Black Sect. After that, he flapped his blood wings and flew into the Black Sect, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Whoever provoked him, he would kill them. How domineering, how arrogant. In the entire Qi province, there had never been anyone who dared to say something like this, pointing his sword at the entire big sect. Arrogant to the point of being out of control, Xianxia was the first. Too domineering. Too domineering. From now on, senior brother Xianxia is my idol. In the past, my idol was the little devil king, senior brother Han Yen. From now on, I have another idol. In the future, the two of them will be my goals. Everyone, spread senior disciple Zhang's words. Let those people from Tianjian Gate know that the Black Sect is not someone they can mess with. Under the lead of Wang Yun, Huangjing, and the other disciples, the atmosphere among the Black Sect's disciples became lively. Not only did Xianxia's domineering and arrogant attitude not make anyone feel disgusted, he had actually become the idol of all the disciples. Senior disciple Duan, junior disciple Xianxia is too strong. He killed Li Wuling with just one strike. But, I can tell that Li Wu Ling has just broken through to the heavenly core realm, and his foundation isn't stable yet. He is far weaker than a real heavenly core warrior. Tell me, if we were to fight with Jiang Chen, who do you think would win? An early heavenly core disciple walked up to Duanli and said. Duanli gazed at the man and said, if you fight with Jiang Chen, I don't know who will win, but let me tell you, don't provoke him for no reason, this man is not someone you can mess with. Duanli kindly reminded them, then he flew back to the inner circle. The other two early heavenly core inner circle disciples looked at each other, then they followed Duanli back to the inner circle. Huangjing, ask someone to set Li Wu Ling's body on fire. The rest of you, don't stay here, go do what you need to do. Wang Yin said to Huangjing. After that, he waved his hand at the crowd. This little episode had finally come to an end. The Qi province competition had made Jiang Chen a famous person, and today's fight had truly made him famous in the black sect. Hearing about it was not as shocking as seeing it with his own eyes. Jiang Chen had killed Li Wu Ling today, and it had completely established his unshakable position in the black sect. After killing Li Wu Ling, Jiang Chen went straight back to his own residence. He stood on top of the mountain, and his white robe was fluttering in the wind. His face was filled with calmness. For him, killing was a normal thing. Jiang Chen knew what kind of path he was going to walk, and he would be killing more people in the future. Half an hour later, a man suddenly appeared next to Jiang Chen. It was Guaniyun. Junior disciple Jiang, looking at your energy, I can tell that you have broken through to the mid-mortal core realm. I heard you just killed Li Wu Ling, who was a heavenly core warrior. What a domineering man. You've become the idol of so many disciples since you just arrived. Guaniyun said. The news about Jiang Chen's fight with Li Wu Ling had spread across the entire black sect. Even those inner circle disciples who didn't show up knew about it. Senior disciple Guan, I thought you were in secluded cultivation to break through to the divine core realm. Why did you come out so soon? Jiang Chen was startled. He threw a glance at Guaniyun, and found that Guaniyun was still at the peak of the heavenly core realm. Obviously, he didn't succeed in his secluded cultivation. It's not that easy to break through to the divine core realm. I've thought it through, cultivating alone won't work. In order to break through to the divine core realm, I need an opportunity. I'll leave the black sect tomorrow and look for an opportunity. Guaniyun said with a smile on his face. What's senior disciple Guan's plan? Jiang Chen asked curiously. Guaniyun's expression suddenly became serious. He said, I'm going to Inferno Hell. Inferno Hell? What kind of place is that? Jiang Chen didn't understand. Jiang Chen couldn't be blamed for this. After all, he didn't know much about the Qi province, so it was normal that he hadn't heard of Inferno Hell. If it was someone else who heard the name Inferno Hell, just the two words alone would make their faces turn pale. So junior disciple Jiang hasn't heard of Inferno Hell? Let me tell you about it. In fact, I've only heard about it, but I've never entered it. In the entire Qi province, there aren't many people who have the courage to enter Inferno Hell. Guaniyun had a serious expression on his face, and his words were filled with fear when he spoke about Inferno Hell. Inferno Hell is a special place in the eastern continent. There are connecting points in all 28 provinces of the eastern continent, and in each of the big sects, there is an ancient formation that connects directly to Inferno Hell. They can send their disciples directly into Inferno Hell through the ancient formation, but only a few actually go there to train. Inferno Hell is a place that represents death. According to the rumors, the environment is extremely harsh, and all sorts of demons and devils roam the place. It's a true land of extinction. With my current strength, entering Inferno Hell will only result in death. Let alone me, even a divine core warrior will have a slim chance of surviving. This was Inferno Hell, a special place in the eastern continent. It was a place where disciples from over 100 big sects from all 28 provinces of the eastern continent would train. But, just like its name, for those who entered Inferno Hell, it was a place that represented hell. Ordinary people wouldn't dare enter Inferno Hell without good reason. Those who entered Inferno Hell were the most ferocious among all ferocious men. In some big sects, when a disciple made a huge mistake, he or she would be sent to Inferno Hell. This was basically the cruelest punishment. At the same time, those who could walk out from Inferno Hell had all gone through the baptism of life and death, and their achievements were limitless. I never thought there would be such a special place in the Eastern continent. Xianxia murmured to himself. Inferno Hell was indeed a place that no ordinary man could enter. But, Guaniyun actually dared to enter Inferno Hell. Just this courage alone was enough to make Xianxia admire him. Senior Disciple Guan, Inferno Hell is a dangerous place. You have to think about it carefully, don't act on impulse. Xianxia reminded Guaniyun. Haha, Junior Disciple Jiang, you have to know that opportunities coexist with dangers. Inferno Hell is extremely dangerous, but there are many opportunities as well. I, Guaniyun, don't want to be a mediocre man. I'm going to Inferno Hell, no matter if it's life or death, I won't regret it. Guaniyun laughed out loud. Xianxia secretly nodded his head. Ever since the Qi province competition, he could tell that Guaniyun was a man of steel, a man of courage. Taking the initiative to enter Inferno Hell, this decision wasn't something an ordinary man could make. Well said. A real man's ambition is to conquer the world. If he doesn't achieve anything, then what's the point of living? We're born in this world, we don't seek immortality, we only seek to make a name for ourselves. Even if it's as short as a shooting star, we still want to leave our own glory in this world. Xianxia's expression changed. He completely supported Guaniyun's decision. Moreover, Inferno Hell had also piqued his interest. However, his cultivation base was still weak. If there was a chance in the future, he would like to explore Inferno Hell and see what kind of dangerous place it was. Haha, Junior Disciple Jiang is so spirited. Your talent isn't any weaker than the Northern and Southern dynasties. I have high hopes for you. Guaniyun patted Xianxia's shoulder and said, "Oh right, I'm here for something." What is it, Senior Disciple Guan? Xianxia was startled. The Patriarch wants to see you. I'm here to bring you to the Patriarch. Guaniyun said. Patriarch? Xianxia was startled again. He was just a small outer circle disciple, so he shouldn't be taken seriously by the Patriarch. Junior Disciple Jiang, this is a good thing, and it's a great honor. You know, the Patriarch is a high and mighty person, and he won't personally meet an outer circle disciple. But, you're different. You've become the #1 disciple in the Qi province, and you've also set a 1-year agreement with the Northern and Southern dynasties. You've received the Patriarch's approval, and today, you've killed a heavenly core warrior, Li Wu Ling, with only a mid-mortal core cultivation base. You've really impressed everyone, and the Black Sect will definitely spend a lot of resources on you in the future. Guaniyun said. Xianxia nodded his head. What Guaniyun said made sense. It looked like his performance today had completely attracted the Patriarch's attention, and that's why he wanted to see him personally. After all, a true peerless genius had a huge impact on a sect. He was the hope of the sect's future. Alright, I'll follow you to see the Patriarch. Xianxia said. Since he had come to the Black Sect, he had to adapt to the situation. It wasn't a bad thing to meet the Patriarch, who was a high and mighty person. Let's go. After I bring you there, I need to prepare for Inferno Hell. I don't know if we'll have the chance to meet again. A smile emerged on Guaniyun's face. Don't worry, we will. Under Guaniyun's lead, the two of them passed through the entire Black Mountain and arrived at the deepest part of the mountain. Here, there was an ancient palace, and it looked like it had existed for at least a few hundred years. Along the way, Guaniyun told Xianxia about the sect chief. The Black Sect had existed in the Qi province for hundreds of years, and it had gone through a few sect chief. According to Guaniyun, very few people knew the real name of the sect chief. Every sect chief used the same name, Daoist Black. Daoist Black was the strongest warrior in the Black Sect. He had reached the peak Divine Core realm, and he was only one step away from the Combat Soul realm. However, there was a huge gap between the Divine Core realm and the Combat Soul realm. Ordinary people would never be able to cross this gap in their entire lives. The Black Sect had existed for a long time, but there had never been a Combat Soul warrior. This palace was the highest place in the Black Sect. Normally, only Divine Core sect elders could enter this place. Even Guaniyun couldn't come here without being summoned. Originally, the Black sect had core disciples, but the requirements to become a core disciple were very strict. Not only did they have to be at the divine core realm, there was also an age limit. Therefore, the number of core disciples in the Black sect was very small, and most of them had left the sect to train themselves. They rarely came back to the Black sect, and this was also the reason why the Qi province competition only consisted of inner circle and outer circle disciples, and no core disciples. The palace was built halfway up the mountain. Although it only had one floor, it gave off a magnificent and majestic aura, and every corner of the palace was filled with nobility. On top of the palace, there was a black signboard, and 3 golden words were written on it, Palace Black. The words were written in bold and powerful calligraphy. Just these few words alone were enough to make anyone want to worship them. Of course, this kind of worship was only for ordinary people. Not to mention in the small Qi province, even in the entire Saint Origin realm, there was no one who could make Xianxia worship them. He had always been the one being worshipped by others. Palace Black is the symbol of the Black sect, it is the most honorable place. Junior disciple Jiang, when you meet the sect chief, don't neglect him. Guaniyun reminded. Jiangchen nodded his head. Come in. While Jiangchen and Guaniyun were talking, a deep voice suddenly sounded from inside the palace. Then, the palace gate opened by itself. Guaniyun tidied up his clothes. With a solemn expression, he walked into Palace Xian respectfully. As a genius disciple of the Black sect, Palace Xian had an irreplaceable position in his heart. It was an honor for him to be able to enter this place. Compared to Guaniyun's nervousness, Jiangchen was much more relaxed. After all, in terms of experience, Guaniyun and Jiangchen could not be compared at all. Jiangchen and Guaniyun walked into the main hall. A middle-aged man in a white robe was sitting on a large tiger chair in front of them. He looked to be in his 40s, but of course, his real age was definitely more than that. Even though the man was just sitting there, Jiangchen could still tell how tall he was. His face was sharp, and he looked majestic. This man was one of the strongest men in the Qi province, Daoist Black. This man was different from what Jiangchen had expected. He thought Daoist Black would be an old man with white hair, but he was actually a handsome middle-aged man. Disciple Guaniyun greets sect chief. Disciple Jiangchen greets sect chief. Guaniyun bowed deeply toward Daoist Black, but Jiangchen just nodded his head. Daoist Black smiled. He first glanced at Guaniyun, then he looked at Jiangchen. He couldn't help but carefully examine him. Daoist Black's expression immediately changed. This young man in front of him who looked to be about 15 or 16 years old actually gave him a feeling that he couldn't see through him. With his peak divine core cultivation, he could easily see through a junior, but when he looked at Jiangchen, it was as if he was looking at a bottomless pit. Jiangchen had a faint smile on his face. He didn't avoid Daoist Black's gaze, and he didn't show any nervousness. Compared to him, Guaniyun was extremely nervous. Daoist Black nodded his head silently. After that, he turned to Guaniyun and said, Guaniyun, you're a rare genius in the Black sect, are you sure you want to enter Inferno Hell? I don't think I need to tell you how dangerous Inferno Hell is. Even if I were to enter it myself, it would still be risky. That's right, I've made up my mind. Guaniyun said with a serious expression. He had made up his mind to enter Inferno Hell, and since he had made up his mind, he wouldn't change it easily. He wanted to use the dangers of Inferno Hell to train himself, only by doing so would he be able to truly grow. Good, I really admire your courage. In the past, there were some genius disciples in the Black sect who wanted to enter Inferno Hell, but none of them were able to walk out alive. I won't stop you, I just hope you can be the first disciple to walk out of Inferno Hell in the Black sect. Daoist Black said with an indifferent tone. The way he looked at Guaniyun was filled with admiration. Yun will definitely live up to your expectations, sect chief. Guaniyun cupped his fists. This was a trial with a slim chance of survival. Yun, you can leave now, I have something to say to Jiangchen. Daoist Black said. Understood. Guaniyun cupped his fist, then he slowly left Palace Black. Taoist Black looked at Xianxia, nodded his head and said, "Not bad, with just a mid-mortal core cultivation base, you were able to kill Li Wuling, who was an early heavenly core warrior." Although Li Wuling's foundation wasn't stable, he wasn't someone anyone could kill easily. If I'm not mistaken, during the Qi province competition, you were only an early mortal core warrior, right? That's right. Xianxia didn't deny it. Xianxia, it seems like you're not afraid of me at all. Taoist Black said with an interested tone. Hearing this, Xianxia smiled and said, "Why should I be afraid of sect chief? I'm a disciple of the Black sect, of course sect chief won't make things difficult for me. What's there to be afraid of?" Xianxia's expression was calm, no signs of nervousness could be seen on his face. This guy is calm, he's calm, he doesn't seem to feel uncomfortable in front of me at all. Besides, he has a dignified appearance, and he was born with the aura of a superior warrior. His future achievements are limitless. A genius like this is the hope of the Black sect. His talent is no weaker than the northern and southern dynasties of the Burning Sky Pavilion. Taoist Black was shocked. He had a very high opinion of Xianxia. He had never seen a junior at the mortal core realm with such a temperament. Xianxia's behavior didn't match his age at all. He was like an old monster who had lived for more than 1,000 years, calm and collected. Taoist Black was the Black sect's sect chief. Everyone in the Black sect, from the disciples to the sect elders, would show him respect. Even those divine core sect elders would feel nervous in front of him. But what he saw from Xianxia was just calmness. "Alright, Xianxia, I really admire you, that's why I decided to meet you in person. I heard that you've made a deal with the northern and southern dynasties in 1 year, are you confident?" The northern and southern dynasties are all peerless geniuses from the Qi province, and they are all at the peak of the heavenly core realm, and they can break through to the divine core realm at any time. Although you have extraordinary talent, your cultivation level is still too low, you're only at the mid-mortal core realm. How are you going to deal with them in 1 year? Taoist Black asked. He was really interested in the 1-year deal between Xianxia and the northern and southern dynasties. Xianxia was now a disciple of the Black sect, and the fight between him and the northern and southern dynasties was related to the Black sect's honor. Taoist Black wasn't worried about whether or not Xianxia truly wanted to join the Black sect. There were only 4 big sects in the Qi province, and putting aside the Valley of Happiness, Xianxia had already offended the Burning Sky Pavilion and Tianjian Gate. The Black sect was his only home. "I have my own ways. 1 year is more than enough." Xianxia shrugged his shoulders with a confident expression. "Alright, just focus on your cultivation. The Black sect doesn't lack resources, but a lot of resources are obtained through competition. Even a genius can only improve through constant competition." Taoist Black said. "I understand." Xianxia nodded his head. "Alright, Xianxia, you can go now. I'll give you a special privilege. In the future, Palace Black will be open to you, and if you encounter any problems in your cultivation, you can come find me directly." Taoist Black said. A promise like this was definitely a first in the Black sect. Palace Black had never opened its doors to an outer circle disciple, and the sect chief would personally guide them in their cultivation. This kind of treatment was something that countless disciples could only dream of. Taoist Black said. If the other disciples of the Black sect knew about this, they would definitely go crazy with jealousy. But too bad, Xianxia just laughed it off. The once greatest saint underneath the heavens needed guidance from a tiny divine core warrior? Was this a joke? To put it bluntly, just a few words of guidance from Xianxia would benefit Taoist Black a lot, and even help him break through to the combat soul realm in a short period of time. For Xianxia, it was just a piece of cake. Of course, Xianxia wouldn't give Taoist Black any guidance. His reincarnation was his biggest secret, and he didn't want to bring himself any trouble. Besides, would Taoist Black listen to a mortal core disciple giving guidance to a divine core sect chief? Xianxia cupped his fist toward Taoist Black, then he turned around and left Palace Black. Looking at Xianxia's back as he left, Taoist Black squinted his eyes and said with an indifferent tone, "I hope you won't disappoint me." Outside Palace Black, Guaniyun hadn't left yet. When he saw Xianxia, he immediately walked up to him. "Junior disciple Jiang, what good news does sect chief have for you?" Guaniyun asked. With his status in the Black Sect, perhaps only Xianxia could speak so politely to an outer circle disciple. Do I look like I've gotten something good from him? Xianxia spread his hands and changed the topic. Senior disciple Guan, have you really decided to go to Inferno Hell tomorrow? That's right, I've made up my mind. I'll either succeed or die trying. I'll go to Inferno Hell and give it my all. Guan Yun said with a serious expression. Be careful. Xianxia reminded. He had a good impression of Guan Yun, and he didn't want anything bad to happen to Guan Yun. Alright, I'll go back and prepare. Junior disciple Jiang, you have your own wings, just fly back. Xianxia knew that during the Qi province competition, Guan Yun had suffered a severe blow from the northern and southern dynasties. It had left a shadow in the heart of this genius who had always stood high above the masses. Therefore, Guan Yun's trip to Inferno Hell could be considered as a desperate gamble. If he couldn't become a hero, he would become a bear. Xianxia knew that although Guan Yun was also a rare genius, compared to those monstrous geniuses from the northern and southern dynasties, there was still a huge gap between them. Perhaps the gap between them wasn't very obvious right now, but in the future, it would only get bigger and bigger. Some people were born to shine brightly, and some were born to be mediocre. Just like an emperor and a beggar, this was fate. Xianxia didn't unleash his blood wings, he just walked down the mountain. The Black Sect had a nice scenery, so he could enjoy the scenery along the way. It made him feel relaxed and relaxed. It was rare for Xianxia to have such a leisure time. At the foot of Palace Black, there was a quiet path. The path was winding, and it went through the entire Black Mountain range, like a spirit snake lying dormant. Xianxia walked on the path with light steps. He could feel the rich natural yuan energy, and he couldn't help but circulate the dragon transformation skill. After walking for about an hour, a faint herbal fragrance suddenly came from afar. Xianxia couldn't help but feel shocked. Xianxia's eyes lit up as he looked towards the source of the medicinal aroma. Not far away from him, there was a mountain peak that wasn't too tall, and the medicinal aroma was coming from that mountain peak. Looking at it from his position, the mountain peak was filled with verdant hills and clear waters. The scenery was alluring, and it was obviously much livelier than the other mountains. There was an old pine tree growing on the peak of the mountain, and it was as thick as 3 strong men. It was at least 200 to 300 years old. This mountain stood alone, and it was full of vitality. It was fascinating. Xianxia couldn't help but walk towards the mountain. As Xianxia walked into the mountain peak, the smell of herbs became even stronger. When Xianxia walked halfway up the mountain, he saw many strange flowers and herbs growing everywhere. There was a blood ginseng that was 300 years old. If this kind of herb was placed in Red City, it would be a priceless treasure. But here, it was casually planted halfway up the mountain. Looks like this is where the herbs of the Black Sect are grown. No wonder I can smell such a strong herbal fragrance. I've received special permission from Taoist Black to enter Palace Black. Since I can enter Palace Black, there shouldn't be any place in the Black Sect that I can't enter. Xianxia thought to himself as he walked towards the top of the mountain. No matter if it was his previous life or his current life, in the eyes of others, Xianxia was a domineering king with powerful combat strength. However, people had forgotten that he was also a saint-level alchemist. Xianxia rarely concocted pills, and in his previous life, he only concocted pills for himself. Although his combat strength had covered up the fact that he was an alchemist, Xianxia's skill in concocting pills was one of a kind. In the entire Saint Origin realm, there weren't many people who could compare with him in concocting pills. Soon, Xianxia arrived at the top of the mountain without making a sound. What greeted him was a completely different scene. Everywhere he looked, there were all kinds of rare flowers and herbs, and not far away from him, there was a huge herb garden with a circumference of 1 mile. All kinds of ordinary and rare herbs were planted in this garden. At the center of the mountain peak, an exquisite courtyard stood alone. This kind of scene gave off a kind of otherworldly feeling. Right now, in front of the herb garden, there was an old man squatting down. This old man looked to be in his 50s, and he was plump. There was no beard on his face, and his face was glossy and full of energy. However, the plump old man had a worried expression on his face. His eyes were fixated on 2 herbs at the edge of the herb garden. These two herbs were only the size of a palm, and they were listless and lifeless. Why is this happening? Why aren't they growing? The old man let out a long sigh and said, "Damn it, I've been using the cloud and rain spell to water you all every day, and I've channeled my yuan energy into you. I've also chosen the best place for you to grow, but not only are you not growing, you're even wilting day by day. Why is this happening?" The old man felt depressed, and the more he talked, the angrier he got. He wished he could just grab these two herbs, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. Humph. I don't believe there's a herb that Guishan, can't grow. The old man let out a cold snort. This man's name was Guishan, and he was the highest-ranked alchemist in the Black Sect. He was a divine core alchemist, and he had a mountain all to himself. In the entire Black Sect, Guishan had a very important status. Many of the young alchemists were trained by him, and even Taoist Black had to be polite to him. If you plant the flaming angel and the glorious lotus together, it'll be a miracle if they can grow. In my opinion, these two herbs will die in less than a month. A voice suddenly sounded out from behind. Who's that? Guishan immediately stood up and turned around. He saw a young man wearing white clothes standing behind him. He had been focusing on the two herbs just now, and he didn't pay any attention to what was happening behind him. Besides, this mountain wasn't a place that ordinary disciples could climb. Guishan carefully sized up Xianxia, and when he realized he was only at the mortal core realm, he couldn't help but furrow his brows. An outer circle disciple, do you know where this place is? Guishan was really angry, because he wasn't in a good mood. The flaming angel and the glorious lotus were both top-quality herbs, and he had spent a lot of effort to get them. But now, he couldn't grow them, and they were in danger of dying at any moment, so of course he was in a good mood. I came here after smelling the herbs. Disciple Xianxia greets sect elder. Xianxia cupped his fist towards Guishan. Xianxia? You're the new disciple who got first place in the Qi province competition, Xianxia? Guishan's eyes lit up. Although he didn't usually care about the internal affairs of the Black Sect, he still knew about Xianxia's big news. Yes, I am. Xianxia nodded his head. After knowing Xianxia's real identity, Guishan's attitude towards him had become much better. If it was any other outer circle disciple who trespassed the mountain without permission, Guishan would have slapped him away. But Xianxia was different. A genius would always be valued no matter where he went. You know the flaming angel and the glorious lotus? Young man, you have good eyes. Guishan praised. In fact, the main reason why he didn't slap Xianxia and send him flying was because Xianxia had recognized these two herbs. The flaming angel and the flourishing first-grade lotus were just seedlings, and even ordinary alchemists wouldn't be able to recognize them with just a single glance. I know a thing or two. Xianxia smiled and slowly walked towards the herb garden. When he saw the flaming angel and the glorious lotus, he couldn't help but shake his head. Guishan praised in his mind. This young man in front of him was only a mortal core warrior, but he didn't show any signs of nervousness in front of a divine core sect elder. Just this calmness alone was enough to make anyone admire him. Xianxia, did you just say that the flaming angel and the glorious lotus can't be planted together? I want to know why. Both of them are pure yang herbs, why can't they be planted together? Guishan asked with great interest. He wanted to see what Xianxia had to say. It's simple. The flaming angel is a scorching yang herb, no matter if it's a seedling or a mature stage, it's a pure yang herb. The glorious lotus is a bit more gentle, so if you plant them together, the flaming angel's yang energy will suppress the glorious lotus growth. Xianxia said. Hearing what Xianxia said, Guishan's eyes lit up. His impression of Xianxia had improved. The fact that Xianxia was able to analyze the characteristics of the flaming angel and the glorious lotus so thoroughly proved that Xianxia had a certain level of understanding towards herbs. Even if what you said is true, and the flaming angel is suppressing the growth of the glorious lotus, the flaming angel should be growing really fast. Why isn't it growing, and why is it facing the danger of death? Guishan continued asking. He really wanted to know the reason. If not, with his status, he would never ask an outer circle disciple for advice. This is even simpler. The glorious lotus is a combination of the flourishing lotus king and the Tianshan snow lotus, that's why it's called the glorious lotus. During the mature stage, because the flourishing lotus king completely suppresses the Tianshan snow lotus, it's a pure yang herb. However, during the seedling stage, both the flourishing lotus king and the Tianshan snow lotus are present. In other words, the glorious lotus in front of you is not only a pure yang herb, but it also has the cold attribute of the Tianshan snow lotus. That's why it's blocking the growth of the flaming angel. By planting the fire dragon fruit and the glorious lotus together, you're basically trying to kill them. Xianxia said with a calm expression. Guishan was startled upon hearing this. His mouth was wide open as he stared at this young man in front of him, as if he was looking at a ghost. He really didn't want to admit that this young man in front of him actually had a higher attainment in the field of alchemy than him. What kind of monster is this young man? How can he know so much about herbs? I only know that the mature stage of the glorious lotus is a pure yang herb, but I don't know its origin. This young man even knows about the flourishing lotus king. Guishan was shocked. He believed Xianxia's words without a doubt. In other words, as a highly respected alchemist of the Black Sect, he had just been taught a very important lesson by this young man. Xianxia, where did you learn all these things? Guishan asked. Sect elder, don't you know that there are people called geniuses in this world? I'm a genius. Xianxia shrugged his shoulders. Alright, you're really a genius, even I, your father, am impressed by you. Tell me, can my flaming angel and the glorious lotus still be saved? Guishan asked impatiently. Yes, you can. Plant them in different herb gardens. Both the flaming angel and the glorious lotus are high-quality herbs, and they have strong vitality. You don't need to help them grow, they will grow by themselves. Xianxia said. Xianxia, let me ask you another question. How do I combine the single wheatgrass and the Yellowstone fruit so that the furnace won't explode? Guishan asked in a probing manner. He wanted to see if Xianxia knew everything. Sect elder, you're going to concoct the yellow spirit pill, right? The single wheatgrass and the Yellowstone fruit have opposite characteristics, and it's very difficult to combine them together. Adding in the first-grade crystal sand, you'll be able to combine their characteristics. That way, the furnace won't explode, and the yellow spirit pill's grade will be improved. After Xianxia finished speaking, he saw Guishan standing there in a daze. It was too shocking, too shocking. Xianxia's answer was like a bolt of lightning striking Guishan's head. Guishan had been concocting a yellow spirit pill recently, but because he couldn't combine the single wheatgrass and the Yellowstone fruit, his cauldron had exploded a few times. It had become one of his biggest problems. However, after hearing Guishan's question, not only did Xianxia tell him the solution, he even guessed the pill that Guishan wanted to concoct. More importantly, when Xianxia was answering Guishan's question, he didn't even need to think before he answered. It was as if these medicinal theories had been deeply ingrained in his mind. Heavens, using first-grade crystal sand to mix single wheatgrass and Yellowstone fruit, why didn't I think of that? Guishan was suddenly enlightened. He felt as if the dark clouds had parted and the moon was shining brightly. That feeling was like a student who had been deeply troubled by a question and had suddenly received the answer from his teacher. How can the Tianchong Dan be refined to 100% quality? Guishan asked again. The Heaven Rush pill is not a top-grade pill, but it can help a cultivator condense their divine sense. It's not a high-grade pill, but it's extremely difficult to concoct. You have to know that a person's sea of consciousness is the foundation of a person, so there can't be any accidents. Only 100% Heaven Rush pill can be used. Anything below that is basically useless. Xianxia laughed and said, if you want to refine the Tianchong Dan, the Hunyuan fruit is the main ingredient, the 80-year-old Hunyuan fruit is the best, beyond this age, the energy is too great, it is difficult to control, below this age, it is impossible to meet the requirements of the Tianchong Dan, so, if you want to refine 100% Tianchong Dan, other than the alchemist's own level of refining 100% Tianchong Dan, the most important thing is the age of the Hunyuan fruit. Guishan's eyes lit up, and the way he looked at Xianxia had completely changed. These questions had been bothering him for a long time, but this young man in front of him seemed to know everything, and had solved all of them with just a few words. Can the petals of the Hades flower be used to make fire elixir? Guishan asked again. Yes, the netherworld flower is a poisonous flower, and its toxicity is very strong. You need to add the scarlet stamen of the crane to fight poison with poison. Not only will it not affect the grade of the fire elixir, it will also increase the effect of the fire elixir. Xianxia said. Damn, so the Hell King flower and the scarlet crane stamen can be used like this. Guishan was shocked. At this moment, he no longer treated Xianxia as an outer court disciple. The way he looked at Xianxia was not only serious, but also respectful. Xianxia, your soul energy is too restless. How do you deal with it? Guishan said again. The reason why my soul power is too restless is because I'm too restless. Cultivating the soul refining art is too impatient. It's better to advance step by step. Xianxia said. I'll ask you again. Guishan asked more than a dozen questions in a row. All of these questions were questions that had been bothering him for a long time, some of them were questions that had troubled him for many years, and he had never been able to find a solution to them. This was also the reason why Guishan's progress in alchemy was so slow. But recently, all of his questions had been answered by Xianxia. Xianxia had helped him solve them one by one. Guishan felt the dark clouds in his mind had completely disappeared, and his alchemy skills had also improved. Ha ha ha, good, good. Brother Jiang, you really are a genius. You've helped me solve a problem that had been bothering me for a long time. Guishan thanks you. Guishan laughed out loud and bowed deeply to Xianxia. Facing this bow, a smile emerged on Xianxia's face. He gladly accepted the bow. It was Guishan's honor to receive Xianxia's guidance. Besides, Xianxia knew that for a man like Guishan who had spent his entire life in alchemy, his dedication towards alchemy was something no ordinary man could understand. Xianxia had helped Guishan solve all his problems, and none of them could be bought with money. Therefore, Guishan's bow showed his gratitude. Elder Gua, you're too polite. I just happened to pass by. Xianxia said with a smile. Don't call me elder, just call me big brother in the future. Although my cultivation is higher than yours, you are my senior when it comes to alchemy. I'm older than you, so just call me big brother in the future. Guishan patted Xianxia's shoulder. Older brother Gua. Xianxia replied with a smile. Guishan seemed like a man with a simple mind, and he didn't stick to any rules. This was exactly what Xianxia liked. Besides, being brothers with the #1 alchemist in the Black Sect was beneficial to Xianxia. In the entire Black Sect, perhaps only Xianxia could call Guishan a brother. Brother Jiang, it's all thanks to you passing by. If not, I don't know how long it would take for me to solve all these problems. What I'm curious about is, why are you so knowledgeable? You know, alchemy is different from anything else. There are many things that require constant exploration during the process of alchemy. Without at least 100 years of experience, it would be impossible for you to reach such a level. But looking at your age, you're only 15 or 16 years old. This is really confusing. Guishan was shocked. He couldn't imagine how a 15 or 16-year-old young man could have such a high level of attainment in alchemy. This was unbelievable. If he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes and heard it with his own ears, he wouldn't have believed that someone like this existed in this world. Didn't I tell you? I'm a genius. Xianxia shrugged his shoulders. Damn it, geniuses really can't be judged by common sense. Brother Jiang, you should be an alchemist as well. With your attainment, if you focus on alchemy, you will definitely become a great alchemist in the future, and your name will spread far and wide. Guishan said. Older brother Gua, alchemy is just a hobby of mine. I don't have much interest in it. Alchemy is not as exciting as fighting and killing. Xianxia raised his head and looked at the sky. How could Guishan know about his ambition? Sigh, what a pity. But with your ability, you will definitely become a great alchemist in the future, and you will definitely become a great alchemist as well. Guishan sighed, I heard that you have a 1-year agreement with the Northern and Southern dynasties? Yes. Xianxia nodded his head. The Northern and Southern dynasties are all peerless geniuses that only appear once in 1,000 years in the Qi province. They have a great destiny, and their future achievements will be limitless. 1 year's time is too short for you. Guishan said. The one-year agreement between Xianxia and the northern and southern dynasties had spread across the entire Qi province, and everyone had heard about it. Of course, Guishan had heard about it as well. Putting aside whether or not Xianxia would be able to deal with the northern and southern dynasties in 1 year's time, Xianxia's courage alone was something that no ordinary man could compare with. I have my own ways, don't worry, older brother Gua. Xianxia replied with a smile. On this day, Xianxia and Guishan were having a pleasant conversation. Guishan took out a fine wine brewed by himself using 18 different herbs to entertain Xianxia. It was said that in the entire Black sect, only Taoist Black had the honor of tasting this wine brewed by Guishan. It wasn't until dusk that Xianxia stood up and excused himself. Younger brother Jiang, if you need anything in the Black sect, just come to me, Guishan. Guishan slapped his own chest. I'll definitely do that. Just because of your wine, I'll come here more often. Xianxia said with a smile on his face. Hearing this, Guishan's expression changed, then don't come here. When talking about his wine, Guishan couldn't help but feel a pain in his heart. Initially, he wanted to entertain Xianxia with this wine and show him how good he was at brewing it, but he never expected this bastard to drink it like it was water. What a waste. Xianxia spread his blood wings and left Guishan's mountain peak. He flew towards his own residence. Today, befriending Guishan was a good thing for Xianxia. In the future, if he needed to concoct pills, he wouldn't have to worry about the ingredients anymore. But now, his body was extremely strong, and he was full of energy. He just wanted to increase his cultivation level, so he didn't have the time to concoct pills. The dragon transformation skill didn't require too many pills to cultivate. At Xianxia's residence, there were a few men waiting outside. The leader was Wang Yun, and there were a few Mortal Core Outer Circle disciples. When they saw Xianxia flying back, their eyes immediately lit up. Senior disciple Jiang is back. Someone said. A few of them looked at the blood wings on Xianxia's back, and their eyes were filled with envy. Xianxia retracted his blood wings and descended from the sky, landing right in front of them. Wang Yun, why are you looking for me? Xianxia asked. We want to invite senior disciple Jiang to the Myriad Demon Mountain to train together. Wang Yun said. Myriad Demon Mountain? Xianxia furrowed his brows, he had never heard of it before. Senior disciple Jiang probably doesn't know about the existence of the Myriad Demon Mountain. The Myriad Demon Mountain is a mountain range, and it is the training ground for the disciples of the Black sect. There are many demon beasts roaming around, and there are a lot of natural resources as well. A few of us are preparing to train in the Myriad Demon Mountain, and if senior disciple Jiang can come with us, it will be a form of protection. A disciple said. That's right, with our strength, we can only train in Sector 1 of the Myriad Demon Mountain. If senior disciple Jiang can come with us, he might be able to bring us to the border of Sector 2. Another disciple said. I see. Xianxia finally understood. These men came to him for protection. With his strength, if he followed them, it would be a form of protection for them. Wang Yun, tell me the details of the Myriad Demon Mountain. Xianxia said. He was really interested in the Myriad Demon Mountain. The war agreement between him and the northern and southern dynasties only lasted for a year, and it was really urgent. He had to focus on improving his cultivation level at all times, and just staying in the Black sect wasn't enough. He was cultivating the dragon transformation skill, and he had the ability to directly absorb energy. Therefore, for him, hunting demon beasts was the most direct way to improve his cultivation level. If he was lucky enough to find a demon beast with a unique bloodline, he might even be able to obtain an innate ability. The Myriad Demon Mountain is a primitive mountain range, and it's not far from the Black sect, only about 1,000 miles away. The Myriad Demon Mountain is divided into 3 sectors. In the first sector, most of the demon beasts are at the Qi High and Mortal Core realm, and you can occasionally see some Heavenly Core demon beasts, but they are very few in number. In the second sector, most of the demon beasts are at the Heavenly Core realm, and it's a very dangerous place. Only Heavenly Core Inner Circle disciples dare enter. Although senior disciple Jiang is only at the Mortal Core realm, after killing Li Wu Ling, you have the strength of a Heavenly Core warrior, so you can explore the border of Sector 2. As for Sector 3, I heard there are powerful Divine Core demon beasts there. After listening to what Wang Yun said, Xianxia understood that the Myriad Demon Mountain was a training ground for disciples of the Black Sect, and it was a very dangerous place. Of course, compared to the inferno hell that Guaniyun had gone to, it was nothing. "Senior disciple Jiang, come with us," someone said. A few of them stared at Jiang Chen with a longing expression. "Wang Yun, you and your group are going to the Myriad Demon Mountain, your strength is pretty good. As long as you don't go to Sector 2, there shouldn't be any danger. I've gained some enlightenment during the past 2 days, so I'm going to enter secluded cultivation. This time I won't be going with you," Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. He had decided to go to the Myriad Demon Mountain, but he would never go with Wang Yun and the others. For him, they were just burdens. Sector 1 was basically no challenge to Jiang Chen, and he would definitely enter Sector 2. If these guys were to follow him, it would be very difficult for him to do anything, and he would also have to ensure their safety, which would be quite troublesome. Besides, when it came to training in the Myriad Demon Mountain, the best person for Jiang Chen to follow was De Huang Dog. De Huang Dog had a unique treasure hunting ability, and every time he found something, it would be a priceless treasure. This was the main reason why Jiang Chen didn't want to go with Wang Yun and the others. Hearing this, Wang Yun and the others couldn't help but feel disappointed. However, since Jiang Chen didn't agree, they couldn't say anything. With Jiang Chen's current status and identity, it was already good enough for him to talk to them in such a polite manner. If it was any other genius disciple from the Black Sect, they would definitely become arrogant after becoming famous, and wouldn't put them in their eyes. "It's good that senior disciple Jiang has gained some enlightenment, we can't delay his secluded cultivation," Wang Yun said. "Senior disciple Jiang, if that's the case, we'll head to the Myriad Demon Mountain now." "Alright, be careful on your way." Jiang Chen nodded his head. Everyone cupped their fists toward Jiang Chen and greeted him, then they left the Black Sect. Wanyao Mountain. Jiang Chen mumbled to himself. It looked like he had to pay the Myriad Demon Mountain a visit. He had formed 40 dragon marks, and in order to break through to the late mortal core realm, he would need to form another 20 dragon marks. The amount of energy needed to form 20 dragon marks was unimaginable. Just staying in the Black Sect and cultivating was not a good idea. I have chosen to cultivate the dragon transformation skill. It is destined to be a difficult path of cultivation. The closer I am to the end, the harder it will be to advance. The amount of energy required is simply too great. I will have to use all sorts of methods to advance in the 1-year war with the northern and southern dynasties. Jiang Chen had a serious expression on his face. 1 year's time was too short, especially for someone like him who was cultivating the dragon transformation skill. It was much more difficult for him to break through compared to ordinary people. Therefore, he decided to wait for De Huang Dog to wake up before heading to the Myriad Demon Mountain. Jiang Chen returned to his courtyard and scanned the 2 rooms with his divine sense. He found that Yan Qinyu was in secluded cultivation, concentrating on absorbing the 10,000-year freezing crystal. As for De Huang Dog, he was lying on a soft bed with all 4 legs facing the sky. He was drooling as he slept. Just the sleeping posture alone had made Jiang Chen speechless. But what really made Jiang Chen speechless wasn't De Huang Dog's sleeping posture, but De Huang Dog's current state. De Huang Dog's body was covered by a layer of golden light. The golden light was getting thicker and thicker, and it gradually formed into a huge golden cocoon, wrapping De Huang Dog inside. A sacred bloodline aura that belonged only to divine beasts was leaking out from his body. Such a sacred and mighty aura appearing on a dog's body, the heavens really knew how to play tricks on people. The descendants of Dragon Horse really can't be understood with common sense. Breaking through while sleeping, under the heavens, I'm afraid only this dog can do this. Jiang Chen shook his head and smiled bitterly. Compared to breaking through in cultivation, in front of De Huang Dog, everyone would feel ashamed. Xiaoyu is completely immersed in her 9 meridians and the 10,000-year freezing crystal. This state is extremely rare for her, and she won't wake up in a short period of time. But once she wakes up, I'm afraid she will break through to the late mortal core realm. Jiang Chen looked at Yan Qinyu. Yan Qinyu, who had the 9 meridians, was also blessed by the heavens. Ordinary people couldn't compare with her. In fact, the most abnormal person was Jiang Chen. He had turned from a saint, and although he looked like he was only 15 or 16 years old, he was actually an old monster. He had the cultivation experience of a saint. No one could compare with him, and the dragon transformation skill was even more terrifying. It allowed him to absorb any bloodline in the world. It wasn't hard to imagine that as the dragon transformation skill continued to grow, and as the bloodline was absorbed, Xianxia was destined to become a unique bloodline in the world, surpassing any divine body. De Huang Dog slept for 2 days. During this time, Xianxia didn't dare disturb him. He could only wait in the courtyard and study the 6 solar fingers and the thunderclap combat skill when he had nothing to do. This dog can really sleep. Wang Yun and the others should have arrived at the Myriad Demon Mountain in 2 days. Maybe they will be back in 2 days, but this damn dog is still sleeping. Xianxia was speechless and depressed. He was the once greatest saint in the world, but he was sitting here waiting for a dog to sleep. Buzz! Suddenly, a buzzing sound came from De Huang Dog's room. Xianxia scanned it with his divine sense and found that the golden cocoon on the surface of De Huang Dog's body had grown to its limit. The buzzing sound came from the cocoon. In the next moment, the cocoon flowed into De Huang Dog's body like a tidal wave. An extremely tyrannical aura overflowed from De Huang Dog's body. However, this aura soon disappeared. It was well hidden by De Huang Dog. Immortal my ass. Xianxia was speechless. De Huang Dog had shown him why it was so easy to advance. Swish, the door to De Huang Dog's room opened by itself. De Huang Dog turned into a golden light and rushed out of the room, arriving beside Xianxia. Brat, how long did I sleep? De Huang Dog asked. Including the day before, 3 days in total. You sure sleep well. Xianxia glared at De Huang Dog. Only 3 days, I'll go back and sleep for a few more days. After saying that, De Huang Dog turned around and went back into the room. Xianxia's forehead was covered with black hair as he grabbed onto De Huang Dog's tail. Woof. Brat, let go. Damn it, you've slept for 3 days and you still want to sleep? Sleep your ass. Daddy is going to the Myriad Demon Mountain to hunt some demon beasts, are you coming or not? If not, you can just stay here and have a good sleep. Xianxia said. Myriad Demon Mountain, hunting demon beasts? De Huang Dog's ears stood up, and his eyes were shining with a strange light. When are we going? Daddy is going crazy. Going out and having fun was De Huang Dog's favorite. On the first day he came to the Black Sect, he couldn't stay still. Now, when he heard that he was going to the Myriad Demon Mountain, De Huang Dog became really interested. Now. If we leave now, we can reach the Myriad Demon Mountain before nightfall. Xianxia said. The Myriad Demon Mountain isn't that far away, only 1,000 miles. With our speed, we can reach there in a short while. De Huang Dog said. It was dusk right now, and for Xianxia and De Huang Dog who could fly, 1,000 miles of distance could be covered in just a blink of an eye. You know about the Myriad Demon Mountain? Xianxia was startled. There's no place in the Qi province that I don't know. The Myriad Demon Mountain is a training ground for disciples of the Black Sect. Demon beasts roam the place, it's a dangerous and exciting place. De Huang Dog was excited. Let's not waste any more time, let's go now. After saying that, Xianxia unleashed his blood wings and flew up into the sky. De Huang Dog unleashed his wings and followed closely behind Xianxia, dancing with excitement. The Black Sect was located in the northern part of the Qi province, and the Myriad Demon Mountain was located in the northern part of the Black Sect. It could be said to be the border of the Qi province, and it was next to another big province in the eastern continent. The last ray of light between the heavens and the earth was about to disappear, and night had fallen. Angry roars of demon beasts sounded out from within the Myriad Demon Mountain, and it brought fear to the entire ancient forest in this mountain range. 2 figures appeared soundlessly in the sky above the Myriad Demon Mountain. They were Xianxia and De Huang Dog. Wang Yan said that most of the demon beasts in Sector 1 are at the Qi High and Mortal Core realm. For me, it's not a challenge at all. Let's go straight to Sector 2. After saying that, Xianxia flapped his blood wings and flew straight towards Sector 2. De Huang Dog followed behind while wagging his tail. With Xianxia's current strength, there was almost no mortal core warrior who could withstand a single strike from him. The first sector of the myriad demon mountain was no longer a challenge for him. De Huang Dog had broken through to the late mortal core realm. With his dragon horse bloodline strength and terrifying body, ordinary heavenly core warriors were no match for him. When Xianxia and De Huang Dog were together, they were a super abnormal combination. If someone thought they were just ordinary mortal core warriors and tried to find trouble with them, the result would be horrible. When the night fell, Xianxia and De Huang Dog were already 1,000 miles deep into the myriad demon mountain. This place was only a few dozen miles away from Sector 2. We're about to enter Sector 2. The demon beasts that will appear should be very strong, Xianxia said. He retracted his blood wings and descended from the sky. The place where Xianxia descended was a black protrusion. The protrusion looked like a bumpkin, and it didn't attract anyone's attention. Even Xianxia and De Huang Dog didn't pay attention to it. Slap. When Xianxia's feet landed on the black bumpkin, a slapping sound could be heard. But right after that, Xianxia felt something was wrong, because the bumpkin actually felt soft. At the same time, a huge force suddenly rushed out from under his feet, and it rushed towards Xianxia like an avalanche. Fuck. Xianxia was shocked. He hurriedly dashed out and retreated a few hundred meters away. De Huang Dog descended from the sky and stood next to Xianxia. The man and dog stared at the bumpkin in surprise. Then, the bumpkin suddenly jumped up. A furious roar tore apart the darkness of the forest. The bumpkin jumped up and turned into a huge black monster. Which bastard disturbed my sleep? The bumpkin furiously roared. Since it could speak, it must be a heavenly core demon lord. After all, there were only a few existences like De Huang Dog. Xianxia and De Huang Dog had a good look at the demon lord's face. It was a huge black python, and its body was only a few hundred meters long. Just by raising its head, it was already huge. It was angrily looking down at the man and dog. Buddy, did you step on some *T when you went out? What bad luck? De Huang Dog rolled his eyes speechlessly. He had just landed at a random spot and stepped on a demon lord. This was really bad luck. Luckily, Xianxia was the one who got lucky. If he was an ordinary mortal core warrior, he would have been devoured by this demon lord, and not even his bones would be left behind. It would be a horrible death. I never expected to see a heavenly core demon lord in Sector 1. Luckily, this serpent is only at the early heavenly core realm. We should be able to handle it. Xianxia sighed. Initially, he wanted to kill some peak mortal core demon beasts at the border of Sector 1 and 2, absorb their demon souls, and at least form a few new dragon marks, increasing his combat strength. With that, he would have a higher chance of entering Sector 2, but he never expected to meet a heavenly core demon lord as soon as he arrived. Puny human, how dare you step on me? You're courting death, courting death. You puny human and dog, stand there and don't move. Let me devour both of you as a punishment for disturbing my sleep and stepping on me. The black serpent spoke with a voice as loud as a bell. The breath coming out of its mouth brought up a foul smell. It was really unpleasant. Damn it, this big guy really thinks too highly of himself. It's fine if he wants to eat us, but he wants us to stand here and let him devour us. Is he crazy? De Huang Dog was so angry that he started laughing. This black serpent was really funny. How dare he talk to De Huang Dog like that? He was just courting death. This is a black swamp serpent. It loves to sleep, that's why it chose to sleep at the border of Sector 1 and 2. Basically, it won't be disturbed. However, this black swamp serpent is really strong, we can't be careless. Xianxia said. Although this black swamp serpent was also an early heavenly core warrior, it was definitely not someone Li Wuling could compare with. Xianxia could kill Li Wuling with ease, but it was basically impossible for him to kill this black swamp serpent. Demonic beasts had tough skin and flesh, powerful physical strength, and exuberant blood qi. These were their biggest advantages over human cultivators. Under normal circumstances, when a cultivator of the same level fought against a demonic beast of the same level, he or she would have very little chance of winning. As for this black swamp serpent, even Yin Zhongqing might not be a match for it. You two puny fellows, hurry up and walk into my mouth, save me the trouble of doing it myself. The black swamp serpent spoke again. It was not hard to imagine how lazy this big guy was, to the extent that it was too lazy to even open its mouth to eat. Xianxia had finally found a master that could sleep better than De Huang Dog. F***ck, get it? De Huang Dog was the first one who couldn't take it anymore. It turned into a golden light and charged toward the black swamp serpent. You're just a dog, and you dare to attack me? You're simply courting death. Watch me eat you up. The black swamp serpent didn't put De Huang Dog in its eyes at all. It opened its mouth wide, waiting for De Huang Dog to be sent into its mouth. You want to eat me? Why don't you check if your teeth are hard enough? De Huang Dog laughed out loud. A powerful wave of qi suddenly burst out from his body. Sensing this unparalleled energy, the black swamp serpent's expression finally changed. It hurriedly closed its mouth, and beams of black light appeared on top of its head, charging toward De Huang Dog. Bang! The two ferocious fellows collided with each other, producing a clanging sound that sounded like iron being struck. Sparks flew out from the point of collision. The black swamp serpent let out an anguished wail. It felt dizzy, and its whole world was filled with little stars. Its huge body instantly shrunk, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a man wearing a black robe. The man was also very muscular. He was 8 feet tall, and he looked like he was in his 40s. Both of his eyes were glowing with a vicious light. The man in black was shaking his body, and he kept shaking his dizzy head. Damn it, why is this dog's head so hard? Even I can't beat him. The black swamp serpent couldn't help but curse. It was shocked in its heart. It looked at De Huang Dog in front of it, and it no longer looked down on him. Xianxia, who was behind them, was shocked as well. After De Huang Dog broke through to the late mortal core realm, he had become incredibly strong. Perhaps his combat strength had surpassed Xianxia's. Looking at the current situation, even if Xianxia didn't do anything, De Huang Dog would be able to kill the black swamp serpent by himself. What's the use of having a hard head? I can still eat you up. The black swamp serpent was enraged. He waved his hand and unleashed a black airwave towards De Huang Dog and Xianxia. This black airwave not only had a powerful force, it also carried a foul smell that made people want to vomit. Damn stinky. Buddy, this black swamp serpent is really strong. Let's attack together and kill him as soon as possible. De Huang Dog cursed. He dragged his muscular body, and a golden light surrounded his body as he dashed towards the black swamp serpent. Xianxia was even more direct. With a shake of his hand, he took out the axe of thunder and unleashed the clap of thunder combat skill. A bright golden axe light slashed towards the black swamp serpent. Bang! De Huang Dog's energy and Xianxia's axe of thunder collided violently with the black swamp serpent. No matter how strong the black swamp serpent was, it couldn't withstand the full impact of these two ferocious fellows. At the center of the energy collision, there were black chi waves everywhere, and all the trees within a radius of 1 mile were destroyed. Some of the nearby demon beasts felt such a strong battle fluctuation, and directly fled in all directions, panicking and not knowing where to go. Bam! The black swamp serpent was sent flying, smashing through 3 big trees in a row. It fell to the ground and vomited blood. Damn it! Where did these two freaks come from? How could they be so strong? The black swamp serpent cursed. The fierce glint in its eyes had been replaced by deep fear. Kaka, go! Kill him! De Huang Dog dashed out with a swoosh. His speed was so fast that he was like a golden light. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived in front of the black swamp serpent. Bam! The black swamp serpent didn't even have the chance to react. It was knocked another 2 to 3 miles away. Roar! The black swamp serpent kept roaring angrily. It flew towards Xianxia and Big Yellow, and with a shake of its body, it transformed back into its true form. Its thick tail was like a black pillar, sweeping towards Xianxia and Big Yellow. Wherever the tail passed, a piercing sound could be heard, and even the air was violently trembling. An arrow at the end of its flight. Xianxia sneered and raised his axe. On the other side, De Huang Dog dashed toward the black swamp serpent again with its head on its head. Bam, bam, bam! De Huang Dog was too ferocious and fast. He kept changing his position, and his indestructible head kept smashing into the black swamp serpent's body. The black swamp serpent was in a daze. Blood kept spurting out of its mouth, and its aura was gradually weakening. Swoosh! At this moment, Xianxia's battle axe fell from the sky. It was also extremely fast, and it landed right on the black swamp serpent's head. Pucci, the axe of thunder was a high-ranked combat weapon, and it was extremely powerful. It directly split the black swamp serpent's head in half. A demon soul that was glowing brightly flew out from the black swamp serpent's head, and Xianxia grabbed it in his hand. De Huang Dog was even more ferocious. He bit the black swamp serpent's neck, and tore out a huge python gallbladder, then swallowed it. Kaka, this python gallbladder is a great tonic, your father, will gladly accept it. De Huang Dog was very excited. Xianxia patted De Huang Dog's head with an appreciative expression. De Huang Dog had performed well today. If it wasn't for De Huang Dog following him, although he could still deal with the black swamp serpent, he would have to spend a lot of effort, and wouldn't have been able to kill it so easily. Brat, treat your father better in the future. Your father is a first-class warrior. Besides, if you dare to neglect your father, you won't get a share of any treasures that your father finds in the future. De Huang Dog bared his teeth at Xianxia and threatened him. Damn it, I told you that you're fat and you're so arrogant, but now you're so arrogant that your tail is in the sky? Xianxia kicked Big Yellow's head. He finally understood that he couldn't be too polite to this dog. If he was too polite to him, he wouldn't be able to recognize who he was. An early Heavenly Core Demon Lord's demon soul is very useful for me. If I absorb it, I'll be able to form at least 5 dragon marks. Xianxia had a joyful expression on his face. As he was cultivating the dragon transformation skill, he had an advantage that surpassed ordinary men. Just absorbing a demon soul alone was something that no ordinary man could compare with. Without any hesitation, Xianxia swallowed the demon soul. With the circulation of the dragon transformation skill, in just 10 minutes, the demon soul was completely absorbed, leaving nothing behind. Buzz, a buzzing sound could be heard from the Qi in his dantian. Just as Xianxia had expected, the black swamp serpent's demon soul had allowed him to form another 5 dragon marks. Within his Qi, the new dragon marks were vibrating, and they seemed to be very excited. Soon, they merged with his mortal core. The formation of each new dragon mark represents the improvement of my combat strength. Now, I've formed 45 dragon marks. As long as I can form another 15 dragon marks, I'll be able to break through to the late mortal core realm. Xianxia's eyes lit up. During this trip to the Myriad Demon Mountain, he was confident that he could break through to the late mortal core realm. As long as he could break through to the late mortal core realm, with the terrifying dragon transformation skill, he would be able to kill an early heavenly core warrior with just a wave of his hand. Even if he met a mid-heavenly core warrior, he would still be able to fight. Too bad, if only the dragon transformation skill could go through some changes, my cultivation speed would be even faster. Xianxia thought to himself. After that, he looked at De Huang Dog with a smile on his face. Damn it, what are you trying to do? With that look in your eyes, I'm sure you're up to no good. De Huang Dog quivered. Xianxia's eyes made him feel uneasy. Hee, De Huang, look at our relationship, are we brothers? Xianxia laughed. Brothers my ass, I'm not your brother. De Huang Dog denied it without hesitation. He immediately distanced himself from Xianxia. De Huang, let me discuss something with you. Get me another bowl of blood. Xianxia said with a smile on his face. What? More blood? 1 bowl? Fuck you. De Huang Dog turned around and walked towards Sector 2 of the Myriad Demon Mountain. So stingy, you won't even give me a bowl of blood. Bam, oh woo, along with a shrill cry, a huge creature crashed onto the ground, creating a huge crater. A 30-meter-long rhinoceros wriggled for a few seconds before it died. A bloody hole was dug out from the rhinoceros head, and next to the carcass stood a young man in white clothes. He was holding a shining demon soul in his hand. The demon soul in the young man's hand kept shrinking, and in the blink of an eye, it disappeared. It had been completely absorbed. Late mortal core demon beasts are still too weak, they can't help me much. I've absorbed 3 late mortal core demon souls, but I only managed to form 1 dragon mark. Looks like I'll have to look for more heavenly core demon beasts. Xianxia said. The place where he and Da Huang Dog were standing right now had already entered Sector 2. Maybe they hadn't gone too deep, so they hadn't met any heavenly core demon beasts yet. The few they had met were all late mortal core demon beasts. What kind of skill are you cultivating? How can you absorb demon souls endlessly? You're not human. Da Huang Dog couldn't help but ask. He had always been curious about the skill Xianxia was cultivating. From Red City until now, Xianxia had absorbed countless demon souls. Without the support of a real skill, a human warrior wouldn't be able to do this. Do you want to know? Yes. Give me a bowl of blood, and I'll tell you. I'll give you a bowl of urine. Do you want it? Get lost. Bang, the sky and earth were shaking. The violent shockwaves from the battle shook the entire mountain range, scaring away many demon beasts. In front of Xianxia and Da Huang Dog, an early heavenly core demon beast was killed, and its demon soul was dug out by Xianxia. With the help of the dragon transformation skill, Xianxia absorbed the demon soul very quickly. But this time, one demon soul could only help Xianxia form 4 dragon marks. Including the one he had formed before, he now had a total of 50 dragon marks in his chi. Sure enough, the dragon transformation skill is getting more and more difficult to cultivate. The amount of energy required is also increasing. I'm afraid it won't be that easy to condense the remaining 10 dragon marks. Xianxia couldn't help but sigh. The dragon transformation skill was indeed worthy of being an ancient divine skill, a supreme divine skill. Aside from being terrifying, the difficulty of cultivating it was also incomparable to ordinary skills. It was hard to imagine how much energy Xianxia needed to condense 100,000 dragon marks. If it were to be described with numbers, it would be an astronomical figure. In the Thousand Monster Mountain, the monsters run amok and their numbers are uncountable. As long as you have the ability, leveling up here is absolutely not a problem. However, if you continue to refine and absorb like this, in a situation where you are in such a rush for success, will it affect your foundation? Da Huang Dog asked worriedly. Xianxia's extreme cultivation method could be compared to the cultivation methods of demons. Although it could allow him to quickly obtain energy and improve his cultivation level, it would seriously affect his foundation. Once his foundation became unstable, his future path would be very difficult. I know what I'm doing. With my current foundation, it's enough for me to crazily absorb energy until I break through to the heavenly core realm, and it won't affect my foundation. But, once I break through to the late mortal core realm, I'll stop temporarily and go back to concocting a pill to stabilize my foundation. Xianxia said. Comparing cultivation experience, he was the ancestor of all ancestors. How could he allow his foundation to become unstable? Although this was the first time he was cultivating the dragon transformation skill, his cultivation plan was very clear. Every step he took was within the scope of his plan. But, this second sector of the Myriad Monster Mountain gives me a dangerous feeling. This place is filled with demonic energy, and I'm sure there are some extremely powerful demon beasts here. Even you and I can't handle them. Therefore, we have to be careful when we travel here, and we can't go too deep. A serious expression emerged on Da Huang Dog's face. Xianxia nodded his head as well. After all, the Myriad Monster Mountain couldn't be compared with Mount Origin. Although he and Da Huang Dog were abnormal beings, they were still only at the mortal core realm. They could easily handle an early heavenly core demon beast, but if they were to bump into a mid-heavenly core demon beast, they would have to run for their lives. There was a saying that a realm was like a different world, a world was like heaven and earth. The difference of a single realm was huge, especially after breaking through to the heavenly core realm. Xianxia had to break through to the late mortal core realm, only then would he have the chance to fight a mid-heavenly core demon beast. Oh right, Da Huang Dog, did you sense the existence of any treasures? Xianxia asked with anticipation. Not yet. But, an ancient mountain like the Myriad Monster Mountain might have some good stuff. But, good treasures usually come with risks, so don't get your hopes up. Da Huang Dog said. Half an hour later, Xianxia and Da Huang Dog had gone 100 miles into Sector 2 of the Myriad Monster Mountain. In front of them was a combat wolf that was glowing in a golden light. Its ferocious eyes were staring at Xianxia and Da Huang Dog without blinking. The bloody combat wolf, the king of all wolves. Be careful, this wolf is much stronger than the black swamp serpent," Xianxia said with a serious tone, but at the same time, he was very excited. He was very familiar with the bloody combat wolf. It was the king of all wolves, and it had the true bloodline of the Wolf King. No matter how strong it is, it's just an early heavenly core warrior. If you and I work together, killing it won't be a problem. De Huang Dog licked his lips. A powerful fighting spirit was unleashed from his body. The bloody combat wolf was indeed much harder to deal with than the black swamp serpent, but De Huang Dog was a descendant of a divine beast, so he wouldn't have any problems fighting someone with a higher level. Besides, the current Xianxia was much stronger than when he was fighting the black swamp serpent. 50 dragon marks couldn't be compared with 40 dragon marks, so he was confident he could defeat this bloody combat wolf. "Let's do this." After saying that, Xianxia immediately unleashed his 6 solar fingers. 3 huge golden fingers lit up the dark sky as they dashed towards the bloody combat wolves. At the same time, Big Yellow spat out a huge golden energy ball. Xianxia didn't know what Big Yellow's skill was, but the energy ball he spat out was truly terrifying. Xianxia didn't know what Big Yellow's skill was, but the energy ball he spat out was truly terrifying. Roar! The bloody combat wolf let out a furious roar. At the same time, a bright golden light shot out from its body towards the 6 solar fingers and De Huang Dog's energy ball. The powerful energy ripples were like 3 erupting volcanoes colliding with each other. It was as if the entire forest was experiencing a massive earthquake. Large amounts of sparks appeared in the air, forming a sea of flames. Terrifying energy ripples filled the air. Tap tap tap, the bloody combat wolf was no match for the 2 enemies at the same time. Its majestic body was forced back a few steps before it could regain its balance. "2 mortal core warriors, how could you force me back? This is ridiculous. But, since you have really angered me, I'll let you die a horrible death," the bloody combat wolf threatened. The arrogant Wolf King was about to get angry, and the consequences were going to be severe. Swoosh swoosh, in the blink of an eye, the one bloody combat wolf turned into 9. 9 identical bloody combat wolves formed a circle around Xianxia and De Huang Dog. "Damn it, what kind of strategy is this?" De Huang Dog's expression changed. One bloody combat wolf had turned into 9. Furthermore, with his eyesight, he couldn't tell which one was the real bloody combat wolf. This is the bloody combat wolf's innate ability. It's called the 9 phantom wolves. This innate ability doesn't have any attack power, but it's extremely frightening. It can create 9 phantoms in an instant, and each of the phantoms is exactly the same as the real one. It can confuse the enemy, Xianxia explained. His eyes were glowing with a golden light. This innate ability was no doubt very frightening, and it was impossible to defend against. The 8 phantoms would move together with the real bloody combat wolf, and they would attack the same way. If the enemy couldn't tell which one was the real bloody combat wolf, then the consequences would be very serious. Swoosh, De Huang Dog turned into a golden light and dashed out. With lightning speed, he rammed into one of the combat wolves. With a bang, the combat wolf turned into bubbles. It was actually a phantom. "Damn it!" De Huang Dog cursed. The feeling of not being able to attack the enemy was very depressing. "De Huang, use your light wings and block its attack first. I'll find out which one is the real bloody combat wolf," Xianxia said. "All right." A pair of wings grew out from De Huang Dog's back, and he was ready for battle. Xianxia's divine sense rushed out and swept through the phantoms of the combat wolf, but he couldn't tell which one was the phantom and which one was the real one. "Haha, you want to see through my 9 phantom wolves? Don't waste your time." The bloody combat wolf laughed out loud, and each of the phantoms let out the same sound. The phantoms that were shattered by De Huang Dog earlier actually manifested again. 9 combat wolves charged at the same time, charging towards Xianxia and De Huang Dog. "Humph." De Huang Dog let out a cold snort. With a flap of his light wings, he turned into a golden beam and circled around Xianxia, not giving the combat wolf any chance to hurt Xianxia. A sneer emerged on Xianxia's face. The innate ability of the 9 phantom wolves was really frightening. If it was any other ordinary man, he or she would definitely die today. Even if it was a mid-heavenly core warrior, he or she would still be tortured to death by the bloody combat wolf. But too bad, the bloody combat wolf's opponent was Xianxia, and it was destined that things wouldn't go as he wished. Perhaps no one from the courtyard would be able to see through his 9 phantom wolves, but Xianxia could. He circulated the great soul derivation skill, and threads of soul energy started flowing out from his body. The great soul derivation skill was a supreme skill, it was the pinnacle of all soul training skills. It could see through the source, and under the detection of the great soul derivation skill, the bloody combat wolf had nowhere to hide. Bang! Immortal my ass! De Huang Dog cursed angrily. Although he was extremely fast, his vision was blurred by 7 or 8 phantoms. Under the attack of so many phantoms, it gave the bloody combat wolf an opportunity. De Huang Dog's sturdy body was knocked away by the force of the attack. Luckily, De Huang Dog had thick skin and thick muscles. If it was any other man, he or she would have been killed by the impact. After knocking De Huang Dog away, the 9 bloody combat wolves once again dashed towards Xianxia. Xianxia suddenly turned around. With a pair of bright eyes, he locked onto one of the bloody combat wolves. The bloody combat wolf's eyes trembled. It had a bad feeling. Indeed, a golden battle axe appeared in Xianxia's hand. He ignored the attacks from the other combat wolves and forcefully swung the axe towards the bloody combat wolf he had locked onto. De Huang, this is the main body, attack him. The great soul derivation technique was too terrifying. The exquisite soul perception directly penetrated the bloody combat wolf's origin and saw through its true form. Even De Huang Dog couldn't help but praise Xianxia. Roar! De Huang Dog let out a roar. In midair, he abruptly changed his direction and pounced towards the bloody combat wolf like an arrow released from a bow. The dog's head shone with a brilliant light. It was simply indestructible. With this collision, even a mountain would be smashed into pieces. Rumble! On the other side, Xianxia swung his axe high and reached the bloody combat wolf's head in the blink of an eye. De Huang Dog and Xianxia had locked onto the bloody combat wolf's true form, completely ignoring the attacks of the phantoms. The bloody combat wolf's expression changed dramatically. It never imagined that Xianxia would be able to see through its true form with a single glance. It was very surprising. The bloody combat wolf's mind trembled and actually lost focus for a short moment. In a battle between experts, a short moment of inattention would undoubtedly be fatal. The bloody combat wolf originally still had the strength to fight, but because it was too shocked that its 9 phantom wolves had been seen through, it lost focus and brought true destruction to itself. Bang! Clang! De Huang Dog's head and Xianxia's axe of thunder landed on the bloody combat wolf's body at the same time. The bloody combat wolf let out a miserable cry as half of its body was chopped off by the axe, causing blood to spurt out crazily. As for De Huang Dog's head, it was smashed into a mess, and its internal organs were all crushed. The bloody combat wolf was not dead yet, but it was too heavily injured. It was already an arrow at the end of its flight, so it was chopped off by Xianxia's axe. The moment the bloody combat wolf died, the 8 phantoms also disappeared. Haha, you're really amazing. You can actually see through the bloody combat wolf's true form. This daddy has to look at you in a different light. De Huang Dog laughed excitedly. A large part of the reason why I was able to kill the bloody combat wolf so easily is because of luck. Xianxia smiled. As the king of wolves, the bloody battle wolf was absolutely not that easy to kill. Even if he broke through the 9 phantom wolves, without an intense and cruel battle, it would be impossible to take down the bloody battle wolf. Xianxia's luck lay in the bloody combat wolf's mentality. If it wasn't for the fact that the bloody combat wolf was distracted at a crucial moment and lost its chance to escape, it wouldn't have died so quickly. Even if it couldn't defeat Xianxia and De Huang Dog in the end, it probably wouldn't have been a problem for it to escape. In fact, the reason why the bloody combat wolf was absent-minded wasn't because he had a bad mentality, it was because he was too confident in his 9 phantom wolves. No one had ever been able to break his cloning skill, but this young man in front of him who was only at the mortal core realm had seen through his real body and broken his 9 phantom wolves with just a single look. How could the bloody combat wolf not be shocked? And while he was shocked, he lost his life. I don't care about luck or not. I just want to know, after you absorb the bloody combat wolf's demon soul, will you be able to obtain the 9 phantom wolves? De Huang Dog looked at Xianxia with an expectant expression. He clearly remembered that when Xianxia absorbed the blood-winged hawk's demon soul, not only did he obtain the blood wings, he also obtained the blood-winged hawk's innate ability, the sonic hawk cry. If he could obtain the bloody combat wolf's 9 phantom wolves as well, then it would be really terrifying. The 9 phantom wolves was much more powerful than the sonic hawk cry. I have to get it. If you give me your demon soul, I can also obtain your complete bloodline. If you don't believe me, you can give it a try. Xianxia looked at De Huang Dog. F***ck off. De Huang Dog opened his mouth and bit towards Xianxia's butt. Io, fuck, stupid dog, I was just kidding, let go. Xianxia slapped De Huang Dog and sent him flying away. He rubbed his butt with all his strength. This dog was too cruel, he just wanted to bite him without any warning. Xianxia stretched out his hand and grabbed the demon soul from the bloody combat wolf's head. Sensing the pure energy coming from the demon soul, Xianxia's eyes couldn't help but shine with a strange light. The demon soul of a demon beast with a unique bloodline was much stronger than ordinary demon souls. The bloody combat wolf's demon soul not only contained energy, it also contained a powerful bloodline and innate abilities. For Xianxia, who was cultivating the dragon transformation skill, this was the rarest treasure. If he could absorb the demon soul, with the help of the energy and bloodline, Xianxia was confident that he could break through to the late mortal core realm. Just when Xianxia was about to absorb the bloody combat wolf's demon soul, something unexpected happened. A bright sword beam pierced through the night sky with incredible speed, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived above Xianxia's head. A sneak attack, this was a sword beam unleashed by a human combat weapon. With such a powerful attack, the attacker was at least a mid-heavenly core warrior. A mid-heavenly core warrior trying to sneak attack Xianxia. Xianxia's expression changed. He knew this wasn't good. He put away the demon's soul and retreated with lightning speed. But even so, he was still too late. The sword beam had cut through Xianxia's shoulder and left a deep wound. Blood was flowing out from the wound. Who is it? Xianxia shouted out loudly. Even if it was an early heavenly core warrior who was struck by the sword just now, he or she would have died for sure. The sword strike came without any warning, and only a man like Xianxia who had quick reflexes could have dodged it. Swoosh! Along with an ear-piercing sound, a black figure appeared in front of Xianxia like a ghost. The man was wearing tight black clothes, and his face was covered by a black veil. Even his head was covered by the black veil, and only a pair of cold eyes could be seen. The black-clothed man stared at the injured Xianxia with surprise. He said with a hoarse voice, "You were able to dodge this attack, what a miracle." The hoarse voice was obviously a disguise. The black-clothed man did this because he didn't want Xianxia to recognize him. "You're from the Black Sect, why do you want to kill me?" Xianxia furrowed his brows. This was the Myriad Demon Mountain, the training ground of the Black Sect. Normally, people from the other 3 big sects wouldn't appear here. Besides, this black-clothed man obviously came prepared. It had only been a few hours since Xianxia left the Black Sect. Perhaps only someone from the Black Sect could accurately predict where he would go. Because of this, Xianxia felt puzzled. He had just arrived in the Qi province, and the grudge between him and Yin Zhongqing had been settled. What was left was the grudge between him and the Tianjian Gate and the Burning Sky Pavilion. He really couldn't think of any reason why someone from the Black Sect would want to kill him. Besides, he was now a disciple of the Black Sect, and he had helped the Black Sect win first place in the Qi province competition, bringing them great glory. More importantly, Xianxia had never had any contact with any heavenly core warriors from the Black Sect, let alone offending them. But now, someone from the Black Sect wanted to assassinate him. This was really unreasonable. You won't have the chance to find out. I'm killing you today to teach you a lesson, don't be too arrogant in your next life. There are some people you can't afford to offend. The black-clothed man said in a slow manner. After saying that, the black-clothed man raised the long sword in his hand and swung it towards Xianxia. The bright sword beam locked onto Xianxia's aura, making it impossible for him to dodge. As a mid-heavenly core warrior, he still had to use a mid-ranked combat weapon to deal with a mortal core warrior. This showed how determined this black-clothed man was to kill Xianxia. Fuck. Xianxia cursed. He didn't have the time to think about why the black-clothed man wanted to kill him. Right now, running for his life was the most important thing. The axe of thunder appeared in his hand, and he used it to cut off the sword beam from locking onto him. After that, he swung the axe again. At the same time, De Huang Dog spat out a golden energy ball towards the black-cloaked man. Bang, the destructive energy started wreaking havoc. The mid-heavenly core warrior in front of them was obviously an inner circle disciple of the Black Sect, a genius of the younger generation. His strength was not something an ordinary mid-heavenly core warrior could compare with. Even if Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were to fight together, they would still be no match for the black-cloaked man. This collision had caused both Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog's qi and blood to boil. It was an unbearable pain. Run! Jiang Chen shouted out loudly. Using the rebounding force, he stretched out his blood wings. Then, he and De Huang Dog turned into two bright lights and dashed towards Sector 2. This guy is really strong, and that dog can't be underestimated as well. But, in front of me, you won't even have the chance to run away. The black-clothed man sneered. He turned into a black smoke and chased after them. The weapon Jiang Chen is holding is a high-ranked combat weapon. A tiny mortal core warrior actually owns a high-ranked combat weapon. What a waste. If I can get my hands on a high-ranked combat weapon, my combat strength will definitely increase to another level. A greedy look emerged in the black-clothed man's eyes. A high-ranked combat weapon was extremely attractive to a heavenly core warrior. Rumble, a loud explosion sounded out. The bright sword beam once again chased after them from behind. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog had no choice but to block it. Damn it, we can't go on like this. A mid-heavenly core warrior, we are no match for him. De Huang Dog said in a gloomy manner. Run towards the center of Sector 2, he doesn't dare go too deep. A ruthless expression emerged on Jiang Chen's face. With the help of the blood wings and the dimensional shift skill, even when he was injured, his speed had increased by a lot. As for De Huang Dog, after he broke through to the late mortal core realm, his speed was as fast as lightning. But, the black-clothed man's speed wasn't slow either, and he kept chasing after them. What? Entering the center of Sector 2? Buddy, are you crazy? That's no different than courting death. De Huang Dog widened his eyes and stared at Jiang Chen. Do you have a better idea? I have no choice but to give it my all. As long as I have the chance to absorb the bloody combat wolf's demon soul, I won't have to be afraid of him when I break through to the late mortal core realm. Jiang Chen said. The black-clothed man had appeared just in time. If he had arrived half an hour later, Jiang Chen would have absorbed the bloody combat wolf's demon soul, and he wouldn't have to be afraid of this mid-heavenly core black-clothed man. But too bad, the black-clothed man didn't give Jiang Chen enough time to absorb the demon soul. Jiang Chen, just give up. If you go any further, you will reach the center of Sector 2, and you will die there. The black-clothed man threatened Jiang Chen, but when he saw that Jiang Chen didn't show any signs of stopping, the black-clothed man's expression wasn't as firm as before. Just like what Jiang Chen had thought, Sector 2 of the Myriad Demon Mountain was extremely dangerous. Even the black-clothed man wouldn't dare go too deep. Chase after me if you can. Damn it, what a crazy man. But, Daddy likes this kind of exciting thing, caca. De Huang Dog was running with all his might while laughing out loud. Following Jiang Chen, this crazy man had never been short of excitement and excitement. Just like right now, a mortal core warrior dared to run wild in Sector 2, perhaps only Jiang Chen had the guts to do so. Bang, the man in black followed closely behind and kept attacking. But because Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were too fast, his attacks were basically useless. Damn it, how can this man and dog run so fast? No, I need to keep chasing after them. If they enter the inner area of Sector 2, even I will be in great danger. This time, Senior Disciple Fan has given us a death order, we must kill Jiang Chen no matter what. Looks like I'll have to use the silent poison needle Senior Disciple Fan gave me. The man in black said to himself. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog's speed was too fast. He had never seen a mortal core warrior or demon beast with such speed, he couldn't even catch up with them. Initially, he thought that assassinating Jiang Chen would be an easy task, but he didn't expect it to be so tricky. But, the man in black didn't panic. While maintaining the distance between him and Xianxia and De Huang Dog, he took out a needle in an unhurried manner. The long and narrow needle was glowing in an eerie light, and one could easily tell that it was a poisonous needle. The poisonous needle was the size of a palm, and the poison on it was obviously very strong. The man in black was being extremely careful. He only wrapped the needle with his yuan energy, and didn't dare touch it with his palm. This silent poison needle is mixed with the netherworld flower, black orchid, and dozens of other poisons. There is no antidote in this world, and anyone below the divine core realm who is hit by this needle will die for sure. The poison can even corrode one's yuan energy. Xianxia, it is your honor to be killed by this silent poison needle. If you want to blame someone, blame your bad luck for offending someone you shouldn't have. The black-cloaked man's eyes revealed a cold and gloomy glint. The poisonous needle in his hand slowly rose and was suddenly pushed forward. The poisonous needle turned into a dim light and silently rushed towards Xianxia. These poisonous needles were made of extremely special materials and were known to be soundless. Once they were used, they were truly soundless, catching the enemy off guard. However, with Xianxia's perception, he was still able to sense it. However, Xianxia and De Huang Dog were running away. Moreover, the black-cloaked man had been attacking with his battle weapon. Xianxia didn't expect that he would suddenly use his poison needles. When the poisonous needle was about to reach him, Xianxia sensed that something was wrong. He hurriedly moved his body, but he was still a step too late. The poisonous needle pierced into Xianxia's shoulder, and the poison instantly spread. Under the impact of the poison, Xianxia's body couldn't help but sway. De Huang, I'm poisoned, carry me. Xianxia said hurriedly. F***ck, don't you know how to defend against poison yourself? How could you be poisoned? De Huang Dog said gloomily. However, in such a difficult situation, he immediately pulled Xianxia onto his back. The poison on the poisonous needle used by the black-cloaked man has already surpassed the poison of the green hellish python. However, it's still far from being able to kill me. Xianxia sneered. A force rushed to his shoulder, and the poisonous needle was immediately ejected. As for the poison in his body, he didn't care about it at all. Under the circulation of the dragon transformation art, the poison of the green hellish python gushed out from his chi and covered the poison in his body. Because of the green hellish python's poison, Xianxia's body could turn into a poisonous body at any time. Although the poison from the poisonous needle was powerful, it was unrealistic to destroy a poisonous body. With the help of the green hellish python's poison and the dragon transformation art, the poison on the poisonous needle would only become nutrients for the poison. It would be absorbed and refined by Xianxia to increase the poison in his body. Plop, however, Xianxia still fell onto De Huang Dog's back. Of course, this was just a disguise. By doing this, he could easily get rid of the black-cloaked man behind him. Sure enough, when the black-cloaked man saw Xianxia fall onto De Huang Dog's back, he immediately stopped chasing. Haha, seeing your disciple Fan's silent poison needle is really terrifying. Xianxia is just a mortal core warrior, and he is going to die on the spot. I've completed the mission perfectly this time. When I return, Senior Disciple Fan will definitely reward me handsomely. The black-cloaked man laughed out loudly. He had seen the poison needle pierce Xianxia's body with his own eyes, and he had also seen Xianxia fall onto De Huang Dog's back without moving. Under such circumstances, Xianxia was definitely going to die, and he might even be dead right now. As for the De Huang Dog, he wasn't in the black-cloaked man's consideration. His target was only Xianxia. Go, once we enter Sector 2, the danger will increase exponentially. De Huang Dog will also die, and when that happens, we won't even be able to find his body. We'll be able to kill Xianxia without anyone knowing. The black-cloaked man had a proud expression on his face. He turned around and flew out of the myriad demon mountain, and soon, he disappeared. Roar De Huang Dog carried Xianxia and kept running. Suddenly, a deafening roar came from the front. De Huang Dog's expression changed. It's a mid-heavenly core demon lord, damn it, our luck is so bad. De Huang Dog immediately turned around and ran towards another direction. They were about to enter the center of Sector 2. Not to mention a mid-heavenly core demon lord, even a late heavenly core demon lord would be normal. But, if Xianxia and De Huang Dog really ran into a late Heavenly Core Demon Lord, they would definitely die. Luckily, De Huang Dog was fast enough. If not, it would be impossible for them to escape from Sector 2. Not long after De Huang Dog disappeared, a majestic golden lion appeared at the place where De Huang Dog had been. It looked around, but didn't find anything, so it turned around and went back. De Huang Dog's escaping ability was amazing. Soon, he found a remote valley and came to a deserted and hidden cave. Plop! De Huang Dog forcefully threw Xianxia down from his back. Damn it, damn dog, can't you be gentler? Will it kill you to just say hello? Xianxia cursed. De Huang Dog stared at Xianxia with a shocked expression. This guy's face was covered with oil, and he had a dignified appearance. He didn't look like he was poisoned at all. De Huang Dog immediately knew he had been tricked, and he had carried Xianxia for nothing again. This was intolerable. De Huang Dog howled and jumped towards Xianxia. Damn it, damn dog, I was poisoned just now, but I just absorbed the poison. Io, bastard, you bit daddy's butt again. Xianxia was furious as well. Every time this dog bit his butt, it was now swollen. Therefore, the man and dog started fighting in the small cave. It felt like they had returned to the time when they first met in Mount Origin. A few minutes later, the man and dog stopped fighting, but they were still staring at each other angrily. Damn it, you tore daddy's clothes, do you want daddy to run around naked? Xianxia looked at the hole on his butt. He had an urge to smash his head into De Huang Dog's body and kill him together. Damn it, what about daddy's panda eye? Damn it, you're too cruel. Daddy's heroic image has been completely ruined. De Huang Dog's left eye now had a black panda eye, it was very eye-catching. Fuck off, protect daddy, I'm going to break through to the late mortal core realm. Xianxia glared at De Huang Dog, then he found a big green rock and sat down with his legs crossed. He started regulating his energy. De Huang Dog was mumbling to himself. But he knew that this was an important moment for Xianxia, so he ran to the entrance of the cave and protected Xianxia. You let daddy protect you every time. De Huang Dog was unhappy. Xianxia ignored De Huang Dog. He was regulating his energy. After the fight with the bloody combat wolf and the men in black, he had been injured twice, and his energy was in a mess. Before he broke through to the next stage, he had to adjust his energy. Right now, within Xianxia's Qi, the green hellish python's poison had changed color. The originally green mass of gas was now mixed with black threads. This was the result of fusing with the poison from the Poison King needle. This was the terrifying part of the dragon transformation skill. With the green hellish python's poison as the foundation, no matter how strong the poison was, it would still be absorbed and turned into nutrients for Xianxia. After absorbing the poison from the king poison needle, Xianxia's poison had become even stronger. Any ordinary heavenly core warrior who was poisoned would die for sure. Xianxia took out the bloody combat wolf's demon soul. The demon soul was glowing in a golden light, and powerful energy was leaking out from it. I'm counting on you now. Xianxia opened his mouth and sucked, swallowing the demon soul. Bang! The massive energy contained within the demon soul instantly spread out and rushed into Xianxia's limbs and bones. Xianxia didn't dare hesitate, he immediately circulated the dragon transformation skill and started absorbing the energy like crazy. Time passed by. Within Xianxia's Qi, more and more dragon marks were forming. At dawn, outside of the black sect, a black figure suddenly appeared. It was the man in black who had come to the Myriad Demon Mountain to assassinate Xianxia. The man in black quickly took off his black clothes and veil, revealing an ordinary face. He looked like he was in his late 20s, and he had an ordinary face. He looked like he was in his late 20s, and he looked ordinary. He looked like he was in his late 20s, and no one would notice him if he was thrown into a crowd. However, his cultivation level was not weak, he had reached the mid-heavenly core realm. The young man took out the black sect's uniform from his storage bag and put it on. After that, he started flying towards the black sect. Within the Myriad Demon Mountain, along with the arrival of dawn, the angry roars of demon beasts could be heard continuously. The entire mountain range was filled with demonic energies, and it covered the sunlight. In Sector 2 of the Myriad Demon Mountain, within a hidden valley, De Huang Dog was lying in front of a cave with a bored expression. Within the cave, Jiang Chen's body was covered with yuan energy. He was like the center of a storm, and it could erupt at any time. Right now, Jiang Chen was absorbing the bloody combat wolf's demon soul bit by bit. A demon soul with a strange bloodline like this was the hardest to absorb. Not only did Jiang Chen need to absorb the energy contained within, he also needed to merge with the bloody combat wolf's bloodline. When it came to forming dragon marks and improving his cultivation level, the impact of energy was not as great as the impact of the bloodline. The merging of the bloodline took a long time. After half a night, Jiang Chen had only formed 5 dragon marks. However, he was close to 60 dragon marks, and he would soon break through to the late mortal core realm. In the inner circle of the Black Sect, within an elegant courtyard, a young man in white clothes was standing there solemnly. This courtyard occupied an entire mountain, and it had a great location. In the entire inner circle, there weren't many disciples who could have such accommodations. Aside from Guaniyun, this young man in front of him had the best accommodations among all the inner circle disciples. The young man looked to be in his mid-20s. His face was sharp, and he had a handsome face. He looked like a dragon amongst men. Swoosh, a man suddenly appeared in the courtyard. He walked up to the young man and cupped his fist, "Senior disciple Fan." The man who appeared was the one who had been chasing after Jiang Chen in the Myriad Demon Mountain. "Jiang Wei, how is it going?" the young man asked. His name was Fan Kuan, one of the top geniuses in the inner circle. He had reached the peak late heavenly core realm, and in the entire inner circle, besides Guaniyun, Fan Kuan was the next strongest. "Don't worry, senior disciple Fan, it's all done." A sneer emerged on Jiang Wei's face. "Are you sure?" A happy expression emerged on Fan Kuan's face. "Very sure. That Jiang Chen is very cunning, and he is very strong. He almost escaped, but luckily, I had the silent poisonous needle that senior disciple Fan gave me. I shot the needle into his body and watched him die with my own eyes." Jiang Wei told Fan Kuan what happened. "Good, Jiang Wei, you've done a good job. I'll give you some rewards later." Fan Kuan patted Jiang Wei's shoulder. Jiang Wei immediately felt flattered. "It's my honor to be able to help senior disciple Fan. We're all working for Big Brother Nanbei." This Jiang Chen dared to offend Big Brother Nanbei. He's just courting death, and he even made a promise with Big Brother Nanbei in a year. Big Brother Nanbei didn't kill him because of his status, but I can't let him go," Fan Kuan said with a sneer. "Senior disciple Fan killed Jiang Chen for Big Brother Nanbei. We should tell Big Brother Nanbei about this, let him know what senior disciple Fan has done for him," Jiang Wei said. "There's no need for that. If we take credit for such a small matter, wouldn't Big Brother Nanbei look down on us? Big Brother Nanbei is currently focusing on cultivation. His goal is to conquer the entire world. The Qi province is just the beginning. If we work hard for Big Brother Nanbei in the future, we will definitely get a lot of benefits," Fan Kuan said with a smile on his face. If the conversation between these two was heard by anyone else, they would definitely be shocked and have their mouths wide open. This was unbelievable. The powers from the northern and southern dynasties had already infiltrated the Black Sect, and it wasn't hard to imagine that there were also people from the northern and southern dynasties in the Tianjin Gate and the Valley of Happiness. The children of the northern and southern dynasties were only 17 or 18 years old, but Fan Kuan still had to address them as Big Brother Nanbei. This showed how much respect they had for the northern and southern dynasties. "Senior disciple Fan, now that Guaniyun has left the Black Sect and entered Inferno Hell, no one in the entire Black Sect can suppress senior disciple Fan. From now on, the inner circle and outer circle will belong to senior disciple Fan," Jiang Wei flattered. "Humph. Guaniyun is an idiot, how dare he go to Inferno Hell? He's just courting death." Fan Kuan let out a cold snort. His words were filled with disdain towards Guaniyun. "Now that Jiang Chen is dead, I heard that the girl who followed Jiang Chen has a beautiful face, and she is a rare beauty. I wonder if senior disciple Fan is interested in her." Jiang Wei squinted his eyes, his face was filled with an eerie smile. "Is that so?" Fan Kuan's eyes also shone with a strange light. Myriad Demon Mountain, Jiang Chen had been absorbing the bloody combat wolf's demon soul for a few hours now. All the energy within the demon's soul had been absorbed, and the bloody combat wolf's bloodline had completely merged with Xianxia's bloodline. Buzz, at noon, a loud buzzing sound suddenly came from Xianxia's body. Around his body, powerful energy waves were circling around. The natural yuan energy above the valley had turned into a tornado, and it was crazily gushing into Xianxia's body. De Huang Dog, who was bored to death, suddenly stood up. He looked at Xianxia, who was covered in a golden glow, with a pleasantly surprised expression. This abnormal monster is about to break through. De Huang Dog's expression changed. He had never seen Xianxia's method of breaking through before. De Huang Dog retreated from the cave. He could guess that Xianxia was about to break through to the late mortal core realm, and he would most likely cause a huge commotion. It was better for him to stay far away from Xianxia. Xianxia's energy was getting stronger and stronger, and all the natural yuan energy within a few miles radius had been sucked dry. Numerous blood-red dragon marks were circling around his body, and they looked like real dragons dancing in the sky. It was a mystical sight. Right now, within Xianxia's GC, 60 dragon marks had formed, and he was at the edge of the late mortal core realm. Xianxia took out a huge amount of human elixir from his storage ring. He didn't care about the amount, he just swallowed it and absorbed it. Along with the increase of his energy, Xianxia's cultivation had completely stabilized at the late mortal core realm. The impact of the bloody combat wolf's bloodline was much stronger than the energy impact, and it had given Xianxia a lot of benefits. All 60 dragon marks were formed. After Xianxia broke through to the late mortal core realm, the process of forming dragon marks didn't stop right away. Under the impact of the bloodline, Xianxia formed another 5 dragon marks, and it stopped when it reached 65 dragon marks. Crack crack, Xianxia clenched his fist tightly, and his knuckles produced cracking sounds. His eyes were shining brightly, and he felt like he had an endless amount of energy in his body. 65 dragon marks, this feeling of being so powerful is great. If I were to fight Li Wuling in this state, I would be able to kill him with a single slap. Xianxia was filled with confidence. The 65 dragon marks had given him a powerful strength, and it had given him the ability to fight a mid-heavenly core warrior, a genius mid-heavenly core warrior. Any ordinary mid-heavenly core warrior would be no match for Xianxia. If all his other skills were taken into consideration, even a genius mid-heavenly core warrior wouldn't be able to defeat Xianxia. Putting aside everything else, just the deadly poison and the 9 phantom wolves were enough to make it hard for anyone to deal with him. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, Xianxia moved his body, and 8 clones appeared in an instant. Each of the clones looked exactly the same as Xianxia himself. Xianxia's real body moved, and 9 clones of Xianxia surrounded De Huang Dog in an instant. Hee, De Huang, can you tell which one is my real body? Xianxia said. 9 clones of Xianxia spoke at the same time. No matter if it was their expressions, movements, or tone, they were all exactly the same. De Huang Dog was dazzled by all of them. Damn it, young man, you're going against the natural order. You really got the 9 phantom wolves. Changing the natural order, this is insane. You're a super monster. De Huang Dog fell onto the ground. He was both excited and speechless at the same time. He had once again witnessed the birth of a miracle today. At the same time, he was speechless about Xianxia's insane ability. This skill was insane. Xianxia was able to absorb any innate abilities of demon beasts, and turn them into his own. If such a heaven-defying skill was made known to the public, many people would be scared to death. With a thought in Xianxia's mind, the 8 phantoms returned to his body at the same time. A bright smile appeared on Xianxia's face. Hee, with this 9 phantom wolves, my overall combat strength has once again increased to another level. This kind of cloning technique will give me an unexpected effect in a battle. Damn monster. De Huang Dog was even more interested in the skill Xianxia was cultivating. He forced himself not to exchange a bowl of blood for it. Oh right, who tried to kill you last night? De Huang Dog asked. Hearing this, Xianxia's expression instantly turned cold. It must be someone from the Black Sect. If I'm not mistaken, it should be an Inner Circle disciple. I don't think you've offended any Inner Circle disciple in the Black Sect. Since you came to the Black Sect, you haven't had any contact with any Inner Circle disciple. De Huang Dog was puzzled. Yesterday, that man in black said I've offended someone I shouldn't have. I haven't offended anyone in the black sect, so it looks like the person who wants to kill me has another reason. Do you think it's related to the northern and southern dynasties or Xianxia? Xianxia guessed. I don't think that's possible. The Black Sect, Tianjian Gate and Burning Sky Pavilion are mortal enemies. No matter how strong the northern and southern dynasties and Xianxia are, they wouldn't send someone from the Black Sect to kill you. Besides, those northern and southern dynasties are very proud, and they even made a deal with you in a year. With their character, they wouldn't use such a method to kill you. If not, you would have been dead that day at the Whirling Sun Square. De Huang Dog said. Humph. No matter who it is, I'll remember this. Those who want to kill me never have a good ending. Let's go, let's return to the Black Sect. I want to see who it is that wants to kill me. Xianxia let out a cold snort. Now that he had broken through to the late mortal core realm, he had achieved his goal of coming to the Myriad Demon Mountain. Next, he needed to go back and concoct a pill that could strengthen his foundation, and prepare for breaking through to the heavenly core realm. Every time he broke through to a new realm, Xianxia would be able to accurately sense how many dragon marks he would need to form. In order to break through to the heavenly core realm, he would need to form 100 dragon marks. Right now, Xianxia had 65 dragon marks in his GC, and he needed another 35 dragon marks to reach the heavenly core realm. 35 dragon marks was not a small number. Besides, the dragon transformation skill consumed a lot of energy, and the higher one's cultivation level was, the harder it was to break through. It wasn't an easy task for Xianxia to break through to the heavenly core realm. The good thing was that he only needed to have a huge amount of energy. As for bottlenecks, for the once greatest saint in the world, they didn't exist at all. Xianxia had basically cultivated his cultivation level once again. As long as his cultivation level reached a certain level, he would be able to control the natural yuan energy. Crack crack, just when Xianxia and De Huang Dog were about to leave the valley, a cracking sound suddenly sounded out from the cave. Although the sound was soft, Xianxia and De Huang Dog could still hear it clearly. There's something in the cave. The man and dog's eyes lit up, and they walked into the cave at the same time. They had checked the cave before they came here, and it was just an old cave entrance. It was only about 10 meters wide, and there was a stone wall behind it. Other than that, the cave was filled with messy rocks. Crack crack, it was a cracking sound. Xianxia and De Huang Dog looked at the stone wall at the same time. They noticed that the stone wall was cracking, and the cracking sound came from the stone wall. More and more cracks appeared on the stone wall. In the end, the cracks became densely packed, like a huge spider web, and continued to extend. I didn't expect this cave to have another world. Behind the stone wall is empty. This cave looks very ordinary. If you don't study it carefully, you won't be able to see anything special about it. Even I didn't notice the stone wall behind it. It must be the energy released by you when you broke through, which caused a huge impact on the stone wall and destroyed the original structure of the stone wall. De Huang Dog said. Good fortune. Maybe there are treasures inside. Xianxia's eyes brightened. Treasures were his favorite thing now. The stone wall in front of him was obviously different from the others. Maybe there were really treasures inside. De Huang Dog was even more direct. He opened his mouth and spat out a golden light. The golden light fell on the stone wall and made a loud sound. How could the cracked stone wall withstand the attack of De Huang Dog? The stone wall directly shattered into countless pieces. At the same time, a pitch-black tunnel appeared behind the stone wall. No one knew where it led to. Sure enough, there is another world here. Let's go in and have a look. Xianxia didn't hesitate at all. He took a step forward and walked into the pitch-black tunnel. As the saying goes, those who are skilled are bold. Xianxia wasn't afraid of any danger in the tunnel. Wait for me. De Huang Dog flashed into the tunnel and followed behind Xianxia. The tunnel was very narrow, but it didn't seem wet at all. The tunnel wasn't very long. Xianxia and De Huang Dog walked all the way. After walking for about 2 or 3 miles, they finally saw light. In front of them was another cave. Above the cave, there was an open circular hole. The light came from above. On the smooth stone wall, water kept flowing down. Below them was a pool of water with a radius of a few dozen feet. In the middle of the pool, there were dark green stones that paved a path. This is a water curtain cave. A natural water curtain cave. I didn't expect there to be such a beautiful place in the myriad demon mountain. Xianxia said that this water curtain cave was very beautiful. It would be a good choice to practice in seclusion here. The spiritual energy here is so dense. There must be treasures here. The Dehuang dog's nose was sniffing randomly, and its eyes were shining brightly as it looked around the water curtain cave. After looking around once, its eyes fell on the center of the cave. There was a pond made of cyan crystal, and a faint smoke was rising from the pond. There really is a treasure. Dehuang dog dashed out with a swoosh and arrived at the center of the water curtain cave in an instant. It raised its paws high and lay on the edge of the pond. At the same time, Xianxia also ran over and looked at the pond. The man and the dog's expressions changed at the same time, and they even had difficulty breathing. Spirit spring. Xianxia and Dehuang dog exclaimed at the same time. This 1-meter square pool was actually filled with milky white spirit spring water. Damn you! There's actually so much spirit spring water here. It's such a waste to leave it here. Let me have a sip first. Without saying a word, the big yellow dog stuck its big mouth into the pool and gulped down the water. Damn it! Don't finish it. Xianxia didn't dare to be the slightest bit negligent. When he was at the Silver Moon restaurant, he had already seen how overbearing Dehuang dog was when eating. Although this pond of spirit spring water was not small, if he was even a moment slower, it would all be wasted by Dehuang dog. This was spirit spring water, the true essence of the world. Any drop of spirit spring water would be a priceless existence in the outside world. However, there was actually a pond full of it here. If ordinary people drank the spirit spring water, it could strengthen their body and prolong their lifespan. The effect of spirit spring water was even greater for cultivators. The spirit spring water contained the purest energy. After drinking it, one would feel refreshed, improve one's physical body, and cleanse one's marrow. It was a rare treasure. Xianxia didn't care about his image at all. Half of his face was in the pond as he gulped down the spirit spring water. If the way this man and dog were to drink was known to others, countless people would cry to the heavens and beat these two wastrels to death. This was spirit spring water, not plain water. Xianxia and Dehuang dog drank for a while, then immediately stopped. Dehuang dog lay at the side and fell into a deep sleep. Sleeping was the best way for him to digest the energy. Xianxia immediately circulated the dragon transformation art. The reason why they stopped was because they had already drunk too much energy. If they didn't quickly refine it, even with their strong bodies, they wouldn't be able to bear it. Buzz, the spirit spring water was like a clear stream, flowing in Xianxia's body. Under the circulation of the dragon transformation art, the spirit spring water was refined and absorbed, and dragon marks were formed once again. After an hour, Xianxia and Dehuang dog opened their eyes at the same time. One man and one dog moved in unison. They jumped into the pond at the same time and gulped down the spirit spring water. This pond of spirit spring water could definitely be considered as a treasure. These two abnormal prodigal sons had created the most prodigal way of drinking the spirit spring water in history. It was as if they were drinking water. One man and one dog gulped down the spirit spring water, then stopped to refine it. Then, they drank again. 2 days later, Xianxia and Dehuang dog finally stopped. Both men's bodies were filled with energy. Dehuang dog's body was glowing with a golden light, making him look extremely mystical. Xianxia was even more amazing. In just 2 days, he had formed 15 dragon marks with the help of the spirit spring water. Up until now, he had formed 80 dragon marks in his body. This trip to the Myriad Demon Mountain had given him a huge harvest. With Xianxia's current combat strength, he could easily kill a mid-heavenly core warrior. Even an ordinary late heavenly core warrior would have a hard time killing him. Damn it, I'm not going to drink anymore, my body is going to explode. Dehuang dog wagged his strong tail with a satisfied expression on his face. Drinking the spirit spring water this time had given Dehuang dog great benefits, and it had brought him one step closer to breaking through to the heavenly core realm. The spirit spring water won't be of much use to us if we keep drinking it. There's still half of it left, let's keep it and drink it like wine in the future. Xianxia said. Drinking the spirit spring water like wine, if anyone else heard this, they would probably throw up a mouthful of blood on the spot, and 2 deep shoehorn marks would be left on Xianxia's face. With a flip of his hand, Xianxia took out a palm-sized bottle from his storage ring. This bottle was a storage item, and although it didn't have a big capacity, it was more than enough to store all the spirit spring water. After storing the rest of the spirit spring water into the bottle, the man and dog left the water curtain cave with a satisfied look on their faces. They started flying towards the exit of the Myriad Demon Mountain. Calculating the time, it had been 3 days since they left the Myriad Demon Mountain. In these 3 days, Xianxia had gained a huge harvest. Not only had he broken through to the late mortal core realm, he had also completely stabilized his cultivation. With 80 dragon marks, he was not far from the heavenly core realm. Black Sect, outside of Xianxia's courtyard, 3 outer circle disciples were pacing back and forth anxiously. Their faces were filled with panic. What should we do? Don't tell me Senior Disciple Jiang is really dead? If something really happened to Senior Disciple Jiang, who will help us? One of them said. Don't talk nonsense, Senior Disciple Jiang is a lucky man, I'm sure he won't die. But Senior Disciple Jiang has disappeared for 3 days, and now everyone in the outer circle is saying that Senior Disciple Jiang has died in the Myriad Demon Mountain. Now, Guolei and the others are acting arrogantly, and they are purposely looking for trouble with us. Senior Disciple Yan is also in secluded cultivation, there's no way we can deal with them. The 3 of them were talking one after another. Obviously, they were in an extremely bad mood. They were all outer circle disciples who were close to Wang Yun and Huang Jing, and they had vowed to follow Xianxia to the end of their lives. But in the past 2 days, there was suddenly a rumor saying that Xianxia had died in the Myriad Demon Mountain, and someone had purposely made things difficult for them, the disciples who had followed Xianxia wholeheartedly. Right when the 3 of them were feeling extremely anxious, 2 figures descended from the sky and landed in front of the courtyard's entrance. They were Jiangchen and Da Huang Dog. When the 3 of them saw Jiangchen reappear after disappearing for 3 days, they were startled. But in the next moment, they immediately jumped up in excitement. One of them even had tears in his eyes, as if he had just seen his savior. Senior Disciple Jiang, you're not dead. You're really not dead. This is great. This is great. I told you Senior Disciple Jiang wouldn't die so easily. Didn't you come back alive? The 3 of them were extremely excited, and they couldn't help but feel excited. For them, Jiangchen was their savior. Dead? Who said I'm dead? A cold light flickered in Jiangchen's eyes. He had only left for 3 days, but someone had spread the news of his death in the sect. He couldn't help but associate it with the black-clothed man who had chased after him in the Thousand Monster Mountain that night. It was spread by that bastard Guolei. He said that Senior Disciple Jiang had died in the Thousand Monster Mountain. Moreover, Guolei was arrogant and despotic. He purposely caused trouble for those of us who had followed you before. He forced us to hand over 100 human elixir pills every month. Wang Yun and Huang Jing resisted and were severely injured. They are still lying on the bed now. The others had no choice but to hand over 100 human elixir pills every month. But if we hand over 100 human elixir pills every month, we wouldn't be able to cultivate at all. A disciple had a long face as he told Jiangchen everything that had happened in the past 2 days. Wang Yun and Huang Jing had gone to the Thousand Monster Mountain 5 days ago to train. They had come back 2 days ago, and they had encountered such a thing. Hearing this, Jiangchen's face lit up with anger. Who is Guolei? Senior Disciple Jiang, Guolei is a genius among the outer circle disciples. He has reached the peak of the late mortal core realm, and he has a group of subordinates. Besides, this Guolei has a good relationship with the inner circle disciples. Normally, no one dares to offend him, but now that he heard that Senior Disciple Jiang had died in the Thousand Monster Mountain, he has come to make things difficult for us. The disciple said. He only asked for human elixir pills from you? Jiangchen asked. That's right. There were more than 80 disciples who followed Senior Disciple Wang Yun and wanted to follow Senior Disciple Jiang wholeheartedly. All of them were bullied by Guolei, and the other disciples were not bullied at all. The disciple said again. Hearing this, Xianxia's face became gloomy. Obviously, this matter was not as simple as it seemed. Guolei was just a small fish, and the ones who wanted to mess with him were the inner circle disciples. Xianxia couldn't just let this go. He had to find out who was behind this. Where are Wang Yun and Huang Jing now? Xianxia asked. Senior brother Wang and Huang Jing are resting in the outer sect dormitory. Their injuries are very serious and they can't get out of bed. A disciple said. Let's go and have a look. Xianxia's expression turned serious and he walked towards the outer sect dormitory. This time, whether it was Wang Yun, Huang Jing, or the other disciples who had their human elixir taken away, they were all in trouble because of him. Xianxia had to take care of this and seek justice for Wang Yun and the others. Otherwise, who would follow him in the future? More importantly, he had to find out who was behind this and find the man in black who tried to assassinate him in the Thousand Monster Mountain. Guolei was a breakthrough. In the outer sect's dormitory area, there were rows of courtyards, and in each courtyard, there were 6 disciples. At this moment, Wang Yun and Huang Jing were resting in the same room in one of the courtyards. The entire courtyard was filled with people, and all of them had angry expressions on their faces. Damn it, this is too much. We have been in the outer sect for so long and nothing like this has ever happened before. What right does Guolei have to take away our human elixir? Rumor has it that senior brother Jiang died in the Thousand Monster Mountain. This time, Guolei is obviously targeting us. Those who don't have a good relationship with senior brother Jiang are all fine. I don't believe that senior brother Jiang died in the Thousand Monster Mountain. When senior brother Jiang comes back, he will definitely seek justice for us. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation. When they saw Wang Yun and Huang Jing lying on the bed, they became even more furious. However, they were too weak and could only be bullied. Look, it's senior brother Jiang, senior brother Jiang is back. Someone suddenly became excited. Everyone looked towards the entrance of the courtyard and saw a few silhouettes walking towards them. The leading young man was wearing white clothes and his face was full of arrogance. It was Xianxia. When the disciples saw Xianxia, their bitter faces immediately turned into surprise. Senior brother Jiang is back. It really is senior brother Jiang. Haha, I told you that senior brother Jiang would not die. Senior brother Jiang, it's great that you are back. You must help us. All the outer circle disciples immediately surrounded Xianxia and started talking. Their voices were filled with grievances and anger. Guolei was protected by an inner circle disciple, so they couldn't afford to offend him. Since something like this had happened, they could only place all their hopes on Xianxia. In the entire black sect, perhaps only Xianxia could help them. As for the elders above, they had always turned a blind eye to the fights between the inner disciples. This kind of competition was the same in any sect. This was the case in the cultivation world. Only by competing could there be progress. Alright, don't say any more. Senior brother Jiang has come back to uphold justice for us. A disciple beside Xianxia said loudly. How are Wang Yun and Huang Jing? Xianxia asked. When Wang Yun and Huang Jing were mentioned, everyone stopped talking. They took the initiative and opened up a path for Xianxia. Xianxia strode into the room. There were 2 beds in the room, and 2 men were lying on the beds. They were motionless, and their breaths were extremely weak. Xianxia walked in front of the beds and saw that Wang Yun and Huang Jing's faces were covered in blood. He couldn't even see their faces, but he could still make out their outlines. Their breaths were messy, and they were severely injured. Seeing this, an uncontrollable anger erupted from Xianxia's body. With his eyesight, just by looking at their injuries, he could tell what the opponent had done to them. Being able to make a late mortal core warrior unable to move at all, it was enough to show how cruel the attacker was. Sensing someone, Huang Jing slowly opened his eyes. When he saw Xianxia standing in front of him, an indescribable joy emerged in his eyes. Huang Jing tried his best to move his body. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't open his mouth. Don't say anything, I know everything. Xianxia reached out his hand and pressed Huang Jing down. Since Huang Jing had woken up, he should be able to recover quickly. Wang Yan's injuries were obviously more serious than Huang Zhang's, and he was still in a coma. Senior disciple Wang Yan fought with Guolei head-on, and he wasn't his match. Guolei broke both of his arms and legs, and he is still in a coma. A disciple behind Xianxia said. Xianxia grabbed Wang Yan's wrist and checked his meridians. He found out that although Wang Yan's injuries were serious, both of his arms and legs weren't completely crippled. Only his bones were broken, and there was a high chance that he could fully recover. Xianxia put down Wang Yan's arm, then he turned around and looked at the disciple who went to invite him and asked, "What's your name?" Senior disciple Jiang, "My name is Wang Dinyo." The disciple had an honest expression on his face. It was obvious that he was worthy of his name. "Dinyo, go find the alchemist, sect elder Guishan, and ask him for 2 rejuvenation pills. Tell him that I, Jiang, want them." Jiang said. "What? Sect elder Guishan? Rejuvenation pill?" Wang Dinyo was startled, and all the other disciples were shocked as well. Sect elder Guishan was a highly respected man in the Black Sect. There was no one who didn't know his name. For these outer circle disciples, Guishan was someone they couldn't meet whenever they wanted to. The revival pill was a rare healing pill, and it was hard to find. Although Wang Yan and Huang Zhang's injuries were severe, if they could get a revival pill, they would be able to fully recover in less than 7 days, and they would be as energetic as ever. But now, Jiang wanted him to ask Guishan for a rejuvenation pill with just a few words. Wasn't this a little too childish? Was Jiang really that important? "What are you waiting for?" Jiang furrowed his eyebrows. "Yes." Wang Dinyo didn't dare hesitate. He immediately left the courtyard and headed towards Guishan's mountain peak. "Where is Guolei now?" Jiang asked. "I don't know, but I'm sure he's in the Black Sect." Someone said. "Let's go, bring me to where he's staying." Jiang had an indifferent expression on his face, and his tone was extremely cold. No one here was an idiot. They could tell that Jiang was really angry this time, and the consequences would be very serious. As for how serious the consequences would be, maybe no one knew, but De Huang Dog did. Today, the outer circle was going to be in chaos. De Huang Dog was so excited that he started dancing. He walked in front of all the disciples and headed towards Guolei's dormitory. With Jiang in the lead, a group of dozens of people walked through the dormitory area. It was hard not to attract people's attention. Wherever they passed, they immediately attracted the attention of many outer circle disciples. "Look, isn't that Jiang? Heavens, didn't they say he was dead? Why is he still alive? Looks like he's going to get revenge on Guolei. Jiang is a ruthless man. Guolei is doomed this time." "Doomed?" "Guolei has connections in the inner circle, even Jiang wouldn't dare to touch him." "Who do you think Jiang is? He even dared to offend the northern and southern dynasties. How could he put Guolei in his eyes?" Everyone were discussing amongst themselves, as if they were watching a show. Everyone knew about Jiang's ferocious strength, and the conflict between Guolei and Wang Yan had also been spread far and wide. Now that Jiang had returned alive, it looked like the outer circle was going to be thrown into chaos. Guolei's courtyard was located in the center of the dormitory area. It was very beautiful, and just by looking at it, it was much better than the other courtyards. Plus, it was an independent courtyard, and Guolei was the only person living in it. It was obvious that Guolei had a certain status in the outer circle. At this moment, the door of Guolei's courtyard was closed, and it seemed like Guolei was not in the dormitory. It was noon, so it was normal that he was not in the dormitory. "Open the door." Right after Jiang's words left his mouth, De Huang Dog was the first one to jump forward. With a loud bang, he smashed the door of the courtyard into pieces. There was no one in the courtyard, and the door was closed. "Senior disciple Jiang, Guolei is not here," a disciple said. "Burn down the courtyard," Jiang said with an indifferent tone. "What? Burning down a courtyard was not a joke." Since the establishment of the Black Sect, there had been endless fights between disciples, but there had never been a case of burning down a courtyard. After all, a courtyard was the wealth of the sect, and it had nothing to do with personal matters. But De Huang Dog didn't care about that. He loved killing and arson the most. When he was at the Tianjian gate, he had burned down the entire outer circle female dormitory. De Huang Dog opened his mouth and spat out a fireball onto one of the buildings. The fireball instantly spread out, and in just a few breaths of time, the entire courtyard was engulfed in flames. The fire De Huang Dog spat out was really powerful, even Xianxia was surprised by it. De Huang Dog had been following him for a long time, but this was the first time he knew that De Huang Dog could spit fire. This dog was really omnipotent. Oh heavens, it's on fire. Xianxia actually burned down Guolei's courtyard. This is too brutal. Someone cried out in shock. It looked like the outer circle was going to be in chaos. The one who bullied you, besides Guolei, who else is there? Xianxia asked with an indifferent tone. Those disciples who were bullied by Guolei mentioned a few more names. Their faces were filled with excitement. Xianxia was really domineering, he even burned down a courtyard. De Huang Dog, burned down those people's dormitories as well. Xianxia's expression didn't change, it was as if burning down a dormitory was no different than losing a pile of useless firewood. Swoosh, De Huang Dog kept spitting out flames from his mouth, burning down another courtyard. However, De Huang Dog had controlled it very well. Although the fire was burning fiercely, it didn't affect the other courtyards, and no one was caught in the crossfire. At this moment, the dormitory area was engulfed in flames. Such a huge commotion immediately caused a huge commotion in the outer circle of the Black Sect. In the outer circle training field, many disciples saw the raging flames, and all of them were shocked. Among them, there were 4 disciples whose expressions changed dramatically. Senior disciple Gua, it looks like our dormitory is on fire. A disciple said with a shocked tone. Damn it, who has the guts to burn down Daddy's dormitory? Let's go and have a look. The young man cursed loudly. He brought the other 3 disciples and walked towards the dormitory area. This young man looked to be in his mid-20s, and he had a muscular body. There was a red scar on his forehead, making him look ferocious. This man was none other than Guolei, a peak mortal core warrior. In the outer circle, Han Yan was in secluded cultivation, and Xianxia wasn't around, so no one dared offend Guolei. In Guolei's mind, Xianxia was already dead, because the inner disciples wouldn't lie to him. Without Xianxia, there was no one in the outer sect that he didn't dare to mess with. Now that Xianxia was in seclusion, Guolei was the overlord of the outer sect. And now, someone dared to burn down his house in broad daylight? How audacious! Guolei and the other 3 moved at an extremely fast speed. Very quickly, they arrived at the dormitory area. The fire caused by the burning of the courtyard also attracted the attention of the outer sect disciples, so they all rushed over. When Guolei brought his subordinates to the dormitory area, the entire area was already crowded with people. Many people saw Guolei and wanted to warn him, but when they saw Guolei's arrogant and domineering attitude, they thought it was better to keep their mouths shut. Guolei was usually too domineering, so many disciples didn't have a good impression of him. Many of them were angry, but they didn't dare to say anything. Plus, now that Xianxia was back, they couldn't afford to mess with Guolei, and they couldn't afford to mess with Xianxia. Today's situation was very clear, Xianxia directly burned down the dormitory, and it was because of Guolei. The other disciples should just watch the show, no one wanted to get involved in this mess. Damn it, which bastard doesn't want to live, daring to burn down my courtyard? Guolei cursed, his face was filled with anger. Looking at him, if he caught the person who started the fire, he would definitely tear him into pieces. There was a small square in the center of the dormitory area. When Guolei and the other 3 arrived at the square aggressively, they bumped into Xianxia and the others coming from the opposite side. Guolei and the other 3 were originally arrogant, but when they saw Xianxia in front of them, they staggered and almost fell to the ground. The 4 of them looked like they had seen a ghost, their faces filled with shock. Guolei's expression was a bit better, but the other 3 couldn't. As the saying goes, a person's name is like a tree's shadow. They were very clear about Xianxia's methods, and when he killed Li Wuling, they all saw it with their own eyes. Offending such a person was not a joke. Damn it, isn't he dead? How did it appear alive again? Guolei couldn't help but curse. Although he was brave enough to not care about Xianxia's name, when he was facing Xianxia face to face, the feeling was completely different. He would be lying if he said he wasn't afraid of Xianxia. What should we do, senior brother Gua? It seems that it was Xianxia who burned down our dormitory. He didn't die and came back to make trouble for us. One of them had a sullen expression on his face. Thinking about what they had done in the past 2 days, as well as Wang Yun and Huang Zheng's injuries, with Xianxia's personality, he would definitely not let them off. It's over. We can't escape. He won't kill us, right? Xianxia is not dead. From now on, there will be no place for us in the outer sect. The other 2 disciples were scared out of their wits. Facing Xianxia, who was known as the god of slaughter, it was impossible for them to not be afraid. Look at yourselves, what's there to be afraid of? No matter how strong Xianxia is, he is still an outer circle disciple. I was ordered by an inner circle disciple to attack Wang Yun and the others. This is the Black Sect, not a place where Xianxia has the final say. He is just an outer circle disciple, he can't be so lawless here. Guolei said while gnashing his teeth. With an inner circle disciple backing him up, he still had some confidence. Who is Guolei? Xianxia stared at the 4 men in front of him with his sharp eyes. I'm Guolei. Xianxia, how dare you burn down our courtyard? Are you lawless now? Guolei took a step forward. There was no way he could escape now, he could only face Xianxia head-on. However, facing Xianxia made him feel a little guilty. You're Guolei? Good, you seem like a smart man, you should know why I'm here. Today, I'll settle the score with you. A sneer emerged on Xianxia's face. Senior disciple Jiang, there are 3 of them as well, they were the ones who injured Huang Zheng. Someone jumped out and pointed at the 3 men behind Guolei. The 3 men's expressions changed, and their expressions became unnatural. You 4, kneel down and talk. Xianxia said with an indifferent tone. What? Guolei cried out in shock. He stared at Xianxia with his eyes wide open and said, Xianxia, who do you think you are? Why are you asking us to kneel down? Let me tell you, others might be afraid of you, but Daddy isn't. You're just a new disciple of the Black Sect, what gives you the right to order us around? Da Huang. Xianxia said with a sneer on his face. Right after he finished speaking, Da Huang Dog dashed out and pushed Guolei onto the ground. With Guolei's peak mortal core cultivation level, he didn't even have a chance to react when facing Da Huang Dog's attack. Da Huang Dog was pressing down on him like a mountain. No matter how hard Guolei struggled, it was useless. Guolei's face was filled with fear, but Da Huang Dog didn't care. He opened up his mouth and bit down on Guolei's shoulder. Da Huang Dog was extremely cruel. He bit down with his sharp teeth and tore off a huge chunk of flesh from Guolei's shoulder. Blood started gushing out from his shoulder. Ah, a shrill scream resounded throughout the entire dormitory area, sending chills down everyone's spines. Everyone couldn't help but gasp. This dog was too cruel, it had started with a bloody scene. Many of them knew that Guolei was finished today, and Xianxia was going to get even with him. With Xianxia's methods, Guolei could only wait to be slaughtered. This dog is so scary. Guolei is a peak mortal core warrior, but he couldn't even fight back against Big Yellow. What a terrifying dog. This is too cruel. Xianxia is really not someone who can be easily offended. Sighs could be heard everywhere. Looking at Guolei's miserable condition, all the men behind Xianxia had happy expressions on their faces. Da Huang Dog only tore off a piece of flesh from Guolei's body, he didn't kill him. For a peak mortal core warrior, this kind of injury was nothing. Compared to Wang Yun and Huang Zheng's injuries, it was still nothing. But, it was enough to scare everyone. Da Huang Dog moved away from Guolei's body and stared at the other 3 disciples whose legs were trembling in fear. The 3 of them were scared out of their wits, and they immediately knelt down on the ground. Senior disciple Jiang, please spare our lives. The 3 of them were scared out of their wits. They hadn't fought with Xianxia face to face, so they couldn't understand how terrifying Xianxia was. Spare our lives? Xianxia let out a cold snort. Now, I'll tell you how many human elixir you've collected in the past 2 days. Guolei, you better tell me the truth. If you don't tell me the exact number, I'll cripple one of your arms. Xianxia's eyes were extremely cold. He looked like a devil from hell, and his gaze could make anyone's soul tremble. Guolei lost all of his previous arrogance. He covered his shoulder with his hand, turned around, and kneeled down like the other 3 disciples. He knew that Xianxia wasn't joking or trying to scare him. If he didn't tell the truth, he would end up in a miserable state. "We've collected a total of 8,000 human elixir," Guolei said. 8,000? Very good. Now, I want 10 times the amount. Immediately take out 80,000 human elixir and apologize to them. Not one less, Xianxia said. As soon as he said the number 80,000, Guolei and the other 3 disciples felt like they were struck by lightning. They had the urge to faint on the spot. 80,000 human elixir. For an outer sect disciple, that was a huge fortune. Who could take out so much? Senior disciple Jiang, 80,000. 80,000 human elixir, we really can't take it out. We know we're in the wrong, please forgive us, Guolei said with a begging tone. That's right, senior disciple Jiang. 80,000 human elixir, where are we going to find it? Moreover, we didn't get 8,000. More than half of it was given to the inner sect disciples. Another disciple said. He said that they were inner sect disciples, hoping that Xianxia wouldn't dare to go too far. Stop acting pitiful, Xianxia said with a sneer on his face. He had seen Wang Yan and Huang Zheng's injuries with his own eyes. If this wasn't the black sect, these 4 disciples would have been dead by now. 80,000 human elixir, not one less. If you can't take out that much, then you'll have to pay with your lives. De Huang, bite all 4 of them to death. Xianxia's words made these 4 disciples feel like they had fallen into an ice cave. When they saw De Huang walking towards them with his fangs bared, and when they recalled how brutal De Huang dog was just now, their faces turned pale, and they were scared out of their wits. Don't bite us to death, I have a way. Guolei was terrified. His shoulder was still bleeding, and the fear he felt towards De Huang dog was unimaginable. Jiang, senior disciple Jiang, more than half of our elixir has been given to inner circle disciples. If senior disciple Jiang really wants to get it back, I can go find inner circle disciple Chai Dong, Guolei said. He was calculating in his mind. Under the current situation, there was no way he could deal with Xianxia, so he could only use inner circle disciples to deal with Xianxia. Who is senior disciple Chai? Xianxia asked. He's senior disciple Chai Dong from the inner circle. He was the one who asked us to do this, and he was also the one who told us about your death in the Myriad Demon Mountain. Guolei didn't dare hide anything. Kai Dong was the inner circle disciple's backer, and at this moment, only Kai Dong could save him. A cold look emerged in Xianxia's eyes. He had no idea what was the relationship between Kai Dong and the man in black who chased him that night, and if they were the same person. Xianxia turned around and said to a disciple, "Go to the inner circle and find Kai Dong, ask him to come to the outer circle immediately. I want to pay him back for the 80,000 human elixir." Yes, senior disciple Jiang. That disciple's face was filled with excitement. Senior disciple Jiang was too domineering. This time, it seemed like he was serious, even inner circle disciples were going to pay him back. Guolei didn't expect Xianxia to have such a reaction. He was stunned. Originally, he thought that Xianxia would restrain himself after hearing that this matter was related to inner circle disciples. He didn't expect that Xianxia would dare to go against an inner circle disciple. However, Guolei was also happy. He thought that Xianxia was too arrogant, and this was his chance. As long as Kai Dong came, he would be able to save him and keep him safe. However, he didn't know how naive he was. Xianxia was going to pay him back, and this was just the beginning. He was going to have a hard time in the future. Even the inner circle disciple Chai Dong was involved. Xianxia is going to pay the inner circle disciple back? Isn't this too crazy? Don't say anything, this matter isn't over yet. I heard that Wang Yan and Huang Zheng were also injured. This incident had attracted the attention of the inner circle disciples, and many of them were shocked. But what was even more shocking was Xianxia's reaction. After hearing about Kai Dong, not only did he not show any signs of stopping, he even wanted to settle the score with Kai Dong. An outer circle mortal core disciple dared to go against a heavenly core inner circle disciple. This was the first time something like this had happened. In the entire outer circle, perhaps only Xianxia had the ability to do something like this. Senior Disciple Jiang, we were ordered to do this, we know we are in the wrong, please forgive us, Senior Disciple Jiang. Guolei said. He hated Xianxia to the core, but now that he was the meat on the chopping block, he had no choice but to beg for forgiveness. Wrong? You want to be forgiven just because you are in the wrong? What about Wang Yan and Huang Jing who are lying on the bed? I'll settle the score with Kai Dong for the human elixir, but now, I want to settle the score with you. Jiangchen said with a stern voice, but, before that, I want you to hand over all the human elixir you have as compensation. Hearing what Jiangchen said, Guolei and the other 3 disciples who just had a glimmer of hope had their expressions turn ugly again. It looked like Jiangchen wouldn't let this matter go easily. When they thought about Wang Yan and Huang Jing's miserable condition, they felt a chill down their spines. Hurry up, Senior Disciple Jiang asked you to hand over all the human elixir, didn't you hear him? One of the disciples shouted out loudly. That's right, hand over all of them, all the human elixir belongs to us, spit it out the way we ate it. Those disciples who had been bullied by Guolei had found their backbone, and now was the chance for revenge. Of course, they wouldn't miss it. All right, we'll hand it over, we'll hand it over. The 3 disciples were completely terrified. They were about to lose their lives, so why would they care about the human elixir? All 3 of them took out their own storage bags and handed over the human elixir. Guolei, and you, hand them all over. If I see you hand over one less, I'll have De Huang serve you well. Jiangchen had a cold smile on his face. Guolei shivered and didn't dare to be careless. He quickly took out all of his wealth. Senior Brother Jiang, there are 9,000 human elixir pills in total. A disciple said after counting the human elixir. Damn, 9,000 people elixir, this Guolei is really rich. One of the outer sect disciples couldn't help but curse. As an outer sect disciple, elixir was their lifeblood. Normally, they would consume a lot of elixir during their daily training. Most people didn't have a lot of elixir, but these 4 people had 9,000 elixir, and Guolei himself had more than 5,000. It was obvious that he had been extorting a lot of other disciples. Give it to the brothers to distribute. Jiangchen said casually. This amount of human elixir was nothing in his eyes. Senior Brother Jiang, we've taken out our human elixir. Please let us go. A disciple begged. Let you go. Next, we'll settle the score with Wang Yan and Huang Jing. The 4 of you, make your move. Jiangchen's face carried a sinister smile. The 4 of them didn't say anything. Obviously, they agreed. With so many people here, they had no choice but to agree. That day when Wang Yan and Huang Jing resisted, Guolei personally rewarded Wang Yan, and the other 3 beat up Huang Jing. It's good that you've admitted it. Today, yours truly will let you know the truth. You can't touch my people. Whoever dares to touch them will have to pay double the price. After saying that, Jiangchen suddenly kicked out his leg. Pa, this kick landed right on Guolei's face. Given how strong Jiangchen's kick was, Guolei was sent flying and landed 30 feet away. His face was covered in blood, and his nose was crooked from Jiangchen's kick. He let out a blood-curdling scream. Swoosh, with a sway of his body, Jiangchen arrived next to Guolei. He bent down and grabbed Guolei's shoulder, lifting him up as if he was picking up a little chick. Wang Yan and Huang Jing's injuries had infuriated him, and he wanted to seek justice for them with his own hands. No, don't. Guolei's face was filled with fear. He was waiting for Kai Dong to come and save him, but he didn't expect that Jiangchen wouldn't even give him a chance. Crack. Accompanied by a cracking sound, Guolei let out another blood-curdling scream. Under Jiangchen's strength, one of Guolei's arms was broken from the front to the back. Ignoring the fearful gazes around him, Jiangchen grabbed Guolei's other arm and broke it. In the blink of an eye, both of Guolei's arms were crippled. His methods were extremely ruthless. My God, this is too cruel. This method makes people shudder. Ruthless. Compared to Senior Brother Han, he should be called the Little Devil King. Guolei really provoked someone he shouldn't have. This is the end. Everyone were shocked, and their faces were filled with fear. Guolei's arms were broken, and his face was covered in blood. It was a horrifying scene. "Guards!" Xianxia shouted at the crowd. "Here." 3 outer circle disciples took a step forward. They were extremely respectful towards Xianxia. "Go, get me a wooden stake, hang him up and beat him." Xianxia kicked Guolei to the ground, then he stomped on his face. His actions were extremely domineering, and there was no mercy in his eyes. There were some mistakes that once committed, the consequences would be heavy. This Guolei was in cahoots with those inner circle disciples who wanted to kill him, and he was trying to kick him when he was down. In Xianxia's eyes, a man like this was already a dead man. If this wasn't the black sect, Guolei would have been dead by now. Yes. The 3 outer circle disciples turned around and left. They listened to Xianxia's orders. Swoosh, Xianxia's eyes fell upon the other 3 men. The 3 of them gasped in fear and kowtowed repeatedly. These 3 men were truly frightened. They had never seen such a ferocious man before, and it made them feel as if their guts were about to explode. "Senior disciple Jiang, please spare our lives." The 3 of them were begging for mercy. They no longer had the arrogance they had shown in the past 2 days. "Senior disciple Jiang, we can't let them go. These 3 men bullied us, and they even seriously injured senior disciple Huang." Someone shouted out angrily. When they recalled how these 3 men had behaved in the past 2 days, they wished they could tear them apart. "Everyone, beat them to death. I'll take responsibility for their deaths." Xianxia was a ruthless man. There was nothing he didn't dare to do, and there was no one he didn't dare to kill. These few outer circle disciples were just like ants in his eyes, and since they had offended him, he couldn't forgive them. "Beat them. Get revenge for Huangjing, beat them to death." After receiving Xianxia's order, the crowd immediately rushed forward. Dozens of men surrounded the 3 outer circle disciples and started beating them up. Bang bang bang, fuck, let's kill them. Damn it, who asked them to be so arrogant and bully us? Let's beat them to death. Senior disciple Jiang said he'll take responsibility for their deaths. On the other side there was a huge fire, and on the other side there was a fierce fight. For Guolei and the other 3, today was definitely the end of the world. Miserable, this was just too miserable. The outer circle disciples who were watching were all terrified. They had finally witnessed Xianxia's strength. Although they were terrified, none of them felt sorry for the 4 of them. Some of them even felt happy about it. Not long after, the 3 outer circle disciples were beaten to a pulp. Their faces were swollen, and there were many wounds on their bodies. Blood was flowing out from their orifices, and they were lying on the ground, crying out in pain. But for a mortal core warrior, these injuries were just superficial wounds. Right at this moment, the 3 disciples who had just left came back. One of them was carrying a 20 feet long wooden stake, another one was carrying a long stick, and the last one was carrying a bundle of rope. The disciple lifted the wooden stake up with a loud bang. "Senior disciple Jiang, the wooden stake is here." The disciple's face was filled with happiness. hang them up and beat them until they die." Xianxia shouted out loudly. The words "beat them until they die" had completely terrified Guolei and the other 3. The 4 of them wanted to cry, but they couldn't. They knew that Xianxia wasn't someone they could mess with, but they didn't expect Xianxia to be so cruel. It looked like he was going to beat them to death. The disciples didn't care about that. Right now, they admired Xianxia from the bottom of their hearts. They would do whatever Xianxia asked them to do. A group of disciples walked up and tied the 4 of them together. They tied them up high on the wooden stake and hung them up like 4 dead pigs. Their faces were covered with blood, and they looked extremely miserable. "Give it to me." Xianxia grabbed the long stick and started beating the 4 of them. The stick pierced through their flesh, and the scene was extremely tragic. Beat them to death." A few disciples took out long sticks from nowhere and started beating Guolei and the other 3 fiercely. With Xianxia here, they weren't afraid of getting into trouble. "Stop." Just at this moment, an angry shout rang out from afar. Everyone saw an old man in his 50s flying through the air, and in the blink of an eye, he landed on the square. When he saw the 4 people who were hung up and the courtyard that had been burnt to ruins, the old man was so angry that his beard almost flew up. "It's elderly. It's over. This time even Elderly is here. Elderly is an outer sect elder, but the elders rarely care about the fights between disciples. Why is he here today? Many people recognized him. As the elder in charge of the outer sect, there was no one who didn't know him. B** starred, what are you guys doing? Killing your own sect members? Who burned the courtyard? Stand out for this elder. Elderly shouted angrily. When Guolei and the other three saw the arrival of the outer sect elder, they started crying. They finally found their backbone, and they were saved. Xianxia was too arrogant, but he wouldn't dare to go against an elder. Senior brother Jiang, his name is Li Hui, an outer sect elder. He has a high status, and we shouldn't offend him. A disciple came to Xianxia's side and whispered. He's an outer sect elder. Xianxia was stunned for a moment, and then he said, don't stop, continue beating them. Xianxia's words almost made many people faint. Just how powerful was this guy? That was an elder. Even an elder had appeared, and he still wanted to continue beating them? He really didn't give them any face, wasn't he? You're that Xianxia, right? I want you to stop immediately and explain to me what's going on. Li Hui was angry, and the scene immediately quieted down. All the outer circle disciples who followed Xianxia had stopped hitting Xianxia and Li Hui. They didn't know what to do. Li Hui was after all a sect elder, and a heavenly core warrior. He wasn't someone ordinary people could deal with. Besides, as a sect elder, he had a certain status, and the disciples below him couldn't afford to offend him. Many spectators held their breaths and didn't dare say a word. Now that the situation had gotten out of hand, and even a sect elder was here, even Xianxia wouldn't dare do anything reckless. But too bad, no one could imagine how bold Xianxia was. Keep fighting. Xianxia gazed at the angry Li Hui and said with an indifferent tone. He didn't give Li Hui any face. Presumptuous. Let's see who dares to fight again. Li Hui was furious. He took a step forward and arrived in front of Xianxia. His beard was fluttering in the wind as he said, Xianxia, how dare you? Don't forget who you are. You're just an outer circle disciple, how dare you offend me? Just this alone is enough for me to cripple you. Cripple me? Why don't you try? Xianxia sneered. He wouldn't stop today. Even if he had to turn the black sect upside down, he would still find out who was the one who wanted to kill him. You think I don't dare? Li Hui became even angrier. Yuan energy started circulating around his body. Let me tell you, Xianxia, you bullied and beat your fellow disciples, burned down the houses in the courtyard, and offended an outer circle sect elder. Any one of these crimes is enough to cripple you, and you can even be sentenced to death. Senior disciple Jiang, I think we should just let this go. We have already gotten our revenge anyway. A disciple standing next to Xianxia said in a low voice. Xianxia glared at him. With just a glare, the disciple felt like he had fallen into an ice cave. He immediately shrunk his neck, and didn't dare say another word. Xianxia raised his head and met Li Hui's gaze without fear. He would not be angry if he did not bully and beat up his fellow disciples. Elderly, since we are talking about bullying and beating up our fellow disciples, let me explain it to you. These 4 people took the liberty to collect 100 pieces of elixir from their fellow disciples every month. Isn't this considered bullying? Because Wang Yan and Huang Jing refused to hand over the elixir, the 4 of them severely injured the 2 of them and are still lying on the bed right now. What do you say about this? Xianxia's domineering aura surged towards Li Hui. Li Hui, where were you when Guolei and the other 3 bullied their fellow disciples? As an outer sect elder, why didn't you step out to stop them? I, Xianxia, am a reasonable person. If there is a grievance, an eye for an eye. Guolei and the other 3 only had themselves to blame. I was just giving them a taste of their own medicine. You, elderly, jumped out to stop them at this time. What qualifications do you have? Or could it be that you have received some benefits from Guolei, so you also have a share of the elixir? Xianxia's every word was like a knife, leaving Li Hui speechless and unable to respond. You are presumptuous. This elder has always been fair, why would I accept benefits? Li Hui was even more furious, but his tone was obviously lacking in confidence. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Li Hui had received some benefits. Otherwise, he would not be acting like this. In fact, from the moment Li Hui showed up, Jiang Chen had already guessed that Li Hui had something to do with this incident. Guolei might not be able to take Li Hui down, but an inner circle disciple could easily take care of an outer circle disciple. Looks like you really did receive some benefits. A person like you doesn't deserve to be an elder, and you don't deserve to meddle in other people's business. I, Jiang Chen, will settle my own debt. Li Hui, while I'm still in a good mood, get the hell out of here. Jiang Chen shouted coldly. He turned around and shouted at the men behind him, keep beating him. Swoosh, at this moment, everyone's expressions changed. No one had expected Jiang Chen to be so lawless. Li Hui was after all an outer circle elder, but not only did Jiang Chen not give him any face, he even asked him to get the hell out of here. This was incredible. In the few hundred years of history of the Black Sect, there had never been an outer circle disciple who was this arrogant. Yes. The few men with the long sticks in their hands gave it their all. Today, they listened to Jiang Chen's orders. They raised their long sticks and started beating the 4 men who were tied up on the wooden poles. After all, if the sky collapsed, there would always be someone to hold it up. Even if the sky of the Black Sect was broken, there would still be Jiang Chen to hold it up. Ah! The 4 men let out miserable screams once again. Guolei and the other 3 men had been beaten senseless. The pain from their injuries had caused them to feel dispirited. All they knew was that sect elderly had appeared, and that they were going to be saved. But they never thought it would be this tragic. Good, good, good. You've rebelled, you've really rebelled. Jiang Chen, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you got first place in the Qi province competition. You've been so arrogant, you've shown no respect for your elders, and you've completely disregarded the rules of the Black Sect. Today, I, the sect elder, will personally cripple you. Li Hui was completely enraged. He circulated his yuan energy and clenched his fingers tightly. With lightning speed, he grabbed towards Jiang Chen. An attack from a heavenly core warrior, everyone knew how strong it was. The surrounding crowd became nervous, no one had expected things to turn out like this. Humph. You want to cripple me? Why don't you take a look at yourself first? Jiang Chen let out a cold snort. With lightning speed, he stretched out his hand and grabbed onto Li Hui's wrist. With this grab, all of Li Hui's yuan energy was shattered. What happened next shocked everyone. Everyone had their eyes wide open, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. On the stage, Li Hui's wrist was tightly grabbed by Jiang Chen. No matter how hard Li Hui struggled, he couldn't break free. Li Hui's yuan energy was rumbling, but it didn't affect Jiang Chen at all. What? Li Hui was shocked. He was an early heavenly core warrior, but he was restrained by Jiang Chen with just a single strike, and he couldn't even move. This was too shocking. Although Jiang Chen had killed Li Wuling had just broken through to the heavenly core realm, and his foundation wasn't stable yet. There was no way he could compare with Li Hui. Besides, when Jiang Chen killed Li Wuling, it wasn't as easy as it was now. The only explanation was that Jiang Chen had become stronger. Old fool, you shouldn't have offended me. Those who offend me will never have a good ending. Jiang Chen exerted some force in his hand, and with a cracking sound, he forcefully broke Li Hui's wrist. Feeling the pain from his broken wrist, even with Li Hui's strong willpower, he couldn't help but let out a miserable scream. Jiang Chen, how dare you hit me? I'm the Outer Circle sect leader. Li Hui's voice was filled with anger. But, before he could finish his words, he was kicked to the ground by Jiang Chen. A heavenly core warrior, in front of Jiang Chen, had no way to fight back. Slap! Jiang Chen's foot stepped onto Li Hui's face, and he said with a condescending tone, Outer Circle sect leader is nothing. If you want to interfere, then do it fairly, if you don't, then don't interfere forever. Offending me, your father, is your bad luck. Right at this moment, everyone's expressions changed. Countless pairs of eyes stared at Jiang Chen, filled with fear and fear. Heavens, is he really going to rebel? He even hit a sect leader. He has become stronger again. Sect leader Li, who is at the heavenly core realm, couldn't even fight back against him. How long has it been since the Qi province competition? With this kind of cultivation speed, is he still human? He hit an Outer Circle sect leader, this matter has become serious, I'm afraid it won't end peacefully." Everyone were shocked. Jiang Chen's cruel and ruthless methods had once again left a shadow in everyone's hearts. Everyone reminded themselves in their minds that even if they couldn't become friends with him in the future, they couldn't afford to offend this man, he was too frightening. "Jiang Chen, how dare you step on me? I'm going to report you to the sect. Offending your superiors and scolding a sect leader is a heinous crime. Just wait for the punishment from the sect." Li Hui kept struggling under Jiang Chen's foot, and he didn't forget to threaten him loudly. But too bad, no matter how hard he tried, he just couldn't get away from Jiang Chen's foot. "Someone!" Jiang Chen shouted out loudly. "Senior disciple Jiang." A disciple came up to Jiang Chen. "Go, get another wooden pillar, hang Li Hui up and beat him." Jiang Chen's lips curved up into a cold smile. "What? Hang up and beat a sect leader?" Did they hear it wrong? Many people were so shocked that their mouths were wide open, even the disciple next to Jiang Chen. He was stunned for a moment. Hang up and beat a sect leader, this was too cruel. "Jiang Chen, don't you dare!" Li Hui roared out. His face had turned into the color of pig liver. He was an outer circle sect elder, a heavenly core warrior. If he was hung up and beaten in front of so many people, he wouldn't be able to stay in the black sect anymore. "What are you waiting for?" Jiang Chen shouted out coldly. "Yes." The disciple didn't dare hesitate, he immediately turned around and left. Not long after that, he came back with a thick wooden pillar and stabbed it into the ground. The disciple was also holding a bundle of ropes in his hand. This guy was really well prepared. "Jiang Chen, how dare you tie me up? I'm an outer circle sect elder." Li Hui shouted out loudly, but it didn't help. Jiang Chen grabbed his collar and lifted him up from the ground. Jiang Chen pointed his finger like a sword and unleashed a few defense mechanisms, temporarily sealing Li Hui's qi. As the once greatest saint in the world, alchemy, defense mechanisms, formations, there was nothing he didn't know. With his current cultivation level and abilities, sealing the qi of an early heavenly core warrior was a piece of cake. Li Hui was after all a heavenly core warrior, and the injuries he suffered weren't serious. If his qi wasn't sealed, the rope wouldn't be able to tie him up. Jiang Chen had to hang Li Hui up. His goal today was to create a scene, the bigger the better. He wanted to attract the attention of those inner circle disciples who wanted to kill him. As for the consequences, Jiang Chen didn't even think about it. The stronger he acted, the more attention the sect would place on him. When it came to tying up an outer circle elder, no ordinary disciple would dare do it. Not everyone was like Jiang Chen, and not everyone had the courage to do what Jiang Chen did. Jiang Chen didn't want to make things difficult for the disciples. He personally tied up Li Hui and tied him up like a dumpling, then he placed him on the wooden pillar. "Arg! Jiang Chen, you bastard! How dare you tie me up? You've offended your superiors. The sect will never forgive you." Li Hui shouted out loudly. He struggled violently, but Jiang Chen had sealed his cultivation level. Struggling was useless. Outer circle sect elder Li Hui was hung up as well. In the history of the Black Sect, this had never happened before. Everyone stared at Li Hui with their eyes wide open, it was like they were going to be blinded. Who in this world had the guts? Jiang Chen was the first to bear the brunt of it. "Jiang Chen, let me go, you're courting death," Li Hui kept roaring furiously. Bam! Before he could finish his roar, Jiang Chen's iron rod had arrived in front of him. The iron rod hit Li Hui's mouth, and the force was so strong that 3 of his front teeth were knocked out. His mouth was filled with blood, and he couldn't speak anymore. "What bullshit, sect elder? How dare you show off in front of Daddy? Daddy will make you scream." Jiang Chen wasn't someone who could be easily offended, and he was a man who wouldn't show any mercy. He kept hitting Li Hui with the iron rod in his hand, and Li Hui could only let out miserable screams. In just a short period of time, Li Hui had become much fatter. "What are you waiting for? Keep beating them, beat them to death." Jiang Chen shouted at the few disciples who were holding iron rods in their hands. All of them immediately became spirited, and they immediately raised their iron rods high up in the air and started hitting Wu Lei and the other 3 disciples. This was the first time they had experienced something so exciting. Bam bam bam, ah. At this moment, the entire square was filled with the sounds of iron rods being hit and miserable screams. Everyone were frightened, but at the same time, their blood was boiling. Guolei and the other 3 disciples were in a terrible state, and Li Hui was in an even worse state. What happened today would definitely be recorded in the black sect's history. Heaven-defying, this was absolutely heaven-defying. From now on, the name Xianxia would be synonymous with an ominous star. Ruthless, extremely ruthless. No one had ever seen such a cruel and ruthless man. Senior disciple Jiang, if we keep beating them like this, someone will die. A disciple said. His tone was filled with fear. Things had gotten out of hand, it was beyond their imagination. What's there to be afraid of? Continue to beat him to death. Jiangchen didn't even turn his head as he raised his iron rod and greeted Li Hui. Li Hui, Guolei, and the others were all powerful cultivators with tough bodies and essence force protection. This kind of fighting style wouldn't be able to kill them. At most, they would suffer from external injuries and internal injuries, but it wouldn't be fatal. However, Jiangchen had to establish his dominance today as the inner sect disciples still hadn't arrived yet. Stop. Just at this moment, a loud shout came from the sky. Everyone looked up and saw 2 young men dressed in white coming from the inner sanctum. They quickly landed on the square of the outer sanctum's dormitory area. When the 2 of them saw the miserable sight of the people hanging on the wooden stakes, their expressions changed. Not only did they recognize Guolei, they also recognized Li Hui. Jiangchen, what are you doing? How dare you beat up an outer sect elder? A burly young man shouted with anger on his face. It's Kaidong and Wang Heng, even the inner sect disciples are here. I wonder how this is going to end. I'm sure they won't let this go easily. I wonder if Jiangchen has the guts to fight those inner sect disciples. I think Jiangchen has the guts, he has even beaten up an outer sect elder, I can't think of anything he wouldn't dare to do. The arrival of these 2 men caused a huge commotion. Jiangchen stopped what he was doing and turned around to look at them. When he realized both of them were early heavenly core warriors, he couldn't help but let out a cold snort in his mind. The main culprit hasn't shown up yet, looks like I'm going to continue causing trouble today. The person Jiangchen was looking for was definitely not these 2 men in front of him. He was looking for the man who was hunting him down in the Myriad Demon Mountain that night. Guolei knew that it was Kaidong who told him that he was killed in the Myriad Demon Mountain. Therefore, Kaidong must be related to the man who was hunting him down. This matter wasn't as simple as it seemed, there must be someone else behind it. Jiangchen had to continue causing trouble. This is the outer circle's business, since when do you inner circle disciples have the right to interfere? Get the F***ck out of my sight. Jiangchen impatiently waved his hand. Both men's expressions changed, and anger erupted from their bodies. They had seen arrogant men before, but they had never seen someone so arrogant. Bastard, Jiangchen, who do you think you are? How dare you talk to us like this? Wang Heng shouted out loudly. Didn't you die in the Myriad Demon Mountain? How come you're still alive? Kaidong looked at Jiangchen with a puzzled expression. The news of Jiangchen dying in the Myriad Demon Mountain was told to him by a senior disciple from the inner circle, so there was no doubt about it. But now, Jiangchen was standing right in front of them, and the only explanation was that the senior disciple from the inner circle had failed to kill him. How did you know I died in the Myriad Demon Mountain? Jiangchen squinted his eyes and stared at Kaidong with a sharp gaze. Humph. How I know is none of your business. Let me ask you, why did you beat up the outer circle disciples and sect elders, and burn down the courtyard? Are you trying to start a rebellion? Kaidong let out a cold snort. Which one of you is Kaidong? Jiangchen asked. I am. Kaidong said. Both he and Wang Heng had arrogant expressions on their faces. They weren't afraid of Jiangchen. First of all, they were both heavenly core warriors, and they were heavenly core geniuses. Geniuses couldn't be compared with ordinary people, at least not Li Hui. Besides, as inner circle disciples, their status were much higher than outer circle disciples. Therefore, even if Jiangchen was the champion of the Qi province competition, they wouldn't take him seriously. After all, this was the Black Sect. You're Kaidong? Good, even if you didn't come here, I would have gone to look for you. We need to settle this debt. 80,000 elixir pills, Guolei and the other three took out 9,000, and there's still 70,000 left. Take them out now, not one less pill. Xianxia said in an extremely aggressive manner. What? Kaidong and Wang Heng were startled. Just now, some outer circle disciples had gone to look for them and told them that Guolei had been beaten up by Xianxia, and they wanted to settle the debt with him. But they didn't say anything about the elixir pills, and they wanted so many elixir pills. 70,000 elixir pills, even for inner circle disciples, it was a huge amount of wealth. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to take out so much. What really made both Kaidong and Wang Heng speechless was that Xianxia actually dared to ask for elixir pills from them, and he even asked for an exorbitant amount of money. He must have gone crazy from thinking about money. Xianxia, you're courting death by saying these words. Before I get angry, hurry up and release Sect Elderly and Guolei. Kaidong said in an overbearing manner. Slap, right after he finished speaking, a slap landed on his face. The slap caused Kaidong to stagger, and he almost lost his balance. Why don't you show me how angry you are? Xianxia slapped Kaidong's face again. His attack looked simple, but it was extremely fast. Kaidong didn't even have the time to react. Xianxia, how dare you slap me? Kaidong was furious. He was an inner circle disciple, and he had a noble status. He was someone that all outer circle disciples had to look up to. Normally, every outer circle disciple would show him respect, but Xianxia had slapped him in front of so many people. This was unbelievable. Hurry up and give me the elixir pills. Xianxia didn't want to let him go. Go, kill him. Kaidong was furious, and Wang Heng finally reacted. Both of them shouted out loudly, and their yuan energy started boiling. They unleashed their heavenly core aura and formed layers upon layers of shockwaves. Bang, bang, but, before both of them could do anything, Xianxia moved. No one saw how Xianxia moved, but both Kaidong and Wang Heng were already lying on the ground. What? Everyone were shocked once again. This was too shocking, they couldn't believe this was real. Heavens, Kaidong and Wang Heng couldn't even withstand a single strike from Xianxia. I didn't even see how Xianxia attacked, how could he move so fast? This is too frightening. I'm sure Xianxia has broken through to the late mortal core realm, but even if he did break through to the late mortal core realm, I don't think he can be this frightening. A heavenly core warrior is no match for him. He's not a human, he's a monster. Xianxia's talent is no weaker than the northern and southern dynasties of the Burning Sky Pavilion. No wonder he has the guts to challenge the northern and southern dynasties. Everyone was shocked. An outer circle disciple beating up a sect elder and an inner circle disciple. Not only in the Black Sect, even in the entire history of the Qi province, this was the first time something like this had happened. Not only had Xianxia broken through to the late mortal core realm, he had also formed 80 dragon marks in his Qi. His combat strength was really terrifying, and those early heavenly core warriors were nothing in front of him. He could kill them with just a wave of his hand. Humph, Xianxia let out a cold snort. He reached his hand into Kaidong and Wang Heng's clothes and took out 2 light yellow storage bags. He casually threw them to the disciples behind him. Open them and count how many human elixir you have. If you don't have enough human elixir, use the combat weapons. Xianxia said. These 2 were inner circle disciples, so they must have a lot of wealth on them. They might even have some precious herbs and combat weapons. Now, he was going to use them as compensation. Xianxia, give me back my storage bags. Kaidong was furious. That storage bag contained all his wealth, and if it was gone just like that, his heart would bleed. Xianxia ignored Kaidong's anger. He pulled Kaidong closer to him and asked Leng Leng, tell me, who told you that I died in the Myriad Demon Mountain? Xianxia's eyes were like those of a devil from hell. Just the gaze alone was enough to make Kaidong tremble with fear. Right at this moment, Kaidong had a feeling that he wasn't facing a human, but a devil from hell. Together with the aura of a superior being that was being unleashed by Xianxia, and the effect of the great soul derivation skill, Kaidong couldn't even think about fighting back. Yes, it was senior disciple Jiangwei who told me. He asked me to find a way to deal with those outer circle disciples who followed you. Kaidong didn't hide anything. He had the same idea as Guolei, he wanted to direct the hatred towards Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei was a mid-heavenly core warrior, and he was extremely strong. If he showed up, Jiang Chen would definitely not be his match. Jiang Wei? This is getting more and more interesting. A grin emerged on Jiang Chen's face. He didn't know if this Jiang Wei was the one who wanted to kill him, but he had a feeling that there was someone else behind Jiang Wei. It looked like in order to lure the main culprit out, he had to make a bigger scene. Men, get some wooden stakes, hang Kai Dong and Wang Heng up and beat them. Jiang Chen shouted out loudly. Oh my heavens, he's going to be hung up and beaten again. Many people had become numb to what was happening. They had finally witnessed how awesome this guy was. Now, even if Jiang Chen said he was going to hang the sect chief up and beat him up, they would still believe him. In this world, was there anything Jiang Chen didn't dare to do? Kaka, young man sure is domineering, I like it. De Huang Dog had an evil smile on his face as he jumped up and down excitedly. Jiang Chen was ruthless and decisive, and he was extremely domineering. Not only that, he was meticulous, brave, and smart. A man like this would definitely become someone great in the future, and his achievements would be limitless. Not long after that, 2 outer circle disciples carried over 2 more wooden stakes. These wooden stakes were originally used to support the war drums during competitions, but now, they were being used by Jiang Chen to hang people up. Without saying anything, Jiang Chen sealed Kai Dong and Wang Heng's qi, then he tied them up on the wooden stakes. Up until now, including Li Hui and Kai Dong, 7 men had been hung up, and each of them was in a miserable state. Carry the wooden stakes and move them to the training ground. Jiang Chen shouted at the disciples behind him, then he took the lead and walked towards the training ground. Everyone's expressions changed once again. Even those disciples who followed Jiang Chen were looking at each other in confusion. They had no idea what Jiang Chen was going to do. Things had escalated to a point where it couldn't be cleaned up anymore. Guolei had been beaten up, and Elixir was back. Even inner circle disciples like Kai Dong and Wang Heng were hung up. Their revenge was considered complete, and it was time for them to stop. However, Jiang Chen had no intention of stopping, and he was going to hang these men up and bring them to the training ground. The training ground was the center of the entire outer circle. What Jiang Chen was doing would definitely cause a huge commotion within the sect, and everyone would know about it. What is he trying to do? Isn't this enough? That's right, is he really going to destroy the Black Sect? This matter is already big enough. I'm afraid it will attract the attention of the higher-ups. Not only does Jiang Chen not stop, but he also wants to continue to make trouble. I really don't know if he is crazy. I don't think Jiang Chen is crazy. It seems like he has some kind of purpose for doing this. These 2 days, there has been a rumor that Jiang Chen died in the Wanya mountain. This rumor came from the inner sect. It is very possible that Jiang Chen is continuing to cause trouble because of this. Many people were discussing amongst themselves. They had no idea what Jiang Chen was going to do, but they knew that Jiang Chen was going to cause a huge commotion today. Once he moved the wooden dummies to the training ground, the entire Black Sect would be alerted. All the sect elders from the outer circle would show up, and some people from the inner circle would come as well. As for what would happen next, no one dared to guess. What should we do? Someone asked. What do you mean? Listen to senior martial brother Jiang Chen, move the wooden stakes to the martial arts practice field. A few men carried the wooden stakes and followed behind Jiang Chen, striding towards the outer circle martial arts practice field. The outer circle was in chaos. Not long after that, all the outer circle disciples had gathered on the martial arts practice field. The 2-meter-tall wooden stakes were blinding under the sunlight, and what was even more blinding was the few men who were hung on top of them with bruises and swollen faces. They were still wailing in pain. There were too many people, and they had surrounded the entire martial arts practice field. Even some novice disciples had come to inquire about what had happened. When they saw the men who were hung on the wooden stakes and knew what had happened, they were all shocked. More and more people came, and the matter was getting more and more serious. Since Jiang Chen didn't want to stop today, there was no way this could end peacefully. The news spread quickly, and soon, it reached the inner circle. Some inner circle disciples came out to watch the show, but since they didn't have any grudges with Jiang Chen, they didn't step forward to stop him. This is too presumptuous. A little outer circle disciple dares to be so disrespectful to an inner circle disciple? He even hung someone up. How dare he do this? An inner circle disciple who thought that he was very powerful said, Xianxia, let go of the inner circle disciple. Who are you? How dare you disrespect an inner circle disciple? The man flew to the martial arts practice field and said in an arrogant tone. There was a saying that the bird that pokes its head out will be shot. If you don't ask for trouble, you won't die. So many people didn't say anything, but you did. Aren't you just asking for trouble? Humph. Xianxia let out a cold snort. With lightning speed, he punched the man's head. The inner circle disciple let out a muffled groan and fainted in an instant. Xianxia quickly tied him up with a rope and threw him onto a wooden pillar. Another one was hung up. Many people were speechless. Looking at Xianxia's posture, he was going to tie them up one by one and hang them up. Presumptuous. At this moment, another shout was heard. 3 old men wearing the same clothes flew down from the sky, and all of them were furious. They had been in charge of the outer circle for a long time, and this had never happened before. 4 great elders of the outer circle. One is tied up, and the other 3 are here. Things are getting worse. Do you think that Xianxia will hang these 3 elders up as well? It can't be. If the 4 great elders of the outer circle are hung up, then things will get really bad. I don't think there's anything that Xianxia doesn't dare to do. The appearance of the 3 outer circle elders had once again raised a wave of commotion. Everyone were guessing whether Xianxia would dare tie them up and hang them up as well. Xianxia, what are you doing? Are you going to rebel? One of them shouted. As the outer circle elders, they had to show up when such a big thing happened in the outer circle. You 3 can go somewhere else. I advise you not to poke your nose into my business. Xianxia said impolitely. As a person who had lived 2 lives, he knew very well that a kind person would be bullied. When it was time to be strong, he had to be strong. Xianxia, do you think that you are the boss of the outer circle? We are the elders of the outer circle. If you dare to disrespect us, we can report this to the leader and punish you. One of them shouted angrily. Xianxia, hurry up and let them go. Haven't you caused enough trouble today? Another elder shouted. Stop talking nonsense. Tell Jiang Wei of the inner circle to come out. Xianxia's attitude was tough, and he didn't give face to anyone. Inner circle. What happened? Didn't you kill him? How did you come back alive? Is this how you do things? In the courtyard, Fan Kuan's face was filled with anger, and he was scolding Jiang Wei who was standing in front of him. I was the one who injected the silent poison needle into his body, there's no way he's still alive. Jiang Wei felt really gloomy. He had seen everything clearly, and with his mid-heavenly core cultivation, there was no way he could have made a mistake. Xianxia had indeed been hit by the silent poison needle, and he was lying on Da Huang Dog's back. But now, not only had Xianxia come back alive, he had also caused such a huge commotion in the outer circle. You can't even handle a small outer circle disciple, what's the point of having you around? Fan Kuan was really angry. Don't be angry, senior disciple Fan. I'll go to the outer circle and have a look. Xianxia has caused such a huge commotion, I think he is trying to lure me out. I'll find a way to lure him onto the deathmatch stage and kill him fair and square. Jiang Wei said in a vicious manner. Remember this, don't let him know that you were the one who chased him that day. Assassinating a fellow disciple is a capital offense. If you ruin Big Brother Nanbei's plan, you know the consequences. Fan Kuan said with a cold expression. Don't worry, senior disciple Fan. Even if I'm recognized, I won't tell anyone about you. After saying that, Jiang Wei walked towards the outer circle with a murderous look on his face. Outer circle training ground. Xianxia was using ropes to tie up the other 3 outer circle sect elders, then he hung them up. Obviously, none of them wanted to give in to the other, and with Xianxia's temper, he would definitely hang them up. Oh my god, all 4 outer circle sect elders are hung up, this is so exciting. Xianxia is too daring. I'm afraid the sect chief will be alerted by what happened today. This is outrageous. But, this scene is really spectacular, it's something that only happens once in 100 years. Everyone in the training ground felt their hearts racing as they looked at the men who were hung up one by one. In the past, any one of them would be a powerful man, but now, they were all hung up like dead dogs by Xianxia. Xianxia, you've offended your superior, the sect chief will definitely punish you. The sect elder who was hung up was not seriously injured, he was still yelling loudly. Humph. Right at this moment, a cold grunt resounded from afar, and then a figure shot out from the inner court like a bolt of lightning. It didn't take long for the figure to arrive at the practice grounds. This person had a tall figure and an extremely ordinary appearance. He was the type of person that couldn't be found in a crowd, but the aura he casually emanated caused others to not dare underestimate him. Xianxia's gaze fell on the person who had just arrived. His originally cold eyes became even colder. This person's body shape and aura were exactly the same as the person who had tried to kill him that night. Although Jiang Wei had disguised himself very well that day, that kind of disguise might be able to fool ordinary people, but it couldn't fool Xianxia. It's really him. Xianxia humped coldly in his heart, instantly sentencing Jiang Wei to death. Xianxia, you're just a small outer circle sect disciple. How dare you blaspheme the dignity of the sect elders and the nobility of the inner circle disciples? You deserve to die 10,000 times. I want you to let them go immediately. Jiang Wei stared at Xianxia angrily. Xianxia was indifferent towards Jiang Wei's scolding. He just said with an indifferent tone, I'm not dead, are you surprised? That's right, I really want to know, why are you still alive? This was indeed the answer that Jiang Wei wanted to know the most. He really couldn't think of a reason why Xianxia could survive. He knew how strong the silent and colorless poisonous needle was. With Xianxia's mortal core cultivation level, there was no way he could have survived. Everyone heard it, this man spread the news of my death because he tried to assassinate me when I was training in the Myriad Demon Mountain. If I wasn't lucky, I would have died in the Myriad Demon Mountain by now. Xianxia's voice was loud, everyone could hear him clearly. What? Assassinating a fellow disciple, that's a capital crime. From what Jiang Wei said just now, the news of Xianxia's death was spread by him, and Kaidong also confirmed it just now. But, how did he know that Xianxia died in the Myriad Demon Mountain? Could it really be like what Xianxia said, that it was Jiang Wei who tried to assassinate him? No wonder Xianxia was so angry, it was because of this. If it's true, then Jiang Wei is the one who has committed a capital crime. Xianxia, you're talking nonsense. When did I assassinate you? Jiang Wei was furious, but his expression didn't look natural. Although his voice was loud, he couldn't hide his guilty conscience. Compared to Xianxia, this cunning old fox, Jiang Wei was still too young. No matter if it was in terms of temperament or strategy, there was a huge gap between them. If he didn't ask why Xianxia was still alive, he wouldn't have been dragged into this mess by Xianxia. Is that so? If you didn't assassinate me, then how do you know I died in the Myriad Demon Mountain? Xianxia sneered. He had finally recognized Jiang Wei as the one who tried to assassinate him that night. Today, he had lured Jiang Wei out with Guolei and Kaidong's help, and he was going to kill him, and even find out who was behind Jiang Wei. Xianxia hated the feeling of being targeted by someone. Anyone who wanted to kill him, Xianxia would find a way to kill them. Jiang Wei was speechless. Only now did he realize that Xianxia had dragged him into this mess. However, he couldn't admit to assassinating a fellow disciple. If he did, he would immediately become the target of public criticism, and he would be severely punished by the sect. Humph. Xianxia, don't talk nonsense. You're standing right here, alive and well, why would I assassinate you? If I did, would you still be alive? Today, you've offended your superiors, bullied your fellow disciple, and ruined the reputation of the inner circle. On behalf of the inner circle, I'm going to teach you a heavy lesson. Jiang Wei's yuan energy was shaking violently. His energy was soaring, and he was filled with killing intent. The outer circle training field was in a complete mess. Today's incident had become so serious, and no one had expected that all 4 sect elders would be hung up. Now, a mid-heavenly core warrior from the inner circle was here to suppress Xianxia. No one knew how Xianxia was going to deal with this. Haha, teaching me a lesson? You think you're worthy? Believe it or not, I'll hang you up too. Xianxia laughed out loud. He didn't take Jiang Wei seriously at all. The current Jiang Chen was a completely different person from that night. Back then, he was only at the mid-mortal core realm, and he was no match for Jiang Wei. But now, it was hard to say. With 80 dragon marks, not only did Jiang Chen have the strength to fight Jiang Wei, he even had a great chance of winning. Hang me up. I think you've really gone mad and don't know what's good for you. Jiang Chen, since you're so lawless and arrogant, do you dare to have a life and death battle with me in the life and death arena? Jiang Wei said loudly. This was the purpose of his trip. As long as he and Jiang Chen entered the life and death stage, he would be able to justifiably kill him. What? He wants to fight on the life and death stage? Isn't that too ruthless? It's rare for disciples from the same sect to fight on the life and death stage. Once they're on the life and death stage, it's all up to fate. This Jiang Wei has such a deep hatred for Jiang Chen that he wants to fight on the life and death stage no matter what. Jiang Wei is a mid-heavenly core warrior, and he's also an inner circle genius. He's not someone an early heavenly core warrior can compare with. Although Jiang Chen can easily defeat an early heavenly core warrior, I don't think he'll be a match for a mid-heavenly core genius. Many people were shocked. Jiang Chen wanted to fight on the life and death stage as soon as he appeared. Everyone threw their gazes onto Jiang Chen, wondering what decision he would make. The life and death stage was not a joke, it was up to one's own decision, and no one could force him to do anything. Although Jiang Wei really wanted to kill Jiang Chen, as long as Jiang Chen didn't agree, there was nothing he could do. Fine, I'll fight you on the life and death stage, we'll fight to the death. What was even more surprising was that Jiang Chen didn't hesitate at all, he immediately agreed. With a leap, he landed on the highest fighting stage in the middle of the training ground. That was the life and death stage. Fine, Jiang Chen, you've disregarded the law, and you've offended your superiors. Today, I'll kill you on the life and death stage, getting rid of a pest like you for the black sect. Jiang Wei's voice was loud and clear. He flew up and landed on the life and death stage. He stood in front of Jiang Chen with a faint smile on his face. Humph. Although this guy is a genius, he's not smart enough. How dare he challenge me to the life and death stage? He's just courting death. As long as I kill him on the life and death stage, Senior Disciple Fan's future troubles will be solved. Jiang Wei coldly harumphed in his mind. He didn't take Jiang Chen seriously at all. 2 days ago, when he chased after Jiang Chen, besides Jiang Chen's speed, Jiang Chen's combat strength couldn't even withstand a single strike from Jiang Wei. It had only been 2 days, even if Jiang Chen continued cultivating, how strong could he be? Therefore, in Jiang Wei's mind, Jiang Chen was dead meat. On the other side, Jiang Chen had a sneer on his face as well. He sent his divine sense into Jiang Wei's mind and said, Jiang Wei, tell me who is trying to kill me, and I'll give you a quick death, a painless death. Haha, this is so funny, this is the funniest joke I've ever heard. Jiang Chen, I can kill you with just a wave of my hand, and when you die, I'll tell you the truth, so you can die with peace of mind. Jiang Wei responded with his divine sense as well. He was laughing out loud. Jiang Chen saying he would give him a quick death made him laugh. If that's the case, bring it on. Jiang Chen had an indifferent expression on his face. He stood on the fighting stage with his hands behind his back. His eyes were filled with an arrogant expression, and he looked like a mighty king. His body was glowing in a golden light. They are going to fight soon. Jiang Chen really agreed to a life and death duel with Jiang Wei, he is too careless. Sigh, Jiang Wei is a mid-heavenly core warrior, even among the inner circle disciples, he is one of the strongest. Although Jiang Chen is strong, I don't think he can defeat Jiang Wei. Let's see, Jiang Chen is a ruthless and cunning man, and he never does anything he isn't confident about. Since he agreed to a life and death duel with Jiang Wei, he must have some hidden cards up his sleeves. Everyone were discussing amongst themselves, and they were all staring at the fighting stage. Those disciples who followed Jiang Chen all had worried expressions on their faces. This was a battle that everyone was paying attention to, and it had attracted a lot of people. An outer circle disciple fighting an inner circle disciple in a life and death duel, this was the first time something like this had ever happened in the Black Sect. No matter what the outcome of this battle was, no matter who lived or died, Jiang Chen had created a miracle. Jiang Chen, face your death. Jiang Wei shouted out loudly. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a bright beam towards Jiang Chen like a waterfall. This was a powerful combat skill. Not only did it look gorgeous, it also carried a powerful attack. On the opposite side, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Facing Jiang Wei, he didn't dare be careless. He immediately unleashed the 6 solar fingers. Bang! The 6 profound solar fingers collided with Jiang Wei's radiance, resulting in an earth-shattering explosion. This time, both of them were forced to take a step back. Surprisingly, they were evenly matched. What? Jiang Wei was shocked. He looked at Jiang Chen with a shocked expression. There was no way he wouldn't be shocked. 2 days ago, when he was chasing after Jiang Chen, his combat strength wasn't this strong. It had only been 2 days, and he had grown to this level. This was unbelievable. A draw. Heavens, is he still a human? Is he really just a mortal core warrior? This is terrifying. Jiang Chen can actually fight Jiang Wei face to face without being defeated. If I didn't see this with my own eyes, I would never believe it. Haha, mighty senior disciple Jiang. Kill him, kill him. The crowd became restless. The fight that everyone thought was going to be one-sided didn't happen, it was a draw. At the border between the inner circle and outer circle, a man was standing there with a serious expression. This man was Fan Kuan. He had seen the fight between Jiang Wei and Jiang Chen clearly, and his face immediately became gloomy. This guy's growth is too fast. He can fight a mid-heavenly core warrior face to face with just a late mortal core warrior. Even Big Brother Nanbei can't do this. We can't let this guy live. Fan Kuan thought to himself. A vicious look emerged in his eyes. Bam bam bam, on the fighting stage, Jiang Wei kept attacking with his strongest combat skills, and Jiang Chen was also using his 6 solar fingers and sonic hawk cry. Both men were fighting fiercely, but in the end, neither of them could do anything to the other, neither of them had the upper hand. Although it was a draw, everyone was still shocked. The strength that Jiang Chen had shown was really frightening. Guolei and the other men were regretting their decision. They could have offended anyone, but they had to offend this devil. Jiang Wei became even angrier. His face turned red, and he was furious. With his status and cultivation level, it was shameful for him to be unable to defeat an outer circle disciple after such a long time. On the opposite side, Jiang Chen had a gloomy expression as well. After the fight just now, he knew that if he continued to fight with Jiang Wei like this, there would be no result. I'm done playing with you. A cold smile appeared on Jiang Chen's face. He jumped forward and shouted, 9 phantom wolves. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, as soon as Jiang Chen's voice faded, 9 identical Jiang Chens suddenly appeared on the fighting stage and surrounded Jiang Wei. This scene immediately caused a huge commotion. Everyone was so shocked that their mouths were wide open. Even Fan Kuan, who was watching the fight from afar, was shocked. Even with his eyesight, he couldn't tell which one of the 9 Jiang Chens was the real one. Heavens, there are 9 Jiang Chens. What kind of movement skill is this? It's so rare. This is too terrifying. It's so heaven-defying. This kind of movement skill can't even be described with the word terrifying. Everyone was shocked. The most shocked one would be Jiang Wei, who was fighting against Jiang Chen. He had already taken out his combat weapon, but the 9 Jiang Chens in front of him had completely confused him. He couldn't tell which one was the real Jiang Chen. Jiang Wei, prepare to die. 9 Jiang Chens shouted at the same time. Break! Jiang Wei locked onto one of Jiang Chen's bodies. He swung his long sword and fiercely stabbed towards it. Pop, the Jiang Chen's body that was stabbed by Jiang Chen's sword shattered into pieces. Jiang Wei's attack had missed, and he immediately felt a strong sense of danger coming from behind him. He quickly turned around and found that the real Jiang Chen was already in front of him. Swoosh! Arg! Jiang Wei let out a mournful scream as he coughed out a mouthful of blood. The powerful sound wave had not only injured his body, it had also damaged his knowledge and soul to a certain extent. His entire body instantly became dispirited. Bang! Without giving Jiang Wei any chance to react, Jiang Chen's fist landed on Jiang Wei's face. Everyone could hear a cracking sound, and Jiang Wei's nose was broken. His face was covered in blood, and it was a horrifying scene. Plop, Jiang Wei fell to the ground with his face facing up. With the help of Jiang Chen's 9 phantom wolves, Jiang Wei was caught off guard, and he had completely lost his ability to fight. Swoosh, with a thought in his mind, all 8 doppelgangers returned to Jiang Chen's body and disappeared. Jiang Chen took a step forward and arrived in front of Jiang Wei. He looked down at Jiang Wei with a sneer on his face. How could this happen? Jiang Wei was defeated, and he was completely defeated. Jiang Chen's movement skill is really frightening. With so many doppelgangers, Jiang Wei couldn't even tell which one was the real one. It's over. I wonder if Jiang Chen will kill Jiang Wei. I think Jiang Chen is in danger now. With Jiang Chen's personality and methods, it's going to be hard for him to survive. Besides, this is a death match, and life and death are decided by fate. Even if Jiang Chen kills him, he won't be breaking the rules. Besides, with Jiang Wei's cultivation level and status, losing to an outer circle disciple is a shameful thing. Everyone was shocked. Who would have thought that a heavenly core warrior like Jiang Wei would be defeated, and in such a sudden and thorough manner? Just a moment ago, both of them were fighting fiercely, and it was hard to tell who was the winner. But in the blink of an eye, Jiang Chen had used a mighty movement skill and defeated Jiang Wei with just a single strike. Trash. In the distance, Fan Kuan had a gloomy expression. Although he was cursing Jiang Wei for being useless, he had to admit that Jiang Chen was really strong. If he continued to grow, it would be extremely difficult for him to deal with him. Fan Kuan could tell that Jiang Chen's existence was a hidden threat to the northern and southern dynasties. Impossible, this is impossible. It's only been 2 days, how could you grow to such a level? Jiang Wei shook his head. He couldn't accept the fact that he was defeated by Jiang Chen. Just 2 days ago, he was chasing Jiang Chen around the myriad demon mountain, and Jiang Chen couldn't even withstand a single strike of his. Only 2 days had passed, and he had such terrifying growth. Was he still a human? Tell me, why did you want to kill me? I have no enmity with you, so someone must have ordered you to do this. Tell me who it is, and I might spare your life. Jiang Chen said with a deep voice. He and Jiang Wei didn't know each other, and there was no hatred between them. Jiang Wei had no reason to kill Jiang Chen. Most likely, there was someone even stronger in the inner circle who wanted to kill Jiang Chen. Alright, I'll tell you, said Jiang Wei. However, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes as a black poisonous needle suddenly appeared in his hand. Go to hell. Gnashing his teeth, Jiang Wei abruptly swung his arm, and the Poison King needle silently shot out. At such a close distance, Jiang Wei had absolute confidence that he could stab Jiang Chen. He wanted to see how Jiang Chen was able to resist the poison contained within the Poison King needle. That day, he had personally witnessed Jiang Chen being struck by the Poison King needle, yet he was able to return unscathed. This made him very puzzled. Clang, Jiang Wei's speed was very fast, but Jiang Chen was even faster. Although Jiang Wei's small movements were subtle, they couldn't hide from Jiang Chen's sharp eyes. Like lightning, he stretched out 2 fingers and caught the silent Poison King needle. Humph. Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. If you don't want to say it, I will draw it out myself. Don't you like to use poison? Then I will let you have a taste of it. Jiang Chen coldly snorted. His patience was limited. Jiang Wei still wanted to use the Poison King needle to kill him at the last moment. Such a person, Jiang Chen wouldn't be merciful. Jiang Chen's killing intent was overflowing. With a flip of his palm, the Poison King needle in his hand pierced towards Jiang Wei's forehead. Stop. At this moment, a loud shout came from the direction of the inner sect. Everyone saw Fan Kuan flying out from the inner sect, and the one who shouted was Fan Kuan. However, Jiang Chen completely ignored Fan Kuan's words. His hands moved extremely fast, and the Poison King needle pierced into Jiang Wei's forehead. Ah, a shrill scream came out from Jiang Wei's mouth. That kind of scream made people's hair stand on end. It didn't sound like it came from a human. Everyone could see black lines spreading from Jiang Wei's forehead to his entire body. The poison started to corrode his body, his flesh and blood. His face started to distort, and a sizzling sound came out from his body. The scene was extremely horrifying. Senior disciple Fan, save me, Jiang Wei looked at Fan Kuan in fear, and his voice had become hoarse. He was a genius from the inner sect, and he had a bright future ahead of him. He didn't want to die, and Fan Kuan was his only chance. The silent poison king needle was given to him by Fan Kuan, and only Fan Kuan could give him the antidote. Fan Kuan shook his head in pity. Only he knew that there was no antidote for the silent poison king needle. The poison was too strong, and there was no cure for it. If a heavenly core warrior was hit by the needle, he would definitely die. Plop Jiang Wei's body laid on the ground, and he didn't move anymore. The poison of the silent poison king needle was too strong, and the moment the poison reached the heart, it meant death. I'll give him a taste of his own medicine. Jiang Chen had an indifferent expression on his face. Towards Jiang Wei's death, his eyes didn't show any emotion, and he didn't show any mercy. Especially after seeing how strong the poison of the needle was, Jiang Chen felt that Jiang Wei deserved to die. If he wasn't cultivating the dragon transformation skill, and if he didn't have the green hellish python's poison in his body, he would have ended up like Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei is dead, and he died in such a miserable way. That needle was too terrifying, there must be an unimaginable poison on it, and it could even kill a mid-heavenly core warrior in an instant. This is really unimaginable. This is too cruel, Jiang Chen is too cruel, and the way Jiang Wei died is really tragic. Can you blame anyone else for this? Didn't you see? It was Jiang Wei who took out the needle, he wanted to kill Jiang Chen with it, and Jiang Chen just gave him a taste of his own medicine. He deserved it. Jiang Wei was dead, and everyone was shocked. However, no one felt pity for him, because everyone had clearly seen what happened just now. It was Jiang Wei who took out the needle, and if anyone were to say that Jiang Chen was evil, it was Jiang Wei who did it first. Jiang Chen, you're so cruel, and you used such a deadly poison on your fellow disciple. This is the style of those from the evil path, and you're not a righteous man. I, Fan Kuan, am going to punish you on behalf of the heavens, I will kill you, I will get rid of you. Fan Kuan said righteously. Without saying anything, he immediately unleashed an illusionary giant hand and slapped towards Jiang Chen. Fan Kuan had used all his strength right from the start. With his cultivation level, Jiang Chen was no match for him. Luckily, Jiang Chen had reacted in advance. Right when Fan Kuan attacked, he had unleashed his blood wings and dodged the attack. Even so, the force of Fan Kuan's attack had still caused his blood to boil. Heavens, even senior disciple Fan Kuan has attacked. Jiang Chen is finished. Senior disciple Fan Kuan is ranked number 2 in the inner circle. Besides senior disciple Guaniyun, no one can suppress him. Ordinary late heavenly core warriors are no match for him. I never thought he would personally attack and kill Jiang Chen. Why do I feel like Fan Kuan and Jiang Chen have a deep grudge? Besides, Jiang Chen and Jiang Wei were going to fight a life and death battle. Fan Kuan's intervention doesn't seem to be in line with the rules. Many people shouted out in shock. Today's incident had become too big, and it had reached a point where it could no longer be resolved. Originally, it was just a small matter between outer circle disciples, but now, even a big shot like Fan Kuan had gotten involved. It looked like only a high-ranking sect elder could solve this problem. Fan Kuan, are you blind? That poison needle was obviously used by Jiang Wei first. Jiang Chen was furious. This Fan Kuan just wanted to kill him, and he didn't leave any room for negotiation. How could he not be angry? Besides, Jiang Chen could feel that Fan Kuan really wanted to kill him, and his determination was even greater than senior disciple Jiang Wei's. Also, Jiang Wei had asked Fan Kuan for help at the last moment of his death. All these signs showed that Fan Kuan was the one who wanted to kill him. Humph. I only saw you kill Jiang Wei with a poison needle. Jiang Chen, you bullied your fellow disciple, ignored your elders, and killed your senior disciple. You are an evil man, and you are an evil man. Today, I will kill you. Fan Kuan's energy was unparalleled. His eyes were sharp, and his killing intent was extremely high. Today was a great opportunity for him to kill Jiang Chen, and he could pin a few crimes on Jiang Chen. He couldn't miss this opportunity. Bang, Fan Kuan's peak heavenly core energy was completely unleashed. The powerful shockwaves collided with each other and produced a loud explosion. His yuan energy was like a tsunami, and it locked onto Jiang Chen's energy. Bang, another loud explosion sounded out. Fan Kuan attacked again. He unleashed a powerful combat skill that transformed into a huge golden palm, and he forcefully smashed it towards Xianxia. Everyone's expressions changed. Fan Kuan's skills were too powerful, and he had used a deadly skill right from the start. No matter how strong Xianxia was, he was only a late mortal core warrior, and the gap between them was too huge. There was no way he could defend himself. Right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. A bright beam of light descended from the sky. That beam of light was like a dazzling sword, and it shattered Fan Kuan's giant palm print into pieces. Fan Kuan was shaken by the force of the attack, and he was forced to retreat 2 to 3 meters before he could stabilize his body. Swoosh, a light flashed, and a fat old man appeared in the sky. In the blink of an eye, he arrived next to Xianxia and stood side by side with him. When the crowd saw who it was, they immediately shouted out in shock. Sect Elder Guishan, he is here as well. Alchemist Guishan, he is the most respected sect elder in the Black Sect, and he has reached the Divine Core realm. However, he only focuses on concocting pills, and he has never asked anything about the Black Sect. I didn't expect him to show up here today. No matter if it's Sect Elder Guishan's status or position in the Black Sect, no ordinary sect elder can compare with him. Even the sect chief has to show him some respect. Once again, something unexpected happened. Guishan's appearance had caused everyone to quieten down. In the Black Sect, Sect Elder Guishan's influence was huge. With his status and identity, no matter where he went, he would be respected by everyone. An excellent alchemist would be respected no matter where he went, and he would have a bright future. This was the reason why even Daoist Black had to give Guishan some face. Not only Daoist Black, even those high-ranking sect elders of the Black Sect had to be polite when they saw Guishan. To put it bluntly, most of the Divine Core sect elders of the Black Sect had received help from Guishan, and most of them had asked Guishan to concoct pills for them. Even if they didn't have any dealings with each other, they wouldn't offend a powerful alchemist for no reason. Therefore, even though Guishan had never interfered with the internal affairs of the martial arts sect, and had always lived in his own mountain, and had never interfered with the fights between the disciples of the martial arts sect, as long as he stood there, he would be a strong deterrent force, and no one would dare to slight him. Even the arrogant and despotic Fan Kuan had to be respectful when he saw Guishan. However, no one had expected that Sect Elder Guishan, who had never interfered with the matters of the Black Sect, would stand beside Xianxia today. Guishan had blocked Fan Kuan's attack and stood beside Xianxia. This had clearly shown his intention. Greetings, Sect Elder Gua. Fan Kuan cupped his fist toward Guishan. Although his attitude was respectful, he didn't show any fear. Fan Kuan, what are you doing? Killing a fellow disciple? As the leader of the inner circle disciples, how could you attack an outer circle disciple? Don't you feel ashamed? Guishan let out a cold snort. Sect Elder Gua, what do you mean by killing a fellow disciple? Xianxia just killed Jiang Wei with a deadly poison, isn't that killing a fellow disciple? Today, Xianxia created a huge disturbance in the outer circle, burned down the courtyards, brutally beat his fellow disciples, and even hung up 4 outer circle sect elders. Shouldn't we get rid of a man who walks the path of evil? I'm just helping the Black Sect to get rid of this malignant tumor. Fan Kuan's attitude was still as arrogant as ever. His murderous aura filled the air. He had not given up on killing Xianxia yet. Xianxia furrowed his brows, he was shocked. Putting aside Guishan's status as an alchemist, just his divine core cultivation level alone was more than enough to shock anyone. But this Fan Kuan actually dared to talk back to Guishan like this? Wasn't he afraid that Guishan would kill him in a fit of rage? With Guishan's status, killing an inner circle disciple who disrespected him wouldn't bring him any trouble. Xianxia didn't know, but the others were very clear about it. Because everyone knew that Fan Kuan, other than being an inner disciple, had another identity that was enough for him to be arrogant, and that was Fan Kuan's grandfather. Fan Kuan was disrespectful to Elder Gua. Didn't he offend Elder Gua? Fan Kuan has a strong backing. His grandfather, Fan Zhongtang, is a high-ranking sect elder, and he is a mid-divine core sect elder. His cultivation level is higher than Sect Elder Guishan's, that's why he isn't afraid. That's right. He has a powerful backer. Of course, he is arrogant. Looking at Fan Kuan's expression, he will only be satisfied after he kills Xianxia today. Many people were discussing amongst themselves. Everyone could tell that today's incident wasn't over yet. Even Sect Elder Guishan had shown up, and perhaps other Divine Core Sect Elders would show up as well. Fan Kuan, Jiang and Jiang Wei had a death match, and that means life and death are determined by fate. Jiang Wei was killed because of his weak cultivation level, he can't blame it on Jiang. As for being poisoned, I believe you know about it, so I don't need to explain it to you. Guishan said. Obviously, he wanted to protect Jiang. Sect Elder Gua, this is a matter between disciples, I hope Sect Elder Gua can stay out of it, let us settle it ourselves. Fan Kuan didn't back down. He had made up his mind to kill Jiang today. If he didn't kill Jiang today, it would be very difficult for him to do so in the future, and it would be very difficult for him to find a legitimate opportunity like today. Besides, Jiang performance today was too strong. If he wasn't killed as soon as possible, once he grew stronger, he would be very difficult to handle. Damn it, Fan Kuan is too shameless. What gives him the right to interfere in a deathmatch? He didn't allow Sect Elder Guishan to interfere in a fight between disciples, and he is the leader of the Inner Circle disciples, and he is a peak Heavenly Core warrior. Isn't it shameful for him to kill an Outer Circle disciple? Shameless. Sect Elder Guishan will definitely protect Senior Disciple Jiang. This matter has become too big, and it's going to be hard to deal with. Fan Kuan has a powerful backer behind him, he won't let this go easily. Many Outer Circle disciples started cursing. Jiang had indeed caused a huge commotion today. He had hung up so many people, and although it was a lawless act, that was because he had the ability to do so. Fan Kuan, a peak Heavenly Core warrior, wanted to kill a mortal core Outer Circle disciple? What a shameless act. How dare you? I, the Sect Elder, want to interfere? How dare you, a junior, talk like this in front of me? Get the hell out of here. Guishan shouted out loudly as he unleashed his Divine Core energy. Sensing the powerful energy, Fan Kuan's face immediately turned pale, and he was terrified. He thought to himself that it was really hard to fight a Divine Core warrior. Only when he reached the Divine Core realm would he be a match for Guishan. Even a clay figurine would get angry, let alone Guishan. He had a high status, and he had just been insulted by an Inner Circle disciple. If it wasn't for the fact that he was afraid of Fan Zhongtang, Guishan would have already slapped him. Who is so arrogant? How dare you ask my grandson to get the hell out of here? Right at this moment, another dignified voice sounded out from within the Black Sect. After that, an old man wearing a grey robe appeared next to Fan Kuan in the blink of an eye. This man looked to be about the same age as Guishan, and he had a domineering expression on his face. He carried himself with the aura of a mighty warrior. Jiang was startled. He immediately understood why Fan Kuan dared to disrespect Guishan, it was because he had such a powerful grandfather. Jiang gazed at Fan Zhongtang, and with just one glance, he could tell that Fan Zhongtang was a mid-Divine Core warrior, one stage higher than Guishan. Guishan was at the peak of the early Divine Core realm, he had yet to break through to the mid-Divine Core realm. Grandfather. Fan Kuan bowed towards Fan Zhongtang when he saw him. Oh my, even Fan Zhongtang is here. He is one of the higher-ups in the Black Sect, his status and position are only below the sect chiefs. I never thought this would become such a big mess. Now that two Divine Core warriors are here, I wonder how this is going to end. I'm afraid it won't be easy. If Fan Zhongtang and Guishan are going to fight, I'm afraid only the sect chief can solve this problem. Too many shocking things had happened today, and they had become numb to it. Originally, it was just a small fight between Outer Circle disciples, and only a few dozen disciples were forced to take the elixir pill. But, no one had expected things to escalate to this point. For Outer Circle sect elders were still hanging, and an Inner Circle genius was killed on the fighting stage. And now, two Divine Core warriors had appeared. Fan Zhongtang, even you are here. Are you two sons and grandsons going to bully an Outer Circle disciple together? Let me tell you, I, Guishan, will be the first one to disagree. Guishan's attitude was extremely forceful. Since he was here today, he was going to protect Jiang no matter what. Perhaps in the eyes of outsiders, Xianxia was just an outer circle disciple, a genius, but in Guishan's eyes, Xianxia was a peerless genius that could only be found once every 10,000 years. Besides, Xianxia had given him a lot of help in alchemy, and both of them had been brothers for a long time. Now that his brother was in trouble, as the older brother, how could he just stand by and do nothing? Besides, other people might be afraid of Fan Zhongtang, but Guishan wasn't. Although his cultivation level was lower than Fan Zhongtang's, in terms of status, he wasn't any weaker than Fan Zhongtang. Xianxia, who stood aside, had a gloomy expression. He didn't say anything. He had basically concluded that the one who wanted to kill him was Fan Kuan. As for whether or not it was related to his grandfather, he wasn't sure. This was the reason why Xianxia wanted to cause trouble today. He wanted to find out who was the one who wanted to kill him. But, what he didn't understand was why Fan Kuan wanted to kill him. But, this wasn't important anymore. Kuan, what's going on? Fan Zhongtang turned around and looked at his grandson, Fan Kuan. Grandpa, it's like this. Fan Kuan told Fan Zhongtang everything that had happened today through his divine sense. Fan Zhongtang immediately looked at Xianxia, who was standing beside Guishan. Underneath his calm eyes, there was a hint of killing intent. Although he hid it very well, he couldn't hide it from Xianxia. Even he wants to kill me. Xianxia's heart was filled with anger. There was no reason for this hatred. Even with the wisdom of a saint, he couldn't figure out why this grandfather and grandson duo wanted to kill him. Humph. Guishan, look at this training field. This kid has no respect for his elders. He even hung up a sect elder and beat him, and he even killed a fellow disciple. He's an evil cultivator, and people like this should be put to death immediately. Fan Zhongtang let out a cold snort. Using the same tone as Fan Kuan, he immediately accused Xianxia of being an evil cultivator, and he pointed the spearhead at Xianxia. On the training field, those disciples and sect elders who were hung up and beaten were still screaming in pain. When they heard Fan Zhongtang's words, they were so touched that tears almost flowed down their faces. Fan Zhongtang, Xianxia has his reasons for doing what he did today. He killed Jiang Wei because both of them fought in a death match, and a mid-heavenly core inner circle disciple was killed by an outer circle disciple. I believe there's no need to say anything else. Guishan said with an indifferent expression. Guishan, you and I are both divine core sect elders. We shouldn't interfere in the fights between disciples. In my opinion, in order to avoid hurting our relationship, let's both step back and let him and Fan Kuan deal with Xianxia. What do you think? Fan Zhongtang said. Pooey. Fan Zhongtang, don't you have any shame? Asking your grandson to kill an outer circle disciple? Do you really have the face to say that? I, your father, will protect Xianxia today. Whoever dares to touch him can have a try. Guishan, don't think you can yell in front of me just because you're an alchemist. If you want to protect this evil man, don't tell me you're going to turn into an evil cultivator as well. Fan Zhongtang was furious as well. With his status, being scolded as shameless in front of so many people made him angry. Besides, he was determined to help his grandson get rid of Xianxia. Cut the crap. If anyone dares to touch Xianxia today, I'll be the first one to stop them. With a sway of his body, Guishan stood in front of Xianxia. It looked like if Fan Zhongtang decided to attack, Guishan would have to fight him. Xianxia remained expressionless. Although today's situation had exceeded his expectations, it wasn't beyond his control. If Guishan and Fan Zhongtang couldn't win, Daoist Black would definitely step in. Enough. Indeed, just like what Xianxia had expected, right after Guishan's words left his mouth, a stern voice sounded out from within the Black sect. After that, a golden beam shot out from Palace Black's direction. The golden beam arrived at the outer circle training field and swept across all the wooden stakes. In an instant, all the wooden stakes were shattered, along with the ropes. All the people who were tied to the wooden stakes fell down from the sky. Not only did the golden beam shatter the wooden stakes, it even unsealed Xianxia's qi. Sect Chief. At the same time, Fan Zhongtang bowed towards the direction of Palace Black. The cold shout and the golden beam just now were all done by Daoist Black. As the leader of the Black sect, one of the four most powerful men in the Qi province, no one dared show any disrespect to Daoist Black. Oh heavens, even the sect chief is here. It was just a small matter in the outer circle, but now, even the sect chief is here. The situation is getting out of control. If the sect chief doesn't show up now, we won't be able to suppress it anymore. Xianxia has really turned the black sect upside down today. He has created a huge storm. Everyone was shocked. In the eyes of everyone in the black sect, Taoist Black was a supreme existence, and he was respected by countless people. After that, a middle-aged man wearing a Taoist robe arrived from the sky. He stood in the sky with his hands behind his back. His black hair was fluttering in the wind, and a dignified expression could be seen on his face. He was Taoist Black, the old great emperor of the black sect. Greetings, sect master. All the disciples on the training ground bowed and greeted Taoist Black. From Fan Zhongtang and Guishan to the ordinary novitiate disciples, all of them were showing their respect towards Taoist Black. If one were to ask who was the most mysterious person in the black sect, Taoist Black would definitely be the most mysterious. He rarely showed himself in all the matters that happened in the black sect, so perhaps only Xianxia had the ability to do so. Speak. I'll give you a chance to explain. Taoist Black said with a cruel expression. He glanced at Fan Zhongtang and Guishan, and more importantly, at Fan Kuan and Xianxia. Alliance Chief, Xianxia bullied the outer circle disciples, and he even hung up an outer circle sect elder. This is an audacious act that has never happened before in the history of the black sect. He is insane and lawless, and everyone here has witnessed this. Besides, Xianxia killed his fellow disciples, and he used deadly poison to kill Jiang Wei. This is a cruel and brutal way of doing things. It is exactly what an evil man would do. If we don't get rid of this man, it will damage the dignity of the black sect, and it will make it harder for the people to calm down. Fan Kuan's words were righteous and logical. He had completely described Xianxia as an evil man. Taoist Black remained expressionless as he stared at Xianxia. Xianxia, how are you going to explain this? Taoist Black asked. I don't want to explain, I believe sect chief will make a fair decision. Xianxia cupped his fist. There was no point in trying to explain anything like this. It all depended on Taoist Black's decision. If Taoist Black wanted to punish him, no matter how he tried to explain himself, it would be useless. If Taoist Black didn't want to pursue this matter, he could do the same. Besides, Xianxia didn't need to explain himself, because the crowd's explanation was more convincing than his. The truth is right in front of us, what else is there to explain? Disciple requests Alliance Chief to punish Xianxia. Fan Kuan said with a sneer on his face. Sect Chief, Senior Disciple Xianxia is innocent. Right after Fan Kuan finished speaking, an outer circle disciple immediately spoke out. That's right, Sect Chief. 2 days ago, an outer circle disciple, Guolei, spread fake news about senior disciple Xianxia's death in the Myriad Demon Mountain. He was ordered by an inner circle disciple, Kai Dong, to bully us. He took 100 human elixir pills from each of us, and he even severely injured Wang Yun and Huang Jing. Many people can testify that we are the victims. Sect Chief, Senior Disciple Xianxia only came back to seek justice for us. If we are talking about who violated the rules, it was Guolei and the others who violated the rules first. Jiang Wei's death was his own fault. He and Senior Disciple Xianxia fought in a death match, so he can't blame anyone for his death. As for the poison, it was Jiang Wei who took out the poison needles, it had nothing to do with Senior Disciple Xianxia. Those outer circle disciples who followed Xianxia were all fighting to be the first to speak. At this moment, they had no choice but to stand out and express their opinions. If they didn't say anything, it would directly disappoint Xianxia. No matter what, Xianxia had stood up for them today. Between Xianxia and Fan Kuan, they had to choose one. They could only help Xianxia and offend Fan Kuan. Sect Chief, the words of these disciples can't be wrong. The root cause of this incident is not Xianxia's fault. In other words, Xianxia is also a victim. Guishan cupped his fist and said to Taoist Black with a smile on his face. Just now, when Xianxia didn't want to explain himself, he was still thinking of a way to save Xianxia. But, he didn't expect so many disciples to stand out and speak for Xianxia. The effect was much better than having Xianxia explain himself. Looking at Xianxia's confident expression, Guishan couldn't help but praise him in his mind. Although Xianxia was young, he had a strong mentality, something that Guishan had never seen before. No matter what kind of situation he was facing, he could always remain calm. Besides, Xianxia was an extremely daring person, there was nothing he wouldn't do. If not, he wouldn't have caused all this trouble. Sect Chief, how can we judge the truth based on the words of a few outer circle disciples? Even if what they said is true, it is still a fact that Xianxia brutally beat up an outer circle sect elder, and he even hung up 4 outer circle sect elders. Sect elders represent the reputation of the sect. What Xianxia did is a slap to the sect's face. Fan Kuan didn't want to give up. Fan Kuan, do I need you to teach me what to do? Daoist Black glared at him. Disciple doesn't dare, please forgive me, Sect Chief. Seeing Daoist Black getting angry, Fan Kuan's expression instantly changed. Alright, I've learned everything that happened today. Let's just let this matter rest. Don't let it happen again. After saying that, Daoist Black disappeared from where he stood, as if he had never appeared before. His speed was incredibly fast. With Daoist Black's strength, he was only one step away from the combat soul realm. His strength was not something that ordinary people could fathom. Daoist Black's words startled many people. Let this matter rest just like that? The sect chief had personally come here, and this was how he was going to handle this matter. Fan Kuan's expression darkened. He really didn't want to accept this result. He had no idea why Daoist Black would be so biased towards Xianxia. Xianxia had caused such a huge commotion today, and even if he wasn't the cause, he should still be punished accordingly. But now, Daoist Black just said it was over, and this matter was over. Fan Kuan wasn't the only one who was confused. Everyone who had witnessed what happened today had their mouths wide open in shock. No way? That's it? Sect Chief's way of handling this matter is really unique. That's right, I thought Sect Chief would make a big fuss about this, but I never thought he would just let this matter rest with just a few words. Isn't it obvious? Sect Chief is biased towards Xianxia. Based on Xianxia's performance today, even if he wasn't the cause, beating up an outer circle sect elder is more than enough for him to be punished. But now, nothing has happened to him, it's obvious that Sect Chief doesn't want to punish him. Sect Chief has his reasons for doing this. Xianxia's growth is too fast, and his talent is extremely rare in the Qi province. His talent is comparable to the northern and southern dynasties of the Burning Sky Pavilion, and it won't be a problem for him to surpass Fan Kuan in the future. A genius like this, of course Sect Chief won't punish him easily, this is what true strength is. Many people were shocked by this result, but at the same time, they understood why. After all, Xianxia's performance was too outstanding, and a genius like this was not someone the Black Sect would easily offend. Besides, this matter was handled by the Sect Chief himself, no one dared to have any objections. As for whether it was fair or not, in this world where strength was everything, fairness was a luxury. In the Black Sect, Daoist Black's words were the only word that was fair. Those sect elders and disciples who were beaten and tied up by Xianxia wanted to cry, but no tears came out. They were hoping that the sect chief would come and give them some justice, but now it looked like they didn't even need to think about it anymore. Besides, the way the sect chief dealt with this matter was equivalent to telling everyone that he was biased towards Xianxia. After what happened today, many of them had warned themselves not to offend Xianxia in the future. If they offended this ruthless man, they would never have a good ending. Fan Kuan had an evil expression on his face. He stared at Xianxia like a poisonous snake and said, Xianxia, I'll remember your life for now. Fan Kuan, I don't care why you want to kill me, but I'm warning you, you better not offend me. If not, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Xianxia said with an indifferent tone. He would never show mercy to his enemies. Besides, the truth had proven that those who offended Xianxia would never have a good ending. Humph. Fan Kuan let out a cold snort, then he turned around and left. Fan Zhongtang's body moved and disappeared as well. Originally, Fan Kuan wanted to kill Xianxia no matter what, but he didn't expect Daoist Black to personally intervene. If he continued to attack Xianxia, he would be violating Daoist Black's taboo, and the consequences were not something he could bear. Just like that, a huge incident that had shaken the entire Black Sect had been easily ended by Daoist Black. Everything that happened today would definitely be recorded in the Black Sect's history. The name Xianxia had once again resounded like thunder in everyone's ears. From today onwards, not only those outer circle disciples, even outer circle sect elders and some inner circle disciples wouldn't dare offend Xianxia anymore. In the outer circle dormitory area, Wang Yun and Huang Zheng's courtyard was filled with people. Wang Dingyou carefully placed the 2 rejuvenation pills he got from sect elder Guishan into Jiangchen's hand. He looked at Jiangchen with a face filled with admiration. There was no way they wouldn't admire him. What Jiangchen had done today had turned him into a godlike existence in their hearts. Besides, Wang Dingyou was just trying his luck when he went to sect elder Guishan. He didn't expect that after he mentioned Jiangchen's name, sect elder Guishan would immediately give him 2 rejuvenation pills without hesitation. After learning about what happened, sect elder Guishan even helped Jiangchen personally. Senior disciple Jiangchen was a righteous man, and he had stood up for them. Everyone felt grateful towards him. Besides, Jiangchen had only been in the Black Sect for a few days, but he had managed to settle sect elder Guishan and even the sect chief. Not many people could do something like this. Everyone here was willing to follow Jiangchen. Besides, Jiangchen had brought back so many elixir pills, but Jiangchen didn't take any of them, he had given them all to them. After I gave Wang Yun and Huang Jing a rejuvenation pill, it won't take long for them to recover. Don't stand around here, leave now. In the future, if anyone dares to bully you in the Black Sect, just tell them my name, Jiangchen. But, let me tell you something, I can help you, but don't cause any trouble for me. Jiangchen's voice wasn't loud, but it was very dignified. Everyone could hear it clearly, and no one dared to neglect Jiangchen's words. Don't worry, senior disciple Jiang, we'll work hard in our cultivation, we won't let you down. That's right, we'll follow senior disciple Jiang from now on. We won't offend those who don't offend us, but if someone offends us, we can't be afraid of them. That's right, that's right. We won't bully anyone, and we won't let anyone bully us. Everyone said at the same time. Jiangchen's domineering performance today had deeply affected them. Every action and every word Jiangchen said made their blood boil. Unknowingly, Jiangchen had become their idol, and a great image that could never be erased had been established in their hearts. Jiangchen had become an idol in their hearts. In other words, there had been some changes in their temperament. Subconsciously, they had become stronger. This was the subtle effect of Jiangchen's influence. In the world of cultivation, one could not be too weak. If one was not strong, one would suffer. If there were too many people, it would affect Wang Yun and Huang Zheng's recovery. Jiangchen dispersed everyone, leaving only Wang Daniu and another disciple. I've already given them the rejuvenation pill. Wang Daniu, the 2 of you stay here and take care of him. If there's anything, come to my place to find me. Jiangchen said. Senior brother Jiang, go ahead and do what you need to do. Leave this place to us. Wang Daniu said with a serious expression. Jiangchen nodded and left with De Huang Dog. He walked out from the dormitory area and didn't fly. Along the way, he met many outer court disciples. Each and every one of them greeted Jiangchen. Greetings, senior brother Jiang. Greetings, senior brother Jiang. Everyone who saw Jiangchen greeted him with a serious expression. Their faces were filled with fear, not daring to show any neglect towards Jiangchen. Jiangchen shook his head and increased his speed. Not long after, he returned to his residence. Brat, you are so domineering today, Kaka, De Huang Dog laughed and danced excitedly. Following Jiangchen had always made his blood boil. Kaka, right at this moment, a sound could be heard coming from the house on the left. Jiangchen and Big Yellow felt a cold chill coming from the house. When they turned around, they saw that the entire house was covered with frost, and the frost quickly turned into ice. The temperature of the entire courtyard, and even the entire mountain peak, had suddenly dropped. Little Yu has broken through. Jiangchen's eyes lit up. The 9 meridians is too abnormal, I'm afraid this house is done for. Right after De Huang Dog finished his words, a loud crashing sound could be heard. The house had collapsed, and the ground was filled with ice shards. A young man in white clothes walked out from the ice shards. His natural beauty made him look like an otherworldly beauty. Any man who saw him couldn't help but admire this kind of natural beauty. Big bro Xianxia. When Yan Qinyu saw Xianxia, a smile blossomed on her beautiful face. She jumped and bounced towards Xianxia. Little you, you've broken through to the late mortal core realm. Xianxia had a happy expression on his face as well. With his experience, he could easily tell that although Yan Qinyu was only a late mortal core warrior, because of the terrifying 9 meridians, her real combat strength was comparable to an early heavenly core warrior. No ordinary early heavenly core warrior would be her match. That's right, I've absorbed half of the 10,000 years freezing crystal. I'll try to absorb the other half later. If I can absorb it all, I'll be able to break through to the heavenly core realm. Yan Qinyu said with a smile. Not bad, little you is getting stronger and stronger. Xianxia patted Yan Qinyu's head lovingly. Big bro Xianxia, I've destroyed the house again. Yan Qinyu looked at the messy courtyard and pouted her lips. Don't worry, if you didn't control it, I'm afraid the entire courtyard would have been destroyed. I'll ask someone to build a new one later. Xianxia didn't mind at all. Compared to Yan Qinyu's breakthrough, a house was nothing. Even if the entire courtyard was destroyed in an instant, it wouldn't be a big deal. Coincidentally, little Yu has finished her cultivation. Let's go find sect elder Guishan. Xianxia said. You're going to thank that old man, right? De Huang Dog said. Guishan had helped them today, and it was necessary for them to thank him. Thanking him is just one of the reasons. I have something more important to do. I've reached the late mortal core realm now, and before I break through to the heavenly core realm, I need to find a way to concoct a pill that can strengthen my foundation and stabilize my foundation. At that time, I'll be able to break through to the heavenly core realm without worrying about my foundation. Xianxia said with a smile on his face. Fuck, so that's what you're thinking about. De Huang Dog rolled his eyes. Big bro, who is Guishan? Oh right, you've broken through to the late mortal core realm so quickly? Yan Qinyu had a surprised expression on her face. It seemed like a lot of things had happened while she was in secluded cultivation. Little you, this Qingij of yours has become a famous person in the Black Sect. Just today, your Qingij almost pierced the sky of the Black Sect. De Huang Dog said while wagging his head. Ah, puppy dog, tell me quickly, what happened? Yan Qinyu had a nervous expression on her face. Anything that was related to Xianxia would affect her heart. Along the way, De Huang Dog told Yan Qinyu everything that had happened in the past few days, including the assassination attempt in the Myriad Demon Mountain. The little girl's pretty face was filled with anger. This is so annoying. How dare they try to assassinate Qingij? They deserve to be killed by Qingij. Yan Qinyu said angrily. Hearing this, De Huang Dog became speechless. Was this still the pure and innocent girl he knew? Was this still the girl who would be scared when she heard about murder? If she stayed with Xianxia for a few more years, wouldn't she become a murderous monster like Xianxia? At the foot of Guishan's mountain peak, Xianxia appeared with Yan Qinyu and De Huang Dog. Smelling the strong aroma of herbs and looking at the herbs that covered the entire mountain, De Huang Dog's eyes lit up. Swoosh, with a swoosh, Big Yellow dashed out and bit off half of 100-years-old blood ginseng. With a single bite, he swallowed the rest of the ginseng. Fuck. Xianxia rolled his eyes. He immediately regretted bringing De Huang Dog with him. If he let this evil dog roam around the mountain, Guishan would definitely cry. Damn dog, stop right there. Xianxia hurriedly rushed forward, because in the blink of an eye, De Huang Dog had already eaten 3 herbs. Xianxia grabbed De Huang Dog's ear and said, Damn it, can you be a little more obedient? These are Elder Guishan's herbs, how can you eat them like this? Damn it, let me go. There are so many herbs here, what's wrong with me eating a few? De Huang Dog's eyes turned green. With so many herbs in front of him, if he couldn't eat them, it would be worse than being killed. Eat your father's leg. You can't eat these herbs here, I still need to ask Guishan for some pills later. You already ate them, how can I still ask for more? Xianxia grabbed De Huang Dog's ear and refused to let go. Little brat, these herbs are not yours. I want to eat them, so why do you care? Just let me eat until I'm full. De Huang Dog argued. What? Eat until I'm full, F***CKU. Without saying anything, Xianxia slapped Big Yellow's head with his palm. He knew how much this dog could eat, and if he wanted to let this dog eat his fill, then all the herbs on this mountain wouldn't be enough to fill his stomach. Who's making a ruckus at the foot of the mountain? A voice came from the top of the mountain. It was Guishan. Brother Gua, it's me. Xianxia said while dragging the Huang dog up the mountain. Hearing that it was Xianxia, Guishan also came down from the top of the mountain. He looked down and saw the scene of a man and a dog fighting each other. Brother Jiang, where did this dog come from? Guishan was startled. Brother Gua, this dog is eating the herbs on your mountain. I caught it for you, I'm going to cook it with wine. Xianxia said. Damn it, little brat, don't you have any shame? The Huang dog jumped up in anger. What? How dare he eat my herbs? I'm going to skin him alive. Guishan widened his eyes. Every single herb on this mountain was a rare treasure, but a dog had eaten them all. How could he not be angry? Looking at his expression, it looked like he really wanted to skin the Huang dog alive. Fuck. The Huang dog's expression changed. This old man was a divine core warrior. If he really attacked him, he wouldn't even have a chance to escape. Daddy doesn't want to eat anymore. Little brat, ask this old man to stop. The Huang dog immediately gave in. Xianxia's attack had hit his weak spot, and he immediately stopped talking about eating the herbs. Alright, this dog knows his mistake, Brother Gua will spare his life. On top of Guishan's mountain peak, the scenery was beautiful, and the fragrance of herbs was very strong. Just smelling it would make anyone feel relaxed. Cultivating in a place like this, 1 day of cultivation was equivalent to 10 days of cultivation in the outside world. Next to the herb garden, there was a table made entirely from crystal jade. 3 men and a dog were sitting on each side. The Huang dog was staring at the herb garden in front of him without blinking his eyes, and his saliva was dripping onto the table. Xianxia rubbed his head with his hand. This dog was here to embarrass him. If it wasn't for the fact that it was afraid of Guishan's divine core strength, the Huang dog would have already jumped into the herb garden and started eating. Jiang brother, this young girl should be Xianxia, right? Guishan looked at Xianxia. Even he couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. Such a beautiful girl was rare in this world, and only a girl like her could match up to a genius like Xianxia. That's right, she is my fiancée, Xianxia. Xiaoyu, greetings, sect elder Guishan. Xianxia said. Xianxia smiled, then she nodded at Guishan and said, Xiaoyu greets sect elder Guishan. Xiaoyu, don't mention it. You're senior disciple Xianxia's fiancé, just like senior disciple Xianxia, just call me older brother. Guishan laughed out loudly. He was a straightforward person, and he didn't care about trifles. He was the same kind of person as Xianxia, and this was also the reason why he and Xianxia could become good friends. If it was just because of Xianxia's skill in alchemy, their relationship wouldn't be like this. Older brother, Xianxia is very grateful for your help. Xianxia cupped his fist towards Guishan. His words of gratitude were from the bottom of his heart. If it wasn't for Guishan's help, things would have gotten really messy. Putting aside Fan Zhongtang, Xianxia wouldn't even be able to defeat Fan Kuan with his current strength. What are you talking about, younger brother? You and I are brothers, and when my brother is in trouble, as your older brother, I can't just stand by and do nothing. Guishan waved his hand, signaling Xianxia not to be so courteous. However, it's all thanks to the sect chief for what happened today. I didn't expect the sect chief to be so biased towards you. Of course, I understand why the sect chief did this. A peerless genius like you has never appeared in the history of the Black Sect. Now, Nanbei Chao has appeared in the Burning Sky Pavilion, a monstrous genius who has appeared out of nowhere. I'm afraid it won't take long before Nanbei Chao grows up, and the balance in the Qi province will be completely broken. The other 3 big sects will face the danger of being suppressed by the Burning Sky Pavilion, or even being wiped out. Your talent is not any weaker than Nanbei Chao's. To be frank, you are the future hope of the Black Sect. Although Guishan didn't leave his mountain, he was able to observe the general situation in the Qi province. All along, the 4 big sects in the Qi province had been opposing each other, but they had maintained the balance in the Qi province. However, with the appearance of the northern and southern dynasties, this balance would soon be broken. Therefore, for the Black Sect, Xianxia was a variable. The northern and southern dynasties are indeed geniuses. He has a great destiny, and he has the ability to control the universe. He's not an ordinary man. Once a man like him grows up, the small Qi province won't be able to trap him. Xianxia nodded his head. His judgment was much sharper than Guishan's. When he first met the northern and southern dynasties, he knew this wasn't an ordinary genius. The northern and southern dynasties were born with a great destiny, and together with their natural talents, they were more than enough to compete with those peerless geniuses in the divine continent. Besides, the northern and southern dynasties were ambitious men. For a man like this, not only the Qi province, even the entire eastern continent wouldn't be able to trap him. I didn't expect you to have such a high evaluation of the northern and southern dynasties. Guishan was a little surprised by Xianxia's evaluation. Although he hadn't known Xianxia for a long time, he knew Xianxia's temperament very well. All geniuses were proud, and a genius like Xianxia's pride was incomparable to ordinary people. Today, even Xianxia had said that he valued the northern and southern dynasties, which proved that the northern and southern dynasties were not ordinary people. Xianxia smiled and didn't say anything. The northern and southern dynasties were indeed talented men, but he, Xianxia, wasn't afraid of them at all. Even if they were from the northern and southern dynasties, if they chose to be his enemy, they wouldn't have a good ending. Brother, the trouble you've caused today is a little too big. You're simply too lawless. The sect leader is so biased towards you, I'm afraid the higher-ups will start to criticize you. Guishan said. Brother, do you know why I've caused trouble today? Xianxia sneered. Why? Guishan was startled. It seemed like there really was a reason that he didn't know, and it wasn't as simple as seeking justice for those outer court disciples. Last night, I entered the Thousand Demon Mountain alone to train, and in the second sector of the Thousand Demon Mountain, I met someone who wanted to assassinate me. The person who wanted to kill me was Jiang Wei, who I had killed on the fighting stage. The reason why I've caused trouble today is to find out who wanted to kill me. Xianxia told Guishan everything he knew. Besides, it wouldn't do him any harm if he told Guishan everything. What? Jiang Wei wanted to kill you? Do you have any grudges against him? Guishan was shocked, he didn't expect this at all. I've never met Jiang Wei before, so there's no grudge between us. That night, Jiang Wei wanted to kill me. He said I had offended someone I shouldn't have, and offended someone I shouldn't have offended. Then, Fan Kuan came out of nowhere, and you've seen how determined he is to kill me. I'm guessing Jiang Wei was ordered by Fan Kuan to kill me. After Jiang Wei was hit by the silent poisonous needle, he asked Fan Kuan for help. Obviously, he thinks Fan Kuan has the antidote. Xianxia said. He was a smart and meticulous man, he could easily see through any clues. So, Fan Kuan wanted to kill you? That doesn't make sense. You've just arrived at the Black Sect a few days ago, and you haven't offended Fan Kuan, so it's impossible for you to offend him. Guishan furrowed his brows. Brother, can you make a bold guess? Fan Kuan is from the northern and southern dynasties, and even Fan Zhongtang might be one of them. Xianxia's eyes lit up. What? Brother, you can't say something like that. Fan Zhongtang is an old man from the upper echelons of the Black Sect. He is a mid-divine core warrior, and he has always been loyal to the sect. Guishan cried out in shock. Brother, don't get too excited, I'm just guessing. In fact, I haven't been in the Black Sect for long, and I haven't been in the Qi province for long either. The only people I've offended are from the northern and southern dynasties, that's why I made this guess. If not, I really can't think of a reason why Fan Kuan would want to kill me. Xianxia said. This doesn't sound possible? Guishan furrowed his brows. Although there were many talented young men in the northern and southern dynasties, it didn't mean that all of them wanted to join the Black Sect. Alright brother, let's not talk about this for now. I've killed Jiang Wei, and as for Fan Kuan, it won't be easy for him to kill me. Oh right, I've drunk brother's good wine last time, so today, I brought some good wine for you to taste. Xianxia said. Haha, brother, when it comes to wine, you can't boast in front of me. I don't believe you can bring me wine that's better than mine. Guishan laughed out loudly. He had great confidence in the wine he brewed with herbs. Xianxia didn't say anything. He simply waved his hand and 4 green jade wine cups appeared on the table, then they landed in front of the 3 men and 1 dog. De Huang dog seemed to have realized something. His eyes that were staring at the herb garden without blinking finally came back to his senses, and an excited expression emerged on his face. Xianxia flipped his palm, then a jade bottle appeared in his hand. With a flick of his finger, 4 clear streams flew out from the jade bottle and landed right in front of the 4 wine cups. Guishan had an indifferent expression on his face, but when he smelled the rich energy coming out from the wine cups, the look of disdain on his face immediately disappeared. Guishan hurriedly looked at the wine cups and saw that they were filled to the brim. The milky white liquid in the cups kept emitting streams of energy. Just by inhaling this energy, it could make one's body heat up and increase their yuan energy. What is this? Energy spring water? Guishan's expression finally changed. The cup that was filled to the brim was actually filled with the rare energy spring water. How much would it cost? If it was used to concoct pills, it could be used to concoct countless high-quality pills. Brother, please. Xianxia raised his wine cup and made a gesture towards Guishan. De Huang dog had already finished his cup, and was staring at the jade bottle in front of Xianxia. After that, Xianxia also finished his cup. Seeing these 2 idiots drinking the energy spring water like that, Guishan almost vomited blood. Big brother, that's the energy spring water. How dare they drink it like it's wine? This is not just a waste of natural resources, this is a waste of the family's resources. What made Guishan want to vomit blood even more was that after Xianxia and De Huang dog finished their cups, they poured another cup for themselves and drank 3 cups in a row. They drank the energy spring water as if it was water. What made Guishan even more furious was that a dog was drinking the energy spring water like that. Damn it, Guishan felt a strong blow in his heart. He suddenly felt that his life was worse than a dog's. If Guishan knew that these 2 guys had drunk half of the energy spring water in the water curtain cave, he would probably vomit blood on the spot and die on the spot. Eh? Brother, why aren't you drinking? You must be thinking that my wine is not good enough. Fine, if you don't want to drink, you can give it to De Huang. Xianxia shook his head and said. De Huang dog was not polite at all. He stretched out his paw and tried to take Guishan's wine cup. Swoosh, Guishan's reaction was extremely fast. With lightning speed, he grabbed the cup and drank it in 1 gulp. This was the energy spring water, it would be a waste if he didn't drink it. As soon as the energy spring water entered Guishan's body, it immediately turned into a strong energy that rampaged through Guishan's body. Guishan's face turned red, and he immediately circulated his martial art to guide the energy. The energy spring water turned into strands of energy that flowed into his limbs and bones. It was an indescribable feeling of comfort. The energy of the energy spring water was so strong that when he looked at Xianxia and De Huang dog again, it was as if he was looking at a ghost. With his cultivation, he would need to guide the energy when he drank a cup of energy spring water, but these 2 guys drank 3 cups in a row and didn't have any reaction at all. It was as if they were drinking water. This was not infuriating, it was a waste. Of course, Guishan didn't know that after Xianxia and De Huang dog drank half of the energy spring water, the energy spring water had no effect on them anymore. Older brother, how's the taste of my wine? Xianxia asked with a smile on his face. What? How's the taste? Damn it, this is the energy spring water. Is the energy spring water supposed to be tasted? Is he really drinking the energy spring water like it's wine? You're doing this on purpose. Buddy, you're definitely trying to piss me off. Guishan really wanted to kick Xianxia's face with the sole of his shoe. Older brother, what are you talking about? I was kind enough to treat you to a drink, but not only are you not grateful, you even said that I'm trying to piss you off. Come, since older brother doesn't like our wine, De Huang, Xiaoyu, let's drink together, let him drink his own. Xianxia raised the jade bottle and poured a cup for De Huang dog and Yanqinyu. He just ignored Guishan. Fuck. Guishan couldn't stand it anymore. He immediately snatched the jade bottle from Xianxia's hand and poured a cup for himself. But too bad, although Guishan was a divine core warrior, When compared to Jiang Chen, De Huang Dog, and Yan Chenyu, there was a huge gap between them. After drinking 3 cups of energy spring water, Guishan couldn't take it anymore. The energy in the energy spring water was too strong, and the skill he cultivated wasn't a high-level one. There was no way he could absorb all of it in a short period of time. Besides, Guishan's physique was just an ordinary physique, he couldn't compare with the other 3. We can't drink anymore. The way you guys are drinking is just a waste. Brother, do you know that a single drop of this energy spring water is worth tens of thousands of gold coins in the outside world? Why are we drinking it in cups here? Guishan had an impulse to slap his own face. This was too wasteful, it was a reckless waste of precious resources. When he saw Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog drinking the energy spring water cup after cup, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. At the same time, he felt a strong sense of failure. No matter what, he was a divine core warrior, but compared to these 3 freaks in front of him, he felt ashamed. Brother, where did you get so much spiritual spring water? Guishan asked curiously. The 3 cups of energy spring water he drank today had given him a lot of benefits. He was now at the peak of the early divine core realm, and he was just 1 step away from the mid-divine core realm. With the help of the 3 cups of energy spring water, he would be able to break through to the mid-divine core realm within a month, or even less. When I went to the Wanyao mountain this time, I obtained it by chance. I know that this spiritual spring water is useful to you, so I specially prepared a bottle for you. As Jiangchen said this, he took out a jade bottle from his cosmos ring and handed it to Guishan. Guishan's eyes immediately lit up. A bottle of energy spring water, this was a priceless treasure. What Jiangchen said was right, this energy spring water was a great help to Guishan. Not only did it have great benefits, it could also help him concoct pills. When concocting a pill, if he could add some energy spring water into the pill, the quality of the pill and its healing effects would be greatly improved. This was something that was hard to come by. Brother, this energy spring water is too precious. I've already drunk 3 cups of it, how can I accept this bottle? Guishan said. This gift was too precious. Although he said that, he didn't even blink his eyes as he stared at the jade bottle. He rubbed his palms together, as if he couldn't bear it anymore. Seeing this, Jiangchen couldn't help but let out a laugh and said, since I'm too embarrassed to accept it, De Huang, let's drink it together. Hearing this, Guishan's reaction was extremely fast. Without anyone seeing how he moved, the jade bottle on the table disappeared. Guishan raised his head and stared at Jiangchen and De Huang Dog, you 2 animals, don't let daddy see you drink any energy spring water in the future, you black sheep. Old man, look, we've drunk some wine, and our relationship has been established. Since we're friends, why don't you take out a few dozen herbs from your herb garden and let me have a taste? De Huang Dog looked at Guishan and said shamelessly. This dog was still holding a grudge against the herbs in his herb garden. Get lost, you stupid dog. If you dare to take my herbs again, I'll skin you alive. Guishan scolded. De Huang Dog stuck out his tongue and didn't dare to say another word. This fat old man didn't look like someone to be trifled with. Brother, let's talk business. I'm here today to look for a few herbs. Jiangchen said with a serious face. I knew you'd have some ideas, no wonder you're so kind as to give me the energy spring water. Tell me, what kind of herbs do you want? As long as I have it on this mountain, I won't be stingy. Guishan said in a generous manner. Then I won't be polite. Jiangchen said, I want 5 herbs, golden ganoderma, black yellow wood, water lotus, flaming grass, and yellow sand. Jiangchen listed out the names of 5 herbs in a row. They were the herbs he needed to concoct a pill that could strengthen one's foundation. Guishan, who had a relaxed expression, suddenly became serious. Golden ganoderma, black yellow wood, water lotus, flaming grass, yellow sand, these are the herbs of 5 elements. Brother, are you trying to concoct the 5 elemental pill? That's right, I'm trying to concoct the 5 elemental pill. The 5 elemental pill is a pill that can strengthen one's foundation. Not only can it strengthen the 5 internal organs, it can also strengthen one's foundation. Before I break through to the heavenly core realm, I need the 5 elemental pill to strengthen my foundation. Jiangchen said. The 5 internal organs of a human correspond to the 5 elements. Therefore, the 5-elemental pill is an extremely rare pill, and because it's rare, it means it's difficult to concoct. The 5 elements restrict each other, and it's extremely difficult to fuse 5 herbs with different elements together to concoct the 5-elemental pill. Any ordinary alchemist would have a hard time concocting the 5-elemental pill. I've been studying alchemy for dozens of years, but I still don't have the courage to concoct the 5-elemental pill, Guishan said in a serious tone. The 5-elemental pill was different from the other pills that could strengthen one's foundation. It was an extremely rare pill, and ordinary alchemists couldn't concoct it. Even Guishan himself couldn't concoct the 5-elemental pill. Older brother, you just need to prepare the herbs for me. As for concocting the 5-elemental pill, I'll do it myself, Xianxia said with a smile on his face. What? You want to concoct the 5-elemental pill? Guishan looked at Xianxia with a shocked expression. Younger brother, even the worst 5-elemental pill is an earth-level pill. With my current abilities, I can only concoct a low-rank earth-level pill. Although you have a strong combat strength, you haven't even reached the heavenly core realm. Don't you think it's a bit unrealistic for you to concoct the 5-elemental pill? Guishan couldn't help but be shocked. He had no doubts about Xianxia's alchemy skills. He had witnessed Xianxia's talent in alchemy last time. But, alchemy was closely related to one's cultivation level. Concocting an earth-level 5-elemental pill when he was only a late mortal core warrior was just too childish. Older brother, I'm not joking. You should have these 5 herbs, right? Xianxia said with a serious expression. Although these 5 herbs were precious, they weren't that rare. The Black Sect was one of the biggest sects in the Qi province, and Guishan was the #1 alchemist in the Black Sect. If he couldn't even provide these 5 herbs, then he would be too weak. I do. Younger brother, can I be there when you are concocting the 5-elemental pill? Guishan asked. He really wanted to see if Xianxia could really concoct the 5-elemental pill. He had always been curious about Xianxia's alchemy skills. No problem, I'll concoct it here. Xianxia nodded his head with a smile on his face. Concocting a pill was a very simple task for him. Concocting the 5-elemental pill was very difficult, and ordinary alchemists couldn't control the restraints between the 5 elements. But for Xianxia, it was a piece of cake. All right. Guishan turned around and walked towards the herb garden. He picked the golden ganoderma, water lotus, and lust sand, then returned to his own courtyard. Not long after that, he came out with all 5 kinds of herbs and placed them on the table. Younger brother, these 5 herbs have a certain age, they are enough to concoct a low-rank earth-level 5-elemental pill, Guishan said. Alright, thank you, older brother. Xianxia cupped his fist towards Guishan. This was the benefit of being friends with Guishan. If not, he would have to spend a lot of effort to find these 5 herbs to concoct the 5-elemental pill. Older brother, I'm going to start concocting the pill. Watch carefully, it might be helpful to you. After saying that, Xianxia waved his hand, and the 5 herbs on the table flew up by themselves. At the same time, a powerful soul energy rushed out from his body like a tidal wave. Sensing the soul energy, Guishan's expression changed. He's only a late mortal core warrior, but his soul energy is so strong. It's at least at the late heavenly core realm, this is really frightening. Guishan was shocked, but this was just the beginning. 2 balls of flame shot out from Xianxia's palms at the same time, instantly turning into a sea of flames. Under Xianxia's control, all 5 herbs were thrown into the sea of flames. Seeing this, Guishan was shocked. All 5 elemental herbs had different elemental attributes, and it was very difficult to fuse them together. However, Xianxia was trying to fuse all 5 of them at the same time. This was unbelievable, and it required an alchemist to have a high level of control. If he wasn't careful, all 5 herbs would turn into ashes in an instant. Older brother, although the 5 elemental herbs are supposed to counter each other, they also support each other. As long as you can find the turning point, concocting the 5 elemental pill isn't difficult at all. Refining all 5 herbs at the same time is much easier than refining them one by one, Xianxia said. Guishan was even more shocked. Pill concocting was a process that required a high level of concentration, but Jiang Chen was able to chat with Guoshan while he was concocting the pill. Most importantly, he was able to keep the herbs in a stable state without any signs of agitation. If Guoshan hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. Besides, what Jiang Chen said had once again enlightened Guoshan. Everyone knew that the 5 elemental herbs supported and countered each other, but they didn't know what it meant. Jiang Chen had used his actions to tell Guoshan that it was actually easier to refine all 5 herbs at the same time than to refine them individually. This was a mistake many alchemists made, and it was the reason why concocting the 5 elemental pill was so difficult. Guoshan held his breath and stared at Jiang Chen's hands without blinking his eyes. All he saw was Jiang Chen forming some mysterious hand seals. Under the burning of the flames, the 5 herbs were being refined at an incredible speed. The 5 herbs were rolling around in the sea of flames, and under Jiang Chen's precise control, there was no sign of agitation caused by the different elemental herbs. Thank you, Big Boss, for coming forward and offering your VIP stamp. You have become the leader of the Dragonmark War God. Today is 5 chapters, and there are 2 more chapters in the evening. Jiang Chen's entire process was as smooth as flowing water. He didn't stop even for a second. His face was always filled with a relaxed smile, and no signs of nervousness could be seen on his face. Jiang Chen had found the balance between the 5 elements in an instant. Guoshan was really shocked. He had never seen such a skillful alchemy technique before. The problem of the 5 elemental pill's properties, which had troubled countless alchemists, was solved by Jiang Chen so easily. Jiang Chen had completely ignored the principle of the 5 elements suppressing each other. He had used the 5 elemental pill's properties to perfectly connect the 5 elements together. With this, not only would the medicinal power of the 5 elements not be depleted, but because of the mutual support between the 5 elements, the medicinal power of the 5 elements would increase. Guoshan's body was trembling. He stared at Jiang Chen's alchemy process without blinking. Compared to Jiang Chen, he suddenly felt like he had lived all these years like a dog. He never knew that alchemy could be so easy. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't want to disturb Jiang Chen's alchemy process, Guoshan would have slapped the table and cheered. Pop, a slight trembling sound could be heard from within the sea of flames. Jiang Chen let out a light shout, and a pill with 5 different colors jumped out from the sea of flames. Jiang Chen retracted his soul energy and flames, then he stretched his hand and grabbed the pill in his palm. 5 elemental pill, completed. Guoshan stared at the 5 elemental pill in Jiang Chen's hand in astonishment. His eyes were fixed on the 5 elemental pill. Half an hour. Jiang Chen had only used half an hour to successfully concoct the 5 elemental pill. The pill's body is smooth and round, clear and bright, without any impurities. The 5 elements have merged together. This is a 100% effectiveness 5 elemental pill. Guoshan murmured to himself. If he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed what had just happened. The 5 elemental pill, which had baffled countless alchemists, had been concocted by Jiang Chen with such ease. Guoshan knew that if he was the one concocting the 5 elemental dan, even if he could successfully concoct it, he would at most be able to concoct a 5 elemental dan with 80 or 90% effectiveness. He would never be able to concoct a 5 elemental dan with 100% effectiveness. Besides, it would take him at least half a day to concoct a 5 elemental dan with 100% effectiveness, but Jiang Chen had only used half an hour to concoct a 5 elemental dan with 100% effectiveness. Brother, my 5 elements pill is not bad, right? Jiang Chen smiled. Brother, Guoshan was speechless for a long time. Then, he hugged Jiang Chen and started crying. His face was full of tears and his nose was full of tears. Brother, did you purposely come here to give me a hard time? Guoshan felt depressed. Within the Qi province, he, Guoshan, had never bowed down to anyone when it came to alchemy. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect that one day, he would be completely convinced by an alchemist at the mortal core realm, and he would prostrate himself before him. Brother, I have a skill called soul training, I wonder if you're interested in it. After saying that, Jiang Chen immediately used his divine sense to transmit the first level of the Great Soul Derivation skill to Guoshan. The Great Soul Derivation skill was Jiang Chen's foundation. There was a reason why he taught it to Guoshan. Without a doubt, Guishan was someone he could befriend. In the future, Xianxia would need to build his own force, and within a force, an alchemist was indispensable. Xianxia didn't want to spend too much time and effort on concocting pills. Therefore, if he wanted to train an alchemist, Guishan would be the first choice. The Great Soul Derivation skill was divided into 2 levels. Xianxia taught Guishan the first level, and he wanted to see if Guishan could break through it. The Great Soul Derivation skill was extremely profound, and not just anyone could cultivate it. If Guishan could master the first level of the Great Soul Derivation skill, then he would be able to concoct heavenly-level pills and become a heavenly-level alchemist. Guishan's expression changed drastically. The Great Soul Derivation skill in his divine sense was like a clear stream, and the abstruse skill made Guishan fall into deep thought. He was completely immersed in it, and he couldn't pull himself out of it. Guishan's body trembled, and his brows furrowed. It was obvious that he couldn't understand the profound and abstruse skill at first glance. Old brother, this soul refinement technique is called the Great Soul Derivation technique. I will teach you the first level, and after you master the first level, I will teach you the second level. If you can master this soul refinement technique, you will definitely become an alchemy grandmaster. Xianxia said. Guishan finally regained his consciousness. In just 2 or 3 minutes, his forehead was covered with sweat. At this moment, the way he looked at Xianxia was completely different. There was shock, admiration, gratitude, and all kinds of complicated emotions. Who was this young man in front of him? How did he know such a profound soul derivation skill? Little brother, this gift is truly too precious. Guishan was rarely so serious. As an alchemist, no one knew better than him how important the soul derivation skill was to an alchemist. Something like the Great Soul Derivation skill was something that countless alchemists yearned for even in their dreams. The fact that Xianxia was willing to teach him such a profound soul derivation skill showed that Xianxia had truly treated him as a brother. Guishan couldn't help but feel touched. Let's skip the pleasantries, I don't like it. I've already obtained the 5 elemental pill, so I need to go back and cultivate now. Goodbye. Xianxia cupped his fist at Guishan, then he walked down the mountain with Yanxinyu and a Huang dog. Staring at Xianxia's back, Guishan's eyes became blurred. Brother, oh brother, what kind of person are you? In the afternoon of the same day, Xianxia asked a few outer circle disciples to build a new house in the courtyard. At night, he chose to go into secluded cultivation. The low-rank Earth 5 elemental pill was the biggest benefit for Xianxia right now. With Xianxia's dragon transformation skill, he could absorb all the medicinal energy contained within the 5 elemental pill. If the level of the pill was too high, he wouldn't be able to absorb all the medicinal energy, and that wasn't a good thing. In fact, with Xianxia's current foundation, he could use the dragon transformation skill to break through to the heavenly core realm without any worries. It would be much easier for him to break through to the heavenly core realm than anyone else. For others, they would need to go through a huge obstacle to break through to the heavenly core realm, and they would need to control the natural yuan energy. But Xianxia had the cultivation experience of a saint. Being reborn was just walking the same path again, and there would be no bottlenecks during this process. As long as his energy reached a certain level, and the number of dragon marks reached the requirement of the dragon transformation skill, he would be able to break through to the next realm. This was a unique advantage that no one else could compare with. But, in order to strengthen his foundation, Xianxia decided to consume the 5 elemental pill first, and then break through to the heavenly core realm. With that, he wouldn't have to worry about his foundation being shaken. The 5 elemental pill was the best pill for strengthening one's foundation. The 5 different medicinal energies contained in the pill could be absorbed by the 5 internal organs and strengthen one's foundation. Xianxia swallowed the 5 elemental pill straight away. Under the circulation of the dragon transformation skill, the medicinal energy from the 5 elemental pill instantly rushed into his limbs and bones, into the depths of his soul, and into his internal organs. A comfortable feeling that came from the source made Xianxia's body tremble. This feeling was like a good rain after a long drought, it was wonderful. Xianxia took a very long time to absorb the 5 elemental pill. Strengthening one's foundation was a slow process, and Xianxia wouldn't rush it. Therefore, it took him a full day and night to absorb the 5 elemental pill. When Xianxia woke up, there was a blood-red shadow of a dragon floating around his body. As the dragon transformation skill became stronger, the powerful qi and blood in his body became stronger as well. After absorbing the 5-elemental pill, not only had his foundation become stronger, it had also allowed him to form another 5 dragon marks. After all, the energy contained within the 5-elemental pill was extremely rich, and a low-rank earth pill was comparable to a mid-heavenly core demon soul. Right now, there were 85 dragon marks in Xianxia's qi, and he was one step closer to 100 dragon marks. Once he reached 100 dragon marks, he would be able to break through to the heavenly core realm, and at that point of time, he would have the strength of 1,000,000. Xianxia, listen to my order. Right when Xianxia walked out from his secluded cultivation room, a deep voice sounded out from the skies above. The voice was loud, and it resounded throughout the entire black sect, allowing all disciples to hear it clearly. Xianxia, listen to my order. This is the sect chief's voice. Don't tell me he's going to give Xianxia a mission? Don't talk, just listen carefully. Many people were shocked. This was the first time something like this had happened in the black sect. Even if the sect chief wanted to give a disciple a mission, it would usually be done in secret, and they wouldn't make such a big fuss. Xianxia, listen to my order. Yesterday, you caused a great disturbance in the outer circle, you offended your superiors, and you were disrespectful to a sect elder. I'm going to punish you. Recently, blood devils have been roaming around Yellowstone, and they're slaughtering all living beings. I'm going to send you to Yellowstone City alone to kill these blood devils. Set out immediately, no delays. Taoist Black's voice was loud and clear. It sounded like a sudden clap of thunder as it hovered above the Black Mountain. The mighty aura of a peak divine core warrior was clearly displayed, and it caused everyone's heart to tremble. After finishing his words, Taoist Black's voice disappeared. However, the entire black sect was in an uproar. What? Killing these blood devils? Isn't that just sending Xianxia to his death? Didn't the sect chief say that yesterday's incident was over? Why did he suddenly punish Xianxia? Damn it, didn't those scum blood devils kill them all dozens of years ago? Blood Moon Shaman slaughtered all living beings, and many places in the Qi province were plunged into misery and suffering. After that, the sect chief of the 4 big sects struck at the same time and killed Blood Moon Shaman. I didn't expect blood devils to appear again after dozens of years. Blood devils have indeed appeared in Yellowstone City. I heard that there was a man who called himself Lord Blood Moon today, and he has an immeasurable cultivation level. Besides, these blood devils suck people's blood, and they are extremely brutal. Asking Xianxia to kill these blood devils alone is no different than sending him to his death. Isn't this the same as sect chief pushing Xianxia into a pit of fire? Could it be that Fan Zhongtang and Fan Kuan aren't willing to let Xianxia go, and that's why the sect chief is giving Xianxia such a mission? Qingij, what is a blood devil? Yan Qingyu walked up to Xianxia and asked with a worried expression. Since the sect chief said this was a punishment, then this mission wouldn't be easy to complete. Blood devil, just from the name itself, they knew it wouldn't be easy to deal with. Xianxia shook his head. The Qi province's blood devils, he had no idea what they were. Swoosh, right at this moment, a figure descended from the sky and landed in Xianxia's courtyard. It was Guoshan, who had a panicked expression on his face. Brother Jiang, you can't accept this mission. I'll go find the sect chief now and ask him to cancel this mission. Or, I'll go with you. Guoshan said. From his words, it seemed like he was afraid of the blood devils. Brother, what exactly is this blood devil? Could it be that in a place like the Qi province, there are also devils? Jiangchen asked. There were real devils in the divine continent. In his previous life, Jiangchen had fought with many powerful devil kings, so he knew how terrifying they were. No, blood devils aren't real devils, but they are 100 times more brutal than real devils. Blood devils are actually humans as well, but because they cultivated the blood devil skill, they became brutal and brutal, losing their humanity and rationality. All they know is how to kill, that's why they are called blood devils. Guoshan said. Brother, you seem to know a lot about blood devils. Jiangchen furrowed his brows. A few decades ago, a blood moon shaman appeared in the Qi province. This man was brutal, he drank human blood everywhere he went. He even created a blood moon sect and taught a lot of blood devils, causing a lot of suffering in the Qi province. In the end, it was the sect chief of the 4 big sects who worked together to kill Blood Moon Shaman and destroy the Blood Moon sect. However, after a few decades, another blood devil appeared. Guoshan said. Hearing this, Xianxia nodded his head. A determined expression emerged on his face as he said, "This kind of scum, they are evil, they shouldn't exist in this world. I'll accept this mission, I really want to meet this Lord Blood Moon. Brother, Yellowstone is within the Black Sect's territory. Killing these blood devils shouldn't be something you can do alone, we should send our disciples to do it together. If you go alone, I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it. Besides, since that Lord Blood Moon dared to stir up such a storm, I'm sure he has some abilities, and he won't be easy to deal with." Guoshan was still against Jiangchen accepting this mission. "I have to accept this mission. This is a test and training given to me by Daoist Black. The duel between me and the northern and southern dynasties will only last for a year. Like you said, the sect chief has placed all his hopes on me, so he won't let me die. But, he also hopes that I can grow stronger as soon as possible. This mission to deal with these blood devils is a great opportunity for me to train myself," Jiangchen said. He knew what Daoist Black was thinking. With his talent, Daoist Black wouldn't push him into a pit of fire. Although this mission seemed impossible, it actually gave Jiangchen a chance to grow. Once Jiangchen grew stronger during this mission, he would be able to complete the seemingly impossible mission. Secondly, Daoist Black could use this as an excuse to punish Jiangchen. After all, Jiangchen had caused a huge disturbance yesterday, and if he just let it go like this, the Black Sect's rules would be broken. This is indeed the sect chief's good intention, it's great that you can understand it. However, this mission is really dangerous, brother, are you sure you want to go alone? Guoshan showed an appreciative expression towards Jiangchen. Jiangchen could see things more clearly than anyone else. That's right, I've decided to accept this mission. Jiangchen nodded his head. In fact, this mission came at the right time. He had just absorbed the 5 elemental pill, and his top priority now was to break through to the heavenly core realm. He couldn't do that in the Black Sect. Jiangchen was planning to go to the Myriad Demon Mountain, but coincidentally, Daoist Black gave him this mission. These blood devils were brutal, but the danger of dealing with them wasn't as great as going deeper into the Myriad Demon Mountain. Jiangchen was the reincarnation of a saint, how could he be scared by a bunch of blood devils? Alright, since you've made up your mind, I won't stop you. With your abilities, I believe ordinary blood devils are no match for you. You have to pay special attention to that Lord Blood Moon, I'm sure he is as cunning as Blood Moon Shaman, he won't be easy to deal with. Guoshan patted Jiangchen's shoulder. Older brother, before I leave, there's something I need to trouble you with. Jiangchen said. Please tell me brother, as long as it's within my capabilities, I'll do my best. Guoshan said with a serious expression. Da Huang Dog and I will leave for Yellowstone tonight. Little you will stay here, I need older brother to take care of her, I'm afraid Fan Kuan might do something bad to her. Jiangchen said. The person he worried about the most was Yan Chenyu. Although Yan Chenyu's 9 meridians were very powerful, their enemies were even stronger. If Fan Kuan came looking for trouble, Yan Chenyu wouldn't be able to handle it. Chengij, I want to go with you. Yan Chenyu quickly said. Little you, I don't know the details of this mission. If you follow me, I'll be distracted. You just stay here and focus on your cultivation. Once I'm done with these blood devils, I'll come back as soon as possible. Jiangchen hugged Yan Chenyu in his arms and said with a gentle voice. Alright, but Chengij, you have to be careful. Yan Chenyu nodded her head. Although she didn't want to be separated from Jiangchen, she was a sensible person. She knew that if she followed Jiangchen, not only would she not be able to help him, she would also become a burden. Don't worry brother, no one in the Black Sect dares to mess around. If Fan Kuan wants to deal with little you, let alone me, even the sect chief won't allow it. Guoshan promised. Alright, let's go. Jiangchen flapped his blood wings and flew into the sky. Soon, he disappeared from the Black Sect's sky. Da Huang Dog spread his wings and followed behind Jiangchen. Many people saw Jiangchen flying far away, and they were all shocked. Xianxia really accepted the mission and is heading towards Yellowstone? Doesn't he know how dangerous this mission is? This is a mission given by the sect chief himself, he has no other choice but to accept it. I wonder if Fan Kuan and his grandson are behind this, causing Xianxia to be punished like this. There's a slim chance of survival in this mission. I wonder if Xianxia can come back alive. Many disciples were sighing, especially those outer circle disciples who followed Xianxia. Their faces were filled with worry. Deep within the Black Mountain, within a secret chamber, Fan Zhongtang and his grandson were gathered together. Their faces were filled with joy. Haha, I never thought the sect chief would give Xianxia such a dangerous mission. Xianxia is going to die for sure. Fan Kuan burst into laughter. Humph. I'm afraid the sect chief's real intention isn't to punish him, but to give Xianxia a chance to train. He wants to train Xianxia as the enemy of the northern and southern dynasties. Fan Zhongtang let out a cold snort. Grandpa, I've done my research. This Lord Blood Moon has reached the peak heavenly core realm, and together with his frightening blood devil skill, even I am no match for him. If Xianxia fights Lord Blood Moon, he will die for sure. Fan Kuan said with a sneer. Xianxia is not someone to be underestimated, he will definitely become someone great in the future. Since we are working for the northern and southern dynasties, we should help them get rid of Xianxia first. This is a good opportunity for us. Fan Zhongtang said with a cold look in his eyes. A mid-divine core warrior was willing to submit to the young northern and southern dynasties? If this was spread out, perhaps no one would believe it. The methods of the northern and southern dynasties were unpredictable. Dad, are you saying you want me to secretly attack Xianxia? Fan Kuan said. No, you can't go anywhere now. The sect chief is a smart man, if you leave the black sect now, even an idiot will know that you are going to attack Xianxia. Fan Zhongtang said. That's true. But don't worry, Xianxia is a man who thinks highly of himself, and he has no respect for anyone. This time, he is going to kill those blood devils, he will definitely die. Fan Kuan said with a proud expression. Send someone to keep a close eye on Yellowstone. If those blood devils can't kill Xianxia, find a way to spread the news that Xianxia is heading to Yellowstone to the Tianjin Gate. Fan Zhongtang sneered. That's right, Liang Xiao wants to kill Xianxia more than us. Fan Kuan laughed out loud. Xianxia and De Huang Dog were flying at top speed. It was late at night, and they had almost arrived at Yellowstone. Kid, killing the blood demon this time is a great experience for you. It's also a great opportunity. De Huang Dog opened his mouth and said. That's right, I cultivate a special skill that gives me a strong vitality, and it is the nemesis of all evil devils. As a descendant of the dragon horse, you are also an existence that all evil devils fear. Although those blood devils are humans, they are still a type of devil, and they will definitely form devil cores in their bodies. When I absorb their devil cores, the effects are even better than demon souls of demon beasts. Now that I've absorbed the 5-elemental pill, my foundation has become stronger, and I can use this opportunity to break through to the heavenly core realm. Xianxia said. Yellowstone had a circumference of 10,000 miles, and with Yellowstone City as the center, there were 2 other cities. Because Yellowstone's geographical location wasn't good, there weren't many powers in this area. Of course, any power in the Qi province couldn't be compared with Red City, which was located outside of Mount Origin. In front of them was a desolate mountain range. Even though it was late at night, they could still see a faint mist floating in the air. However, Xianxia could smell the scent of blood coming from this mountain range. There are blood devils in this mountain range. Xianxia's eyes lit up. How did you know? De Huang Dog looked at Xianxia and asked. There is something called perception. De Huang, you should learn it in the future. Xianxia said with a smile. What's there to be proud of? Daddy's perception towards treasures is way better than yours. De Huang Dog snorted disdainfully. Xianxia immediately stopped talking. When it came to treasure hunting, perhaps no one under the heavens could compare with De Huang Dog. Arg! Suddenly, a shrill scream sounded out from a valley, piercing through the darkness of the night. The scream made one's hair stand on end, as if the person who let out the scream was suffering from an unimaginable fear. You've guessed it right, I can already feel a terrifying smell of blood and devilish energy. De Huang Dog said with a serious expression. Let's go. The night was dark, and the screams had disappeared. The valley was emitting a creepy atmosphere in the middle of the night, and it was quite creepy. But what was even more creepy was the tragedy that was happening in the valley. The three black-clothed blood demons revealed two blood-red fangs at the corners of their mouths. Their bloodshot eyes stared at the prey in front of them. Their appearances were very frightening, as if they were demons that had walked out of hell. On the ground, there were already two people lying on the ground. They were two men, and they had died very miserably. Each of their necks had two bloody holes, but no blood flowed out. This was because their blood had already been sucked by the blood demon. Hee hee, human blood tastes so delicious. One of the blood devils let out a weird laugh. His voice was hoarse and unpleasant, and it made people's scalps go numb. He stuck out his red tongue and licked his fangs, causing people to feel terrified. In front of the three blood devils stood four people. 3 men and 1 woman. All of them were young, and their cultivation levels were average. One of them was at the early mortal core realm, and the other 2 were only at the peak of the Qi High realm. The last one was a young girl in blue clothes who looked like she was 14 or 15 years old. Her face was pale, and her body was trembling. Kaka, let's not wait any longer. Let's suck out the blood of each of these 3 men. As for the young girl, we'll sacrifice her to the chief. Another blood devil laughed out loud. We're done for, we're done for. The 4 people in front of them were terrified. These 3 blood devils were all at the mortal core realm, and they were extremely cruel. There was no way they could deal with them. The 3 blood devils had cold smiles on their faces. Their red eyes were glowing as they approached their prey step by step. They stuck out their red tongues and licked their fangs. Sensing the fear of the 4 people in front of them, the smiles on the 3 blood devils' faces became even more intense. It seemed like they didn't want to kill their prey so quickly. They liked to let their prey experience fear before they drank their blood. That way, they would feel a different kind of pleasure, and the taste of their blood would be even more delicious. These blood devils are cruel, they killed our townspeople. Let's fight them. The mortal core young man had a vicious look in his eyes. It was an instinct to survive. When a man was facing death, even if he knew he was going to die, he still wouldn't give up hope. Hee hee, the 3 blood devils laughed evilly. Just as they opened their mouths and were about to attack, 2 golden beams suddenly shot down from the sky. Poochie poochie, with 2 poochie sounds, the blood of the first 2 blood demons splattered in all directions. They were directly split into 2 halves by the golden light. The 4 halves of their badly mutilated corpses fell to the ground, still wriggling. Ah, the girl had clearly never seen such a bloody scene before. She screamed in fear and sat on the ground, her whole body trembling. The scene of the blood demon biting her companion to death with its fangs had already pushed her to the brink of a mental breakdown. Now that the blood demon was suddenly split in half and its internal organs were emitting a foul stench, the girl's last line of defense collapsed on the spot. The 3 young men's faces were also pale as they resisted the urge to vomit. However, at the same time, a strong sense of joy rose in their hearts. The 2 golden lights that killed the blood devil emitted a masculine aura. It was clearly the light of justice. The 3 of them were not idiots. They knew that someone had saved them. Who? The remaining blood demon's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed on the spot. He raised his head and saw 2 figures descending from the sky. In the blink of an eye, they landed in front of him. Although the blood demons were ferocious and had lost their humanity, they were not idiots. Like demonic beasts, they had intelligence. Moreover, before they became blood demons, they were still humans. The blood demon in front of him could feel the strength of the man and dog in front of him. The aura they emitted was enough to make his soul tremble. If this young man in front of him wanted to attack him, he wouldn't even have the thought to resist. Blood demon? Disgusting existences. Xianxia said faintly. His words were filled with hatred. The appearance of these blood demons was even more disgusting than a real demon. You, who are you? The blood demon's voice was trembling. In front of Xianxia, his ferocious nature couldn't be revealed at all. Xianxia didn't say anything. Instead, his gaze fell on the two corpses that had been sucked dry. The anger in his eyes began to rise uncontrollably. The moment he saw the ferocious nature of the blood demons, Xianxia made a decision. He wanted to kill every single one of these disgusting existences. De Huang, give him some torture. Don't kill him, Xianxia said coldly. These blood demons were ferocious. Xianxia wanted to let De Huang show him what was more ferocious. As soon as Xianxia finished speaking, De Huang dog pounced on the blood demon. His majestic body was as heavy as a mountain. In an instant, he pushed the blood demon to the ground. Crack-ah, accompanied by a blood-curdling scream that resounded through the valley, De Huang dog bit off one of the blood demon's hands. The white bones were exposed. Blood was like a fountain, blooming with another kind of cruel color in the darkness. De Huang dog's eyes were filled with ferocity. With another crack, he bit off the other hand of the blood demon. The blood demon roared again and again, trying to resist. However, compared to De Huang dog, he was really weak and pitiful. Under the suppression of De Huang dog's aura, he found it extremely difficult to even move. Crack, De Huang dog's sharp claws left 2 deep wounds on the blood demon's chest. His chest was almost torn open, and his flesh was exposed. It was a terrifying scene. Crack, crack, De Huang dog showed his most primitive brutality. He completely revealed his hidden brutality as a demon beast. His sharp claws kept scratching the blood demon's body. In the blink of an eye, the blood demon's upper body was badly mutilated, and not a single part of his body was intact. Damn it, who asked you to suck human blood? I'll break your fangs. De Huang dog cursed loudly. He spat out a golden beam from his mouth. The golden beam landed on the blood demon's 2 long fangs, shattering them into pieces. Blood kept gushing out from the blood demon's mouth like bubbles. Even the blood demon's screams were drowned out by the golden beam. Blarg, the 3 men who had just escaped from the gates of hell couldn't stand such a bloody scene anymore. They started vomiting. The young girl finally reacted, and her face turned pale as she vomited. Only the mortal core young man had a better reaction, but everyone could see the unnatural expression on his face. Alright, don't kill him, Xianxia said with an indifferent tone. De Huang dog finally stopped, but he didn't forget to spit at the blood demon. Xianxia turned his head and looked at the 4 men. With a faint smile, he asked, "Where are you from? How long has it been since these blood demons appeared?" The 4 men looked at this handsome young man in front of them, and the fear in their hearts eased a little. "Benefactor, we are all from Red Sun Town. These blood demons have appeared in Yellowstone for 2 days now, and we don't know how many of them there are. Many people in our town have become their prey. We came out this time to secretly go to Yellowstone City and ask for help, but we never expected to meet these blood demons on the way. We almost lost our lives. Thank you, benefactor, for saving our lives," the young man said. "What's your name?" Xianxia asked. "Benefactor, my name is Zhang Wei," the young man, Zhang Wei, said. His tone was filled with respect towards Xianxia. In his mind, this young man in front of him was no ordinary man, and those powerful blood demons were as fragile as a toy in front of him. "I'm Xianxia from the Black Sect. The reason I came out this time is to kill these blood demons. I'll follow you to Red Sun Town and kill them," Xianxia said. These blood demons had only appeared for 2 days, and no matter how many of them there were, they shouldn't have spread across the entire Yellowstone region. His first battle with these blood demons would start in Red Sun Town. Besides, Red Sun Town was in a dangerous situation, and he couldn't just sit back and do nothing. "What? Someone from the Black Sect?" Zhang Wei cried out in shock. When the other 3 men heard that Xianxia was from the Black Sect, their faces were filled with joy. When they heard that Xianxia was going back to help them, they were even more excited. Currently, the entire Red Sun Town was in an unprecedented crisis, and the reason they came out this time was to seek help from Yellowstone City. However, they didn't expect to bump into a disciple from the Black Sect on their way. In their eyes, anyone from the Black Sect was a mighty existence. Having the help of a disciple from the Black Sect was much better than going back to Yellowstone City. "Benefactor, a few teenage girls went missing in our town yesterday. Just now, that blood demon said he would kill us first, then offer Xiaoling to some chief as a blood sacrifice. I'm guessing those missing girls are related to the blood sacrifice. Zhang Wei seemed to be a smart person. The teenage girl named Xiaoling who stood next to him had a blank expression on her face. She still hadn't recovered from her previous state. Xianxia nodded his head. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the blood demon who was being tortured by De Huang Dog, then he said, "Tell me, what is the blood sacrifice? Where did those missing girls go? If you don't tell me, I'll cut off your flesh piece by piece." Jiang Chen's tone was calm, but it carried an unquestionable tone. Chief is cultivating the blood sacrifice technique. He wants to extract virgins and perform the blood sacrifice on them. It's right in the depths of this mountain range. The blood demon dared not show any hesitation. He told Jiang Chen everything he knew. "Bring me there." After saying that, Jiang Chen grabbed the blood demon and flew up into the sky. He turned around and said to De Huang Dog, "De Huang, you stay here with them, I'll be back soon." About 100 miles away, there was another quiet valley. Because there was a cliff on top of this valley, it seemed even more secluded. It was filled with eerie energy, and not many people came here. In the middle of the valley, there was a 3-meter-tall black altar. On top of it, a huge statue of a blood demon was constantly emitting black mist. In the center of the altar, a blood demon sat cross-legged. His entire body was filled with dense blood qi, like a spider web. Below him, a teenage girl was constantly trembling. The teenage girl's pupils were completely dilated, and there was no light in them. The blood in her body was being extracted bit by bit. Below the altar, there were more than 10 blood demons dressed in black with solemn expressions. Beside them, there were 7 or 8 weak teenage girls who were completely controlled. The teenage girls looked at the tragic scene on the altar, and the fear in their hearts had reached its peak. They kept screaming and crying. They were already in complete despair, not knowing if they would be the next one. This was a horrifying scene, and anyone who was in this situation would feel their nerves tense up. The desperate girls had lost all their strength to struggle, and under the watchful eyes of dozens of blood devils, they didn't even have the courage to commit suicide. All they could do was wait for the blood sacrifice. Bam, a light sound was heard. The blood devil leader had used up the last drop of the girl's blood. He casually threw the girl who had turned into a dried corpse off the altar. "Next." The blood devil leader opened his blood-red eyes and said with a hoarse voice. Bam, right at this moment, a heavy object fell from the sky and landed right on the altar, right in front of the blood devil leader. The leader lowered his head and looked at it, then he immediately roared out in anger. The heavy object that fell from the sky was none other than the head of a blood devil. The head looked miserable, its face was covered with blood, and the 2 fangs on the side of its mouth were gone. "Who?" The blood devil leader suddenly stood up from the altar. A powerful devilish energy spread out from his body. This leader had reached the early heavenly core realm. Among all the blood devils, only those who had reached the heavenly core realm were qualified to perform the blood sacrifice, and only then would they be qualified to become the leader. Only then would they be qualified to use the blood essence of these girls to increase their own strength. The reason the blood devil leader had captured so many young girls was for him to use as a blood sacrifice. Once all these young girls were sacrificed, his cultivation level would most likely break through to the mid-heavenly core realm. What made the blood devil leader angry was that something like this had happened right after he had sacrificed one young girl. Humph. Such an evil technique is against all living beings, it's not tolerated by the heavens. He deserves to die. A cold snort sounded out from the sky. All the blood devils raised their heads and saw a young man in white clothes with a pair of blood wings on his back. His body was glowing in a golden light, and he was carrying a headless corpse in his hand. Bam, a force burst out from Jiang Chen's hand, and the blood devil's corpse in his hand shattered into pieces. It turned into a blood mist and disappeared into the night sky. "How dare you?" The blood devil leader shouted out loudly. He was furious. The blood sacrifice that he had meticulously prepared had been disrupted, and he couldn't help but be angry. In his mind, this young man who came from nowhere was simply courting death. Shua, Jiang Chen flapped his blood wings and descended from the sky. The dozens of mortal core blood devils immediately surrounded Xianxia. Each of them opened their fangs, trying to tear Xianxia apart. The heavenly Tao can be defied, but the common people cannot be bullied. We cultivators can defy the heavenly Tao, we can destroy the natural laws, but we cannot lose our foundation. The common people are our foundation. Blood devils like you are not qualified to exist in this world. Xianxia's voice was as loud as a bell. He, Xianxia, had his own Tao, his own principles. He was brutal and tyrannical, and his methods were ruthless. However, he could clearly distinguish between gratitude and grudges. In this world, there was no hatred for no reason. These girls in front of him were weak and innocent. The blood demon had already violated the taboos of human nature. He had to be eliminated. So, in the blink of an eye, more than a dozen beams of golden light shot out from Xianxia's body. Each beam of golden light was as sharp as a sword. Their speed was extremely fast as they pierced through each of the blood demons. Bang bang bang, after that, the dozens of blood demons turned into blood mist under the impact of the golden beams. They died on the spot. This was how Xianxia dealt with the blood demons. He killed them without even leaving their bodies behind. They were completely annihilated from this world. Bastard, how dare you kill us, the noble blood demons? You're courting death. The leader of the blood demons was furious. He didn't expect this young man who appeared out of nowhere to be so powerful. He could kill all the blood demons with such ease. Bang, the leader of the blood demons moved. He stretched out a huge blood-red hand and grabbed towards Xianxia. Humph, Xianxia let out a cold snort. An invisible force rushed out from his body and destroyed the powerful blood-red hand. Xianxia pointed his finger forward like a sword. 3 bright golden fingers suddenly appeared and struck towards the black altar. Bang, the 6 profound solar fingers were extremely powerful. Under the impact of the 6 profound solar fingers, the sturdy black altar instantly turned into stone chips and was completely destroyed. The leader of the blood demons panicked. Only now did he realize how frightening this young man was. He knew he was no match for this young man. Without wasting any more time, he flew up into the sky and started fleeing. Stay here. Xianxia flapped his blood-red wings and shot forward like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, he caught up to the leader of the blood demons. He swung his blood-red wings horizontally, and the early heavenly core leader let out a miserable cry before he was cut in half. Xianxia extended his hand and grabbed a blood-red devil core from the leader's body. The devil core was emitting an evil energy, but at the same time, it contained powerful energy and blood chi. It was much stronger than ordinary demon souls. Xianxia squeezed his palm and crushed the devil core. The fist-sized devil core turned into tiny blood-red dots and entered Xianxia's body. Dragon transformation skill. Xianxia let out a light shout. With the help of the dragon transformation skill, the devil core was completely absorbed in just a few breaths of time. The evil energy contained within was completely purified by the dragon transformation skill, and all that was left was pure energy and blood chi. This devil core had allowed Xianxia to form another 2 dragon marks, and he now had 87 dragon marks in his chi. The blood demon leader's methods were indeed powerful, and he was much stronger than any human at the same level as him. However, in front of Xianxia, he was still vulnerable. With Xianxia's current strength, he could kill any early heavenly core warrior in an instant. Xianxia retracted his blood-red wings and landed in the valley. Those frightened teenage girls stared at Xianxia, they still hadn't recovered from the shock. Are all of you from Red Sun Town? Xianxia asked. But when he saw the frightened teenage girls didn't say anything, Xianxia smiled and said, Don't be afraid, I'm a disciple of the Black Sect, and I'm here to kill these blood devils. You're safe now. Although these teenage girls were filled with fear, they could still hear the words Black Sect and safe clearly. Besides, this handsome young man in front of them looked much better than those ferocious blood devils. They knew it was this young man who suddenly appeared, killed the blood devils, and saved them. We're from Red Sun Town, there are a few of us who aren't, but we're all victims of the blood devils. Thank you, Savior, for saving us. A teenage girl bowed towards Xianxia, and the others followed suit. Xianxia let out a sigh. If he had arrived just a little bit later, these teenage girls might have been killed. Red Sun Town was just an ordinary town in Yellowstone, and it was still under the jurisdiction of Yellowstone City. It was easy to imagine how weak it was, and if the Blood Devils invaded Red Sun Town, it would be an unimaginable disaster for this town. Xianxia unleashed his yuan energy and transformed it into a huge yuan energy net, wrapping all the teenage girls within it. After that, he leapt up into the sky and flew back to where he came from. In a valley about 100 miles away, De Huang Dog was calmly wagging his tail, while Zhang Wei and the others were anxiously pacing back and forth. "What the hell are you wagging for? Daddy's eyes are dizzy from the wagging. If that guy is here, I'm sure nothing will go wrong," De Huang Dog said angrily. Zhang Wei and the others immediately smiled apologetically at De Huang Dog. They had witnessed how ferocious this dog was, so they didn't dare show any disrespect towards him. "Brother Zhang Wei, look, young Master Xianxia is back. Look, it's Sister Xiao and the others, they are still alive." The two young men saw Xianxia flying back from the sky with a few teenage girls beside him. Some of them were from Red Sun Town. The teenage girls couldn't help but cry when they saw their friends again, as if they wanted to vent out all the grievances they had suffered for the past day. "Young Master Xianxia, you are our benefactor, please accept our bow." Zhang Wei and the others bowed to Xianxia at the same time. They couldn't express how grateful they were to Xianxia for saving their lives. If it wasn't for Xianxia's appearance today, they might not be standing here anymore, and would have become dried corpses. "Alright, how far is Red Sun Town from here?" Xianxia asked. "Not far, only 300 miles. The appearance of the Blood Devils this time started from Red Sun Town," Zhang Wei said. 300 miles, it's indeed very close." Xianxia nodded his head. For him, a distance of 300 miles was something he could cover in the blink of an eye. "Benefactor, please help us, Red Sun Town, save us from this disaster. Now that the Blood Devils are wreaking havoc, and I heard that there is a powerful young Master Blood Moon behind them, I'm afraid those big powers in Yellowstone City can't even take care of themselves, let alone Red Sun Town," Zhang Wei said with a begging tone. Now, Xianxia was Red Sun Town's only hope. "Don't worry, I'm here for young Master Blood Moon. Zhang Wei, bring me to Red Sun Town," Xianxia said. Zhang Wei and the others immediately became overjoyed. They had witnessed Xianxia's abilities with their own eyes, and Xianxia was a disciple of the Black Sect. This name alone gave them a lot of confidence. With Xianxia's help, Red Sun Town would definitely be safe. With the help of Xianxia and De Huang, Zhang Wei and the others felt like they were soaring in the sky as they flew towards Red Sun Town. "Zhang Wei, what is the cultivation level of the strongest man in Red Sun Town?" Xianxia asked. "Benefactor, Red Sun Town is just a small town in the Qi province. In the entire town, only the town mayor is an early heavenly core warrior. But, the town mayor is too old, there is no way he can fight against those powerful Blood Devils," Zhang Wei said. Xianxia nodded his head. Red Sun Town was indeed a small and weak town in the Qi province, but compared to Red City and Fragrant Sky City, it was much stronger. This was the difference between different places. There was only one heavenly core warrior in Red Sun Town, and if the Blood Devils really wanted to attack Red Sun Town, no one would be able to fight against their leader. Luckily, the Blood Devils had just appeared, and Xianxia was not too late. Xianxia and De Huang Dog moved with incredible speed. Soon, they arrived at the outskirts of Red Sun Town. Looking from afar, Red Sun Town was covered in flames, and the sky was filled with gloomy clouds. "Not good, something has happened in town, the Blood Devils have started a massacre." The entire sky above Red Sun Town was filled with a bloody mist. With Xianxia's strength, even though he was far away, he could still see the chaos and devastation in Red Sun Town. Zhang Wei and the others had terrible expressions on their faces. Red Sun Town was just a small town, but it was their home. They were born and raised here, and their feelings towards Red Sun Town was beyond anyone's imagination. Now that their home was being slaughtered and burned, it was hard for them to understand what they were feeling right now. It was still night time, but Red Sun Town was ablaze with flames, making it look like it was daytime. Rows of houses and buildings were set ablaze. This was a town with a circumference of a few dozen miles, but it was densely populated. In the town, black shadows shuttled back and forth, letting out sinister laughter from time to time. They were the cruel blood demons. Ah! A man's neck was bitten off by the fangs of the blood devils, and in the blink of an eye, he was turned into a dried corpse. The same scene was happening in different places in Red Sun Town. Quick, let's go to the mayor. Everyone hurry, we'll be safe once we get to the mayor. Ah! All the mortal core warriors of Red Sun Town were shouting out loudly. Some of them were swinging their swords, but in the end they couldn't defend against the brutal blood devils and were killed on the spot. Right now, in the center of Red Sun Town, there was a square. The square was filled with people, and all of them had serious and panicked expressions on their faces. Surrounding the crowd were warriors with weapons in their hands. All of them were at the mortal core realm, and there were even some Chi-Hai warriors standing outside the square. From time to time, people would run towards the square in panic. Quick, go inside. The mortal core warriors quickly pulled the townspeople into the square and used their own bodies to block their way. In front of the crowd, there were a few old men with serious expressions, and they were all holding combat weapons in their hands. One of them looked to be in his 50s or 60s, and he had the strongest energy. He was an early heavenly core warrior, and he was the mayor of Red Sun Town. Rumble, kakaka, ah, the houses were destroyed and drowned in the sea of flames. The laughter of the blood devils was getting closer and closer, and the screams of the townspeople were like needles piercing into everyone's hearts. They couldn't help but feel anger, hatred, and fear, but most of all, they felt helpless. Mayor, let us go out and fight these blood devils. Mayor, we would rather die in battle. Some hot-blooded people held their swords, their faces flushed red. No. The town mayor shouted out loudly, no one is allowed to leave this place. The strength of our town is too weak, we have to fight together to have a chance of fighting these blood devils. This time, I'm afraid there are dozens of blood devils, and I'm sure there is a heavenly core blood devil leader behind them. We can only ask the townspeople to gather here and protect them. All mortal core warriors and peak Chi-Hai warriors, stand outside the perimeter and protect the townspeople. The mayor's voice was loud and clear, reaching everyone's ears. Now, most of the townspeople had gathered in the square. Whether the rest of them could enter depended on their luck. The mayor had no choice but to make such a decision. They had to consider the lives of the majority of the townspeople. Gathering all their strength was the only way to fight against the blood devils. If they chose to fight against the blood devils, their strength would be scattered, which would result in greater casualties. Moreover, the ordinary townspeople would become lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Sigh, many people were sighing. They hated the blood devils so much that they gnashed their teeth, but this was the helplessness of human nature. At this critical moment, they had to make a decision. The decision made by a leader would affect the fate of the entire town, and the mayor was a very qualified mayor. At this critical moment, he had made the best decision. Although he didn't know if Red Sun Town would survive, this was the only thing he could do. The old men, the mid and late mortal core warriors didn't choose to run away. They just stood in front of the townspeople. Even if they had to bleed to the last drop of their blood, they would still protect their families. Hee hee, right at this moment, two evil laughs sounded out from the sky. Two huge blood devils appeared in the sky and looked down at the townspeople in the square. Two heavenly core blood devils. The mayor's pupils shrank. The faces of everyone in the square instantly turned pale, and their hearts were filled with despair. The appearance of two heavenly core blood devils had destroyed all their hopes. Red Sun Town only had one heavenly core warrior, and it was already difficult for him to fight against one heavenly core blood devil, let alone two heavenly core blood devils. We're doomed, we're doomed. Two heavenly core blood devils, how are we going to fight against them? The heavens want our Red Sun Town to die. All the old men in the town started crying. When they thought about thousands of townspeople becoming food for the blood devils, they felt like their hearts were being stabbed by a knife. Just like the mayor, they weren't afraid of death, but they were afraid of death. So much fresh meat. Haha, if we can suck their blood dry, our cultivation levels will improve by leaps and bounds. This is a great tonic. One of the blood devil leaders started laughing out loudly. The heavens want our Red Sun Town to die. The mayor shouted towards the sky. Two streams of tears flowed down from his eyes. Bam! Right at this moment, a loud explosion sounded out from behind. The explosion was so loud that it shook the heavens and the earth. A golden light illuminated the skies, lighting up the entire Red Sun town. All the townspeople and the two blood devil leaders raised their heads at the same time and saw a young man with a pair of blood wings on his back holding a golden battle axe in his hand. With a swing of the axe, he chopped 5 blood devils into pieces. At the same time, a Dahuang dog whose body was glowing with a golden light was flying towards the square while dragging dozens of men behind it. Look, it's Zhang Wei and the others, they're back. Xiao'er and the others are back as well. They're still alive. Many people became excited. I'm Jiangchen from the Black Sect. Blood devil scum, die now. Jiangchen's voice was like a loud bell, it resounded throughout the entire Red Sun town. He kept swinging the battle axe in his hand, and with each swing, he would kill a few blood devils. Those blood devils that were hit by the axe were instantly chopped into pieces. He's from the Black Sect. Mayor, that young man is a disciple of the Black Sect, he's so scary. Haha, the people from the Black Sect are here. We're saved. The townspeople who had lost all hope immediately became excited. In the Qi province, the Black Sect was a famous sect, and now that a disciple of the Black Sect had arrived, they would definitely be able to save them from this crisis. Ah, shrill screams resounded through the night sky once again. But this time, it wasn't the townspeople who screamed, it was those brutal blood devils. Jiangchen's energy was too powerful, and when those mortal core blood devils collided with his energy, they would be killed instantly. Humph. Those from the Black Sect are just courting death. One of the blood devil leaders who was about to attack the townspeople let out a cold snort. With a sway of his body, he dashed towards Jiangchen. The other blood devil leader wanted to follow him, but he was blocked by Dahuang dog. Kaka, little guy, kowtow to your grandpa, or else I'll bite your head off. Dahuang dog shook his proud head. Where did this dog come from? Die. The blood devil leader was filled with killing intent. He unleashed a gigantic blood-red palm towards Dahuang dog. However, Dahuang dog didn't show any fear. His body was covered in a golden light, and with his huge head, he rammed towards the gigantic blood-red palm. Rumble, Dahuang dog's head was extremely tough. When the gigantic blood-red palm collided with his head, it was as if it was just a piece of rotten wood. It couldn't even withstand a single blow. Dahuang dog's speed was extremely fast, and his attacks were extremely brutal. After breaking through the gigantic blood-red palm, he didn't slow down at all, and he continued ramming towards the blood devil leader. Bang! When the blood devil leader finally reacted, Dahuang dog's head had already rammed into his chest. Crack! The blood devil leader's chest caved in from the impact, and he kept spitting out blood from his mouth. Blood devils had strong bodies, and they were comparable to demon beasts. However, they didn't expect Dahuang dog's head to be such a powerful weapon. Roar! Dahuang dog was too fast. He opened up his mouth and bit off the blood devil leader's head. With Dahuang dog's current strength, killing an early heavenly core warrior was just a piece of cake. Heavens! What did I just see? This dog is so terrifying. He just killed the blood devil leader as soon as he appeared. This dog is so brave, I can't believe it. All the townspeople of Red Sun Town were shocked, and their faces were filled with fear. Even Zhang Wei and the other men who had witnessed how brutal Dahuang dog was, they were still shocked by what they saw. That was a heavenly core blood devil leader. Kill them all. The town marshal raised the longsword in his hand and shouted out loudly. He was the first one to charge towards the outer perimeter of the square. All the mortal core warriors also charged towards the outer perimeter like ferocious tigers. Kill all the blood devils, avenge the townspeople. Hack them to death. Let them die without a complete corpse. All the townspeople became extremely excited, and they started attacking crazily. On the other side, the blood devil leader had arrived in front of Jiangchen. He unleashed a blood-red beam towards Jiangchen. Humph! Jiangchen let out a cold snort. He waved the battle axe in his hand and locked onto the blood devil leader. Slash! The battle axe was extremely sharp and merciless. The blood devil leader didn't even have the time to scream before he was cut in half, and he died on the spot. Jiangchen stretched out his hand and grabbed a blood-red devil core from the blood devil leader's body. At the same time, De Huang Dog threw the other heavenly core devil core over. Jiangchen caught it and absorbed both devil cores at the same time. De Huang, kill all the blood devils, don't leave a single one alive. While absorbing the devil core, Jiangchen shouted at De Huang Dog. De Huang Dog wagged his tail and dashed towards the places where the blood devils were. His head was like a sharp weapon, and none of the blood devils could withstand the force of his head. All of them died tragically. When the rest of the blood devils saw that their leader had been killed, they immediately panicked. All of them started fleeing in all directions, trying to escape from Red Sun Town. However, under the relentless attacks of Big Yellow and the furious townspeople, all of them were killed in the end. Not a single one was spared. The fire in Red Sun Town burned until dawn. Half of the houses and buildings in the town were destroyed, and dried corpses could be seen in many places. The townspeople were cleaning up the mess. Some of them had their family members killed, and they were crying out loud. Some of them were so angry that they vented their anger on the blood devils' corpses by stabbing them with their swords. But even so, the hatred in their hearts couldn't be appeased. This was the hatred of having their families destroyed, and nothing could make it go away. However, apart from being sad and angry, many people also felt extremely lucky. They felt lucky that most of the people in the Red Sun Town were still alive and well. Yesterday, when the disaster had just started, some powerful people had appeared and killed the blood devils, saving them from the disaster. At dawn, dozens of dried corpses were placed on the square of Red Sun Town. All of them had died in the same way, 2 holes were bitten on their necks, and all their blood had been sucked dry. Underneath these corpses, there was a huge pile of firewood. The mayor and the other townspeople were standing around, their faces filled with sadness and hatred. Zhang Wei was holding a torch in his hand, and his arm was trembling. Mayor. Zhang Wei looked at the mayor and said with a trembling voice. Red Sun Town had always been peaceful and united, and they had never thought that such a disaster would happen to them. Burn it. The mayor closed his eyes in pain. Zhang Wei threw the torch into the pile of firewood, and in an instant, a raging fire broke out. Soon, all the corpses were engulfed by the sea of fire. Hearing the crackling sounds coming out from the sea of fire, the townspeople couldn't hide their hatred. Some of them were crying because their family members had died. It was a sad scene. Jiangchen, who was standing aside, had mixed feelings as well. In the world of cultivation, the strong preyed on the weak. It was rare to see such a cruel scene. Mayor, this is young Master Jiangchen from the Black Sect. It's all thanks to young Master Jiangchen's help this time. He killed the blood devils and saved us, and he also promised to help us out in Red Sun Town, helping us solve the crisis. Zhang Wei looked at Jiangchen and said. After a moment of sadness, everyone regained their senses. They all looked at Jiangchen and De Huang Dog with respect and gratitude on their faces. Last night, they had witnessed the strength of this man and dog with their own eyes. It was truly shocking. Furthermore, what Zhang Wei said was right. If it wasn't for Jiangchen's timely arrival, there wouldn't only be dozens of dried corpses in Red Sun Town. Perhaps all the thousands of people in Red Sun Town would have been killed, and the entire town would have turned into a ghost town. It was Jiangchen who had saved their lives. Without Jiangchen, there would be no them. This was a life-saving grace that they could never repay. Thank you for saving me, young Master Jiang. The mayor bowed deeply to Jiangchen, and thousands of people in the square bowed to Jiangchen at the same time. This was a great kindness, and they could not repay it. They could only worship Jiangchen as a savior in their hearts. You don't have to do this. The reason why I've come here is to kill the blood devil. Jiangchen waved his hand. No, young Master Jiangchen has given Hanyang Town a new lease of life. We can never repay this kindness. I am Zhang Zhen, and I am willing to serve young Master Jiang in the future. The mayor, Zhang Zhen, said with a solemn expression. Old man, you're too busy thanking him to thank Master Dog. De Huang Dog could not help but say. Master Dog? Zhang Zhen was startled. Although he was extremely grateful to De Huang Dog, it was still difficult for him to call a dog master. Alright, the most important thing now is to settle the townspeople. After the blood devils are killed, they will come again. The danger here is not completely resolved yet, Xianxia said. Hearing this, the townspeople couldn't help but feel nervous. Xianxia was right, the blood devils were brutal and tyrannical. Now that they had suffered a great loss in this small town, they would definitely come back for revenge. The next time they came, they would definitely be stronger than last night. The remaining residences in Hanyang town are enough to accommodate the townspeople. But, if the blood devils come again, how are we going to deal with them? Xianxia said with a frown. Don't worry, I'll stay here for now, Xianxia said. His original plan was to go to Yellowstone City, but judging from the current situation, there was no need for that anymore. The blood devils had appeared in Yellowstone, and Red Sun Town was the first place where they carried out a large-scale massacre. Since they had failed the first time, Red Sun Town would definitely become the main target of the blood devil leaders. With that, Red Sun Town would become the main battlefield for the blood devils, and this was what Xianxia wanted to see. Letting the blood devils come to Red Sun Town was much easier than searching for them in the entire Yellowstone region. Besides, once the blood devils locked onto the same target, the other places in the Yellowstone area would be relatively safe. Plus, there were still some big powers in Yellowstone City, so there was no need to worry. Hearing that Xianxia was going to stay, the townspeople were surprised. They had witnessed how powerful Xianxia and Da Huang Dog were last night. As long as this man and dog were here, the safety of Hanyang town would not be a problem. Young Master Jiang has done so much for our Hanyang town. From now on, all warriors above the mortal core realm will fight alongside young Master Jiang. We will fight against the blood devils until the end, and we will listen to all of young Master Jiang's orders. Xianxia was shocked. We will follow young Master Jiang from afar and fight. All the mortal core warriors of Hanyang town shouted out loudly, showing their determination. They had all died once, so they were no longer afraid of death. Under the lead of Zhang Wei and the others, all the frightened townspeople were settled down. After that, Xianxia followed Zhang Zhan and the other old men of Hanyang town to the center of the town where the ceremony would take place. Within the meeting hall, Xianxia was sitting in the main seat. He looked calm and relaxed, and his energy was much stronger than before. After absorbing the 2 heavenly core devil cores, he had formed another 3 dragon marks. Right now, he had a total of 90 dragon marks in his GC, and he was one step closer to the heavenly core realm. Zhang Zhan, tell me about the current situation in Yellowstone, Xianxia asked. The center of Yellowstone is Yellowstone City, and it is controlled by the Yu family. The chief of the Yu family is a mid-heavenly core warrior. With Yellowstone City as the center, there are dozens of towns and cities. Our Hanyang town can only be considered as one of the weaker towns. I never expected that the blood devils would make us their first target, Zhang Zhan said. Since I'm here, I need to protect the peace of Yellowstone, Xianxia thought to himself. Now, attracting the blood devil's attention to Hanyang town was the right move for him. It had saved him a lot of trouble when fighting with the blood devils. Xianxia had a good plan. He could almost imagine that Hanyang town would become the target of the blood devils in the near future, and the other towns and cities wouldn't be affected much. Therefore, Xianxia decided to stay in Hanyang town and fight the blood devils. But at the same time, Xianxia wouldn't leave the other towns and cities alone. He had accepted the mission, and he wanted to complete it perfectly. He couldn't allow the blood devils to wreak havoc in Yellowstone and kill innocent people. In order to ensure the peace of Yellowstone, Xianxia alone wasn't enough. After all, he was just one man, and he couldn't take care of all the towns and cities in Yellowstone at the same time. Therefore, he needed to use the Yu family. Zhang Zhan, send someone to Yellowstone City immediately and ask the chief of the Yu family to come see me. Just tell him that I'm a disciple of the Black Sect, and don't mention my name, Xianxia said. Currently, everyone in Hanyang town was in a state of panic. The blood devils could attack at any time, and he couldn't leave. Initially, he wanted to ask Da Huang Dog to go to Yellowstone City, but Da Huang Dog had just told him that he didn't want to leave, and he even gave him this idea. Alright. Zhang Quan, go to Yellowstone City's Yu family immediately and tell them young Master Zhang's message. Zhang Zhan didn't ask why Xianxia asked the chief of the Yu family to come here, he just told an old man next to him. This old man's name was Zhang Quan, and he was a peak mortal core warrior. With his cultivation level, it would only take him 2 to 3 hours to get to Yellowstone City from here. Besides, the blood devils would only appear at night, and they wouldn't appear during the day. Even if they did, a peak mortal core warrior would be able to handle them. I'll go now. Zhang Quan cupped his fist toward Jiang Chen, then he left with big steps. Zhang Zhen, send someone to keep an eye on the surroundings of Hongyang town. All of you can leave now. Jiang Chen waved his hand, signaling everyone to leave. Young Master Jiang, you can rest here for a while. If the blood devils don't appear, I won't ask anyone to disturb you. Zhang Zhen said. After that, he brought everyone and left. Hongyang town was in a state of panic, and as the mayor, he had a lot of things to deal with. After everyone left, Jiang Chen looked at De Huang Dog and said, De Huang, why don't you want to go to Yellowstone City? Why did you ask the chief of the Yu family to come see me? Jiang Chen was puzzled. You are the savior of Yellowstone, it's only right for the Yu family to come see you. We need to have some status, don't we? De Huang Dog shook his head and said. Jiang Chen rubbed his head. Only De Huang Dog could say this kind of reason so naturally. However, Jiang Chen did want to see the chief of the Yu family. This time, he needed the help of the Yu family to kill the blood devils. Then why don't you go to Yellowstone City yourself? Jiang Chen asked. Because I found a treasure in this Hongyang town. De Huang Dog lowered his voice, and his eyes shone brightly. Hearing the word treasure, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. This dog's treasure hunting ability was far beyond that of an ordinary man. Furthermore, the treasure that caught his eye must be something extraordinary. No wonder this dog didn't want to leave, it was because he found a treasure. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. What treasure? Where is it? Jiang Chen hurriedly asked. Look at you. Let me tell you, the treasure this time is no small matter. If I'm not wrong, there should be a spirit vein hidden under Hongyang town. De Huang Dog's words were shocking. What? Spirit vein? Energy veins were formed by gathering natural essences. Not only did they contain a massive amount of energy, they could also gather natural yuan energy. The reason why the 4 big sects were able to grow stronger and become the 4 strongest sects in the Qi province was because of these energy veins. Besides, energy veins represented luck. Owning an energy vein meant that one would have luck. The reason why the 4 big sects were so powerful was because of luck. If Jiang Chen was able to possess a dragon vein, he would be able to establish a force. Even if he couldn't, he could still take the spiritual vein as his own and absorb the energy contained within it, which would allow his cultivation base to advance by leaps and bounds. De Huang, are you sure you didn't sense it wrongly? Jiang Chen asked with uncertainty. With his senses, he couldn't sense the existence of an energy vein underneath Red Sun Town. Of course, he still trusted De Huang Dog's treasure hunting ability. Of course, who do you think I am? Of course, who do you think I am? When it comes to treasure hunting, if I claim to be number 2, no one would dare to claim to be number 1. You are so knowledgeable, so you should know that before the spirit vein is opened, there will be a natural barrier around the spirit vein, preventing the energy and qi from leaking out. As long as you find the spirit vein and break the barrier, you will be able to open the spirit vein. The spirit vein in Red Sun Town is still in its original state, it has not been opened yet. Otherwise, the people in Red Sun Town wouldn't be so weak, and the Yu family of Yellowstone City wouldn't be the overlord of Yellowstone City. Of course, if the spirit vein here had been opened, it would have been occupied by the big powers. De Huang Dog said. Good, this trip to Red Sun Town was really worth it, we've got a great harvest. De Huang, can you find the exact location of the energy vein? Jiang Chen asked. An energy vein was definitely a great harvest. Just this alone made his trip to the Black Sect worthwhile. I haven't confirmed it yet, but I'm sure it's underground. I'll go check around Red Sun Town now, and once I find the exact location of the energy vein, we'll strike at night. De Huang said with an evil smile on his face. All right. Jiang Chen gave De Huang Dog a thumbs up to show his appreciation. This dog had done a great job again. Yellowstone City was the largest city in the Yellowstone region. It was majestic and grand. It was not something a small town like Red Sun Town could compare to. Even Silver Moon City was weaker than Yellowstone City. Xianxia ran all the way to Yellowstone City and arrived at the gate of the Yu family. Halt. Take a good look at this place. A strong man with a domineering appearance stopped Xianxia. I'm from Red Sun Town, I want to see your master. Xianxia said. He had the support of a disciple of the Black Sect, that made him a lot more confident. What is Red Sun Town? You're just a small town, yet you want to meet our patriarch? Why don't you take a look at yourself first? The guard's attitude was that of a snob. Humph. I wonder if the Yu family's patriarch will be bothered by these blood devils. Last night, Red Sun Town was attacked by these blood devils, and we suffered great losses. Luckily, the disciples of the Black Sect helped us. Today, the disciples of the Black Sect have sent me here to meet the Yu family's patriarch. We have something important to discuss with him. You're just a little guard dog, and you've delayed the Black Sect's disciples' important matter. Do you think you can afford to be punished? Xianxia let out a cold snort. He pointed his finger at the guard's nose and shouted. When the guard heard about the blood devils and disciples of the Black Sect, the arrogant expression on his face immediately disappeared. During the past 2 days, there had been many blood devils roaming around Yellowstone City. Everyone was afraid of them, and this guard was no exception. Besides, since this was someone sent by a disciple of the Black Sect, he didn't dare show any disrespect. Follow me. The guard thought for a moment, then he brought Xianxia and walked into the Yu family's gate. Within the Yu family's meeting hall, there were a few men sitting there. All of them were Heavenly Core warriors. The man sitting in the main seat looked like he was in his 40s or 50s, and he looked energetic. His energy was the strongest, he had reached the mid-Heavenly Core realm. This man was the Yu family's patriarch, Yu Tianlong. In the hall, there were 3 old men, and all of them were early Heavenly Core warriors. They were from the Yu family, and they had a respectable status. The young man sitting next to Yu Tianlong looked like he was in his 20s, but he was an early Heavenly Core warrior. The energy he unleashed was much stronger than the other 3 old men, and he could be considered a young genius. While these men were discussing about the blood devils, the guard brought Xianxia into the hall. How can you be so rude? Can't you see we're in the middle of a meeting? Yu Tianlong scolded. Chief, this is someone from Red Sun Town. He said he was sent by a disciple of the Black Sect to meet you. The guard cupped his fist and said. When they heard about the disciple of the Black Sect, everyone in the hall couldn't help but look at Xianxia. They didn't care about Red Sun Town, and they didn't care about an old man at the peak mortal core realm. But they couldn't help but care about the Black Sect. Someone from Red Sun Town? Yu Tianlong looked at Xianxia. Xianxia from Red Sun Town greets Chief Yu. Last night, Red Sun Town was attacked by the blood devils, but luckily, a disciple of the Black Sect killed them, and the crisis was resolved. Now that the blood devils are wreaking havoc, that young master from the Black Sect has asked me to invite Chief Yu to Red Sun Town, and discuss how to deal with these blood devils. Xianxia said. Bastard, he's just a disciple of the Black Sect, how dare he ask our chief to pay him a visit? Don't you think he's being too arrogant? Humph. The blood devils aren't the only troublemaker in Red Sun Town, we're now discussing how to deal with them. Our chief has a respectable status, why would he go to your tiny Red Sun Town? Disciple of the Black Sect, don't think too highly of yourself. Our young master is a disciple of the Black Sect, and he's an inner circle disciple. The 3 old men were furious. It looked like they were about to kick Xianxia out of the hall. Right at this moment, the young man who had been talking suddenly waved his hand. He was a handsome young man, and his white clothes were clean. He slowly stood up and walked next to Xianxia. Tell me, which disciple of the Black Sect is acting so arrogant? I, Yu Zihan, am an inner circle disciple of the Black Sect. In the Black Sect, there's no one I don't know. A genius had appeared in the Yu family, his name was Yu Zihan. At such a young age, he had broken through to the Heavenly Core realm and became an inner circle disciple of the Black Sect. He was the pride of the entire Yu family. I don't know the name of that young master, but I do know that he killed the leader of the Heavenly Core blood devils, and killed all the blood devils who came to Red Sun Town. He is the savior of the entire Red Sun Town, and the reason I came here today is to deliver his message. Xianxia said. Humph. What a big mouth. If he wants to discuss something with me, I think I'll let him go to Yellowstone City himself. Yu Tianlong let out a cold snort. He was a man with a respectable status, and his son was also an inner circle disciple of the Black Sect. That's why he had to put on airs. Chief Yu, the Blood Devils suffered a setback in Red Sun Town yesterday, and I'm sure they won't let it go easily. That young master has to stay here, and he can't leave. I hope Chief Yu can understand. Zhang Quan said. Humph. He wants our chief to go there because he wants to use the Yu family's strength to deal with those Blood Devils. From this, it seems like that young master has an ordinary cultivation level, and I don't think he's stronger than our young master. Since he has a favor to ask, he should go there himself. An old man let out a cold snort. Yu Zihan furrowed his brows. Just based on what Zhang Quan said, he couldn't tell who the Black Sect's disciple in Red Sun Town was. In the Black Sect's inner circle, there were many people who had the ability to kill the leader of the Blood Devils, and Yu Zihan was one of them. Dad, I'll follow him to Red Sun Town. I want to meet this disciple from the Black Sect. Yu Zihan said. He knew much more about the Black Sect than anyone else on the scene. There were many talented geniuses in the Black Sect, and all of them were proud and arrogant. Before fully understanding each other's identities, it was better not to offend them. Of course, Yu Zihan had to take care of his father's dignity. Therefore, he decided to go to Red Sun Town by himself. Alright, this man came here to kill those Blood Devils after all. If he's not too arrogant, we can still work together. Yu Tianlong nodded his head. Red Sun Town. Zhongjin walked in from outside. He bowed towards Jiang Chen and Da Huang Dog and said, Young Master Jiang, the young master of Yellowstone City's Yu family, Yu Zihan is here. He is also a disciple of the Black Sect. Oh? A disciple of the Black Sect? Let him in. Jiang Chen said. Outside the meeting hall, Yu Zihan and Zhang Quan stood together. Yu Zihan was a handsome man, and his face was filled with an arrogance that couldn't be concealed. It was the arrogance of a genius. Young Master Yu, that young master has invited you in. Zhongjin walked towards Yu Zihan. He said. Humph. What an arrogant man. I really want to see who in the Black Sect dares to act so arrogantly. Yu Zihan let out a cold snort. His tone was filled with anger. As an inner circle disciple of the Black Sect, he had been living a good life in the Black Sect, and he had made friends with many people. Also, he was the young master of Yellowstone City's Yu family. He had put down his pride and come to Red Sun Town, but this young man still didn't come out to greet him. Yu Zihan waved his sleeves and walked into the meeting hall. When he saw the young man in white, his expression immediately changed. Jiang Chen. Yu Zihan couldn't help but feel shocked. Who was Jiang Chen? He was a man who was known by everyone in the Black Sect. He had brutally beaten up a sect elder, killed Jiang Wei, and caused a huge uproar in the Black Sect. But in the end, he was still safe and sound. Perhaps only Jiang Chen could do this. If it was someone else standing next to Yu Zihan would definitely scold him. But when he saw it was Jiang Chen, all his anger disappeared. Yesterday, when Jiang Chen caused a huge uproar in the Black Sect, Yu Zihan was there, and he witnessed everything with his own eyes. However, after Daoist Black showed up and put an end to it, Yu Zihan received the news about Blood Devils appearing in Yellowstone. He immediately left the Black Sect and returned to Yellowstone City's Yu family. Therefore, he didn't know that Daoist Black had assigned a mission to Jiang Chen. Your name is Yu Zihan, are you from the Black Sect as well? That's right, I'm an inner circle disciple from the Black Sect, Yu Zihan. I was wondering who would be so arrogant as to ask my father to come to Red Sun Town, but it's Brother Jiang. Brother Jiang has incredible talent, you're a genius that only appears once every few thousand years in the Qi province. May I know why Jiang Chen is here in Yellowstone? Yu Zihan cupped his fist towards Jiang Chen. In terms of attitude and words, he dared not show any neglect. In terms of status, he was an inner circle disciple, and Jiang Chen was just an outer circle disciple. In terms of cultivation level, he was at the early heavenly core realm, and Jiang Chen was only at the peak mortal core realm. But as someone who had witnessed Jiang Chen's abilities, how could he dare treat Jiang Chen as an ordinary outer circle disciple, although Xianxia was only at the peak mortal core realm, his combat strength was incredible. Even the mid-heavenly core Jiang Wei was killed by him. With Yu Zihan's abilities, he wouldn't be able to withstand even a single strike from Xianxia. After Xianxia had caused havoc in the Black Sect yesterday, Yu Zihan had warned himself that even if he didn't have the chance to be friends with Xianxia, he shouldn't make him his enemy. Xianxia was a cruel and merciless man. He didn't even put the northern and southern dynasties and Fan Kuan in his eyes. He even dared to hang up a sect elder and beat him. A man like this, not only Yu Zihan, even the entire Yu family couldn't afford to offend him. So brother Yu doesn't know this? I've accepted the mission from the sect chief to kill all the blood devils in Yellowstone, and my target is that Lord Blood Moon. Xianxia said. What? Brother Jiang, the sect chief only sent you here? These blood devils are brutal, and I heard that the mysterious Lord Blood Moon has reached the peak heavenly core realm. His combat strength is no weaker than Guaniyun and Liang Xiao. Brother Jiang, if you come here, you will have a slim chance of surviving. Yu Zihan was shocked. He wasn't just worried about Xianxia, he was worried about the entire Yellowstone region. He was worried about the Yu family. The blood devils were causing chaos, and Lord Blood Moon had yet to show himself. The Black Sect had only sent Xianxia here, and if he couldn't deal with Lord Blood Moon, it would be a devastating blow to the entire Yellowstone region. Brother Yu, you're looking down on me. Xianxia had a faint smile on his face. Hearing this, Yu Zihan's expression slightly changed. He immediately cupped his fist and said, I dare not. You're worried that if I can't deal with that mysterious Lord Blood Moon, not only will I lose my life, but the entire Yellowstone region will also be plunged into misery and suffering, right? Xianxia looked at Yu Zihan with a smile on his face. Yu Zihan didn't say anything, which meant that he agreed with Xianxia's words. I don't mind telling you this. Since the Patriarch asked me to come here, it means that I have the ability to deal with Lord Blood Moon. Last night, the Blood Demon attacked Red Sun Town. If I didn't arrive in time, the entire Red Sun Town would have been turned into a ghost town. The Blood Demon is cruel and brutal. I can't deal with him alone. Therefore, the Yu family can't just stay out of this. Xianxia said. Of course, I wonder what kind of plan Brother Jiang has in mind. The Yu family will do everything we can to help you. Yu Zihan said. The Yu family couldn't just stay out of this. Besides, it was a fact that Xianxia had come here to kill all the blood demons. Yu Zihan believed that the sect chief wouldn't treat all the living beings in Yellowstone as a joke. Since he had sent Xianxia here, Xianxia must have some tricks up his sleeves. Since he came here, he had seen a calm and confident expression on Xianxia's face. When he mentioned the blood demons, he didn't show any change in his expression. It was as if he didn't take them seriously at all. Besides, Yu Zihan had never underestimated Xianxia. Ever since he heard the name Xianxia, Xianxia had created too many miracles. He had done so many great things that shook the entire Qi province. He even dared to challenge the northern and southern dynasties. Maybe he really did have a way to deal with Lord Blood Moon. Yu Zihan was a smart man. He could feel that Xianxia would definitely become a great man in the future. A man like Xianxia was not someone that Fan Kuan could compare with. If he could befriend Xianxia now, it would be a good thing for both him and the Yu family. It's very simple. After what happened last night, Red Sun Town will definitely become the main target of the Blood Devils. I'll stay here and wait for them to attack. I'll make sure that none of them can return. As long as the Blood Devils are injured a few times in a row, I believe all the Blood Devils will gather at Red Sun Town. Gathering all the Blood Devils together will make it much easier for us to deal with them. Xianxia paused for a second, then continued, everyone knows that the Blood Devils are brutal and cruel, and we have no way of knowing how many of them there are. If all the Blood Devils are scattered all over Yellowstone, that would be a real disaster. Therefore, by luring all the Blood Devils to Red Sun Town, we'll be able to reduce the disasters in other areas. Brother Yu, you should understand my intention now, right? Brother Jiang is a wise man. By doing this, we can indeed reduce the casualties and disasters in other areas of Yellowstone. But, by doing this, Red Sun Town will become the place that will suffer the most. If Brother Jiang needs any help, just let me know. The Yu family will do everything in our power to help you. Yu Han said in a serious tone. Jiang Chen's decision was indeed the best choice for the current situation in Yellowstone. My request is very simple. Although the Blood Devils will focus their attack on Red Sun Town, it doesn't mean that they won't go to other areas to wreak havoc. I want the Yu family to spread out their forces to all the big towns in Yellowstone. First, to ensure the safety of all living beings, and second, to find out the whereabouts of the Blood Devils, especially Lord Blood Moon. This shouldn't be a problem for the Yu family, right? Jiang Chen said. In order to ensure the safety of Yellowstone, he needed to borrow the power of the Yu family. As long as the Yu family could ensure the safety of the other areas, he would be able to stay in Red Sun Town and fight against the Blood Devils. The brutal Blood Devils might be a nightmare for other people, but their devil cores would be a great tonic for Jiang Chen. To the Blood Devils, Jiang Chen would definitely be a nightmare for them. This is what we, the Yu family, should do. However, I can't just let Brother Jiang stay here alone to fight against the main force of the Blood Devils. I, Yu Han, am willing to stay in Red Sun Town and fight side by side with Brother Jiang. Yu Han's face lit up. Good, it's rare for Brother Yu to be so considerate. With the current combat strength of Red Sun Town, except for me, everyone else is too weak compared to the Blood Devils. Jiang Chen said. This was the first time he had met Yu Han, but he had a good impression of him. This man was not pretentious, he was not hypocritical, and he was courageous. Jiang Chen was willing to be friends with a man like this. If that's the case, I'll return to Yellowstone City now. Once I've settled everything, I'll meet up with Brother Jiang. Yu Han cupped his fist toward Jiang Chen, then he turned around and left. This young man is a loyal man. After Yu Han left, De Huang Dog said. At least he's not annoying. Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders. Yu Han had extraordinary talent, and he was a genius inner circle disciple of the Black Sect. There was no one who could be a match for him at the same level as him, and he could even deal with ordinary Blood Devil leaders. Now that the war with the Blood Devils was coming, with Yu Han's help, the safety of Red Sun Town's townspeople would be guaranteed. The sky was getting darker. Jiang Chen made some arrangements with Xianxia and the others, because there was a high chance that the Blood Devils would appear at night. Therefore, the people of Red Sun Town had to pay close attention to any movement from the Blood Devils. All the townspeople had settled down, and all the Mortal Core warriors were standing guard outside the town, ensuring the safety of the townspeople. Right at this moment, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog sneaked to the north side of Red Sun Town. The north side of Red Sun Town was a barren land. Although it was better than the wasteland of Fragrant Sky City, not many people would come here. De Huang, are you sure the energy vein is here? Jiang Chen asked. When an energy vein was formed, there would always be a natural defense mechanism around it, and ordinary people would have a hard time sensing it. If it was Jiang Chen's previous life, he would definitely be able to sense it with just a single glance. But now, although his senses were sharp and his knowledge was extraordinary, his cultivation level was still limited. There shouldn't be any mistake. De Huang Dog wagged his tail as he walked back and forth in the area. Jiang Chen used the Great Soul Derivation skill and unleashed his senses to the maximum. Soon, both Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog's gazes landed on a slightly raised mound. It's right under here. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog said at the same time. De Huang Dog was slightly surprised. He was able to sense the exact location of the energy vein because of his innate ability, but Jiang Chen was able to sense it as well. De Huang Dog was surprised. But soon, De Huang Dog felt relieved. This was because along the way, Jiang Chen had shown too many miraculous abilities. Jiang Chen couldn't sense the energy vein in Red Sun Town, but after determining its approximate location, with his Great Soul Derivation skill, it wasn't hard for him to find its exact location. Kid, the energy vein is at least thousands of feet underground. If you want to find the energy vein, you will have to go deep underground. I wonder if you have the ability to travel underground? De Huang Dog raised his head arrogantly. Obviously, he had the ability to do so. He wanted to take this opportunity to mock Jiang Chen. Although ordinary cultivators had the ability to crack stones and dig holes with their bare hands, very few could travel underground. Moreover, it was thousands of feet underground. It was too difficult. Damn dog, what are you so proud of? In this world, there's nothing that can stump me. Open your eyes wide and look carefully. As Xianxia said that, a layer of yellow light suddenly appeared around his body. He stomped his feet and half of his body went deep underground. Because of the yellow light, Xianxia's aura seemed to have fused with the earth. What the F***ck? What kind of cultivation technique is this? De Huang Dog staggered and almost fell on his face. He originally wanted to mock Xianxia, but he didn't expect Xianxia to really be able to go underground. This made De Huang Dog extremely depressed. In his heart, he had completely labeled Xianxia as a monster. Holy sh**t, this kid was only 15 when he left Fragrant Sky City. Now he's 16, and I've never seen him acknowledge a master. Mother ***, he's so good at everything. Let me tell you, this is not a cultivation technique, but a movement technique. Xianxia said. Movement technique? There is a movement technique that can travel underground? De Huang Dog was stunned. This was the first time he had heard of it. This technique is called spatial shift. When cultivated to the peak, one can travel through space, escape to the sky, escape to the ground, or escape to the sky. Earth shift is just a type of spatial shift. Although I can't perfectly use earth shift and can't travel more than 1,000 zhang, traveling underground is not a problem. Xianxia said. This spatial shift was obtained from a treasure in his previous life. He didn't know what level of movement technique it was, but it was definitely not weak. Xianxia relied on this movement technique to travel unhindered in the world and was invincible. Now, his cultivation was too weak, so he couldn't exert the power of spatial shift at all. Otherwise, he could travel more than 1,000 zhang underground. Spatial shift? Where did you learn such a profound movement technique? De Huang Dog felt that Xianxia shouldn't be a 16-year-old boy. He should be an old fox that had lived for more than 1,000 years. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and go in. Take care of the spirit vein before the blood devils attack. Xianxia said, can you do it? If not, I'll go down myself. I can't bring anyone with me, let alone a dog. Get lost. I'm not a dog. De Huang Dog said. A layer of pale yellow light appeared on the surface of his body. Under the effect of this light, he went deeper underground like Xianxia. Xianxia was amazed by De Huang Dog's ability. However, no matter how miraculous De Huang Dog's performance was, he wouldn't be surprised. After all, De Huang Dog was a descendant of the dragon horse. He had the complete bloodline of a divine beast and could awaken all kinds of innate magical powers. A man and a dog traveled underground as if they had completely integrated with the earth. Wherever they passed, the surrounding earth didn't move much. Although a distance of 10,000 feet wasn't that far, it was different when the distance was underground. Even if Xianxia and De Huang Dog had the ability to travel underground, it was impossible for them to reach the place in the blink of an eye as if they were on the surface. 10 minutes later, Xianxia and De Huang Dog arrived 3 kilometers underground. Sure enough, they saw a spirit vein that emitted a dazzling bright light twisting and coiling underground, like a coiled-up giant snake. The entire body of the spirit vein was transparent like crystal. It was 300 meters long and as thick as an arm. It was covered by a layer of misty airflow. That airflow was a natural restriction that concealed the energy and spirit chi within the spirit vein. That was why the spirit vein was buried deep underground without being discovered. What an amazing energy vein! This energy vein is priceless, it's rich in energy. If I can absorb the essence from this energy vein, my cultivation will definitely improve by leaps and bounds, and it won't be a problem for me to break through to the heavenly core realm. Xianxia was overjoyed. Kid, what are you going to do with this spirit vein? De Huang Dog asked. Energy veins can gather natural yuan energy. If we open it up, the entire Red Sun town will become a fertile land, but at the same time, it will attract the attention of those big powers. Why don't we open it up for now? We can just cut off a part of it and keep it for cultivation. Xianxia said. It wasn't very realistic for him to keep such a huge spiritual vein. Kid, in my opinion, we can make good use of this energy vein. De Huang Dog said. What's your opinion? Xianxia looked at De Huang Dog. Kid, your opponent is the powerful northern and southern dynasties, I'm sure those northern and southern dynasties are not ordinary people. The burning sky pavilion can't trap them, and I don't think you're willing to stay in the small black sect forever. This energy vein will be your foundation, and with it, you can build your own power in the future. De Huang Dog said. You're right, wherever I go, Xianxia, go, I'll leave my name behind. As the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Now, I've won over all the people in Red Sun Town, and with this energy vein here, I can use this town as my foundation. It might come in handy in the future. Besides, with this energy vein, I'll be lucky. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. To achieve great things, one must have a deep and far-sighted plan. But, I still need to use this energy vein. I'll open up a part of the energy vein, then I'll use a formation to gather the energy and connect it to the top. After that, I'll ask the people of Red Sun Town to build me a mansion on top of it, and I'll use it as a temporary place to cultivate. Jiang Chen said. That's right, with this, you'll be able to absorb the essence of this energy vein, and it'll be many times better than cultivating in the Black Sect. The energy vein in the Black Sect is separated into many different places by a formation and defense mechanism, and the energy there is scattered everywhere. How can it compare to this place? De Huang Dog said with a big smile. But, it's not easy to set up a formation like this. De Huang Dog said again. It's just a formation, it's not a problem for me. A confident smile emerged on Jiang Chen's face. The abilities of the once greatest saint in the world were beyond anyone's imagination. Jiang Chen pointed his finger like a sword, then a bright beam shot out from his fingertip towards the center of the energy vein. Following a popping sound, the airflow surrounding the energy vein was immediately broken, and a hole appeared on it. Natural defense mechanisms were easy to break, and they could be broken with just pure force. At this moment, a dense energy burst out from the small hole, and a buzzing sound could be heard coming from underneath the ground. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog took a deep breath, and they immediately felt refreshed and energetic. Under the circulation of the dragon transformation skill, the energy turned into pure energy and started flowing into Jiang Chen's qi. This was the essence of the energy vein. It was far more abundant than the natural energy gathered by the energy vein in Jiang Chen's place in the Black Sect. Seal it up quickly. If not, the energy will leak out and attract the attention of others. De Huang Dog quickly reminded Jiang Chen. At the same time, he spat out a golden defense mechanism towards the small hole. On the other side, Jiang Chen performed a hand seal and unleashed one complicated defense mechanism after another. These defense mechanisms merged together and formed into an invisible formation, sealing the small hole. After that, Jiang Chen's body kept moving upwards, and he kept unleashing the same hand seal, connecting them together perfectly with the formation. De Huang Dog, who was standing next to him, was dancing with joy. He felt so depressed that he was about to throw up blood. Damn you, is there anything you can't do? De Huang Dog stared at the formation constructed by Jiang Chen, and he felt like he was about to go crazy. Jiang Chen's movements were very skillful, and each time he unleashed a hand seal, it would merge perfectly with the formation, slowly guiding the essence of the energy upwards. No matter how he looked at it, he looked like a master of formation. A 16-year-old young man, but he knew everything. Not only that, the key was that he was proficient in it. Anything that came out from Jiang Chen's hand would be at the level of a master. In the end, De Huang Dog let out a long sigh. From now on, no matter what amazing things happened to Jiang Chen, he wouldn't be surprised anymore. Half an hour later, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog successfully crawled out from the ground. Jiang Chen's hands were still forming complicated hand seals, and at the tip of his fingers, a bright light was flickering. That was pure spiritual energy, and it could take one's soul away. Suddenly, the night became even more gloomy. The originally quiet night was suddenly filled with a demonic wind, and a vast amount of demonic energy rushed over from afar. One after another, eerie laughter could be faintly heard, and it was getting clearer and clearer. The blood devils are here. De Huang Dog's eyes lit up. Sure enough, they are here. It seems like their momentum is much stronger than last night. Let's go. A cold smile appeared on the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. With a flip of his palm, he unleashed the last hand seal, temporarily sealing the spiritual energy. After that, he and De Huang Dog turned into two beams of golden light and flew out of Red Sun Town. Hurry, the blood devils are here, hurry up and call young Master Jiang. Look, young Master Jiang is here. The number of blood devils this time is at least twice as many as last night. I'm afraid there are more than 100 of them. I wonder if young Master Jiang can handle them. Of course he can, young Master Jiang is extremely powerful, he can kill all these blood devils with just a flick of his finger. We don't have to be afraid, let's fight them with all our might. All the warriors of Red Sun Town were holding their weapons in their hands. Each of them had an imposing aura, and they were determined to fight to the death with the blood devils. Outside of Red Sun Town, there was a huge group of tall and muscular blood devils. They were extremely fast, and they were roaring and leaping towards Red Sun Town. These blood devils had lost their humanity. Their blood-red eyes were glowing with a bloodthirsty light, and their bodies were emitting a brutal aura. In the sky, there were 4 blood devil leaders who could fly. One of them was 3 meters tall, and he looked like an iron tower. He was emitting a brutal aura, and he was holding an eerie devil weapon in his hand. His aura was much stronger than the other 3 blood devil leaders, he had actually reached the mid-heavenly core realm. Kill all the living beings in this town, leave the young girls for young master's blood sacrifice. The leader of the blood devils gave out a cruel order. He wanted to raze Red Sun Town to the ground, and leave no survivors. Roar, 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 right after the leader's words left his mouth, the brutal blood devils started roaring loudly. They crazily dashed towards the town, and wherever they went, the ground would be razed to the ground. De Huang Dog, I'll deal with the leader of the blood devils. I'll leave the rest of the blood devils to you, kill them all, don't leave a single one alive. Xianxia said to De Huang Dog in an imposing manner. I promise I'll complete my mission. Big Yellow let out a hearty laugh. He dragged his majestic body and emitted a dazzling golden light as he dashed toward the group of blood devils. Bam bam bam, De Huang Dog was too strong. His body was unimaginably strong, like an iron wall. Especially his dog head, it was unimaginably hard. De Huang Dog's rampage was like a huge mountain crashing into the blood devils. All the blood devils who were hit by De Huang Dog were killed instantly. It was a brutal and bloody scene. Kill them all, kill them all. Town Chief Xianxia raised the combat weapon in his hand high up into the air. He led all the men of sacrifice in Red Sun Town and charged towards De Huang Dog. Xianxia was a heavenly core warrior, and dealing with these mortal core blood devils was like a tiger jumping into a flock of sheep. In such a large-scale battle, the blood devils had suffered heavy casualties, and their morale was weakening. In the sky, Xianxia's blood wings stretched out in front of the 4 blood devil leaders. What happened last night? Was it you who did it? That's right. Today, just like last night, all of you will be buried here. Xianxia's voice was loud like a bell, and his powerful aura was obvious. Everyone in Red Sun Town could hear his words clearly, and they became even more excited. It was as if as long as Xianxia was here, these blood devils would definitely die. Humph. A tiny mortal core warrior who hasn't even reached the heavenly core realm, how dare you talk big in front of me? You're courting death. You 3, go kill all the townspeople, I'll deal with this guy, I want to suck his blood dry. The blood devil leader let out a cold snort. While giving orders to the other 3 leaders, he stared at Xianxia with a bloodthirsty gaze. He stuck out his red tongue and licked his 2 sharp fangs. Yes. The 3 leaders replied and flew down at the same time. Their speed wasn't slow, but Xianxia was faster. Xianxia immediately attacked without any warning. With a sway of his body, he appeared in front of one of the blood devil leaders and smashed his skull with a palm strike. At the same time, he dug out his devil core. The devil cores of these blood devil leaders were great nourishment for Xianxia. Xianxia killed one with a single strike, fast and violent. After killing one, Xianxia didn't slow down at all. His blood wings were as sharp as blades, cutting the other blood devil leader in half. At the same time, he dug out the devil core of the leader. The devil cores of these blood devil leaders were great nourishment for Xianxia. What? The mid-heavenly core blood devil leader shouted out in shock. Only now did he regain his senses from the shock. He had never expected this young man he looked down upon to be so ruthless. He had killed 2 Blood Devil leaders in just a few seconds, causing them to suffer a huge loss. Die now. The Blood Devil leader was furious. He raised the devil weapon in his hand and swung it towards Xianxia. Only then did he manage to save the last Blood Devil from being killed by Xianxia. Xianxia swung his arm and swung the axe of thunder towards the devil weapon. Clang, sparks flew everywhere, and the demon weapon buzzed from the impact. Under the impact of the axe of thunder, the blood demon leader was forced back more than a dozen feet before he could stabilize his body. The shock on his face became even more intense. The mid-heavenly core blood devil leader was no match for Xianxia. Although this blood devil leader was stronger than an ordinary mid-heavenly core warrior, when compared to the inner circle geniuses of the Black Sect, he was still weaker. Even Jiang Wei was able to defeat and even kill him. Back when Xianxia killed Jiang Wei, he only had 80 dragon marks in his qi. But now, he had 90 dragon marks in his qi. His battle prowess had increased tremendously. This blood fiend leader before him could not even withstand a single blow from Xianxia. Out of the 4 blood devil leaders, 2 of them were killed by Xianxia in an instant, and the last early heavenly core leader dashed down towards the townspeople of Red Sun Town. Right at this moment, a white beam appeared from afar and blocked the path of the blood devil leader. It was Yu Zihan who had just arrived from Yellowstone City. "Brother Jiang, leave this blood devil to me." After saying that, Yu Zihan unleashed a bright and huge palm, slapping towards the leader of the blood devils. Roar! The blood devil let out a loud roar towards the sky, then he unleashed a huge blood-red palm strike as well. Bang! 2 powerful attacks collided with each other, producing a bright light that lit up the dark night sky. The blood devil leader was no match for Yu Zihan. He was knocked back a few hundred meters by the impact, and blood was flowing out from the corner of his mouth. Humph! So weak. Yu Zihan let out a cold snort. He took the opportunity and continued attacking. His body was covered in a bright light, and he dashed towards the blood devil leader once again. On the other side, Xianxia carried the battle axe in his hand and crazily attacked the mid-heavenly core blood devil leader. Bang bang bang, every strike of the battle axe would produce a loud explosion. The blood devil leader kept raising the devil weapon in his hand to defend himself, but under Xianxia's attack, his body kept being pushed back. The devil weapon in his hand had been badly damaged, and every time Xianxia attacked, the blood devil leader would spit out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, where did this monster come from? How can he be so frightening? The blood devil leader cursed. He had personally come here today, and he had brought 3 heavenly core leaders with him. He thought he would be able to wipe out Red Sun Town in one fell swoop, but he had never expected to suffer such a heavy blow, and he didn't even have a chance to react. Clap of thunder, die! Xianxia let out a loud shout. The battle axe unleashed a bright light that descended from the skies, and in the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of the blood devil leader. Not good. The blood devil leader panicked. He could feel a strong sense of danger from the attack. However, Xianxia's speed was too fast, so fast that he couldn't dodge it. The only thing he could do was raise the combat weapon in his hand and defend himself. Clang! Slash! The combat weapon in the blood devil leader's hand couldn't withstand such a heavy blow, and it was instantly cut in half. The blood devil leader let out a shrill cry, and just like the combat weapon, he was also cut in half by Xianxia's battle axe. Blood splashed across the sky. Xianxia made a grabbing motion with his big hand and took out the devil core. Arg! At the same time, another blood-curdling scream came from the other side. Under Yu Zihan's attack, the leader of the blood devils was killed on the spot. Yu Zihan showed no mercy to the blood devils. He even destroyed the leader's devil core. From the moment the blood devils started their attack to the moment all 4 leaders were killed, only 3 minutes had passed. On the ground, under the attack of De Huang Dog and Zhang Zhen, more than half of the blood devils had been killed or injured. When they saw all 4 of their leaders dead, the rest of the blood devils lost their will to fight, and they immediately ran away. Humph. I've said it before, don't let any of these blood devils live, kill them all. Xianxia let out a cold snort. He descended from the skies with the battle axe in his hand. He looked like a god of war who had just arrived, and he cut off all the blood devils' escape routes. Swoosh! Xianxia swung the battle axe in his hand. A bright axe beam streaked across the battlefield, and dozens of blood devils were killed on the spot, turning into blood mist. Xianxia swung the battle axe again, and dozens more blood devils were killed. In front of him, these mortal core blood devils were just like ants. No matter how many there were, he would kill them all. Yu Zihan stared at the mighty Xianxia, and he couldn't help but feel shocked in his heart. He has become stronger again. That's right, compared to when he killed Jiang Wei, Xianxia had become much stronger. This could be seen from the way he killed the blood devil leader just now. It had only been 2 days since he killed Jiang Wei, and this meant that Xianxia was constantly growing. How could Yu Zihan not be shocked? Under the cruel slaughter of De Huang Dog and Xianxia, the rest of the blood devils were all killed. The entire outer perimeter of Red Sun Town was filled with broken limbs. Over 100 blood devils, including the 4 heavenly core leaders, had all been killed. Not a single one of them was left alive. All hail Xianxia! Town Marshal Zhang Zhen waved his arm and shouted loudly. All hail Xianxia! All hail Xianxia! All the townspeople of Red Sun Town were shouting at the same time. Their eyes were glowing brightly as they stared at Xianxia. It was as if they were looking at a real god of war, their savior. This young man who was only 16 years old was the savior of Red Sun Town, their true savior. Xianxia's powerful methods and his domineering image had been deeply engraved into the hearts of every single townspeople. Right at this moment, Xianxia's image had once again been magnified in their minds. For the townspeople of Red Sun Town, tonight's battle was a joyous one. They had killed to their heart's content, and their hands were stained with the blood of the blood devils. They were all trying their best to avenge their dead townspeople, and most importantly, none of them were injured or killed. For heavenly core blood devil leaders and over 100 cruel blood devils had all been killed in just a few minutes. This result was something that the townspeople of Red Sun Town had never dreamed of. Xianxia waved his hand, and the townspeople immediately stopped shouting. They all stared at Xianxia without blinking their eyes, waiting for Xianxia's next order. The battle between us and the blood devils has just begun, it's far from over. Therefore, everyone, please be extra careful. Xianxia said with a loud voice. He looked at Zhang Zhen and said, Mayor, burn all the dead bodies of these blood devils. Keep watching the situation closely, don't let your guard down. Yes, young Master Jiang. Zhang Zhen cupped his fist towards Xianxia. Right now, he really admired Xianxia, and his heart was filled with gratitude towards Xianxia. Even if Xianxia asked him to go through fire and water, he wouldn't even frown. Brother Zhang's methods are heaven-defying, I really admire you. Yu Zihan cupped his fist towards Xianxia. This admiration came from the bottom of his heart. Brother Yu, you have great talent as well, your future is limitless. Xianxia said with a smile on his face. I'm ashamed to be in front of Brother Jiang. Yu Zihan shook his head. After today's battle, he had made up his mind. From now on, he would follow behind Xianxia and fight for his life. Brother Yu, is there any news from the Yu family? Xianxia asked. It's all according to Brother Zhang's orders. My dad has already spread the Yu family's forces to every town. My dad has heard of Brother Zhang's name for a long time, and he hopes to meet you someday. Yu Zihan said. That's fine, after we kill those blood devils, I'll pay them a visit myself. Xianxia smiled and said, Alright, I'm going to take a rest now. I still need Brother Yu to take care of things in Red Sun Town. Brother Jiang, don't worry, I won't dare to neglect you. Yu Zihan said in a serious tone. Indeed, he couldn't neglect the blood devils. Xianxia nodded his head. With Yu Zihan around, he would have less to worry about. He turned around and looked at Zhang Zhen and said, Mayor, can you ask someone to build me a mansion in the wasteland north of Red Sun Town? I'll be cultivating there. Later, I'll ask De Huang Dog to go with you and build it at the designated location. When Zhang Zhen heard that Xianxia wanted to build a mansion in a desolate area, he was startled. For Red Sun Town, building a mansion for Xianxia was a piece of cake. Xianxia wanted to stay in Red Sun Town, and the townspeople were happy about it. But what Zhang Zhen didn't understand was why Xianxia wanted to build a mansion in a desolate area. Young Master Jiang, that place is desolate, I think I should find a better place for you to build a mansion, it will suit young Master Jiang's status better. Zhang Zhen said. That's right, young Master Jiang, you have given the entire Red Sun town a new lease of life, and all of us townspeople will never forget it. From now on, we will be young Master Jiang's people, so building a mansion for you is what we should do, but you have to find a better place for it. Zhang Quan said. The desolate area was remote, and there was no one around. Building a mansion for Jiangchen there was really inappropriate. Just do as I say, build a mansion as you like. Just make it simple, I don't have too many requirements. After saying that, Jiangchen walked away with big steps. Only he himself knew why he wanted to build a mansion in a desolate area. Young Master Jiang is really a strange man, why would he choose a desolate area when there is a better place for him to live? Zhang Quan couldn't help but say. Brother Jiang only cares about his cultivation, he doesn't have any requirements for the environment, just do as he says. Yu Zihan said. Yes, young Master Yu. Zhang Zhen and the others bowed towards Yu Zihan. Not only was this young master an inner circle disciple of the Black Sect, he was also a young master of the Yu family. None of them dared disrespect Yu Zihan's words. Jiangchen returned to his residence and started absorbing the 3 devil cores in his hand. 2 early heavenly core and 1 mid-heavenly core. This was a big harvest. As the dragon transformation skill became stronger, Jiangchen's speed of absorbing the devil cores and demon souls became faster and faster. Soon, all 3 devil cores were completely absorbed by him. Although it got harder and harder to form dragon marks, these 3 heavenly core devil cores still helped Jiangchen form 6 new dragon marks. I've formed 96 dragon marks in my Qi, and I still need 4 more to reach 100. Even if I don't kill those blood devils, once the mansion is built, I'll be able to break through to the heavenly core realm with the help of the energy vein essence. A bright light flashed in Jiangchen's eyes. He had killed so many enemies, and finally, he was about to break through to the heavenly core realm. As long as he broke through to the heavenly core realm, Jiangchen's combat strength would skyrocket, and at that point of time, even late heavenly core warriors would be no match for him. That night, the blood devils didn't attack again. The mortal core warriors of Red Sun Town were standing guard outside the town. Within Red Sun Town, the desolate north side of the town was bustling with activity. When the townspeople who were being protected heard that they were going to build a mansion for Jiangchen, they all came to help. The next day, Black Sect's outer circle, in Jiangchen's residence, Yan Qinyu's clothes were fluttering in the wind. She stood at the peak of a mountain and gazed into the distance. A trace of worry could be seen on her delicate face. Brother Chen has already been gone for 2 days. I wonder if he's in any danger. No, Brother Chen is very strong. Those blood devils are definitely not a match for him. Yan Qinyu murmured to herself. Right at this moment, a man flew across the sky, then he turned around and landed not far away from Yan Qinyu. This man had a handsome face, and he had a handsome face. It was Fan Kuan. The reason why Fan Kuan landed was because he had seen Yan Qinyu's face. A few days ago, he had heard from Jiang Wei that Yan Qinyu was extremely beautiful, just like a fairy. But, he hadn't had the chance to see her in person. Today, he had finally seen her, and he was shocked by her beauty. Even with Fan Kuan's pride, he couldn't help but admire Yan Qinyu's beauty. Who are you? Yan Qinyu looked at Fan Kuan. When she noticed Fan Kuan's evil gaze, she couldn't help but furrow her brows. My name is Fan Kuan, and this must be junior disciple Yan Qinyu. I've been in love with junior disciple Yan for a long time, and now that I've seen her in person, junior disciple Yan is indeed a goddess. There are very few beauties like junior disciple Yan in this world. Fan Kuan kept staring at Yan Qinyu. Even with his strong willpower, he couldn't help but have some lustful thoughts. Besides, there was enmity between him and Jiang Chen. So, you're the Fan Kuan who wants to kill Chen Gij? Hearing Fan Kuan's name, Yan Qinyu's expression became startled, and then it became filled with disgust. The words Chen Gij made Fan Kuan jealous. In his mind, such a beautiful girl should have belonged to him, Fan Kuan. What did Jiang Chen do to deserve such a blessing? Junior disciple Yan, what's so good about following Jiang Chen? Why don't you follow me? I, Fan Kuan, am the strongest person in the Black Sect's inner circle, and soon, I'll break through to the divine core realm and become a true core disciple. Besides, my grandfather is a founding elder of the Black Sect. If you follow me, you'll be able to enjoy all the resources in the black sect. Fan Kuan said with an evil smile on his face. Get lost. Yan Qinyu said in a daze. She turned her head around and didn't bother to look at Fan Kuan. Seeing this, Fan Kuan's expression became cold. Yan Qinyu's behavior had deeply hurt his arrogant pride. Not only in the black sect, even in the entire Qi province, with his cultivation level and talent, he could get any girl he wanted. Women had always surrounded him, and he thought he had already lowered himself to talk to Yan Qinyu, but not only did she not appreciate it, she even offended him. Humph. Yan Qinyu, let me tell you, your Qingij is going to kill those blood devils, and he won't be able to return. Following me is your best choice. Fan Kuan let out a cold snort. Qingij will never die. Who do you think you are? You don't deserve to be mentioned in the same breath as Qingij. Yan Qinyu argued back. In her heart, Jiang Chen's position was irreplaceable, and this Fan Kuan dared to curse Jiang Chen's death in front of her. This had touched Yan Qinyu's reverse scale, and it made her hate Fan Kuan reach its peak. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. I gave you face, but you don't want it. Fan Kuan was furious. Right at this moment, a man came from afar and stood next to Yan Qinyu. It was Sect Elder Guishan. Fan Kuan, what are you doing here? Guishan stared at Fan Kuan and asked with a cold tone. Sect Elder Gua, I was just passing by, so I wanted to say hello to junior disciple Yan. Fan Kuan cupped his fist towards Guishan. Guishan was the #1 alchemist in the black sect, and his status was no weaker than his own grandfather. Fan Kuan didn't dare show any disrespect. You're not welcome here. Get lost, and don't ever come here again. Guishan waved his sleeves and said without any politeness. If it wasn't for the fact that Fan Kuan had a grandfather behind him, Guishan would have slapped Fan Kuan and sent him flying away. Understood. Fan Kuan smiled, then he turned around and left. Right after he turned around, Fan Kuan's face changed into a vicious expression. Humph. Jiang Chen will definitely die in Yellowstone, and this bitch still dares to act like she's a virtuous person? She refused a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Your father, will definitely teach her a lesson. Fan Kuan's face was filled with a vicious expression. As the saying goes, don't be afraid of thieves stealing, but be afraid of thieves remembering. Yan Qinyu had been targeted by Fan Kuan, and she would be in big trouble. Red Sun Town, the townspeople had spent the entire day building Jiang Chen's mansion, and by dusk, they had finished building it. They had also arranged all the necessary furniture. When Jiang Chen arrived in front of the mansion, he couldn't help but nod his head. The mansion wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. It was luxuriously decorated, and it really suited Jiang Chen's style. It was extremely domineering. There were a total of 6 exquisite rooms in the mansion, and there was a grand hall in the middle. The townspeople had really put in a lot of effort. Young Master Jiang, are you satisfied with this mansion? Zhang Zhen asked with a smile on his face. It's not bad. Mayor, thank you for your hard work. Jiang Chen replied with a smile on his face. As long as young Master Jiang likes it. If there's anything you need in the future, just let me know, we'll do our best to prepare it for young Master Jiang. Zhang Zhen said. On the same night, Jiang Chen set up a cushion in one of the rooms in the mansion, connecting the formation with the energy vein. Jiang Chen sat on the cushion, and he could directly absorb the energy vein's essence. That night, the townspeople were extremely nervous. They all knew that the third attack from the Blood Devils would be much bigger than the previous 2 attacks, and there might even be a stronger Blood Devil leader. But, what puzzled them was that it was a peaceful night, and the Blood Devils didn't do anything. This situation made the townspeople feel puzzled. Brother Jiang, the Blood Devils suddenly became quiet, something must be wrong. Yu Zihan said. That's right, this doesn't fit the Blood Devil style. I guess they are preparing for a bigger attack, and they want to wipe out Red Sun Town in one fell swoop. I'm afraid a late Heavenly Core Blood Devil leader will appear in the next attack, and it might even be Lord Blood Moon. Jiang Chen said with a frown on his face. I'm worried about this as well. If that's the case, I'm afraid it won't be easy for us to deal with them. Yu Zihan said worriedly. Zihan, you keep monitoring the situation, make sure the townspeople are safe. I'm going to enter secluded cultivation and break through to the heavenly core realm. As long as I can break through to the heavenly core realm, even if a late heavenly core blood devil leader appears, it won't be a problem. Xianxia said with a serious expression. The war with the blood devils would become more and more intense, so Xianxia had to break through to the heavenly core realm in order to be able to handle the upcoming war. What? You're going to break through to the heavenly core realm? Yu Zihan shouted out in shock. He stared at Xianxia with disbelief. Xianxia had been improving all this time, he had only joined the Black Sect for a short period of time, and he was about to break through to the heavenly core realm. That's right. Xianxia said. Brother Jiang is really a monster when it comes to cultivation, I really admire you. I hope Brother Jiang can break through to the heavenly core realm and kill all these blood devils. After saying that, Yu Zihan turned around and left. Xianxia was going to enter secluded cultivation, so he would have to take care of everything in Red Sun Town. After Yu Zihan left, Xianxia closed the door behind him. He was going to use the energy vein essence to break through to the heavenly core realm. De Huang Dog, I'm going to break through to the heavenly core realm now, I need you to protect me. Xianxia said. Protect my ass, Daddy is tired, I'm going to sleep. De Huang Dog let out a big yawn, then he turned around and went to another room. Xianxia was startled. When this dog felt sleepy and wanted to sleep, it meant he was about to break through. Damn it, how many days has it been since this dog broke through? Xianxia walked into his room, closed the door, and sat down on a cushion with his legs crossed. De Huang Dog had gone to sleep, and in fact, he had gone to break through. If nothing unexpected happened, when De Huang Dog woke up, he would break through to the heavenly core realm. The cushion Xianxia placed on was directly connected to the energy vein, and the defense mechanism of the energy vein was only slightly activated. That meant, Xianxia could use the cushion to absorb the essence of the energy vein at will. With a completed energy vein, it was a huge treasure. Xianxia had a treasure all to himself, and his cultivation speed could only be described as fast. Right now, he had formed 96 dragon marks, and he only needed 4 more before he could break through to the heavenly core realm. For Xianxia, forming 4 dragon marks with the essence of the energy vein wasn't a problem at all. Since he arrived in Red Sun Town, he had fought 2 battles with these blood devils, and both times he had killed all of them. This third time, the blood devils would be much stronger than the previous 2 battles. With the lessons learned from the previous 2 battles, if nothing unexpected happened, there would definitely be late heavenly core blood devils in the third battle. With Xianxia's current cultivation level and combat strength, he could kill mid-heavenly core warriors, but if he met a late heavenly core warrior, he would be no match for them. Therefore, Xianxia had to break through to the heavenly core realm as soon as possible. Once he reached the early heavenly core realm, he would be able to kill late heavenly core blood devils, and at that point of time, he would have the strength to fight Lord Blood Moon. Activate the defense mechanism, let me absorb. Xianxia activated the defense mechanism of the energy vein. Under the control of the formation, a huge amount of energy started gushing into Xianxia's body like a tidal wave. Such a powerful energy impact made Xianxia feel so comfortable that he couldn't help but let out a moan. He immediately started circulating the dragon transformation skill, and under the control of the skill, the energy that entered his body was quickly transformed into pure energy and rushed into his Qi. Within his Qi, numerous blood-red dragon marks were flowing out from his mortal core. They kept swimming around like blood dragons, looking extremely mystical. At the same time, some of the dragon marks turned into shadows of dragons and circled around Xianxia's body, making him look like the son of heaven. Buzz buzz, the impact of the spiritual energy was too strong, causing Xianxia's entire body to produce a buzzing sound. Accompanied by the vibrations of the buzzing sound, the 97th dragon mark began to gradually form. The essence of a complete spiritual vein is simply too powerful. Its purity is far above that of a demon spirit or a devil core. Xianxia absorbed the essence of a spiritual vein. Not only could he condense dragon marks to increase his cultivation, he could also use the spiritual qi to refine his body. Under the dragon transformation skill, his body became even more sturdy. Buzz buzz, the buzzing sound was endless. dragon shadows danced around Xianxia's body. 2 hours later, Xianxia finally condensed 100 dragon marks. At this time, a dull dragon roar came from his body. The entire movement made Xianxia look like an ancient beast that was about to awaken. The dragon transformation art was too frightening, and it would become even more frightening in the future. Sooner or later, Xianxia would become a real dragon and soar into the sky. I've finally condensed 100 dragon marks. Haha, I'm going to break through to the heavenly core realm now. Xianxia laughed out loudly. If it was any ordinary peak mortal core warrior who wanted to break through to the heavenly core realm, even if he had enough energy, he wouldn't be able to break through immediately. He would need to control the natural energy, and there was a huge bottleneck between the mortal core realm and the heavenly core realm. But this kind of bottleneck didn't exist for Xianxia. He had the cultivation experience of a saint, so all bottlenecks were nothing to him. He cultivated the dragon transformation skill, and all he needed was energy. As long as he had enough energy, he would be able to break through without any bottlenecks. Xianxia took out a huge amount of human elixir and put it into his mouth. The human elixir was absorbed as if it didn't cost any money. Roar! Xianxia raised his head and let out a loud roar. It sounded like a dragon's roar, and it resounded throughout the entire Red Sun town. Everyone in Red Sun town could feel the powerful energy coming from Xianxia's mansion. A powerful pressure spread out in all directions, shocking everyone. He broke through in such a short time. Yu Zihan murmured as he stared at the shockwave that shot up into the sky. He really couldn't find any words to describe such a freak. Look, what a powerful energy. That's young Master Jiang breaking through to the heavenly core realm. Haha, great, this is great. Young Master Xianxia is a peerless genius that only appears once in 10,000 years. When he was at the peak mortal core realm, he was able to kill heavenly core blood devils, and now that he has broken through to the heavenly core realm, those blood devils are no match for him. This is great. Young Master Jiang has broken through to the heavenly core realm, and his combat strength has increased tremendously. This is a good thing for the entire Red Sun town. All the townspeople of Red Sun town were extremely excited, especially Xianxia and the other elders. Now, Red Sun town had become the main target of the blood devils, and their biggest and only hope was Xianxia. The stronger Xianxia became, the more excited they became. Within the mansion, the golden mortal core in Xianxia's qi was beating rapidly. It was surrounded by countless blood-red dragon marks, and the mortal core kept changing. It had doubled in size, and it had become glossier and smoother. Right at this moment, the mortal core had evolved into a heavenly core. Xianxia casually waved both of his hands, and the natural energies immediately started gathering towards him like a tidal wave. With the help of the natural energies, Xianxia's body slowly left the ground. This time, he didn't rely on his blood-red wings, he just controlled the natural energies and flew into the sky. Haha, Xianxia was laughing out loudly. He had finally broken through to the heavenly core realm, and he had once again found the feeling of controlling the natural energies. Above his head, there was a dragon-shaped blood-red qi that was dancing around, and it carried a pure yang energy. The formation of 100 dragon marks had brought a tremendous change to Xianxia's combat strength. His overall strength had increased by a lot. The mortal core realm and the heavenly core realm were like heaven and earth, the gap between them was like night and day. Xianxia clenched his fists tightly, and cracking sounds could be heard from his joints. His eyes were shining brightly, and he was filled with confidence. With his current combat strength, he wouldn't need to worry about any ordinary late heavenly core warriors. Finally, I've broken through to the heavenly core realm. But, the dragon transformation skill is getting more and more difficult to cultivate. According to the dragon transformation skill, from the early heavenly core realm to the mid-heavenly core realm, I'll need to form 200 dragon marks, and in order to break through to the late heavenly core realm, I'll need to form another 100 dragon marks. Xianxia let out a long sigh. Although the dragon transformation skill was incredibly powerful, it was extremely difficult to cultivate. Let alone the future, just the current breakthrough from the early heavenly core realm would require him to form another 100 dragon marks before he could reach the 200 dragon marks mark. 100 dragon marks, how much energy would that require? But in the next moment, a determined expression emerged on Xianxia's face, cultivating the dragon transformation skill is destined to be a path of slaughter and plunder. The journey of 100,000 dragon marks, I'll kill anyone who stands in my way. After adjusting his energy, Xianxia didn't leave the room right away. He continued sitting on the cushion and absorbing the energy vein. It was late at night, and the blood devils hadn't shown up yet. It looked like they wouldn't show up tonight either. When Xianxia was still in the black sect, he had consumed the 5-elemental pill, and it had given him a solid foundation. In a short period of time, he didn't have to worry about breaking through. Therefore, Xianxia decided to continue forming more dragon marks with the help of the energy vein, and stabilize his cultivation base at the early heavenly core realm. In the blink of an eye, another day had passed. In just one day, Xianxia had formed another 8 dragon marks, and the total number of dragon marks in his qi had reached 108. His combat strength had increased once again. Right at this moment, Xianxia finally stopped absorbing. The impact of the energy vein on his body had reached its limit, and he had to stop and sort out the newly formed dragon marks, stabilizing his cultivation base. That night, the blood devils still didn't show up. Even when dawn arrived, they still didn't show up. For the next 3 days, the blood devils seemed to have calmed down. Although there were still a few blood devils appearing in other towns around Yellowstone, under the control of the Yu family, they couldn't do anything. "Young Master Yu, the blood devils are behaving strangely. It's been 3 days, but they haven't shown up at all," Xianxia said worriedly. "I have no idea what the blood devils are planning, but don't worry everyone, Brother Jiang has broken through to the heavenly core realm. Even if a powerful leader appears, Brother Jiang will be able to handle it," Yu Zihan said. He was very confident in Xianxia now, and he had never had such confidence before. Bang! Right after Yu Zihan's words left his mouth, a loud explosion sounded out from afar. After that, a devilish wind started howling, and a huge group of blood devils suddenly appeared. They were charging towards Red Sun Town with extreme speed. "They're here." Xianxia's expression changed. It was already dawn, and these blood devils had chosen this time to attack Red Sun Town. "I think there are at least 200 blood devils. Everyone get ready, a bloody battle is coming." Yu Zihan's expression turned serious. "Kaka," the laughter of the blood devils came from afar. In the sky above, 6 blood devil leaders were flying in the sky. Yu Zihan looked over and saw that the leader was a late heavenly core warrior. Other than that, there were 2 mid-heavenly core and 3 early heavenly core leaders. A total of 6 divine core warriors. It was a huge force. Yu Zihan's expression turned ugly. The enemies were too strong, and even if Xianxia had the ability to handle the late heavenly core leader, who would be able to handle the other 2 mid-heavenly core leaders? With his combat strength, he might be able to handle one of them, but he still wouldn't be able to handle them. Yu Zihan and the townspeople couldn't help but worry. Although they were worried, there was someone who wasn't worried at all. Xianxia leapt out from the mansion. At the same time, a golden figure dashed out from a room below and caught up to Xianxia. It was De Huang Dog. "Buddy, you've broken through?" De Huang Dog asked while wagging his head. "Damn you, you damn dog, you have broken through to the heavenly core realm? You broke through just by sleeping? Damn it, don't tell anyone I know you from now on." Xianxia almost vomited blood. This dog was the real weirdo. Although he felt depressed, the fact that De Huang Dog was able to break through to the heavenly core realm at this time still made Xianxia very excited. Others might not know De Huang Dog's combat strength, but he knew it very well. Now that the blood devils had finally attacked again, with the help of De Huang Dog, killing them would be a piece of cake. "Buddy, it looks like the blood devils are not small. I can already sense the aura of a late heavenly core blood devil," De Huang Dog said. "Humph. No matter how many come, they'll all die. De Huang, follow me, let's kill all the blood devils, don't leave a single one alive." Xianxia let out a cold snort. With extreme speed, he arrived outside of Red Sun Town in the blink of an eye. De Huang Dog followed closely behind him, his face filled with excitement. All demon beasts had their own ferocious nature, let alone a dragon horse that possessed the bloodline of a divine beast. Its ferocious nature was even more ferocious, and it was good at fighting. This kind of life and death battle with blood devils was what De Huang Dog loved the most. Congratulations on breaking through to the Heavenly Core Realm, Brother Jiang. Yu Zihan said with a smile. Young Master Jiang, the Blood Devils are here. Zhang was holding the combat weapon in his hand, and he looked nervous. Don't worry, today we'll let them be the same as before, no matter how many come, they'll all die. Kill them all, don't let any Blood Devils step into the town. Jiang Chen's body was glowing in a golden light, and he looked like a mighty god of war giving out orders. All the townspeople of Red Sun Town were inside the town, so they had to fight outside. Swoosh swoosh, Jiang Chen and Da Huang Dog immediately flew up into the sky, blocking in front of the 6 Blood Devil leaders. Just when Yu Zihan was about to make a move, Jiang Chen stopped him and said, Zihan, you and the mayor will deal with those Blood Devils together, don't show any mercy, kill as many as you can. Leave the leaders to me and Da Huang. Jiang Chen had to make sure that Yu Zihan stayed behind. There were too many Blood Devils, there were more than 200 of them, and there were only 30 Mortal Core warriors in Red Sun Town. The difference in numbers was huge, and it would be hard for Jiang Chen to kill all these Blood Devils by himself. If Yu Zihan didn't join the fight, then these Blood Devils would definitely cause harm to all the warriors in Red Sun Town. This was something Jiang Chen didn't want to see. Alright. Yu Zihan nodded, turned around and flew down. He unleashed a gigantic golden palm and slapped down towards the Blood Devils. Rumble. Along with the shrill screams, Yu Zihan's attack had killed 6 Mortal Core Blood Devils. Kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive. Yu Zihan shouted out loudly. He took the lead and killed his way into the Blood Devils' camp. Kill. Shouts and yells shook the skies. At dawn, outside of Red Sun Town, a most primitive and cruel battle was taking place. In the sky, Jiang Chen and Da Huang Dog were standing in front of 6 Blood Devil leaders. On the opposite side, the late Heavenly Core leader had a cruel expression. He stared at the man and dog in front of him with a bloodthirsty look in his eyes. Kill them all. The Blood Devil leader Lin Ling ordered. Right after he finished speaking, the other 5 Blood Devil leaders immediately formed a circle and dashed towards Jiang Chen and Da Huang Dog. Jiang Chen and Da Huang Dog looked at each other and grinned. Almost at the same time, Jiang Chen and Da Huang Dog moved. Da Huang Dog aimed his head at one of the early Heavenly Core Blood Devil leaders and rammed it with lightning speed. Fast, too fast. The Blood Devil leader didn't even have the chance to react before he was smashed into a blood mist by Da Huang Dog, and he died on the spot. On the other side, Jiang Chen had smashed the head of an early Heavenly Core Blood Devil leader with a single punch, and the leader didn't even have the chance to scream. Everything happened too fast. They never expected their opponents to be so strong, because the previous 2 attacks had resulted in complete annihilation. These Blood Devils didn't know what was going on, and they thought their leaders had died in a bloody battle. Who would have thought that they would be killed so easily by their opponents? Because of a moment of carelessness, 2 of their leaders were killed. Right when the other 3 Blood Devil leaders were stunned, Da Huang Dog rammed his head onto the last early Heavenly Core Blood Devil leader. The leader let out a shrill cry before he died again. Jiang Chen's speed was even faster. With lightning speed, a golden battle axe appeared in his hand, and in the blink of an eye, he chopped a mid-Heavenly Core Blood Devil leader in half. Even the Devil Core was taken by Jiang Chen. As for the other 3 early Heavenly Core Blood Devils and Devil Cores, Jiang Chen didn't bother collecting them. Demon Souls and Devil Cores of the same level wouldn't have much effect on him. He was cultivating the Dragon Transformation skill, and the amount of energy he needed was unimaginable. He had to absorb Demon Souls and Devil Cores that were higher than his cultivation level. What? The mid-Heavenly Core Blood Devil leader who had only unleashed half of his attack cried out in shock. He was so scared that his soul almost left his body. He hurriedly backed away, and only then did he barely manage to survive. Right at this moment, the late Heavenly Core Blood Devil leader couldn't remain calm anymore. He stared at what was happening in front of him with his eyes wide open, and he couldn't believe what he was seeing. He had brought 5 Blood Devil leaders with him, and the battle hadn't even started yet, but 4 of them had been killed by their opponents. They were all Heavenly Core Blood Devils, and their combat strength was incredibly strong. This man and dog in front of him were just too abnormal. A Heavenly Core Blood Devil leader had been killed in an instant. How could they still fight? Let me handle them. The Blood Devil leader took a step forward. He unleashed his powerful energy and locked onto Xianxia and De Huang Dog. Although the strength displayed by this man and dog had shocked him, he had a strong cultivation level, so he didn't really care. He was confident that he could kill this man and dog. Bring it on. After saying that, Xianxia swung the battle axe towards the Blood Devil leader. Rumble the thunderclap slash was extremely powerful. The axe beam shot up into the sky and arrived in front of the Blood Devil leader in the blink of an eye. The powerful energy pressed down like a huge mountain, causing the Blood Devil leader's expression to change dramatically. This young man's attack had given him a huge pressure, and the shock in his heart had reached an extreme level. Die now. The Blood Devil leader shouted out loudly. In his hand, a devilish blade that was completely condensed from evil devilish energy appeared, and he swung it towards Xianxia. Rumble, a loud explosion sounded out, and the devilish blade was instantly shattered. The Blood Devil leader was knocked back a few hundred meters before he could stabilize his body. He felt his blood and chi were tumbling, and he couldn't help but feel an unbearable pain. Haha, Xianxia was laughing out loudly. He was unleashing a powerful energy from all over his body. His combat strength was incredible, and even a late Heavenly Core Blood Devil was no match for him. This was Xianxia's current combat strength. Ordinary late Heavenly Core warriors were no match for him. Only geniuses like Fan Kuan would have a chance of defending against Xianxia's mighty strength. Only geniuses like Guaniyun and Liang Xiao could suppress Xianxia. Young Master Jiang is so strong. Haha, blood devils aren't scary at all. Young Master Jiang can kill all of them by himself, and that De Huang Dog is just as scary. Kill all these blood devils. When the townspeople of Red Sun Town witnessed the mighty strength of Xianxia and De Huang Dog, they were all extremely excited, and their morale was extremely high. This was the power of influence. If the fight with the blood devils was compared to a war, then Xianxia and De Huang Dog would be the generals leading the army. A general would have a huge impact on the morale of the entire army. This is terrifying. With the one-year promise, he might really be able to fight against the northern and southern dynasties. Yu Zihan couldn't calm himself down. Xianxia was definitely the biggest genius he had ever seen. Kaka, De Huang Dog was laughing out loudly. With his head raised, he rammed into the mid-Heavenly Core Blood Devil leader. Now that De Huang Dog had broken through to the Heavenly Core realm, with his abnormal strength, it would be a piece of cake for him to deal with these mid-Heavenly Core Blood Devils. When De Huang Dog attacked, Xianxia moved as well. With a sway of his body, he arrived next to the Blood Devil leader and said two words with Lung Lung's voice, one strike. After saying that, 9 identical Xianxians suddenly surrounded the Blood Devil leader. If Xianxia wanted to kill him, he didn't need to use the 9 phantom wolves, but Xianxia didn't want to waste any time on these blood devils. What? The Blood Devil leader cried out in shock. The 9 Xianxians made him dizzy, and he couldn't tell which one was the real one. But Xianxia didn't give him any chance to react. Under Xianxia's control, the 9 Xianxians raised their battle axes at the same time and swung them towards the Blood Devil leader. The Blood Devil leader knew that only one of the 9 Xianxians' attacks was real, and the other 8's attacks were useless. But too bad, the Blood Devil leader couldn't tell which one was the real one. Besides, Xianxia's speed was too fast, so he had to make a decision and block the attack. This was the frightening power of the 9 phantom wolves. Arg! The Blood Devil leader let out a loud cry, then he leapt towards one of the Xianxians. Right now, he could only rely on his luck. Puff the Xianxian's body was shattered, and it turned out to be just a phantom. The Blood Devil leader immediately felt something was wrong, but it was too late for him to block the attack. Xianxian's battle axe swung down and split the Blood Devil leader in half from head to toe, then he grabbed his Devil Core. Arg! At the same time, the last mid-Heavenly Core Blood Devil leader couldn't withstand De Huang Dog's powerful attack, and he was killed by smashing his head against the wall. It was a tragic and miserable death. The Blood Devils had spent a few days preparing for this war, and they came here with the goal of annihilating Red Sun Town. But, they didn't expect that in just a few minutes, all the Blood Devil leaders would be killed. The rest of the Blood Devils immediately panicked, and they started screaming and yelling. Kill them all, don't leave a single one alive. Xianxia was a cruel and merciless man. He and a Huang dog flew down from the sky and entered the group of blood devils. To them, these blood devils were like ants, and killing them was as easy as chopping vegetables. In the end, all 200 blood devils were killed once again. None of them managed to escape. The blood devils had planned to attack Red Sun Town first, but unexpectedly, it had become their graveyard. The blood devils, who had won so many battles and were feared by many people, had suddenly become so weak in people's hearts. The appearance of Xianxia had caused an unimaginable amount of damage and losses to the blood devils. Xianxia, on the other hand, had killed all the blood devils 3 times in a row, which had made his reputation unparalleled. Not to mention anything else, in the hearts of the Red Sun Town's residents, Xianxia was like a god, a holy and mighty being. Xianxia was in high spirits. The reason why he was able to inflict such heavy losses on the blood devils was because of the existence of the Red Sun Town. Xianxia had made the Red Sun Town a target for the blood devils, which was undoubtedly a good move. Firstly, it had saved the other towns a lot of trouble, and secondly, it had saved him a lot of trouble, as he didn't need to go around killing blood devils. After 3 battles, the hatred between the blood devils and the Red Sun Town had been completely formed. Although Xianxia had never seen this so-called Lord Blood Moon, he could imagine that someone like this Lord Blood Moon would definitely launch an even more ferocious attack, and he would not stop until the entire Red Sun Town was destroyed. In the following 2 days, the situation that Xianxia had expected to see with Lord Blood Moon did not happen, but the Blood Devils had launched 2 more large-scale attacks, and the result was the same as the previous 3 times. No matter how powerful the Blood Devil leaders were, they all died tragically in the Red Sun Town, and every single one of them was annihilated. In the continuous battles, the one who had gained the most benefits was obviously Xianxia. Xianxia was using the energy vein to cultivate, and at the same time, he was also absorbing the demonic pellets that he had obtained. His fighting power had once again increased by leaps and bounds, and he had already condensed 120 dragon marks. In the past few days, the news of the battles in the Red Sun Town had spread across the entire Yellowstone area, and Xianxia's reputation had also spread across the entire Yellowstone area. When Xianxia was mentioned, everyone was full of admiration towards him. Everyone in Yellowstone, including the Yu family, knew very well that Xianxia's appearance seemed to have saved Red Sun Town, but in fact, he had saved the entire Yellowstone. Without Xianxia, there were so many blood devils, and Yellowstone would have been in chaos. Therefore, Xianxia was the benefactor of all the people in the Yellowstone region. Everyone had to remember this friendship and be deeply grateful to Xianxia. Brother Zhang's means are heaven-defying. You killed the blood devils one after another. Now, the entire Yellowstone region is filled with gratitude towards you. Yu Zihan's face was filled with joy. The few times he fought alongside Xianxia against the blood devils, he had truly felt what it meant to be hot-blooded. He truly felt that a man could be so domineering. Through these few battles, Yu Zihan's admiration for Xianxia had grown to the point of prostrating himself before Xianxia. The battle with the blood devils has yet to end, and Lord Blood Moon has yet to appear. Logically speaking, this doesn't seem to be his style. I'm afraid that he will appear for real next time. Therefore, we must not be careless," said Xianxia. "That's right. Even though I have yet to see this Lord Blood Moon, the ferocious name of the Blood Moon Elder from a few decades ago is well known by everyone. I believe that this Lord Blood Moon is as ferocious as the Blood Moon Elder," Yu Zihan said with a serious expression. "Pay close attention to Lord Blood Moon's movements," said Xianxia. However, things didn't turn out as Xianxia had expected. Lord Blood Moon still didn't show up. For the next 3 days, everything was calm and peaceful. Not a single blood devil showed up near Red Sun Town. However, this seemingly peaceful situation made the people in Red Sun Town feel very uneasy. There must be a reason behind this abnormal situation. This was not the style of the blood devils. Early in the morning of the 4th day, Yu Zihan ran to Xianxia's mansion in a panic. "Brother Jiang, please save my sister." When Yu Zihan saw Xianxia, he immediately cupped his fist and spoke in a very serious tone. He looked panicked and worried. "Zihan, what's the matter? Tell me slowly," Xianxia said. After spending a few days together, Jiang Chen had a good impression of Yu Zihan, and he had started treating Yu Zihan as one of his own. Brother Jiang, my dad has found the whereabouts of Lord Blood Moon. My sister Yu Ziyan was kidnapped by him. I hope Brother Jiang can lend me a hand and save my sister. Yu Zihan said in a worried tone. He couldn't help but worry about his sister. Now that she was in the hands of Lord Blood Moon, there was no way she would have a good ending. What happened? Tell me slowly. Jiang Chen said with an indifferent tone. With his mentality, he had reached a state where he could remain calm in the face of danger. My sister went missing a few days ago. My dad had sent some men to investigate, and finally, they found out that Lord Blood Moon has been secretly capturing young girls, and tonight, he is going to carry out a blood sacrifice in the Valley of Yin Spirits. Lord Blood Moon is trying to break through to the Divine Core Realm with this blood sacrifice, and once he succeeds, all lives in Yellowstone will be wiped out. Yu Zihan said. I see, no wonder Lord Blood Moon hasn't shown up yet. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. This wasn't good news, but for Jiang Chen, news about Lord Blood Moon was better than no news at all. Brother Jiang, my sister is among these young girls. My dad has brought a few heavenly core warriors from the Yu family and is preparing to rescue her in the Valley of Yin Spirits. I hope Brother Jiang can lend us a hand. Yu Zihan cupped his fist once again. They had to save Yu Ziyan, but Yu Zihan knew that with the Yu family's strength, it would be impossible for them to save Yu Ziyan from Lord Blood Moon. With just a few heavenly core warriors from the Yu family, when they arrived at the Valley of Yin Spirits, they wouldn't even be enough to fill the gap between Lord Blood Moon's teeth. Therefore, in this rescue mission, they needed Jiang Chen's help. Where is the Valley of Yin Spirits? Jiang Chen asked. The Valley of Yin Spirits is located in a remote area of Yellowstone. Many years ago, Blood Moon Shaman was killed by the warriors from the 4 big sects, and he died in the Valley of Yin Spirits. Before he died, Blood Moon Shaman used a ruthless method and turned the place into a land of Yin Spirits. The place is filled with Yin Spirits all year round, and no one lives there. Yu Zihan said. Tell your dad not to act on his own. We'll enter the Valley of Yin Spirits together in the evening, and we'll act according to the situation. Tonight, we'll settle the score with Lord Blood Moon. Jiang Chen said that they had been out on a mission for many days, and it was time for him to meet this Lord Blood Moon. Alright, Brother Jiang has done a great favor for the Yu family, and we will never forget it. Yu Zihan cupped his fist towards Jiang Chen once again, then he turned around and left. With Jiang Chen's help, the Yu family would have a chance to fight the Blood Devils and save Yu Ziyan. Without Jiang Chen's help, even if the Yu family sent all their men into the Valley of Yin Spirits, not only would they not be able to save Yu Ziyan, they would also end up as food for the Blood Devils. At the same time, the Black Sect, Fan Kuan walked out from the inner circle with a sneer on his face. He stopped at Guishan's mountain peak and said, Humph. Guishan, you've finally entered secluded cultivation. I've been waiting for this day. Now that sect chief is in secluded cultivation, and Guishan is studying alchemy, Yan Qinyu, let's see who can save you today. Let's see how you can escape from my palm. Fan Kuan let out a loud laugh, then he turned around and started walking towards Jiang Chen's residence. Within the courtyard, Yan Qinyu was in secluded cultivation. Suddenly, she heard footsteps coming from the courtyard. She scanned the area with her divine sense and found out that it was Fan Kuan. Her pretty face immediately turned cold. Swoosh, Yan Qinyu walked out from her room and shouted, Fan Kuan, what are you doing here? Didn't Sect Elder Guishan ask you to get lost? Hee, junior disciple Yan, please don't be angry. I wonder what you've thought about it for the past few days. Fan Kuan smiled. Thought about what? Yan Qinyu couldn't hide the disgust in her eyes. Junior disciple Yan, aren't you asking the obvious? Of course you want to follow me from now on. Let me tell you, Jiang Chen will definitely be killed by Lord Blood Moon during his trip to Yellowstone. If you follow me from now on, as long as you serve me well, I can guarantee you that you'll be above everyone else in the Black Sect. Fan Kuan had an obscene smile on his face. Get lost. Yan Qinyu's tone was extremely cold, it was as cold as the cold energy emitted from her body. Humph. Yan Qinyu, my patience is limited. Don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. If you don't obey me today, don't blame me for being rude. Fan Kuan's expression changed. It looked like if Xianxia didn't obey him, he would have to use force. How dare you? Xianxia's expression changed as well, and the cold energy emitted from her body became even stronger. Do you really think that old fool Guashan will help you out? Don't even think about it. Today, the sect chief is in secluded cultivation, and that old fool Guashan is also in secluded cultivation, studying alchemy. Now, my grandfather is the acting sect chief of the Black Sect. This Black Sect belongs to me, Fan Kuan, and no one dares to go against me. Fan Kuan had a proud expression on his face. In the Black Sect, he did have the right to be proud. In his mind, no matter how much of a genius Xianxia was, he would still be killed by Lord Blood Moon. Even if he had Xianxia with him, with his grandfather's support, he would still be safe. Besides, the sect chief wouldn't hold him responsible for what happened to 4 people. Bastard! Xianxia was furious. She immediately unleashed an ice arrow towards Fan Kuan. When Xianxia unleashed her attack, the temperature in the courtyard suddenly dropped, even the air was frozen. Such a cold energy, I didn't expect you to have such a special body. Too bad, you're too weak. In front of me, you can only surrender. Fan Kuan waved his hand and unleashed a golden beam, shattering Xianxia's ice arrow. After that, he waved his hand and unleashed an energy wave towards Xianxia. Xianxia didn't want to be outdone, she immediately unleashed an ice screen. But too bad, there was no way to make up for the gap between their cultivation levels. In the end, Xianxia was no match for Fan Kuan. Under the pressure from Fan Kuan's energy, Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood, and her face instantly turned pale. Jia, junior disciple Yan, you're so attractive. Fan Kuan's lust was aroused, and he walked towards Xianxia step by step. Right at this moment, in the outer circle of the Black Sect, a man walked out from his secluded cultivation room. This man was wearing blue clothes, and he had an imposing appearance. He was the Little Devil King, Han Yan. He had been cultivating for a long time this time, and he had managed to control the awakened Gu Tianma's bloodline in his body. He had broken through to the heavenly core realm, and the energy he was unleashing was extremely powerful. Han Yan's energy was very strong. The moment he came out from his cultivation, it had shocked everyone in the outer circle. It was early in the morning, and many disciples were doing their morning exercises in the training grounds. Some of them saw Han Yan walking out from his cultivation room. What a powerful energy! Senior disciple Han has finally broken through to the heavenly core realm. He is going to become an inner circle disciple soon. Did you guys feel it? Senior disciple Han's energy is so strong. Looks like the Gu Tianma bloodline in his body has awakened. Another abnormal monster has appeared in the Black Sect. That's right, the title of Little Devil King is not just for show. I heard that Gu Tianma's bloodline is really powerful. Although senior disciple Han has just broken through to the early heavenly core realm, ordinary mid-heavenly core warriors are no match for senior disciple Han. Many people looked at the high-spirited Han Yan, and their words were filled with respect. In this world, people only respected the strong, and among all the disciples of the Black Sect, Han Yan was the strongest. Han Yan stretched his arms and stretched his body. He raised his head and looked at the morning sun. Finally, I'm out from my cultivation. Little Xianxia should have arrived at the Black Sect by now. I wonder what he is doing right now. I need to find him for a drink or two. Han Yan had a faint smile on his face. Right at this moment, Wang Yun and Huang Jing walked towards him. Congratulations senior disciple Han for breaking through to the heavenly core realm. Wang Yun and Huang Jing congratulated him. And, let me ask you guys, Jiang Chen has arrived at the Black Sect, right? Where is he now? Han Yan asked. Ever since the Qi province competition, he had been in secluded cultivation. That was why he had no idea what was happening in the Black Sect. Senior disciple Han has been in secluded cultivation, so you don't know. Senior disciple Jiang has been punished by the sect chief. He has been sent to Yellowstone to kill those blood devils. Wang Yun said. What? Blood devils have appeared again? You said little Xianxia was punished by the sect chief. What is going on? Han Yan's expression changed. Right after he came out from his cultivation, he heard the news about Jiang Chen being punished. His happy mood immediately turned sour. Jiang Chen had saved his life before, and both of them were brothers. Now that something had happened to Jiang Chen, Han Yan had to take care of him. It's like this. Using his divine sense, Wang Yan quickly explained what had happened in the Black Sect during this period of time. What? Han Yan cried out in shock. Even with his mental fortitude, he didn't expect such a big event to happen in the Black Sect during this period of time. Little Xianxia, aren't you a little too daring? I really don't know what you don't dare to do. Han Yan shook his head and let out a bitter smile. Beating up an outer circle sect elder and inner circle disciple, killing a mid-heavenly core inner circle disciple, and confronting Shang Fan Kuan and his granddaughter, even Han Yan wouldn't dare to do something like this. Senior Marshal Brother Han, Sect Master sent Senior Marshal Brother Jiang to Yellowstone alone to kill blood devils. Will it be dangerous? Wang Yan had a worried expression on his face. He and Huang Jing now knew that the reason Jiang Chen created such a huge mess in the Black Sect was because he wanted to help them vent their anger. When they woke up, Wang Dinyo and the other outer circle disciples had told them everything, and Jiang Chen had even asked for a revival pill for them. Both of them were really grateful, and now that Jiang Chen was being punished, they didn't feel good about it. These blood devils are brutal and cruel. I've broken through to the heavenly core realm, I'll go to Yellowstone and help little Xianxia now. Han Yan nodded his head. Although it was the sect chief who had ordered Jiang Chen to go to Yellowstone alone, Han Yan didn't care about that. He only cared about his brothers, and he didn't care about the rules. Alright, with Senior Marshal Brother Han's help, I'm sure it will be of great help to Senior Marshal Brother Jiang. Wang Yan and Huang Jing immediately became overjoyed. Bang! Right at this moment, a loud explosion sounded out from the mountain behind the dormitory area. Han Yan and the other two looked towards the direction of the explosion, and they immediately saw an icy cold energy leaking out from the mountain peak. There was also a faint layer of golden light. These two different energies obviously came from two different people. Icy cold energy, that's Yanqinyu's energy. I've seen it before, it's a strong ripple from a battle. Han Yan's expression changed. Not good, Senior Marshal Sister Yan is fighting with someone. Wang Yan also turned pale with fright. Swoosh, Han Yan leapt into the sky and turned into a trail of light as he flew towards Jiang Chen's residence. Wang Yan and Huang Jing didn't know how to fly, but their speed was still extremely fast. They followed closely behind Han Yan. When Han Yan arrived, he saw Yanqinyu lying on the ground in the courtyard, not moving at all. Her face was as pale as a piece of paper, and her white dress was covered with blood. She looked extremely miserable. Humph. Bitch, you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Even if I kill you, the sect won't blame me. Fan Kuan let out a cold snort as he walked towards Yanqinyu who was lying on the ground. Right now, Yanqinyu was severely injured, and her life force was extremely weak. An obscene look emerged in Fan Kuan's eyes. It looked like he wasn't going to let go of Yanqinyu even in her current condition. Stop. Han Yan shouted out loudly. He unleashed his devilish energy and stood in front of Yanqinyu. His eyes were filled with anger. Fan Kuan, what are you doing? Han Yan shouted out loudly. Gu Tianma's energy was circulating around his body. He had heard about the grudge between Jiang Chen and Fan Kuan from Wang Yan and Huang Jing, and this made him have no good feelings towards Fan Kuan. Now, he saw Fan Kuan targeting Yanqinyu. Yanqinyu was severely injured, and it was unknown whether she was dead or alive. Han Yan would never let Fan Kuan get close to Yanqinyu. Han Yan knew how important Yanqinyu was to Jiang Chen, and with Jiang Chen's character, if something bad happened to Yanqinyu in the Black Sect, it would be a huge problem, and the entire Black Sect would change. You're that little devil king, Han Yan, right? I didn't expect you to break through to the heavenly core realm so quickly. But, I advise you to get the hell out of my sight, you can't interfere with my business. Fan Kuan looked at Han Yan Lung with an arrogant expression on his face. Now that his grandfather was the acting sect chief, he could do whatever he wanted in the Black Sect, and he didn't care about anyone. Fan Kuan, if you're a man, then fight Jiang Chen face to face. Bullying women is nothing. Let me tell you, with me here today, don't even think about touching Yanqinyu. Han Yan was really angry. An eerie devilish flame burst out from his body, and Gu Tianma's energy was unleashed. It was an ancient and overbearing energy, and it sent chills down the spines of those who looked at it. Han Yan's voice was loud, and many people in the outer circle heard it. Together with the powerful energy he unleashed, it was impossible for people not to notice what was happening. What? Fan Kuan is targeting Yan Qinyu. This is too shameless. That's right, this is too shameless. Han Yan tried to stop him, but Han Yan has just broken through to the heavenly core realm. I don't think he's a match for Fan Kuan. Let's go and have a look. Now that Xianxia isn't here, Fan Kuan is targeting Yan Qinyu. This is really shameless. The commotion was huge, and many people were rushing towards the scene. They wanted to see what was happening. Within the courtyard, Wang Yun and Huang Jing had arrived as well. But facing the powerful Fan Kuan, they could only watch. Fan Kuan squinted his eyes. The Gu Tianma's energy unleashed by Han Yan actually made his heart beat faster. Gu Tianma's blood devil's pressure was no joke. This guy has Gu Tianma's bloodline in his body, and it has awakened now. If he grows up, he will be a peerless monster. Since he has a good relationship with Jiang Chen, that means he is our enemy. Today is the perfect opportunity to kill him, if not, he will be a huge threat in the future. Fan Kuan thought to himself. He had the intention to kill Han Yan. Humph. Han Yan, you have Gu Tianma's bloodline in your body, that means you belong to the evil path. You are a true evil demon. The Black Sect is a righteous sect, how can we allow an evil demon like you to stay here? Today, I will kill you and help the Black Sect get rid of a tumor. A cold killing intent emerged from Fan Kuan's body. He used the same tone he used to deal with Jiang Chen, he wanted to kill Han Yan. Look, Fan Kuan is going to kill Han Yan, and Yan Qinyu is lying on the ground with severe injuries. This is going to be a big problem. What should we do? Senior disciple Yan is senior disciple Jiang's fiancée. If something bad happens to her, senior disciple Jiang will definitely not let this matter go when he returns. Damn it, Fan Kuan is relying on his powerful background to do whatever he wants. Senior disciple Han has just broken through to the heavenly core realm, he is definitely not Fan Kuan's match. If he fights head-on, senior disciple Han's life will be in danger. Huang Jing, hurry and find sect elder Guishan, let him handle this. Wang Yan couldn't help but curse. I heard that sect elder Guishan has entered secluded cultivation to study alchemy. Huang Jing's face darkened. No matter what, we have to get sect elder Guishan here. Except for sect elder Guishan, no one can defeat Fan Kuan. Wang Yan said. Alright. Huang Jing turned around and left with great speed towards sect elder Guishan's mountain peak. Seeing that Fan Kuan was going to kill him, a serious expression emerged on Han Yan's face. This was the Black Sect, and he didn't expect Fan Kuan to really kill a fellow disciple. Bang, an energy wave burst out from Han Yan's body. Behind his back, a huge shadow of Gu Tianma appeared. It was 3 meters tall, and its face was blurry. It was impossible to see its face clearly, but one could still feel its ferocious energy. You really are an evil devil, die now. Fan Kuan shouted out loudly. He unleashed a huge golden palm with his bare hands and slapped towards Han Yan. Humph. Han Yan let out a cold snort. The huge shadow of Gu Tianma took advantage of the momentum and dashed towards Fan Kuan's golden palm. Bang, 2 powerful forces collided with each other, and the shockwaves created by the collision instantly destroyed all the houses in the courtyard. Although Gu Tianma was strong, Han Yan had just broken through to the heavenly core realm. There was no way he could be a match for Fan Kuan, who was at the peak of the heavenly core realm. Gu Tianma's huge shadow was torn apart by the shockwaves, and Han Yan was severely injured. He spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot, and his body was pushed back continuously. Even so, Han Yan still managed to spare some of his attention. He unleashed his Yuan energy and pushed Yan Qinyu far away to safety. Wang Yun and the other men who followed Jiang Chen quickly surrounded Yan Qinyu and moved her to the side. The stronger Han Yan's performance was, the more determined Fan Kuan was to kill him. For the sake of the Northern and Southern dynasties' ambitions, he wanted to help the Northern and Southern dynasties get rid of all obstacles. More importantly, with Fan Kuan's current status in the Black Sect, no one dared to offend him. He liked the feeling of being arrogant, suppressing whoever he wanted, killing whoever he wanted. The feeling of being in a superior position, being able to control people's lives, it was a wonderful feeling, and he enjoyed it. On the other side, Wang Yan placed his hand on Yan Qinyu's wrist. All the surrounding people had serious expressions on their faces, but Wang Yan had an even more serious expression on his face. Han Yan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Wang Yan. "How is it?" Han Yan asked. "Senior disciple Yan's pulse is very weak, she has fallen into a deep coma. Furthermore, her life force is very weak, and it's slowly fading away. Her situation is not looking good." Wang Yan shook his head and said. Roar. Right after Wang Yan's words left his mouth, Han Yan threw his head back and let out a furious roar. The sound of the roar echoed throughout the entire Black Mountain. Han Yan's fury had turned into a tangible form, and the ancient divine devil behind his back began burning. "Fan Kuan, if anything happens to Yan Qinyu, I can guarantee you that Jiangchen will cut you into 1,000 pieces." Han Yan's voice became hoarse. "Haha, what a joke. It's hard to say if Jiangchen can come back or not. Han Yan, you and Jiangchen are both demons. Killing you today is the same as killing the evil for the Black Sect." Fan Kuan burst into laughter. He didn't take Han Yan's threat seriously at all. Han Yan unleashed a ferocious devilish dragon and attacked towards Fan Kuan. "You're courting death. Prison of one." Fan Kuan had a sneer on his face. He formed a seal with both of his hands and drew out a character. In an instant, it transformed into a golden prison. Not only did it destroy Han Yan's devilish dragon, it also trapped Han Yan within it. Fan Kuan attacked with all his strength. He unleashed a vast amount of yuan energy, making the prison even stronger. Han Yan kept roaring furiously, but he couldn't break the prison at all. This was a powerful combat skill that could imprison the enemy in a short period of time, turning them into lambs at his mercy. "Han Yan, don't waste your energy. You won't be able to break out of my single-word prison. Today, I'll kill you in front of everyone." Fan Kuan's chi soared to the sky and he suddenly struck out with his palm. This palm strike landed squarely on Han Yan's chest. Everyone could hear a cracking sound. That was the sound of bones breaking. Han Yan's entire chest caved in. Puff, Han Yan violently spat out a mouthful of blood. What came out of his mouth were pieces of his internal organs. Because Fan Kuan's strength was too great, Han Yan's body smashed into the already broken house behind him, turning it into ruins. "Senior brother Han." Wang Yan shouted out in shock. Fan Kuan's palm strike was too powerful. If it was an ordinary mid-heavenly core warrior, the combination of the single-word prison and this palm strike would have killed him instantly. Roar. Han Yan didn't die. He let out another furious roar and crawled out from the ruins. His pupils had turned pitch black, and on his body, ancient devilish scales could be seen. There were many ancient runes engraved on them. "An evil devil is an evil devil, killing you is the right thing to do." Fan Kuan moved his body and dashed forward like an agile snake. He was extremely fast, and he moved in a straight line. Once again, he struck out with all his strength onto Han Yan's chest. With this strike, the devilish flames in Han Yan's body immediately disappeared, and he returned to his original state. However, he was still lying on the ground after being hit by Fan Kuan, and it looked like he was in the same situation as Yan Qinyu. Swoosh, a sharp sword that was glowing with a cold light appeared in Fan Kuan's hand. He walked towards Han Yan step by step. "Evil devil, death is the final path for you." Fan Kuan's killing intent soared into the sky. It looked like he was going to chop off Han Yan's head with the sword in his hand. Seeing this, Wang Yan and the others became nervous. Their eyes were filled with hatred as they stared at Fan Kuan. Fan Kuan was a representative of the inner circle disciples, but he had killed a fellow disciple in the Black Sect. He didn't respect the rules of the Black Sect at all. He kept saying that Han Yan was an evil devil, but everyone knew that it was just an excuse. The Gu Tianma bloodline in Han Yan's body was under his control. That meant, he had the power of Gu Tianma, but he didn't have the heart of a devil. From the fact that he was willing to risk everything to save Yan Qinyu, one could easily tell that Han Yan was a man who valued friendship and justice. However, Wang Yun and the others didn't dare step forward and stop Han Yan. They didn't even have the guts to say anything, because they knew that if they dared to say anything, Fan Kuan's sword would immediately chop off their heads. With their status, if they were killed by Fan Kuan, they would die in vain, and they wouldn't even have a chance to seek justice. At this point, Wang Yan could only hope that sect elder Guishan would show up soon. If not, Han Yan would be finished. Stop. Right at this moment, a loud shout came from afar. A figure appeared in front of Fan Kuan like a ghost, blocking his path. It was Guishan. After Guishan appeared, he immediately threw his glance at Yan Qinyu. With his identity as an alchemist, he could instantly sense how bad Yan Qinyu's condition was. He then looked at Han Yan's condition, and it seemed like he wasn't any better than Yan Qinyu. Seeing this, Guishan's anger immediately rose. His eyes became bloodshot, and he stared at Fan Kuan like a hungry wolf. Sensing the killing intent coming from Guishan, Fan Kuan's expression immediately changed. In the Black Sect, Guishan was the only person he was afraid of. Damn it, I thought that old man was in secluded cultivation? Why did he come out so quickly? Someone must have informed me. Fan Kuan cursed in his mind. Fan Kuan, what have you done? Guishan shouted out. He was filled with regret right now. He had made a promise to Jiang Chen. When Jiang Chen left, he had promised to keep Yan Qinyu safe. But now, Yan Qinyu had been killed by some scoundrel, and even Jiang Chen's good brother, Han Yan, had been killed. Once Jiang Chen came back, how was Guishan going to explain this to Jiang Chen? How was he going to face Jiang Chen again? Thinking up to this point, Guishan couldn't help but become furious. Fan Kuan, you've killed a fellow disciple. I, the sect elder, will kill you in front of everyone. Guishan unleashed the energy of a divine core warrior. He stretched out his hand and formed a gigantic palm with his yuan energy, then he threw it towards Fan Kuan. Under the pressure of a divine core warrior, Fan Kuan couldn't even move. Grandpa, save me! Fan Kuan shouted out loudly. Right at this moment, a golden beam shot towards Guishan from afar. The golden beam was like a sharp sword, and it struck Guishan's attack, shattering it into pieces. Guishan, you're a sect elder, how could you attack a disciple? Don't you think this is beneath your status? Fan Zhongtang appeared and stood in front of his grandson. Fan Zhongtang, I want an end to what happened today. Guishan was furious, he had never been so furious before. He wished he could tear Fan Kuan into pieces. If it wasn't for Fan Zhongtang stopping him, he would have killed Fan Kuan at all costs. I know what happened today. This is a competition between disciples, we sect elders shouldn't interfere too much. Fan Kuan did something inappropriate today, I'll punish him when I get back. After saying that, Fan Zhongtang brought Fan Kuan and flew into the sky, flying towards the Black Sect. Stop right there. Guishan blocked their path and said, Fan Zhongtang, Fan Kuan killed a fellow disciple, I want to punish him. Humph. Guishan, remember your place. Even if Fan Kuan did something wrong, it's not your place to punish him. I'm the acting sect chief now, I'll punish Fan Kuan myself, you don't have to worry about that. Fan Zhongtang let out a cold snort, then he brought Fan Kuan and left. Good, good. Fan Kuan, Jiang Chen will never forgive you. Both of you, grandpa and grandson, just wait to face the wrath of Jiang Chen. The entire Black Sect, just wait to face the wrath of Jiang Chen. Ha ha ha, Guishan suddenly burst into laughter. He knew Jiang Chen too well, Jiang Chen was a true king, he was born with the aura of a king. He was a true dragon, and every dragon had a reverse scale, anyone who touched it would die. Yan Qinyu and Han Yan were Jiang Chen's reverse scales. Guishan knew something big was about to happen. The Black Sect wouldn't have many peaceful days left. Once Jiang Chen returned, the Black Sect would be turned upside down. Guishan didn't continue arguing with Fan Zhongtang, because he knew it wouldn't do him any good. Fan Zhongtang was now the acting sect chief, and he was stronger than Guishan. Guishan couldn't do anything to this grandpa and grandson. Besides, Guishan was worried about Yan Qinyu and Han Yan's injuries. Right now, the most important thing was to find a way to save their lives. Guishan carried Yan Qinyu with one hand and Han Yan with the other, then he flew towards his own mountain peak. Next, he was going to use all of his cultivation, all of his abilities, and try his best to save the lives of these two. Right now, Guishan's heart was filled with endless regret. He had failed Jiang Chen's trust, and he didn't know how he would be able to face Jiang Chen in the future. He hated himself for cultivating in secluded cultivation. The great soul derivation skill was too tempting. Guishan had focused all of his attention on this skill, and he didn't expect Fan Kuan to be so daring as to attack Yan Qinyu. Brother, I'm sorry. I'll try everything I can to save their lives. Once you come back, I'll let you do whatever you want to me. Guishan's vision became blurry as he stared towards the north. He couldn't imagine what would happen when Jiangchen returned. This incident had thrown the outer circle into chaos, especially those disciples who had witnessed how Jiang Chen had caused a huge commotion in the outer circle. In their minds, Jiang Chen was a lawless man, and there was no way he would be able to resolve this peacefully. The words Guishan said before he left were still lingering in everyone's ears. The black sect wouldn't have many peaceful days left. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. He had a bad feeling about this. He had lived 2 lives, and in his past life, he was the greatest saint in the world. His mind was as firm as a rock, and no ordinary man could compare with him. Even if he was faced with a life or death situation, he would be able to face it calmly, and his mind wouldn't be disturbed at all. But just now, Jiang Chen's heart that was as calm as still water actually showed signs of restlessness. Jiang Chen didn't know how long it had been since he felt this way. I hate this feeling. A cold light emerged from Jiang Chen's eyes. He was ready to deal with Lord Blood Moon tonight, but now, his mood had become extremely bad. The restless mood made him wonder if something bad had just happened, or if something bad was about to happen. Buddy, what's wrong? De Huang Dog could sense the change in Jiang Chen. He had been following Jiang Chen for a long time, but he had never seen Jiang Chen act like this. In his mind, Jiang Chen was a cunning old fox, and no matter how dangerous the situation was, he would always be able to face it calmly. But today, Jiang Chen had suddenly become restless, and this really puzzled him. Nothing, I just felt restless all of a sudden. Jiang Chen shook his head. Are you worried about that Lord Blood Moon? I don't think this Lord Blood Moon is easy to deal with, and the Valley of Yin Spirits was left behind by Blood Moon Shaman. If I'm not mistaken, Lord Blood Moon must have obtained the inheritance left behind by Blood Moon Shaman. In the Valley of Yin Spirits, Lord Blood Moon must be like a fish in water, and he will be very difficult to deal with. De Huang Dog said. No matter what, I have to meet Lord Blood Moon tonight. If not, I won't have the chance to do so. Jiang Chen and Leng Ling said. Lord Blood Moon hadn't attacked anyone for the past few days, and obviously, he was waiting for tonight's blood sacrifice ceremony. Once the blood sacrifice ceremony was successful, he would most likely break through to the Divine Core Realm, and at that point of time, there was no way Jiang Chen could defeat him. The entire Yellowstone region would become Lord Blood Moon's slaughterhouse, and tonight was Jiang Chen's only chance. However, Jiang Chen's mind was still in a mess, making it hard for him to calm down. This was definitely not the pressure from Lord Blood Moon, as Jiang Chen had never been afraid of his enemies being powerful. However, that feeling of irritation did not dissipate at all. I, Jiang Chen, have never been afraid of anything. This time is no exception. A ruthless glint appeared in Jiang Chen's eyes. He used the Great Soul Derivation technique to forcibly get rid of the agitation in his heart, and put all of his attention on dealing with Lord Blood Moon at night. Jiang Chen would never have thought that something big had happened in the Black Sect. The irritation in his heart was because of Yan Qinyu and Han Yan, who he didn't even know were dead or alive. At dusk, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog followed Yu Zihan and flew towards Yellowstone City. With their speed, it would only take them 15 minutes to travel from Red Sun Town to Yellowstone City. Yellowstone City, the Yu family, Yu Tianlong was pacing back and forth in the main hall. His face was gloomy, and he was waiting anxiously. The 2 Heavenly Core old men next to him were restless as well. Chief, young master is back, and he brought someone with him. Right at this moment, a guard walked in from outside. It must be young master Jiang Chen, please come in. Yu Tianlong's eyes lit up, he didn't dare show any hesitation. During this period of time, Jiang Chen's name had spread across the entire Yellowstone region. His achievements in killing blood devils were unparalleled. Now, if the Yu family wanted to save Yu Ziyan, they would have to rely on Jiang. Not long after that, Yu Zihan brought Jiang and De Huang Dog into the main hall. Yu Tianlong and the two old men quickly stood up and welcomed them. "Dad, this is Jiang, and this is De Huang." Yu Zihan introduced them. "I've long heard about both of you." Yu Tianlong greets young master Jiang. Yu Tianlong cupped his fist and bowed toward Jiang. With his status, it was rare for him to show such respect to a young man. However, Yu Tianlong knew how frightening Jiang was. In the world of cultivation, age and seniority didn't matter, all that mattered was strength. Yu Zihan had told Yu Tianlong everything about Jiang. Apart from killing blood devils, he also told Yu Tianlong about what happened in the Black Sect. Besides, the news of Jiang becoming the champion of the Qi province competition and challenging the northern and southern dynasties had spread across the entire Qi province. Yu Tianlong had indeed heard about Jiang's name. The dog beside Jiang was also someone who couldn't be underestimated. In the information Yu Zihan had given him about the battle between Red Sun Town and the Blood Devils, this dog was mentioned in detail. Therefore, Yu Tianlong didn't dare show any neglect. "Chief Yu, you're welcome. Can the Yu family confirm the news about Lord Bloodmoon?" Jiang asked. "Yes, I've confirmed it. Lord Bloodmoon is going to perform a blood sacrifice in the Valley of Yin Spirits tonight, and my daughter Ziyan is among them. I sincerely hope young Master Jiang can save her. If you can save my daughter's life, the entire Yu family will be grateful to young Master, and will be at your disposal in the future," Yu Tianlong said with a serious tone. He was worried about his daughter's safety, and he couldn't wait to leave for the Valley of Yin Spirits. He didn't know if Jiang could defeat Lord Bloodmoon, but with the current situation, Jiang was his only hope. "I don't think there are too many blood devils this time. I've killed quite a lot of them in Red Sun Town, and it looks like all the remaining blood devils are in the Valley of Yin Spirits. Let's head to the Valley of Yin Spirits now. I want to meet that Lord Bloodmoon and kill all these blood devils." Jiang released his energy. Yu Tianlong and the two old men could sense the faint aura of a king that was being emitted from Jiang's body. They couldn't help but feel shocked. This young man who looked so young had such an aura. "All right, we'll listen to young Master Zhang's arrangement. Let's depart now." Yu Tianlong couldn't wait any longer. The sky was now completely dark, and if they left for the Valley of Yin Spirits now, it would be night time. No one knew when Lord Bloodmoon's blood sacrifice ceremony would begin, and Yu Ziyan was in Lord Bloodmoon's hands right now, and her life would be in danger at any moment. In this Yellowstone region, Yu Tianlong was obviously very familiar with the terrain. Under Yu Tianlong's lead, the group started flying towards the direction of the Valley of Yin Spirits. Jiang, De Huang Dog, Yu Zihan, Yu Tianlong, and 2 men from the Yu family. A total of 6 heavenly core warriors. Going to the Valley of Yin Spirits with such a lineup was basically no different than going there to die. But with Jiang and De Huang Dog here, there was still hope. The Valley of Yin Spirits was located at the border of Yellowstone region. The Valley of Yin Spirits had a circumference of a few hundred miles. The terrain here was dangerous, and it was filled with Yin spirits all day long. No birds or beasts could live in this place, and it had become a forbidden place. Normally, no one would be able to withstand the corrosion of the Yin spirits in the Valley of Yin Spirits. That's why no one dared to approach this place. When Jiang and the group arrived at the Valley of Yin Spirits, it was already nighttime. The darker it was, the stronger the Yin spirits in the Valley of Yin Spirits became. Even though they were far away from it, they could still feel the gloominess coming from it. This was a barren land, no plants, no birds or beasts could live here. The only sign of this place was the gloomy and cold Yin spirits. "Young Master Jiang, the Yin spirits in this place are very strong, and the deeper you go, the stronger the Yin spirits will be. I heard that the Yin spirits in the inner part of the Valley of Yin Spirits are so strong that even late heavenly core warriors can't withstand it," Yu Tianlong said. His tone was filled with fear towards the Valley of Yin Spirits. Jiang gazed into the distance. This was indeed a dangerous place. The murderous aura was like a haze, and if any ordinary warrior went too deep into this place, the Yin spirits would immediately corrode his body, and all his internal organs would be corroded. But Xianxia didn't care about the Yin spirits at all. He was cultivating the dragon transformation skill, and his blood and qi were like dragons. Every single muscle and energy in his body was filled with the purest yang energy. In other words, Xianxia was the nemesis of these Yin spirits. "De Huang, go in and check out the situation first," Xianxia said. Today was the big day of Lord Blood Moon's blood sacrifice ceremony, and the entire valley of Yin spirits would be filled with blood devils. This place could be considered as the center of the blood devils, and with De Huang Dog's abilities, it was the perfect place for him to check out the situation. Swoosh, as soon as Xianxia finished speaking, De Huang Dog turned into a beam of light and disappeared into the valley of Yin spirits. Yu Tianlong and the others widened their eyes. They saw that De Huang Dog didn't use any yuan energy to resist the corrosion of the Yin spirits when he entered the valley of Yin spirits. It was as if the Yin spirits that everyone feared had no effect on him at all. Magical indeed. Yu Tianlong couldn't help but let out a sigh. There were some existences in this world that couldn't be judged with common sense. Big Yellow possessed the bloodline of a divine beast, and just like Xianxia, he was in existence with the purest yang energy. He was the bane of all Yin energies. De Huang Dog entered the valley of Yin spirits for half an hour, and then he came back. "How is it? What's the situation inside?" Xianxia asked. "There is a black altar in the center of the valley of Yin spirits, and Lord Blood Moon is on top of it. There are at least thousands of blood demons around the altar, and they are worshipping the altar. Beside the altar, there are a total of 99 girls who are tied up. The blood sacrifice hasn't started yet," De Huang Dog said. Although he had only used half an hour, he had already grasped the situation inside the valley of Yin spirits very clearly. Moreover, he didn't want to be discovered by the blood demons. Just this ability alone was enough to make people give him a thumbs up. "Are there any blood demons keeping watch outside?" Xianxia asked. "Yes, but I have bitten all of them to death. You guys follow me, we can go straight to the altar," De Huang Dog said. "Good, well done. Let's go." Xianxia revealed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. Under the lead of De Huang Dog, the group of people quickly ran into the valley of Yin spirits. "Master, the Yin spirits are getting more and more powerful, we can't hold on much longer." "Yeah, if this continues, I'm afraid we won't be able to reach the center of the valley of Yin spirits, and we will fall early. Moreover, if we encounter the blood demons in this situation, we can only wait to be killed." Falling down before encountering any enemies, this was the biggest tragedy. The murderous aura of the valley of Yin spirits lived up to its name. Even Yu Tianlong and Yu Zihan were having a hard time resisting the murderous aura. If they were to reach the center of the valley of Yin spirits, even they would fall. "I've heard that the Yin spirits in the valley of Yin spirits are terrifying. I've finally witnessed it today. I heard that even late heavenly core warriors couldn't resist the Yin spirits in the center of the valley of Yin spirits. I'm afraid we won't even have the ability to reach the altar." Yu Tianlong had a bitter smile on his face. When they looked at Xianxia and Big Yellow, who had relaxed expressions on their faces, they couldn't help but feel gloomy. Comparisons were odious, the gap between them was just too big. "Brother Jiang, what should we do now? It seems like we've become your burden." Yu Zihan looked at Xianxia. Among them, Xianxia was definitely the center of attention. Xianxia had a calm expression, he didn't show any signs of panic. He flipped his palm and took out a jade bottle from his storage ring. "The energy spring water in this bottle can help you resist the Yin spirits. Take it, when you feel like you can't hold it anymore, just take a sip." Xianxia handed the jade bottle to Yu Zihan. "Energy spring water?" Yu Zihan and Yu Tianlong shouted out at the same time. They stared at the jade bottle in disbelief. There was so much energy spring water in it, it was an eye-opening experience. The energy spring water was a pure yang item, it could help them resist the Yin spirits, and it would bring them great benefits as well. "I've dripped a drop of my blood into the energy spring water just now. My blood is the purest yang energy in the world, it's the nemesis of the Yin spirits. After you drink it, you won't need to fear the Yin spirits for a short period of time," Xianxia said. The shocked expressions on Yu Tianlong and the other three men's faces became even more obvious. In their minds, Jiang Chen was a peerless monster. Young Master Jiang, this energy spring water is too precious, but we won't reject it. If I, Yu Tianlong, can walk out of this valley of Yin spirits alive, everyone in the Yu family will follow young Master Jiang's orders, even if it means death. Yu Tianlong said solemnly. Such an expensive gift, if it was any other time, it would be hard for him to accept it. But now was a special situation, it was not the time to be pretentious. Yu Zihan opened the jade bottle and drank a mouthful of energy spring water. After that, Yu Tianlong and the other two also took a mouthful of energy spring water. As the spiritual spring water entered their bodies, the four of them instantly felt a scorching stream of air spreading throughout their bodies. Under the effect of this scorching stream of air, the baleful energy was directly repelled. The four of them felt an indescribable sense of comfort. The effects of the baleful energy from before had unexpectedly disappeared. The four of them were horrified. Even the spirit spring water could not have such an effect. It was simply heaven-defying. The spirit spring was a pure yang attributed object. After adding in Jiang Chen's blood, its quality rose significantly. It was no longer a problem for it to resist the baleful qi. The group continued to move forward. The blood demons guarding the path that De Huang Dog had chosen had already been killed by De Huang Dog. Therefore, the group's journey was uneventful as they directly arrived at the center of Dark Fiend Valley. Do you see that? There's a small mountain up ahead, and behind that mountain is a valley. The altar is right there. De Huang Dog said. It's so quiet, it seems like the blood sacrifice ceremony hasn't started yet. Yu Zihan said. Midnight is the time when the baleful energy is the densest. If I'm not mistaken, I'm afraid that Lord Blood Moon will choose to start the blood sacrifice ceremony at midnight. Jiang Chen said. The few of them completely concealed their aura and walked step by step towards the direction of the small mountain. When they reached the top of the small mountain, they each stuck their head out and looked down at the valley. The entire valley was filled with darkness. There were blood demons everywhere. The blood demons were kneeling on the ground according to their cultivation level, none of them dared to raise their heads. In front of them was a black altar, it was completely made out of human skeletons, it looked extremely eerie and terrifying. On top of the altar, a young man wearing a blood-red robe was sitting cross-legged with both of his eyes closed. He looked extremely demonic, his black lips and the black light that was emitting from his body made this young man look like he had just walked out from hell. The young man's eyes were closed, and there was a mysterious rune between his eyebrows. Beside the altar, there were 99 young girls standing side by side. All of them seemed to be in a trance, as if they had been greatly stimulated. There was a faint layer of black fog surrounding their bodies, it was blocking the baleful energy outside, protecting the young girls from being affected. Ziyan. Little sister. Yu Tianlong and Yu Zihan both saw the young girl standing at the front of the group. The young girl was wearing a long blue dress, her body was slim, and her delicate face made her look more beautiful than the other young girls. Her big eyes, which were supposed to be full of life, looked dull and lifeless at the moment. When they saw Yu Zihan, Yu Tianlong and his son's emotions immediately fluctuated violently. Luckily, they were not ordinary people, so they didn't do anything out of line. Young Master Jiang, when are we going to make our move? Yu Tianlong stared at Yu Ziyan without blinking his eyes. Looking at his beloved daughter's current state, he felt like his heart was being stabbed by a sharp knife. However, Jiang Chen was looking at Lord Blood Moon. With his eyesight and the great soul derivation skill, he could immediately see through Lord Blood Moon's cultivation level. This Lord Blood Moon had a very strong aura, and his cultivation level had reached the peak of the heavenly core realm. Besides, it was obvious that Lord Blood Moon had obtained the inheritance from Blood Moon Shaman, and he had mastered the Blood Devil skill. Although he might not be as strong as the northern and southern dynasties, he was definitely at the same level as Guaniyun and Liang Shao. Comparing Fan Kuan and Lord Blood Moon, the gap between them was huge. A man like this, Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to handle. Lord Blood Moon isn't easy to deal with. Besides, I don't know what kind of powerful trump card he has obtained from Blood Moon Shaman's inheritance. If I attack him recklessly, even I won't be his match. That's why we have to wait. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He had formed 120 dragon marks now, and with his current combat strength, he could easily kill any ordinary late heavenly core warrior. He could also handle geniuses like Fan Kuan, but if he were to encounter someone like Guaniyun, it would still not be enough. Besides, this was the Valley of Yin Spirits, the territory of Lord Blood Moon. Jiang Chen wouldn't believe that Lord Blood Moon didn't have any trump cards other than his cultivation level. How long do we have to wait? Yu Zihan asked. I know all of you are worried about Yu Ziyan, but if we attack now, not only will we not be able to save her, none of you will be able to leave this place alive. Even if I can deal with Lord Blood Moon, how are you going to deal with thousands of blood devils? Jiang Chen glanced at Yu Tianlong and Yu Zihan, then he continued, I have to wait until midnight, for Lord Blood Moon to start the blood sacrifice ceremony. A blood sacrifice ceremony like this can't be completed in one go, it will take a long time, and once the process is interrupted, even Lord Blood Moon won't feel good. I'll wait until he is fully immersed in the blood sacrifice ceremony, then I'll strike and give him a fatal blow. Jiang Chen had a sneer on his face. A true warrior, not only did he have extraordinary combat strength, he also needed to have extraordinary intelligence, courage, and strategy. This was the true quality of a real man. Jiang Chen's combat strength was very strong, but he never lacked strategies. He would use different methods to deal with different enemies. Only by doing this, could he have the confidence to win. Even if he had to risk his life, he had to do it with confidence. He, Jiang Chen, would never do anything that he wasn't confident about. Master, what young Master Jiang said is right, it's useless for us to panic now. If we strike now, Lord Blood Moon will be at his peak condition, we won't be able to deal with him. One of the Yu family's guests said. Yu Tianlong took a deep breath and nodded his head. He knew that Jiang Chen's decision was correct, only by doing this would they have a chance. However, he suddenly thought of something. He couldn't help but say, Young Master Jiang, you said that we have to wait until Lord Blood Moon is fully immersed in the blood sacrifice ceremony. Doesn't that mean we have to wait until the ceremony begins before we strike? I've said it before, this blood sacrifice ceremony requires a long time, all 99 girls will be sacrificed one by one, not at the same time. You just have to pray that Lord Blood Moon won't sacrifice Yu Ziyan first. Jiang Chen said with an indifferent face. Brother Jiang, if that's the case, then one of those girls will have to sacrifice themselves. Yu Zihan said. Someone has to sacrifice themselves, one person's sacrifice is better than all of them dying. It's not that I don't want to save her, it's because I want to save more people. Jiang Chen's face was as calm as still water, it was hard to imagine that a 16-year-old young man could view life so lightly. However, what Jiang Chen said was right, sometimes, someone had to sacrifice themselves, even if it was their life. Jiang Chen had to wait until Lord Blood Moon's blood sacrifice ceremony began before he could strike. This was the only chance he had to deal with Lord Blood Moon. Once he succeeded, he would be able to save the others by sacrificing one of them. Other than that, there was no other way, or else, everyone would have to die. I'll listen to young Master Jiang. Yu Tianlong's breathing quickened, he was very worried, because Yu Ziyan was currently standing at the closest spot to the altar, which meant that if Lord Blood Moon decided to start the blood sacrifice ceremony, Yu Ziyan would most likely be the first one to start. Little sister, your fate will depend on your luck. Yu Zihan clenched his fists tightly, Yu Tianlong's eyes had turned red. To them, every second was a torture, the feeling of watching someone struggling in a pit of fire, while they could only watch helplessly was something that no one could imagine. Jiang Chen sighed in his heart, this kind of family love made him feel warm, but at the same time, it also made him feel helpless. Life was like this, there would always be a lot of helpless situations, and you would always have to make all kinds of choices. Sometimes, you would have to choose between life and death, even if you didn't have a choice, you still had to make a choice. Swoosh, the moment Lord Blood Moon opened his eyes, an eerie gust of wind swept across the entire valley. The gust of wind formed into a dark cloud, hovering above Lord Blood Moon's head, making him look even more eerie and creepy. Blood Moon, Blood Moon, Blood Moon, the thousands of blood devils who were lying on the ground started cheering, their voices resonated throughout the entire Valley of Yin Spirits. The dancing qi in this place was deadly to outsiders, but to these blood devils, it was a great nourishment. Ha ha ha, suddenly, Lord Blood Moon let out a loud laugh, his voice was extremely high-pitched, just like a woman's. He shook both of his arms, and a dark gust of wind rushed out from his body, merging with the dark cloud above his head. Gradually, the dark cloud turned into a creepy huge black face. Swoosh, the gust of wind became even stronger. Those teenage girls suddenly woke up from their dispirited state. They raised their heads and saw the huge black face of the blood devils. They immediately screamed out in fear. The teenage girls were in a daze before, so they were able to keep quiet. But now that they had woken up, they had never seen anything like this before. They were so scared that they hugged each other and shivered. Seeing this, Yu Tianlong and Yu Zihan, who were standing behind the short hill, suddenly had a joyful look on their faces, because when the 99 teenage girls hugged each other and pushed each other, the order in which they were standing had changed. Yu Ziyan, who was standing at the first position and was the closest to the altar, had been pushed to the center. The center position was undoubtedly the best position. No matter which side Lord Blood Moon wanted to start the blood sacrifice, Yu Ziyan would be safe for the time being, unless Lord Blood Moon wanted her to be the first one to be sacrificed. If that was the case, her luck would be really bad. The blood sacrifice begins now. Young Master Blood Moon said in an enigmatic tone. Those blood devils who were cheering immediately stopped. Their facial expressions became extremely solemn, as if they were welcoming a sacred being. Puff, after that, all the thousands of blood devils let out a light shout at the same time, and each of them spat out a dark red ball of blood essence towards the huge black face above Lord Blood Moon's head. Pop pop, the blood that had been spurted out by the blood demon gathered together, turning the originally black face into a blood-red color. Under Lord Blood Moon's control, drops of blood rained down from above. When the blood rained on Lord Blood Moon's body, it was immediately absorbed into his body. When the blood rained down on the altar, the entire altar was dyed in a blood-red color, which made it look extremely terrifying. The blood sacrifice is about to begin. Jiang Chen's gaze was as sharp as a sword, and he stared at Lord Blood Moon, who was standing on the altar, without blinking his eyes. With his eyesight, he could tell that this was an extremely cruel method of blood sacrifice, and it was 100 times crueler than the real demon races. A blood sacrifice like this is way too cruel. If we don't get rid of this blood demon, the entire Qi province will never have peace. Yu Zihan's face turned extremely gloomy. The way that Lord Blood Moon used living people as a blood sacrifice could only be described as insane. The entire valley was covered by the chilly wind. A scene like this could make anyone's heart tremble in fear. When the blood rained down on the entire altar, Lord Blood Moon started to move as well. Lord Blood Moon extended his huge hand towards a teenage girl who was the closest to him. The teenage girl immediately let out a miserable shriek, and her body flew uncontrollably onto the altar. The teenage girl's face turned pale with fright, and she kept screaming in fear. When the blood rained down on her body, the teenage girl immediately let out a miserable shriek. Under the horrified gazes of the 98 teenage girls, the teenage girl who was grabbed onto the altar was instantly covered in blood. Her body started rotting bit by bit, and in just the time of 3 breaths, the teenage girl's miserable shriek stopped, and her entire body turned into a pile of bloody flesh, dripping onto the altar. Lord Blood Moon put his hand into the bloody flesh and absorbed its essence, and his face was filled with enjoyment. No, when the remaining teenage girls saw this, they all let out miserable shrieks. This scene was way too horrifying, and to them, they would never have imagined that they would experience something like this. Behind the short hill, Yu Tianlong and Yu Zihan were secretly sweating. If it wasn't for that chilly wind, the one who would be sacrificed would be Yu Ziyan. All of their gazes fell onto Jiang Chen at the same time. Jiang Chen's face was filled with indifference, and he didn't seem to be nervous at all. His calm demeanor, as if even a mountain was collapsing right in front of him, was truly admirable. In Jiang Chen's eyes, other than indifference, there was only calmness. The miserable shrieks of the teenage girls couldn't shake his mind at all, and the horrifying scene of the blood sacrifice was just like nothing to him. Jiang Chen stared at Lord Blood Moon's face with his sharp gaze. The blood sacrifice had just begun, and it was still not the best time for him to strike. The expression of enjoyment on Lord Blood Moon's face was getting more and more intense. Soon, Lord Blood Moon was completely immersed in the enjoyment, and gradually, he closed his eyes. Right at this moment, the altar was letting out a buzzing sound, and the huge red face on top of it was still dripping blood. The teenage girls were about to be completely sacrificed, and the whole scene seemed to be resonating with each other. Thousands of blood demons were kneeling on the ground and murmuring something. "Now, you guys go and save the girls, I'll go straight for Lord Blood Moon." Xianxia's aura stopped for a second, then he turned into a beam of light and dashed out. In a blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the altar, and swung the battle axe in his hand towards Lord Blood Moon. "Lord Blood Moon, prepare to die." Xianxia's qi let out a loud roar, and his powerful yuan energy was like a raging ocean. He had unleashed the thunder strike to its limit. He was sure that Lord Blood Moon had already fallen into the blood sacrifice, and he couldn't spare any time to deal with him. Once the blood sacrifice had started, it couldn't be stopped in the middle, and if it was interrupted by force, Lord Blood Moon would be severely injured. Therefore, this was the only way for Xianxia to deal with Lord Blood Moon. Swoosh, sensing the sudden and powerful attack, Lord Blood Moon suddenly opened his eyes, and two beams of blood-red light shot out from his eyes like two sharp swords. The blood sacrifice had been interrupted by someone, and his eyes were obviously filled with anger. "How dare you interrupt my blood sacrifice? You're courting death." Lord Blood Moon suddenly threw out a palm attack, and a huge blood-red palm print, which was like a bloody mountain, rushed towards Xianxia from all directions. Rumble, the battle axe and the huge blood-red palm print collided with each other, producing a deafening sound. The battle axe had shattered the huge palm print into pieces, and Xianxia had also received a great shock, and his body had been pushed back by 100 feet. Lord Blood Moon is really terrifying, and with my current battle power, I'm still not his match. However, the blood sacrifice has restricted him completely, and as the saying goes, take advantage of his weakness and kill him. Xianxia's aura was like a rainbow, and he turned into a beam of light. He carried the golden battle axe and dashed towards Lord Blood Moon once again. "Stop him!" Lord Blood Moon shouted out coldly. In an instant, 3 powerful blood devil leaders dashed forward and blocked in front of Xianxia. All 3 of them were late Heavenly Core leaders, and they were the only 3 late Heavenly Core blood devils among the group of blood devils. "Those who stand in my way will die." Xianxia waved his battle axe in the air, and all 120 dragon marks were circulating within his body. With his current combat strength, ordinary late Heavenly Core warriors were no match for him. Slash, in the blink of an eye, Xianxia had slashed a late Heavenly Core blood devil leader in half. "Kill!" Yu Tianlong shouted out loudly. The combat weapon in his hand drew a bright arc in the air, and he was the first one to dash forward. De Huang Dog was the most ferocious of them all. With his muscular body, he dashed into the group of blood devils in an instant. Wherever he went, blood and flesh would fly in all directions. All of this happened too quickly and too suddenly. Not to mention these blood devils, even Lord Blood Moon didn't expect that someone would come here to cause trouble. It should be known that this was the center of the Valley of Yin Spirits, where the dark evil energy was extremely dense. If an ordinary person came here, he or she would be courting death. Yu Zihan and the others had also dashed into the group of blood devils, and they immediately started killing. These brutal blood devils were devoutly worshipping the altar, and when they were attacked by the sudden attacks, they would definitely be severely injured. Kill them all. How dare they disturb young master's blood sacrifice? You're courting death. Suck their blood dry. All the blood devils were shouting out loudly. The stronger blood devil leaders took out their devil weapons and started attacking the group. Among them, there were more than a dozen Heavenly Core blood devil leaders. In terms of numbers, Yu Zihan and the others were no match for them, and they were easily drowned by these blood devils. However, the 3 strongest late Heavenly Core blood devil leaders had gone to stop Xianxia. The rest of the blood devil leaders were under the lead of De Huang Dog, and it was very difficult for them to cause any real harm to Yu Zihan and the others. De Huang Dog was too frightening, he was like an ancient beast, and those blood devil leaders were no match for him. If they dared to attack, they would be killed by De Huang Dog, let alone those ordinary mortal core blood devils. Zihan, go and save your sister. Yu Tianlong shouted out loudly. Then, Yu Zihan flew towards the group of teenage girls. Brother! When Yu Ziyan saw her brother, she immediately screamed out. Tears of joy flowed down from her face. Her heart that was filled with despair had once again been filled with hope. Sister, calm them down, tell them not to be afraid, we'll get you out of here. Yu Zihan said to Yu Ziyan. He wanted Yu Ziyan to take care of the teenage girls, he still had to fight the blood devils himself. Arg, on the other side, a shrill scream pierced through the night sky. The last late heavenly core blood devil had been killed by Jiang Chen's battle axe. In just a few breaths' time, all 3 heavenly core blood devil leaders had been killed by Jiang Chen's battle axe. Jiang Chen's overbearing and ferocious methods had completely frightened Yu Tianlong and the other 2 men. They had witnessed Jiang Chen's performance, and they were extremely shocked. They had never seen a man who could be so overbearing. Ah, horrible shrieks sounded out from the Valley of Yin spirits, blood splashed everywhere. Although the men from the Yu family were surrounded by blood devils, with the help of the abnormal De Huang dog, they hadn't suffered any injuries yet. But the blood devils had suffered serious injuries. Not to mention the 3 late heavenly core leaders who were killed by Jiang Chen, De Huang dog's attack on the rest of the blood devils was a deadly blow to them as well. Normally, Jiang Chen and his men coming here to attack the Valley of Yin spirits was no different from seeking death. But, the situation was different now. Lord Blood Moon's blood sacrifice ceremony had begun, and he couldn't attack at all. This gave Jiang Chen and his men the opportunity to kill all the blood devils. Lord Blood Moon was the only mission Jiang Chen had to worry about. As long as Lord Blood Moon was kept busy, no matter how many blood devils there were, they would end up just like those in Red Sun Town. The captured teenage girls huddled together. Their faces were pale. This scene, this experience, it was destined to leave an unforgettable scar in their hearts. Such a bloody and brutal scene had made them realize the dark side of the world. Fear filled their hearts. The only thing that made them feel lucky was that the shadow of death was slowly disappearing. The sudden appearance of these few men had given them hope of surviving. Yu Ziyan was born in a big family, so her temperament was much stronger than the other teenage girls. After seeing her father and brother, she had calmed down, and she was comforting the frightened teenage girls. Yu Zihan stood in front of the teenage girls, killing the blood devils who kept attacking them. Lord Blood Moon, face your death. After killing the 3 late heavenly core leaders, Jiang Chen's energy had become even stronger. He swung the axe in his hand towards Lord Blood Moon, who was sitting cross-legged on the altar. Humph. You're just a small fry, you're overestimating yourself. Die now. Lord Blood Moon let out a cold snort. He waved his hand again and unleashed a huge blood-red palm towards the axe. Bang, the intense collision caused the entire Valley of Yin spirits to shake. Lord Blood Moon's attack was powerful, he had once again forced Jiang Chen back. However, Lord Blood Moon had attacked twice in a row, and it had already affected the condition of his blood sacrifice. His complexion started to turn pale, and his aura started to become chaotic. Moreover, the flesh and blood of the girl from before were about to be used up, so he had to capture the second girl to continue. Haha, Lord Blood Moon, you are finished. Jiang Chen laughed heartily and completely released his powerful aura. His entire body was surrounded by blood-colored dragon shadows. He took a step forward and 9 identical Jiang Chen appeared in the void. The 9 Jiang Chen surrounded the blood-red sacrificial altar, all of them dashing toward Lord Blood Moon at the same time. Jiang Chen had already seen through this blood sacrifice. He was certain that Lord Blood Moon would not be able to stop halfway through the blood sacrifice. Therefore, there was a limit to what he could do. Otherwise, not only would the blood sacrifice fail, Lord Blood Moon himself would also receive a powerful backlash and be severely injured. Therefore, when Jiang Chen used the 9 phantom wolves to confuse his opponent, not only did he manage to dazzle Lord Blood Moon for a short period of time, he also managed to distract him. Such a strange movement skill. Lord Blood Moon's complexion changed. Even with his eyesight, he couldn't tell which one was the real one from the movement skill Jiang Chen had used. However, even though Jiang Chen's speed was fast, Lord Blood Moon's movement was even faster. He waved his hand and coldly shouted, "You idiots, how dare you disturb my blood sacrifice? You are seeking death. I will kill you first, then I will take care of them." Blood banner. A huge blood-colored banner shot out from Lord Bloodmoon's body. It was 100 jun long blood-colored banner. Once the huge blood-colored banner appeared, it immediately enveloped all 9 Xianxias and sucked Xianxias into the blood banner. Swoosh swoosh, the chilly wind whistled, and waves of heart-wrenching screams came from the blood banner. The dense blood-colored light filled the entire sky above the Valley of Een Spirits. The chilly wind whistled, and the ghostly wails and howls could be heard. The blood banner was too terrifying, and one after another, hideous ghostly faces could be seen on it. Just by looking at the blood banner, it would make one's heart tremble with fear, and it would make one's soul feel like it had fallen into hell. Oh my God, that's the blood banner. Lord Bloodmoon has actually obtained the blood banner. He has obtained the inheritance of the Blood Moon Shaman. When Yu Tianlong, who was fighting against the blood demons, saw the appearance of the blood banner, he immediately let out a cry. A few decades ago, the Blood Moon Shaman slaughtered hundreds of thousands of living beings and used their souls to create the blood banner. With this banner, the Blood Moon Shaman wreaked havoc in the Qi province, killing countless powerful warriors and plunging the entire Qi province into misery and suffering. Even the strongest warriors of the 4 big sects were no match for him. In the end, the 4 of them had to work together to kill the Blood Moon Shaman. I heard that the sect masters of the 4 big sects did not have a glorious victory. I never thought this Lord Blood Moon would have obtained the inheritance of the Blood Moon Shaman, and he even obtained the blood banner that had disappeared without a trace. There are 100,000 ferocious souls contained within the banner, and it's filled with ferocious energy. Even a divine core warrior can't withstand it. Lord Jiangchen has been sucked into the blood banner, and he's probably going to die soon. The 2 guest masters from the Yu family had worried expressions on their faces. Yu Tianlong and Yu Zihan had dark expressions on their faces as well. Initially, they wanted to attack Lord Blood Moon during the blood sacrifice ceremony, and kill him and all the blood demons in one fell swoop, then save these innocent girls. But, they never expected Lord Blood Moon to have such a powerful weapon. Now that Jiangchen was being controlled by the blood banner, he had a slim chance of survival. Haha, once you've been sucked into the blood banner, even if you have 3 heads and 6 arms, you'll still die a horrible death, and become one of the ferocious souls. This is the consequence of offending me. Lord Bloodmoon's voice was sharp, and he had a sneer on his face. The blood banner kept fluttering in the sky, and the ferocious soul's roars could send shivers down one's spine. Humph. Lord Bloodmoon let out a cold snort. He stretched out his hand and forcefully broke through Yu Zihan's defense, then he grabbed 3 young girls. When the young girls stepped onto the fighting stage, they immediately became covered in blood, and were sacrificed by Lord Bloodmoon. At the same time, Lord Bloodmoon threw his glance at Yu Tianlong and the other men. Lord Bloodmoon's face was filled with a sneer. He didn't attack these people, all he needed to do was to remember their faces. He didn't even need to remember them, once he successfully sacrificed them, the entire Yellowstone region would become his food. As for now, the blood sacrifice was the most important thing. Lord Bloodmoon had to spare some of his attention to control the blood banner to fight against Jiangchen, so he wouldn't have the chance to attack Yu Tianlong and the other men. That was the real reason why he didn't attack them. In Lord Bloodmoon's eyes, among all the people in front of him, only Jiangchen alone could pose a threat to him. As for the others, he didn't take them seriously at all. Right at this moment, countless ferocious souls inside the blood banner were fiercely pouncing towards Jiangchen. They were trying to tear Jiangchen into pieces. The ferocious energy released by the 100,000 ferocious souls had condensed into a solid form, and it had directly formed into a ferocious storm. The countless ferocious energies were like countless sharp blades, and Jiangchen felt like he was in the center of the storm, which was formed by the sharp blades, like a small boat in the middle of a vast ocean. If an ordinary person entered the blood banner, he or she would immediately be devoured by the countless ferocious souls. Even without the attacks from the ferocious souls, just the influence of the ferocious energies would be enough to make a person's mind collapse. However, at this moment, the person who was sucked into the blood banner was Jiangchen, the world's greatest saint. Roar! Jiangchen let out a light shout and released the sonic hawk cry. Countless rays of golden yuan power shot out from his mouth and turned into a sound wave that swept forward. His body was surrounded by illusionary dragon shadows, and the golden light illuminated the pitch-black blood banner. Roar, those ferocious souls, after coming into contact with the golden light from Xianxia's body, let out heart-wrenching screams. Their faces were filled with fear, as if they had seen their natural enemy. Humph. I have the might of a saint, and I am the incarnation of a true dragon. I am not someone you can threaten. Xianxia let out a cold snort. His entire body was emitting a superior aura. He stood there like a god of war, like an immovable mountain. Those ferocious souls and ferocious energies couldn't even get close to his body. Xianxia had the mind of a great saint, and he had experienced death and rebirth. It was very difficult for ordinary evil beings to affect his mind. He cultivated the dragon transformation skill, and his body contained the bloodline of several kinds of strange beasts. Every drop of blood essence and qi in his body contained the purest yang energy, which was the nemesis of all evil beings. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Xianxia was the incarnation of a true dragon. He cultivated the dragon transformation art, and he was slowly transforming into a true dragon. Sooner or later, he would become a true dragon and soar in the sky. Rumble, Xianxia raised the gigantic axe in his hand and swung it toward the blood banner. A golden beam pierced through the darkness like a rainbow. But too bad, the axe was like a rock sinking into the ocean, it didn't cause any damage to the blood banner. This banner is formed by ferocious souls and ferocious energies, it is extremely frightening, it is a true evil spirit. Even though the axe of thunder is an earth combat weapon, it can't break this blood banner. Although I'm not afraid of the ferocious souls and ferocious energies in this place, it won't be easy for me to leave the blood banner, unless I can control it. Xianxia furrowed his brows, but the blood banner has been completely absorbed by Lord Blood Moon, and it's connected to his bloodline. It's impossible for me to control it. Xianxia furrowed his brows. He couldn't keep staying in the blood banner, as Lord Blood Moon was at the critical moment of the blood sacrifice ceremony. Now that something like this had happened, Lord Blood Moon would definitely speed up the blood sacrifice ceremony. Once Lord Blood Moon completed the blood sacrifice ceremony and broke through to the divine core realm, he would turn around and focus on Xianxia. At that point of time, not only would Xianxia's life be in danger, the entire Qi province would once again be filled with blood devils. Lord Blood Moon's talent wasn't any weaker than Blood Moon Shaman's, his methods and style were exactly the same as Blood Moon Shaman's. Now that he had the blood banner, once he broke through to the divine core realm, he would become a huge threat to Xianxia. With the help of the Blood Devil skill, Lord Blood Moon would quickly grow and become the second Blood Moon Shaman. Rumble, continuous rumbling sounds kept coming out from the blood banner. The shockwaves from Xianxia's attacks were getting stronger and stronger, and some golden lights were leaking out from the blood banner. Look, the blood banner is shaking violently. Young Master Xianxia is attacking it. One of the guests from the Yu family said in surprise. Young Master Xianxia is really powerful. He is emitting the purest yang energy from all over his body, and the evil energy from the blood banner can't do anything to him. However, with young Master Zhang's abilities, I'm afraid it won't be easy for him to break out from the blood banner. Although Yu Tianlong was shocked as well, since Xianxia could still attack, it meant that Xianxia was still safe for now. This was good news for him. Chief, what should we do now? If young Master Jiang can't break the blood banner, we won't be able to stop Lord Blood Moon's blood sacrifice. Another guest said with a worried tone. Up until now, De Huang Dog had killed all the blood devil leaders. Although there were still a lot of blood devils left, they were all mortal core blood devils, so they weren't a big threat to them. But the real threat was still Lord Blood Moon. As long as Lord Blood Moon was alive, he would be able to raise thousands of blood devils. Therefore, even if these blood devils were killed, Lord Blood Moon wouldn't feel sad at all. Looking at the current situation, Yu Tianlong and the others had fallen into a dilemma. These blood devils weren't a big threat to them, but they couldn't stop Lord Blood Moon from carrying out the blood sacrifice either. Once Lord Blood Moon's blood sacrifice was over, everyone here would die a horrible death. The only thing they could do now was to bring all the girls away with them. But this was impossible, Lord Blood Moon would never allow this to happen. If they tried to do this, Lord Blood Moon would definitely stop them even if it meant risking his life. At that point of time, Lord Blood Moon would be completely enraged, and what awaited them would be Lord Blood Moon's greatest killing intent. I have an idea. De Huang Dog suddenly said. What is it? Yu Tianlong looked at De Huang Dog in surprise. This dog was incomparably mystical. At this time, perhaps only by relying on De Huang Dog would there be hope. De Huang Dog didn't say anything. All of a sudden, his expression turned incomparably solemn. An invisible divine will shot out from his mind. De Huang Dog's divine will was extremely mystical. It actually passed through the blood banner and entered Jiang Chen's ears. Brat, don't waste your energy. With your current strength, it is impossible for you to break the blood banner. Right now, there is only one way, and that is to temporarily cut off the connection between the blood banner and Lord Blood Moon. Then, you can quickly take control of the blood banner. Once you lose control of the blood banner, Lord Blood Moon will suffer a huge backlash and become a fish on the chopping block. De Huang Dog said. Do you have a way to cut off the connection between the blood banner and Lord Blood Moon? Jiang Chen was startled. The blood banner had already been completely refined by Lord Blood Moon, and their origins were connected. It would be extremely difficult to forcefully cut off the connection between the two. Let's give it a try. After saying that, De Huang Dog opened his mouth and spat out a huge broken sword. The broken sword fell onto the ground and made a clanging sound. It was the broken sword fragment that he had obtained from the wasteland of the whirling Sun City. De Huang Dog's expression turned solemn. He spat out a mouthful of blood. It was the blood essence of the dragon horse. When the blood essence fell onto the broken sword that was originally like a piece of scrap metal suddenly started shaking violently. The shaking of the broken sword became more and more intense. After obtaining the blood essence of De Huang Dog, it was like a piece of land that had been dry for a long time had suddenly been moisturized by rain. As the shaking of the broken sword became more and more intense, under the control of De Huang Dog, the broken sword flew up into the sky. Roar! De Huang Dog suddenly let out a loud roar. Countless rays of light rushed out from his body and all of them went into the broken sword. For a moment, the broken sword was dancing in the air and slashing towards the blood-red altar. What is that? What a powerful pressure. It's a holy aura, it makes me feel like I'm facing a god. It's too scary. Yu Tianlong and the others looked at the golden broken sword in the sky in shock. That holy aura made them want to worship it. That kind of aura was so high and mighty that it seemed to have surpassed the heavens and the earth. Swoosh, the broken sword slashed out a golden curtain of light, which rushed toward the altar. Lord Blood Moon, who was in the middle of the blood sacrifice, had a drastic change in his expression. He could actually sense an extreme danger from the golden curtain of light. What kind of treasure is that? Lord Blood Moon was shocked. He quickly moved his body sideways and dodged the attack of the golden light screen. Damn it, I can't even unleash the slightest bit of its power. Otherwise, I would have killed Lord Blood Moon in an instant. However, it's enough to cut off the connection between him and the blood banner. De Huang Dog cursed. The golden light screen that was slashed out by the broken sword formed a barrier between Lord Blood Moon and the blood banner. Lord Blood Moon's expression changed drastically in an instant, because at this moment, he was actually unable to feel the connection between him and the blood banner. That golden barrier contained an indescribable sacred aura. It was like a world barrier that could cut off everything. Inside the blood banner, Jiang Chen could clearly feel the change of the blood banner. The aura that was being controlled by someone had disappeared. With Jiang Chen's experience, he instantly understood that De Huang Dog had succeeded in cutting off the connection between Lord Blood Moon and the blood banner. This dog is indeed powerful. Lord Blood Moon, you're finished. Blood banner, take control of it. With Jiang Chen's abilities, even if he was only given an instantaneous skill, he would still be able to win the battle by surprise. With the help of the Great Soul Derivation skill, he instantly found the source of the blood banner. His divine sense was like a sharp sword, it shattered the last bit of divine sense that Lord Blood Moon had left in the blood banner. After that, he forcefully took control of the blood banner, and completely took control of it. It was very easy for Jiang Chen to control the blood banner. With the help of the Great Soul Derivation skill, it was extremely easy for him to obtain a combat weapon. Besides, all the ferocious spirits in the blood banner were afraid of Jiang Chen's aura. Once they lost Lord Blood Moon's control, they would immediately be subdued by Jiang Chen. Swoosh, at this moment, the golden light screen disappeared as well. The old broken sword fell onto the ground with a clang, and returned to its original broken state. At this moment, De Huang Dog's vision darkened, and he fell onto the ground. De Huang! Yu Zihan cried out in fear. He immediately rushed to De Huang Dog's side, and protected De Huang Dog. Right at this moment, Xianxia walked out from the blood banner. The huge blood banner was now completely under his control, and he kept it into his storage ring. No! Lord Blood Moon, who was in the middle of the blood sacrifice, let out a scream. He couldn't accept losing the blood banner. The blood banner was his foundation, and it was his most powerful skill. He never thought that he would fail miserably today. Pooh! Lord Blood Moon coughed out a mouthful of blood. He held his head with both of his hands, and let out a scream. His face was filled with pain, and one after another, ugly blood marks covered his face. After losing the blood banner, and having his blood sacrifice interrupted, Lord Blood Moon had become an arrow at the end of its flight. Lord Blood Moon, prepare to die. Xianxia took a step forward and arrived on top of the altar. He grabbed Lord Blood Moon's head with one of his golden palms, and forcefully twisted Lord Blood Moon's head off his body, along with the demonic core in his body. Ah, young master, seeing that Lord Blood Moon had been killed, all the other blood devils started roaring out. For them, Lord Blood Moon was their spiritual pillar, and he was their god. Now, even their god had been killed. How could they accept this? Blood devils are insane, they are a freak in this world, they shouldn't even exist. All of you, die now. Xianxia took out the blood banner. The huge blood banner opened up, and it looked like a huge mouth of a devil. Countless chilly winds started blowing out from it, and the remaining few hundred blood devils were all absorbed by Xianxia. With their mortal core cultivation level, if they were to enter the blood banner, they would be killed by Xianxia. Now that Lord Blood Moon had been killed, all the blood devils in Yellowstone had been killed, and not a single one was left alive. For Lord Blood Moon, this was no doubt an irony. He had obtained Blood Moon Shaman's inheritance, and he was planning to create a huge wave in the Qi province. His goal was to spread the name of the blood devils across the world, but he had bumped into Xianxia. Not only did he lose his life, the blood banner had also changed its owner. For Xianxia, this trip to Yellowstone to kill all the blood devils had brought him a lot of benefits. Not only had he broken through to the heavenly core realm, just this blood banner alone was already an unimaginable reward. Although this banner was an evil item, it could still be considered as a life-saving skill, and a powerful trump card. The restless valley of Yin spirits suddenly quieted down. Yu Tianlong, Yu Zihan and the others raised their heads and looked at Xianxia, who was floating in the sky. He was wearing a clean white robe, and his body was glowing in a faint golden light. His eyes were bright like stars, and his black hair was dancing in the wind. He looked like a real god of war, and his body was emitting an aura of superiority that could make anyone submit to him. The current Xianxia had a magical charm to him. Even those frightened teenage girls were mesmerized by him. Out of the 99 teenage girls, 8 had been sacrificed by Lord Blood Moon, and there was only one left. Nothing was perfect in life, and sometimes, someone had to be sacrificed. This was something that couldn't be helped, and Xianxia had tried his best. He really killed Lord Blood Moon, and he killed all the blood devils. An old man from the Yu family murmured. This is what you call a true genius. He has a great destiny, he is a natural-born king. His future achievements are limitless. From now on, the Yu family will follow young Master Zhang's lead, and we will follow young Master Zhang's orders. Yu Tianlong had made up his mind. He wasn't an idiot, he could see Xianxia's potential. A genius like this, no one could predict his future. He was a rare genius that only appeared once every 10,000 years. I, Yu Zihan, consider myself a genius, but compared to him, I'm not even worth mentioning. I believe 1 year later, the duel between him and the northern and southern dynasties will be very exciting. Lord Blood Moon had been killed, and all the blood devils had been eliminated. It could be said that the blood devil riot had been completely stopped by Xianxia before it even started. Lord Blood Moon had even helped Xianxia. Not only did he help Xianxia break through to the heavenly core realm with the help of the blood devils, he had also obtained a powerful treasure like the blood banner. Xianxia punched out and unleashed a huge golden beam, destroying the blood-red altar. After that, he landed next to De Huang Dog. He could feel how tired De Huang Dog was right now, and he had fallen into a coma. De Huang Dog had been following Xianxia for quite some time. He was a true descendant of the dragon horse, and he possessed the complete bloodline of a divine beast. He was an abnormal monster amongst all abnormal monsters, but now, he had fallen into a coma due to exhaustion. How could Xianxia not be shocked? What happened? Xianxia asked. When De Huang Dog attacked just now, he was inside the blood banner, so he didn't see what happened outside. Brother Jiang, it's this broken sword. Yu Zihan pointed his finger at the broken sword that fell next to Big Yellow, then he told Xianxia everything that happened just now. Xianxia's eyes lit up. He looked at the broken sword, he knew exactly where it came from. Back in the Whirling Sun City, De Huang Dog didn't want anything except this broken sword. It can actually cut off the connection between Lord Blood Moon and the Blood Banner. With De Huang Dog's strength, he could barely control this broken sword, and he fell into a coma due to exhaustion. What kind of treasure is this? Xianxia was shocked. With his vision as the greatest saint in the world, even if an invincible peerless saint weapon was placed in front of him, he would still be able to see through it. But this broken sword in front of him, he couldn't see anything special about it, it was just an ordinary piece of scrap iron. Xianxia extended his hand and grabbed the broken sword. He circulated his yuan energy and injected it into the broken sword. But too bad, the broken sword didn't move at all. Xianxia's yuan energy couldn't affect the broken sword at all. If this broken sword isn't just an ordinary piece of scrap iron, then it must be something beyond a saint weapon. It must be something from the realm of immortals. Xianxia sighed in his heart. De Huang Dog had proven that this broken sword wasn't just a piece of scrap iron, but Xianxia couldn't see anything special about it. The only explanation was that this broken sword had surpassed a saint weapon. As for why De Huang Dog was able to unleash the power of this broken sword, but Xianxia couldn't, Xianxia, it was because of his bloodline. Young Master Jiang, will De Huang be alright? Yu Tianlong asked worriedly. They were very grateful to De Huang Dog. In today's battle, if it wasn't for De Huang Dog, they would have died here. They couldn't even withstand the Gorfiend's attack. He'll be fine. He's just too tired because his energy has been sucked dry. Xianxia said. He knew very well how strong De Huang Dog was. Right now, De Huang Dog was only sleeping. No one knew how long this sleep would last, but once he woke up, his cultivation would probably increase by another level. This was the most enviable and also the most speechless part. The bloodline of a divine beast might be nothing in the beginning, but as one's cultivation continued to increase, the power of the bloodline would gradually reveal itself. Just like De Huang Dog, his future cultivation would definitely become more and more terrifying. But, we need to replenish his energy immediately. If not, he might fall into a deep sleep, and that would be bad. After saying that, Xianxia took out a jade bottle from his storage ring. This was a storage container, and it contained all the remaining energy spring water he had. Xianxia squatted down, opened De Huang's big mouth, and poured all the energy spring water into De Huang Dog's mouth. After devouring so much energy spring water, although De Huang Dog hadn't woken up yet, his condition was obviously much better than before. A faint golden light had started leaking out from his body, and the golden light enveloped De Huang Dog. Let's go, we need to leave this place as soon as possible. Xianxia said. He carried De Huang Dog on his shoulder, and under the control of a few heavenly core warriors, all the teenage girls were lifted into the air. Soon, the group left the Valley of Een Spirits and headed towards Yellowstone City. Along the way, everyone had happy expressions on their faces, especially the people from the Yu family. Yu Ziyan had returned safely, and this gave them no reason to be unhappy. Besides, they had never thought that the Blood Devil Rebellion would be settled so easily. Everyone's eyes fell onto Xianxia. They looked at this handsome young man, and their hearts were filled with gratitude. Xianxia's image in their hearts had become extremely high. Not only them, everyone in Yellowstone wanted to thank Xianxia. Not only was Xianxia the benefactor of Red Sun Town and the Yu family, he was also the benefactor of the entire Yellowstone region. He was the benefactor of their lives. The way the teenage girls looked at Jiang Chen, aside from gratitude, there were also shyness and admiration. A man like Jiang Chen who was filled with a domineering and masculine aura was simply a girl killer, a man that countless girls yearned for. Yellowstone City, Yu family. Jiang Chen was sitting in the main seat of the Yu family's main hall. Besides Yu Tianlong, this was the first time an outsider had sat in this seat. However, no one felt that it was inappropriate. Yu Tianlong and Yu Zihan looked at each other and nodded their heads at the same time. After that, they stood up at the same time and bowed deeply towards Jiang Chen. "What are the two of you doing?" Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. "The kindness that young Master Jiang has done for the Yu family and the entire Yellowstone region is beyond words. From now on, the Yu family will represent the entire Yellowstone region and will follow young Master Jiang's orders without hesitation. In the future, as long as young Master Jiang Chen gives the order, the Yu family will not hesitate to go through boiling water and tread on fire," Yu Tianlong said in a serious manner. The Yu family, and even the entire Yellowstone region, had to surrender to Jiang Chen. Besides, Yu Tianlong wasn't an idiot, he could see the potential of Jiang Chen. Following a peerless genius like this was definitely a good thing. After all, not everyone had the ability to kill Lord Blood Moon. "Brother Jiang, my dad is going to build a statue for you in the center of Yellowstone City, so that the future generations will remember the great kindness that you have done for Yellowstone," Yu Zihan said. "In the Saint Origin realm, it was rare to see someone build a statue for you, only people of virtue and prestige would receive such treatment." However, Jiang Chen had given the entire Yellowstone region a new lease of life. To put it bluntly, without Jiang Chen, Yellowstone wouldn't be as peaceful as it was today. Therefore, it was reasonable for Jiang Chen to receive such treatment. This was a supreme honor that was destined to be praised for generations to come. "It's just a small matter, there's no need to make such a big fuss." Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulder, he didn't seem to mind. "Young Master Jiang, please don't decline. I've already decided, you are qualified to receive such treatment," Yu Tianlong said. At this moment, a young girl in purple clothes walked in. She had a delicate face and a dignified body, she looked to be around 14 to 15 years old. She had a graceful body, bright eyes, and white teeth, and a pair of thin red lips. She was indeed a beautiful girl. This young girl was none other than Yu Ziyan. Right now, Yu Ziyan was no longer panicking like last night, she had regained the appearance of a young lady from a wealthy family. Yu Ziyan held a cup of tea in her hand and walked to the side of Jiang Chen. She raised her head and looked at Jiang Chen, her face showed a trace of shyness, she said, "Thank you, young Master Jiang, for saving me last night." Ziyan offers young master a cup of tea. "Miss Ziyan, you're welcome." Jiang Chen took the cup of tea, took a sip and put it back on the table. Seeing this, Yu Tianlong and the others couldn't help but let out a sigh. Obviously, Jiang Chen's heroic action yesterday had left an unforgettable impression in Yu Ziyan's heart. As the saying goes, young girls yearn for love, who wouldn't fall in love with a man like Jiang Chen? Unfortunately, the falling flower wants to follow the flowing water, but the flowing water doesn't love the falling flower. All of them could see that although Yu Ziyan had feelings for Jiang Chen's heart was as firm as a rock, he didn't seem to have any other thoughts. "Ziyan, you can go and have a rest. Take care of those girls who were frightened yesterday," Yu Tianlong said. "Yes, Dad." Yu Ziyan left the main hall. She couldn't help but feel disappointed. "Chief Yu, the blood devils have been dealt with. I'll return to the Black Sect tomorrow to report on my mission. I'll be taking my leave now." After saying that, Jiang Chen stood up from his seat. "Great, I'll be returning to the Black Sect tomorrow as well. Why don't Brother Jiang stay at the Yu family's place today, and we'll return to the Black Sect together tomorrow?" Yu Zihan said. "I'll return to Red Sun Town first. I have a mansion there, so I won't bother you anymore. Tomorrow, you can come find me in Red Sun Town, and we'll return to the Black Sect together," Jiang Chen said. "That's a good idea." Yu Tianlong nodded his head and didn't try to persuade him to stay. He knew that Jiang Chen was a man with his own mind, and he wouldn't easily change his mind. Jiang Chen brought the sleeping De Huang dog and left. The reason why he wanted to return to Red Sun Town was because of De Huang dog. De Huang Dog had consumed a huge amount of energy to activate the broken sword, and even with all the energy spring water, he still couldn't wake up. Therefore, Xianxia decided to let De Huang Dog stay in Red Sun Town to absorb the energy vein and help him wake up and recover. Besides, he had gained a lot this time and he needed some time to digest it. Zihan, you have to befriend young Master Jiang in the future. A man like him is rare, and he will definitely become someone great in the future. Yu Tianlong told his son. Of course, brother Jiang is my idol. Oh right, Dad, I think you should tell Ziyan to stop thinking about brother Jiang. He already has someone in his heart, and she's also a peerless genius. Yu Zihan reminded. Everyone in the Black Sect knew about the relationship between Jiang Chen and Yan Chenyu. In Yu Zihan's mind, the main reason why Jiang Chen didn't want to talk to Yu Ziyan was because of Yan Chenyu. It's hard to persuade her when it comes to love, just let nature take its course. Yu Tianlong shook his head. In the middle of the night, Yu Tianlong spread the news about the extinction of all blood devils to every single place in Yellowstone. When Jiangchen returned to Red Sun Town, he was greeted by a joyous celebration. Jiangchen didn't accept the townspeople's invitation. He brought the sleeping De Huang Dog back to his mansion. The townspeople knew that De Huang Dog had fallen into a coma because of the battle with Lord Blood Moon, and all of them were praying for De Huang Dog. Within a room in Jiangchen's mansion, Jiangchen placed De Huang Dog on a cushion, allowing him to absorb the energies from the energy vein. With the help of the energy spring, De Huang Dog's recovery would be much faster. Jiangchen chose to enter secluded cultivation as well. He had gained a lot from this trip to the Valley of Yin Spirits. Aside from the blood banner, he also had 4 powerful devil cores. One of them was from Lord Blood Moon, and the other 3 were from late Heavenly Core warriors. Devil cores of this level were very useful to Jiangchen, especially the devil core from Lord Blood Moon. It contained a huge amount of energy, and if Jiangchen absorbed it, he would be able to form a lot of dragon marks in his qi. Besides absorbing the devil cores, Jiangchen also needed to cultivate to stabilize his cultivation. Early the next morning, Jiangchen woke up from his cultivation. Right now, his energy was much stronger than before. For late Heavenly Core devil cores had given him a huge impact, especially the one from Lord Blood Moon. All 4 of them combined had helped Jiangchen form 30 dragon marks. Before absorbing the devil cores, Jiangchen had 120 dragon marks. Now, he had 150 dragon marks, and his combat strength had increased tremendously. He was now one step closer to the mid-heavenly core realm. As long as he could form 200 dragon marks, he would be able to break through to the mid-heavenly core realm, and his combat strength would increase further. When Jiangchen walked out from the mansion, Yu Zihan had been waiting for him. Jiangchen told Zhang Zhen to take care of De Huang Dog, and no one was allowed to step into the mansion. After everything was settled, Jiangchen and Yu Zihan flew up into the sky and started flying towards the Black Sect. Brother Jiang, you've killed the Blood Devil and Lord Blood Moon this time. When we return to the faction leader will definitely reward you. Yu Zihan said with a smile on his face. Jiangchen came to Yellowstone because he accepted the mission given by the sect chief. Now that he had completed the mission, Jiangchen's reputation had once again risen to another level, and he had become the #1 genius in the Black Sect. Jiangchen just smiled and didn't say anything. Right now, he just wanted to get back to the Black Sect as soon as possible, because when he was on his way back, the restlessness in his heart had once again emerged. This was a rare occurrence for him, and he had a feeling that something bad had happened. When Yu Zihan saw that Jiangchen seemed to have something on his mind, he didn't say anything and just kept on walking. Whoosh! When both of them arrived in the sky above a desolate mountain range, a bright figure suddenly appeared in front of them and blocked their way. The man wore a gray robe, and his face carried a domineering expression that couldn't be hidden. He was Liang Xiao from the Tianjian Gate. Jiangchen and Yu Zihan steadied themselves. Liang Xiao was no stranger to them, and Jiangchen's enmity with the Tianjian Gate wasn't something new. As for Yu Zihan, as an inner circle disciple of the Black Sect, how could he not know one of the top 4 geniuses of the Qi province, Liang Xiao? Liang Xiao suddenly appeared here, even an idiot could figure out why. Everyone knew about the enmity between Jiangchen and the Tianjian Gate, and Liang Xiao's appearance was obviously because of Jiangchen. I never expected that Lord Blood Moon to be so weak. He was actually killed by you. What a disappointment. Xiao stared at Jiang Chen with his sharp eyes, and a shocked expression could be seen on his face. What surprised me even more was, from the Qi province competition until now, you've actually grown so much in such a short period of time. After sensing Jiang Chen's energy with his own eyes, Xiao couldn't help but feel shocked. From the Qi province competition until now, it had only been a month, but in just a short month, Jiang Chen had broken through from the early mortal core realm to the early heavenly core realm, and he had even killed Lord Blood Moon. How could anyone not be shocked by this? Did Fan Kuan tell you that I'm here? Jiang Chen said with a sneer on his face. Yellowstone was under the jurisdiction of the Black Sect, and it was very far away from the Tianjian Gate. The incident with the Blood Devils had just started, and it hadn't spread across the entire Qi province yet. Since Xiao was waiting for him here, it was obvious that someone had told him about it. This person must be someone from the Tianjian Gate. Besides Fan Kuan, Jiang Chen couldn't think of anyone else. That's not important. What's important is that today will be the day you die. Once I, Xiao, attack, you will die for sure. I suggest you don't fight a pointless battle, just give yourself up, and maybe you will die a quick death. Xiao said casually. In his eyes, Jiang Chen was already a dead man. Brother Jiang, what should we do now? Xiao is not easy to deal with. Yu Zihan's expression darkened. Xiao was not someone that Fan Kuan could compare with. As one of the top 4 geniuses, he was someone who was at the same level as Guaniyun. Although Jiang Chen had killed Lord Blood Moon, Jiang Chen knew the reason behind it. If it wasn't for Lord Blood Moon's blood sacrifice, Jiang Chen would have been no match for him. Perfect, I also want to see how strong Xiao really is. A faint smile emerged on Jiang Chen's face. The current him was no longer the same person who had just broken through to the heavenly core realm. 150 dragon marks had given him enough confidence. With his current combat strength, it would be hard for him to find a match in the heavenly core realm. The appearance of Xiao was the perfect opportunity for him to test his true combat strength. Yu Zihan's heart trembled. He stared at the confident Jiang Chen in disbelief. This man was really daring, he wasn't even afraid of Xiao. Zihan, step aside for now. Jiang Chen said to Yu Zihan. With a sway of his body, he arrived not far away from Xiao. His body was glowing in a golden light, and he was filled with fighting spirit. Good, Jiang Chen. How dare you show your fighting spirit in front of me, Xiao? If that's the case, I'll kill you now. Xiao unleashed his energy. It was obvious that he didn't want to waste any more time. He immediately stretched out his hand and grabbed towards Jiang Chen. Humph, Jiang Chen let out a cold snort. He clenched his fist tightly, and his fist was glowing in a golden light. With an energy that could even lift a mountain, he punched towards Xiao. Bang! The violent collision between two mighty warriors created a massive shockwave that shook the heavens and earth. The shockwave turned into colorful ripples that spread in all directions, and even the small hill underneath them was shattered into pieces. Jiang Chen took 3 steps back. When he looked at Xiao again, he saw that he hadn't moved at all. In this fight, Xiao had the upper hand, but the advantage Xiao had shown wasn't obvious. This result had really shocked Xiao. What a strong guy. He's just an early heavenly core warrior, but he can fight me to this extent. This is unbelievable. This man has incredible talent, I have to kill him as soon as possible, if not, he will become a huge threat in the future. The light emitted from Xiao's eyes was getting colder and colder. His entire body was filled with killing intent, it was a desire to kill. Today was a rare opportunity, he had to get rid of this threat. If Jiang Chen returned to the Black Sect, it would be difficult for him to kill him again. However, Jiang Chen wasn't too surprised by the result of the fight. Although his combat strength had improved a lot, Xiao was still one of the top 4 geniuses of the Qi province, and he was the representative of the Tianjian Gate. No ordinary late heavenly core warrior could compare with him. There was a gap of 2 stages between Jiang Chen and Xiao, so it was normal for him to be suppressed in terms of combat strength. Jiang Chen, you really are a peerless genius, I have no choice but to kill you today. Xiao's killing intent skyrocketed. He shouted out loudly, Great Fist of Destruction. Bang! Following Liang Zhao's shout, he unleashed countless beams of light from his fist, causing the air to tremble. The beams of light quickly condensed into a huge golden fist. The fist was more than 30 meters long, and it carried an energy that could destroy everything. It enveloped Xianxia's energy and dashed towards Xianxia. 6 solar fingers. Xianxia shouted out loudly, then he unleashed the 6 solar fingers. This time, he unleashed 4 huge golden fingers. With Xianxia's current cultivation level, being able to unleash the 4 solar fingers was an incredible feat. Bang! The 2 powerful attacks collided once again, and the shockwave that was unleashed from the collision was at least 3 times stronger than before. Facing such a powerful shockwave, even Yu Zihan, who was standing far away, had his face turned pale. With his current strength, if he were to join the battle, he would most likely be killed in an instant. Both the Great Fist of Destruction and the 6 solar fingers were Earth Realm combat skills, but no matter their grade or power, the 6 solar fingers was incomparable to the Great Fist of Destruction. During the collision, both Xianxia and Liang Zhao were shaken violently. Xianxia's combat strength was as vast as the ocean, and with his powerful combat skills, he was able to close the gap between him and Liang Zhao. For example, in this collision, both of them were equally matched. In other words, the current Xianxia was no longer someone that Liang Zhao could kill. Even if he could slightly suppress Xianxia, it was still impossible for him to kill Xianxia. How could it be so powerful? That combat skill just now, it's even stronger than my Great Fist of Destruction. Liang Zhao was shocked. The Great Fist of Destruction was his most powerful combat skill, and he thought that he could defeat Xianxia in an instant, but he never expected that his opponent would have such a powerful skill as well. Liang Zhao, it's still uncertain who will die today. 9 Phantom Wolves. Xianxia was also filled with killing intent. Liang Zhao wanted to kill him, and he also wanted to kill Liang Zhao. With the addition of another 30 dragon marks, plus Xianxia's hidden skills, he was confident that he could kill Liang Zhao. Swoosh, 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 in the blink of an eye, 9 Xianxias appeared at the same time. At this moment, Liang Zhao's expression changed. What a strange movement skill, he can actually release so many phantoms. Facing such a powerful Xianxia, Liang Zhao lost his initial calmness and confidence. With 9 Xianxias appearing, even he could not instantly tell which one was Xianxia's real body. 9 Xianxias extended their palms at the same time, attacking Liang Zhao. The dazzled Liang Zhao used the Great Fist of Destruction again and destroyed 5 of Xianxia's phantoms. Moreover, Liang Zhao's reaction was extremely fast. At the last moment, he found Xianxia's phantoms and punched at Xianxia's hand. Both of them had unleashed their strongest attacks. Although Xianxia's 9 phantom wolves didn't really confuse Liang Zhao, it still managed to make Liang Zhao panic. Just like now, when Liang Zhao struck out with his Great Fist of Destruction, he attacked Xianxia with his fist, but he didn't notice the green light on Xianxia's palm. If it was any other time, with Liang Zhao's reaction speed, he would definitely be able to notice the existence of the green light, but because of the 9 phantom wolves, Liang Zhao didn't notice it at all. Bang! Both of them collided with each other once again. When it came to physical attacks, Xianxia definitely had the upper hand. Ever since he started cultivating the dragon transformation skill, every time he formed a new dragon mark, his body would become stronger. Now, the strength of his body was not something that Liang Zhao could compare with. Under such a powerful counterforce, both of them were forced back at the same time. Xianxia was calm, but Liang Zhao was different. He felt that Xianxia's body was as strong as a diamond, and the counterforce made his arm feel numb and sore. This guy is really abnormal. I wonder what kind of powerful skill he has cultivated, his body is so strong. I didn't kill him that day, and now I've left him with such a huge threat, not good. Liang Zhao's expression suddenly changed, because he could feel that his arm wasn't just numb and sore anymore. He lowered his head and saw that his entire palm had turned green, and the green air currents were like snakes that were corroding his palm. He was poisoned. Liang Zhao wasn't an idiot, he immediately knew that he had been poisoned. He wasn't paying attention just now, and he had fallen into Xianxia's trap. He immediately circulated his yuan energy in an attempt to expel the poison from his body, but he realized that it was useless. The poison was like a tarsal bone, it could even corrode his yuan energy. The green hellish python's poison was no joke. Besides, Jiang Chen's poison had been mixed with the poison from the silent poisonous needle. If a heavenly core warrior was poisoned by this poison, he would definitely die. Even with Liang Zhao's abilities, it would be impossible for him to get rid of the poison in a short period of time. Shameless, you actually used poison. Liang Xiao was furious. Haha, Liang Xiao, when facing an enemy, you have to do whatever it takes. To tell you the truth, this poison of mine is a combination of the green hellish python and the silent poisonous needle. If a late heavenly core warrior is poisoned by this poison, his entire body will rot and die. Even you, Liang Xiao, will need at least a month to get rid of this poison, and your cultivation might even suffer a great loss. Of course, I won't give you the time to get rid of the poison. Jiang Chen let out a loud laugh. He unleashed his energy, and once again dashed towards Liang Xiao. Now that Liang Xiao was poisoned, even if he didn't die, his combat strength would be greatly reduced. This was the perfect opportunity for Jiang Chen to kill him. In the Qi province, Liang Xiao was a rare genius. He had reached the peak heavenly core realm, and he might break through to the divine core realm at any time. Once Liang Xiao broke through to the divine core realm, it would be extremely difficult for Jiang Chen to kill him. Therefore, since Liang Xiao was here to stop Jiang Chen, it was the perfect opportunity for Jiang Chen to kill him. Swoosh! Jiang Chen transformed into a hawk and flew above Liang Xiao. He opened his mouth and let out a hawk cry. Layers of powerful sound waves spread out like ripples towards Liang Xiao. The sonic hawk cry was the blood-winged hawk's innate ability. Since Jiang Chen had obtained the blood-winged hawk's bloodline, this ability would continue to grow with him, and his cultivation level would also become stronger. Besides, sound wave attacks were the hardest to defend against. Liang Zhao's expression changed dramatically. Right now, he had to split half of his focus to fight against the poison in his body, so it was a bit too much for him to defend against Jiang Chen's sonic hawk cry. Clang! Liang Xiao swung his arm, and a golden longsword appeared in his hand. The sword energy that was unleashing from the longsword carried a threatening aura that made it hard for anyone to defend against. A high-ranked combat weapon. Yu Zihan, who was watching the fight from afar, had a change in expression. Liang Xiao actually had a high-ranked combat weapon. Even ordinary divine core warriors didn't have a high-ranked combat weapon. Liang Xiao was indeed the #1 genius of the Tianjian Gate. He had a fortuitous encounter, and he even had a high-ranked combat weapon. However, Yu Zihan wasn't worried at all. He had seen the battle axe in Jiang Chen's hand before, and it was also a high-ranked combat weapon. Besides, right now, Yu Zihan was still in a state of shock. He had never thought that the battle between Jiang Chen and Liang Xiao would reach this stage. Although Jiang Chen's cultivation level and combat strength were weaker than Liang Zhao's, Jiang Chen had some unimaginable abilities. These abilities had given him the upper hand, and he was showing signs of killing Liang Xiao. If Jiang Chen really killed Liang Xiao today, it would be a shocking event. Great Slash of Destruction. Liang Xiao shouted out loudly as he unleashed the Great Slash of Destruction sword skill. The longsword in his hand unleashed a golden barrier that blocked Jiang Chen's sound waves. At the same time, Liang Xiao cut off Jiang Chen's barrier and flew far away. Liang Xiao had run away. Just this alone would be enough to ruin Liang Zhao's reputation, and he would never be able to raise his head again. However, Liang Xiao had no choice but to run away. He was in a very bad condition right now, and if he didn't run away as soon as possible, he might really die here. He had to find a way to get rid of the poison in his body, so he could still control it before it reached his heart. Want to run? Stay here. Jiang Chen shouted out loudly. The blood-red wings spread out from his back. Now that he had broken through to the heavenly core realm, the blood-red wings and the dimensional shift had increased his speed to the maximum. Swoosh! In the blink of an eye, Jiang Chen had caught up with Liang Xiao, who was running away. In Jiang Chen's hand, a battle axe appeared. Jiang Chen was as ferocious as a dragon. The battle axe was glowing with symbols, and he swung it towards Liang Xiao. If he was in his prime, Liang Xiao wouldn't be afraid of Jiang Chen at all. Even if he didn't fight, he would still be able to run away easily. But too bad, Liang Xiao had fallen into Jiang Chen's trap, and the poison had invaded his body. His combat strength had been greatly reduced, and he was no longer a match for Jiang Chen. Great Slash of Destruction. Liang Xiao had no choice but to unleash the great slash of destruction once again in order to block Jiang Chen's attack. Clang, the longsword and battle axe collided violently. The collision between the two high-ranked combat weapons created a huge amount of sparks and turned into a sea of flames. Liang Xiao's body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Feeling his condition getting worse and worse, Liang Xiao spat out another mouthful of blood. This mouthful of blood was because he was extremely angry. Liang Xiao felt really gloomy right now. His original plan was to kill Jiang Chen, but he didn't expect himself to end up like this. He didn't even know if he could escape alive. Liang Xiao, die. Jiang Chen didn't show any mercy after gaining the upper hand. He raised the battle axe in his hand high up, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Liang Xiao. The sky-piercing axe light turned into a beam of light and pressed down towards Liang Xiao's head. Arg! Liang Xiao let out a loud roar. He was really angry now. He circulated all his combat strength and wielded the long sword in his hand, blocking Jiang Chen's battle axe. Clang, Liang Xiao was once again sent flying away. Haha, clang clang clang. Following that, Jiang Chen kept letting out wild laughter, and kept attacking Liang Xiao with his battle axe. Liang Xiao was pushed back 100 miles in a row, and eventually, Liang Xiao couldn't withstand Jiang Chen's fierce attacks anymore. His entire body was covered with blood, and his aura was in a mess. The poisonous gas was attacking his heart, and he was like an arrow at the end of its flight. Swoosh, with a leap, Jiang Chen arrived in front of Liang Xiao, and placed the battle axe on Liang Xiao's neck. The sharp axe light kept glowing, and as long as Jiang Chen pushed forward, he would be able to chop off Liang Xiao's head. Yu Zihan, who had been following closely behind the battle, was shocked to the extreme. His heart was in turmoil, and Jiang Chen's position in his heart had once again risen to an insurmountable height. Yu Zihan knew that Liang Xiao was finished. The genius who had once shaken the entire Qi province would fall today. With Jiang Chen's methods, he would never give Liang Xiao the chance to live. And from the battle just now, Yu Zihan had witnessed Jiang Chen's methods. This man was meticulous, and had a rich combat experience. Throughout the entire battle, every single step was carried out according to Jiang Chen's plan. This kind of combat experience shouldn't be possessed by a 16-year-old young man. This was the experience of someone who had been through hundreds of battles, thousands of battles, and even tens of thousands of battles. Jiang Chen's cultivation and combat strength were obviously weaker than Liang Xiao's, but he was able to turn the tables, forcing Liang Xiao into a hopeless situation. A battle like this, if Yu Zihan didn't witness it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. Pooh, Liang Xiao, who was forced into a hopeless situation, spat out another mouthful of blood. The poisonous gas had penetrated into his internal organs. Even if Jiang Chen didn't kill him, Liang Xiao wouldn't be able to be saved. Liang Xiao, I'm going to kill you now. Do you surrender? Brother Zhang's voice was cold. The axe had already cut open the skin on Liang Xiao's neck, and blood was oozing out. Ha ha ha, I never thought that I, Liang Xiao, with my illustrious reputation, would be ruined by you, Jiang Chen. Today, although I was careless and underestimated my opponent, I still surrender. Come, kill me. Liang Xiao's laughter was filled with bitterness and unwillingness. But today, he was defeated by Jiang Chen, he didn't feel the slightest bit of unwillingness. This was the way of life and death battles, there was no victory or defeat, only life and death. If Jiang Chen was in his place, he would kill Jiang Chen without hesitation. Fine, Liang Xiao, you're a man after all. I'll give you a quick death. Jiang Chen nodded his head. At the last moment of life and death, Liang Xiao didn't kneel down and beg for mercy, he was actually very tough. But, Jiang Chen had to kill him no matter what. Swoosh, the sharp axe slashed across Liang Xiao's neck. Blood sprayed out like a fountain, and under the reflection of the morning sun, it looked extremely enchanting. Yu Zihan, who was standing not far away, had his mouth wide open. Liang Xiao was killed by Jiang Chen. If this news were to be spread out, it would definitely shake the entire Qi province. And today's battle would definitely solidify Jiang Chen's position in the younger generation, and he would become a tycoon like Guan Yun. In the one-year war with the northern and southern dynasties, it was hard to tell who would win or lose. Liang Zhao's death represented the fall of a genius, and he died in this nameless place. Before he came here, Liang Xiao would never have thought this would happen. He had never thought that he would die in a place like this, and he would die in the hands of Jiang Chen. Impermanence in the world. The fight between Jiang Chen and Liang Xiao had taught Yu Zihan another lesson: never underestimate your opponent. If you did, the consequences would be dire. With a thought, Jiang Chen opened Liang Zhao's storage ring. When a man died, his consciousness would dissipate, and the will that Liang Xiao left in his storage ring would disappear as well. Anyone who obtained his storage ring would be able to open it. Jiang Chen sent his will into Liang Zhao's storage ring, and he found out that it was filled with human elixir. The amount of wealth shocked Jiang Chen. Besides, the space inside Liang Zhao's storage ring was at least 5 times bigger than Jiang Chen's storage ring. Jiang Chen did a rough calculation and found out that there were 200,000 human elixir in Liang Zhao's storage ring, and there were also 10 earth elixir. 10 earth elixir was equal to 100,000 human elixir. In other words, there was a total of 300,000 human elixir in this storage ring. For a heavenly core warrior, this was an unimaginable amount of wealth. Haha, Liang Xiao is indeed the #1 genius of the Tianjian Gate. His wealth is amazing, but it's all mine now. Jiang Chen laughed heartily and kept the wealth as his own with a clear conscience. He had to do this kind of shady business of killing people. It was intolerable for him to leave such a huge amount of wealth behind. Jiang Chen took out his own storage ring and put it into Liang Zhao's storage ring. With this, the storage space was much bigger. Besides the 300,000, there were dozens of precious herbs in Liang Zhao's storage ring. Each of them was at least 100 years old, and they were worth a fortune. Besides that, there was also a small golden book in the storage ring. Jiang Chen took it out with his will, and he saw the words Great Destruction Combat Skill written on it. This combat skill carried an aura of destruction. Although it was only a low-rank earth combat skill, it was still extraordinary. It was not easy for a heavenly core warrior to possess an earth combat skill. Yu Zihan walked up to Jiang Chen, calmed himself down and said, "Brother Jiang is really powerful, you even killed Liang Xiao. In the entire Qi province's younger generation, I'm afraid only one man from the northern and southern dynasties can fight Brother Jiang. I don't take Liang Xiao seriously at all, but the northern and southern dynasties can't be underestimated. This man has a great destiny, and Liang Xiao can't compare with him. With my current strength, if I were to fight with the northern and southern dynasties, I would be no match for them." As the once greatest saint in the world, Jiang Chen had a prideful temperament. The fact that he paid so much attention to someone like that was enough to prove how powerful the northern and southern dynasties were. That's nothing. Brother Jiang's speed of growth is really amazing, and it has reached an unimaginable level. When the duel is held in a year's time, it will be hard to tell who is stronger between you and the northern and southern dynasties. Yu Zihan said. He now admired Jiang Chen from the bottom of his heart. This was the most powerful and abnormal genius he had ever met. The northern and southern dynasties are all geniuses, they are not ordinary people. He has the aura of a king, and a man like him will never bow down to anyone. Jiang Chen said. He was a man who could see through people. The northern and southern dynasties were all real geniuses, and they didn't even put the entire Qi province in their eyes. A man like this had the aura of a king, and no matter where he went, he would be the king. According to Jiang Chen's estimation, the Qi province would sooner or later be in turmoil because of the northern and southern dynasties. Thinking about this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel his blood boiling. With a man like this as his enemy, not only was he not afraid, he felt excited and excited. With such a powerful enemy, he wouldn't feel lonely anymore. Zihan, what do you think about this great destruction technique? Jiang Chen handed the great destruction technique to Yu Zihan. This belongs to Brother Jiang, I don't dare to accept it. Yu Zihan hurriedly declined. Just take it. This great destruction technique is useless to me, but Liang Xiao was able to rely on this technique to get to where he is now. That means this technique is really amazing. Also, this sword, I'll give it to you as well. Jiang Chen took out the sword he took from Liang Xiao and the great destruction technique and handed it to Yu Zihan. Yu Zihan's expression instantly changed. This was too precious. Putting aside the great destruction technique, just the high-ranked combat weapon itself was a priceless treasure. Even ordinary Divine Core sect elders in the Black Sect couldn't get their hands on a high-ranked combat weapon. Brother Jiang, Yu Zihan wanted to decline again, but he was interrupted by Jiang Chen. Zihan, I'm giving you these things because I treat you as one of my own. As long as you work hard for me in the future, you'll get even more benefits. If you don't accept them, that means you're treating me, Jiang Chen, as an outsider. Alright, if that's the case, it would be impolite of me to refuse. From now on, as long as Brother Jiang gives the word, Yu Zihan, will do anything for you without any hesitation. Yu Zihan immediately accepted the Great Destruction technique and the high-ranked combat sword. He knew Jiang Chen's character, he was a man of his word, and if he didn't accept it, it would make him look like a coward. Besides, what Jiang Chen said was right, this technique and combat weapon were useless to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's methods were much more powerful than this. Let's go back to the sect, Jiang Chen said. Both men flew up into the sky and flew back to the Black Sect. Brother Jiang, you've killed Liang Xiao, the Tianjian Gate won't let this go easily. Yu Zihan worriedly said. So what? It's their misfortune that the Tianjian Gate offended me. I have the blood banner with me now, even if a Divine Core warrior wants to kill me, it won't be an easy task. Jiang Chen let out a cold snort. His goal was the Divine Continent. Not to mention the small Qi province, even the entire Eastern continent was nothing in his eyes. In his mind, the Eastern continent was just a springboard for him, and anyone who tried to stop him would never have a good ending. Yu Zihan gasped. He could sense an unprecedented overbearing aura from Jiang Chen. This was a man who was on the same level as those in the northern and southern dynasties. With these two men in the Qi province, sooner or later, the Qi province would be overturned. Who could have thought that the dark horse who appeared out of nowhere during the Qi province competition would grow to such a level in just a month's time? Yu Zihan didn't dare imagine how strong Jiang Chen would become when the year comes. The Black Sect was in an uproar right now. The news of Jiang Chen killing Lord Blood Moon and eliminating all blood devils had spread to the Black Sect, and everyone in the Black Sect knew about it. Everyone was shocked. Jiang Chen had just completed an impossible mission, and once again created a miracle. This was an exciting piece of news, but no one felt excited at all. Everyone knew that the Black Sect was going to be turned upside down again. With Jiang Chen's character, once he returned to the Black Sect and found out about Yan Qinyu and Han Yan, no one knew what he would do. In such a short period of time, he killed all the blood devils, and even killed Lord Blood Moon. This Jiang Chen is really incredible. He has now broken through to the heavenly core realm. I wonder how strong he will become. He is a rare monster that only appears once every 10,000 years. Killing all the blood devils, this is a top priority mission. Once the sect chief comes out from his secluded cultivation, I'm sure he will reward Jiang Chen with a huge amount of money. After all, this mission is related to the stability of the Qi province, and Jiang Chen's contribution can't go unnoticed. Let's not talk about the reward for now. Yan Qinyu and Han Yan are both severely injured, and we don't even know if they are still alive. With Jiang Chen's character, once he returns, he will definitely not let this matter go. That's right, once Jiang Chen hears about his return, he will definitely explode, and the Black Sect will once again fall into chaos. Jiang Chen has the credit of killing all the blood devils, the sect chief will definitely give him an explanation. But, Fan Kuan has a powerful grandfather behind him, this is going to be a tough problem. Everyone were talking about Jiang Chen's triumphant return after killing all the blood devils was supposed to be a joyous occasion for the Black Sect. But now, this joyous occasion might turn into a huge problem that would be hard to resolve. On Guishan's mountain peak, Guishan stared at the two men who were lying on the bed. He couldn't help but shake his head and let out a sigh. I've tried my best. I've used up all the herbs I've collected throughout my life and concocted 3 types of pills that can help with the quenching of the source, but that was all I could do to save their lives. Guishan looked like he had aged a few hundred years. During this period of time, he had been concocting pills and living in regret every single day. He had no idea how he was going to face Jiang Chen when he returned. Yan Qinyu and Han Yan's injuries were too severe. That day, Yan Qinyu had chosen to cut off her own heart in order to escape from Fan Kuan's torture. Even with Guishan's ability, he could only temporarily keep the last thread of life from dying. However, it was impossible for them to wake up. Fan Kuan, Fan Zhongtang, get ready to face Jiang Chen's wrath. Guishan's eyes were about to burst into flames. He was clenching his fists so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. No one knew better than him how frightening Jiang Chen was. Those who went against Jiang Chen would never have a good ending. This was a miraculous young man, Guishan firmly believed in this. Being able to kill Lord Blood Moon was enough to prove Jiang Chen's abilities. At the same time, deep within the inner circle of the Black Sect, within Fan Zhongtang's residence. I never expected that guy to be so tough, not even Lord Blood Moon was able to kill him, and he was killed by him. Fan Zhongtang's expression turned cold. Don't worry Grandpa, it was just an accident that Jiang Chen killed Lord Blood Moon. Jiang Chen is at most an early heavenly core warrior now, and Liang Xiao from Tianjian Gate is on his way back to the Black Sect. With Liang Xiao's abilities, even if there were 10 Jiang Chens, he still wouldn't be able to survive. I'm sure he won't be able to return to the Black Sect alive. Fan Kuan had a confident expression on his face. An evil smile could be seen on his face. Maybe he didn't know much about Lord Blood Moon, but he did know Liang Xiao. As the #1 genius of Tianjian Gate, and one of the 4 most powerful men of the younger generation, killing Jiang Chen was a piece of cake for him. Right when Fan Kuan was certain that Jiang Chen was going to die, 2 figures appeared outside the Black Sect's main gate. Look, that's Jiang Chen and Yu Zihan from the inner circle. Jiang Chen is back. Heavens, he's back so soon. Something big is going to happen. Something big is going to happen today. Last time, only a few outer circle disciples were beaten up, and Jiang Chen caused such a huge commotion. Now, Yan Qingyu and Han Yan are still missing. I'm afraid Jiang Chen is going to cause a huge commotion. The Black Sect is going to be in chaos. Jiang Chen has even killed Lord Blood Moon, and his cultivation has improved tremendously. I'm afraid even Fan Kuan is no match for him now. Everyone were shocked. Jiang Chen's return was like a huge mountain crashing into the ocean, creating huge waves. Jiang Chen and Yu Zihan were flying in the sky above the Black Sect. Jiang Chen couldn't help but furrow his brows. He felt that the atmosphere in the Black Sect was a bit unusual today, and the uneasy feeling in his heart had become even stronger. Without saying anything, Jiang Chen flew towards his own residence. Yu Zihan also felt the unusual atmosphere, so he followed behind Jiang Chen. Outside Jiang Chen's courtyard, there were a few men standing there. The 2 in front were Wang Yun and Huang Jing. After being taught by Jiang Chen, Wang Yun had broken through to the early heavenly core realm, and was now an inner circle warrior. Ever since Yan Qingyu and Han Yan were killed, the few of them had been waiting here every day. They believed that Jiang Chen would definitely come back. When they saw Jiang Chen return, the few of them immediately greeted him. What happened? Jiang Chen couldn't help but furrow his brows when he saw the panicked expressions on these men's faces. Normally, when he returned after completing his mission, everyone should be celebrating. Even if these men weren't happy to see him, they shouldn't be frowning. Furthermore, Jiang Chen didn't see Yan Qingyu anywhere. Senior disciple Jiang, something bad has happened. Huang Jing said with a sobbing tone. Speak. Jiang Chen's face turned cold as he said in a deep voice. His entire body was emitting an aura that no one dared to defy, causing people to be terrified. The hearts of Wang Yun and the rest trembled, and they did not dare to hide anything. After all, this kind of matter was something that could not be hidden. Wang Yun took a deep breath and said, Senior brother Jiang, something happened to senior sister Yin and senior brother Han. Something happened? What happened? Where are they? Jiang Chen's heart trembled. Sure enough, something had happened. It was not without reason that he had been feeling restless these past few days. Senior disciple Jiang, a few days ago, Fan Kuan tried to violate senior disciple Yin, but senior disciple Yin resisted. She was attacked by Fan Kuan, and she was severely injured. At the same time, senior disciple Han Yin came out from his secluded cultivation and broke through to the heavenly core realm. He couldn't defeat Fan Kuan, and he was severely injured as well. Both of them were severely injured, and we don't know if they are still alive or not. They were brought away by sect elder Guishan. Not daring to hide anything, Wang Yin recounted everything that happened that day. Senior disciple Jiang, Fan Kuan, Before Huangjing could finish his words, Jiangchen had already disappeared from their sight. He was flying towards the direction of Guishan's mountain peak. All of them could see a raging flame burning on Jiangchen's body. It was the flame of anger. Are Yan Qinyu and Han Yan in danger? Yuzi Han asked with a worried expression. I don't know. I checked senior disciple Yan's pulse that day, and her vital signs are very weak. Senior disciple Han Yan is in a similar situation. Sect Elder Guishan is a divine core warrior, and he is also a great alchemist. I think he should be able to save their lives. Wang Yan said. Sigh, something big is going to happen. Yuzi Han let out a long sigh. After spending some time with Jiangchen, he had a thorough understanding of Jiangchen's character. Jiangchen would never show any mercy to his enemies. Besides, what Fan Kuan did this time had crossed the line with Jiangchen's bottom line. Even if Sect Chief Daoist Black were here today, he wouldn't be able to resolve this peacefully. Everyone looked at each other. The atmosphere was extremely tense. They all knew Jiangchen's temper very well, and after what had happened, Jiangchen wouldn't let this matter rest. On top of Guishan's mountain peak, Jiangchen appeared with lightning speed. When Guishan saw Jiangchen, a happy expression emerged on his face. Brother, you're back. Where are they? Jiangchen's tone was extremely cold. He was worried about Yan Qinyu and Han Yan's safety, so he wasn't in a good mood. Here. Guishan brought Jiangchen into the room. Jiangchen walked up to Yan Qinyu and Han Yan. He reached out both of his hands and placed them on their wrists. A stream of energy flowed into their bodies through their arms. In an instant, Jiangchen's expression changed dramatically. How could this happen? The color of Jiangchen's eyes changed, from a calm look to a faint red color. Both Yan Qinyu and Han Yan's condition was really bad. Both their internal organs had stopped beating, and only a tiny bit of life force was left in the deepest part of their souls. It was simply too difficult to fully awaken their life force. Besides, if it wasn't for Guishan's help, both of them might have died by now. Little Yu is a stubborn girl. She was afraid that Fan Kuan would do something to her, so she cut off her own meridians at the last moment. It's going to be extremely difficult for her to wake up. Han Yan has Gu Tianma's bloodline and power in his body, so he shouldn't have any problems. However, because of the severe injuries he suffered, all of his internal organs have been dislocated. It will be extremely difficult for him to fully recover. Guishan told Jiangchen about their situation. He didn't even dare look into Jiangchen's eyes. Good, very good. Guishan, what the fuck are you doing? What did you promise me before I left? Jiangchen was extremely furious. His body was covered in blazing flames, and the aura of a supreme being that came from the source of his being had turned into an invisible pressure. Under this pressure, even Guishan was forced to take 2 steps back. A frightened expression emerged on his face. At this moment, he felt like he wasn't facing a young heavenly core warrior, but a saint. Brother, Guishan failed to protect little Yu, and I've failed you. Guishan is willing to die as an apology. Guishan bowed deeply towards Jiangchen. He had been prepared to face Jiangchen's anger. Regarding this matter, he didn't explain anything. Sometimes, when something was wrong, it was wrong. The consequences had already been seen, and no matter how good an explanation was, it was useless. Then you can go and die. Scram, where are you going to die? Jiangchen roared at Guishan. No matter what, Guishan had to bear some responsibility for this. He could guess that Guishan must have been influenced by the great soul derivation skill, and couldn't help himself. If Guishan had paid more attention, this wouldn't have happened. Guishan accepted Jiangchen's anger. He stood there without moving, and he didn't choose to die like he said. He still wanted to atone for his mistake. Jiangchen turned around and looked at Yan Qinyu and Han Yan who were lying motionless on the bed, then he said with an indifferent tone, you should know that little Yu has the 90 meridians, and she has been suffering from the cold since she was 6 years old. When I brought her out, I promised her father, and I promised myself that I would never let anyone touch a single hair on her. She is the treasure in my heart, my reverse scale, and my bottom line. No one, no matter who, dares to touch her, will have to die. Han Yan is the first brother of mine, and he was willing to stand up for little Yu, and he didn't hesitate to give up his own life for her. My brother, Xianxian, no one can touch him either. You, Guishan, I treated you as a brother, but you've disappointed me. Brother, Guishan's voice was choked with sobs. Xianxian's words had made him feel ashamed. Tears were rolling down his cheeks, and he wished he could kill Fan Kuan right now. Little you, brother Yan, just you wait, I'll avenge you right now, then I'll bring you away from this disgusting place. After saying that, Xianxian turned around and walked towards the door. When he walked out of the room, a powerful energy wave burst out from Xianxian's body. Roar! Xianxian let out a furious roar towards the sky. It sounded like a dragon's roar. His hair stood up on their ends, and he was extremely furious. He took a step forward and flew up into the sky, heading towards the depths of the inner circle. Today, Xianxian had unleashed his fury for the sake of his beloved woman. At this moment, the Black Sect, the Black Mountain, the Mission, Taoist Black, all of them were just bullshit. Right now, there was only hatred in Xianxian's heart, a raging flame that could pierce the heavens. Buzz, this was the first time Xianxian was really angry since his reincarnation. The anger came from the source of his anger. Under the influence of this anger, the dragon transformation skill started circulating by itself, and a buzzing sound could be heard from within his qi. Xianxian's anger had actually stimulated the nature of the dragon transformation skill, causing it to become extremely restless. In an instant, Xianxian's entire body was resonating with the dragon transformation skill. This was a state that only happened once in 100 years, and the nature of the dragon transformation skill had changed. Under the influence of the dragon transformation skill, the dragon marks within Xianxian's qi started increasing one by one. 1, 2, 5, 10, in the blink of an eye, 20 dragon marks had formed within Xianxian's qi, making it a total of 170 dragon marks. As Xianxian's anger continued to burn, more and more dragon marks were forming. Xianxian was in a completely furious state. He didn't even notice that the dragon marks in his qi had increased drastically. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to kill Fan Kuan. Rumble, every time Xianxian took a step forward, the air would tremble, and the ground would tremble. Fan Kuan, get your ass out here. Xianxian's anger soared into the sky, and his powerful energy shook the entire Black Sect. Everyone started rushing towards him, even the outer circle disciples. At this moment, everyone in the Black Sect could feel Xianxian's anger that could burn the sky. Oh heavens, Xianxian is really angry. Such a powerful anger. What a powerful energy. I feel like he is a god of war, this is too frightening. His energy is still increasing, and it seems like there are shadows of dragons flashing around his body. Looking at him, I'm afraid only the sect chief can solve this problem today. Even if the sect chief comes, he will have to give Xianxian an explanation. This time is different from the last time. We don't even know if Yan Qinyu and Han Yan are still alive, and Xianxian has just returned from killing Lord Blood Moon. His energy is at its peak, how can he let this matter go? Waves of energy swept across the sky, and flames of fury danced in the air. Xianxian had transformed into a mighty god of war, and he walked step by step towards the inner circle. A dragon had a reverse scale, and touching it would result in death. A dragon had a divine aura, and it was inviolable. Yan Qinyu and Han Yan were Xianxian's reverse scale. The fury of a dragon could overturn the seas and rivers, destroy the heavens, and destroy everything. Xianxian's fury was still rising. His eyes had turned blood red, and with every step he took, his energy would become stronger. Within his qi, more and more dragon marks were forming. 180 dragon marks, 190 dragon marks, 200 dragon marks. Roar, Xianxian let out a furious roar towards the sky. Sounds of firecrackers could be heard coming out from his body. It sounded like countless stars were shattering at the same time. Countless dragon marks emerged and surrounded Xianxian. It was an extremely mystical scene. Energy was rolling around like an ocean, and the entire Black Sect was shaking violently. Right at this moment, under the transformation of the dragon transformation skill, Xianxian had broken through the barrier and broken through to the mid-heavenly core realm. Oh heavens, his energy is so strong. In just a few breaths' time, he has broken through to the next stage. This is terrifying. This is the result of a heart attack caused by fury. Jiang Chen has turned his fury into energy, and unknowingly, he has broken through to the mid-heavenly core realm. Everyone were shocked. Yu Zihan had an infatuated look in his eyes. He knew that today, the Black Sect would lose a peerless genius like Jiang Chen, and this was an immeasurable loss. Brother Jiang has shocked the entire history. He is a rare genius that only appears once in 10,000 years. It will be a blessing for the Black Sect to have him, but if we lose him, it will be a great loss. Yu Zihan sighed and shook his head. With his understanding of Jiang Chen, from today onwards, Jiang Chen would definitely not stay in the Black Sect. Bang bang bang, the energy waves that were unleashed from Jiang Chen's body were like a tsunami, one layer after another, each stronger than the previous. Jiang Chen's energy was rising rapidly. Within his body, the human elixir was burning like it was free, and in the blink of an eye, 50,000 dragon marks were being formed. 210, 220, this was a rare opportunity. Jiang Chen's fury had stimulated the true meaning of the dragon transformation skill. Under the influence of the skill, Jiang Chen had experienced an unimaginable transformation. The true meaning of the dragon transformation art was to transform into a dragon. A dragon was a divine beast of the heavens and earth, the king of all beasts, a supreme existence. The rage of a dragon could burn the heavens and earth, and the dignity of a dragon could not be violated. Once it was provoked, it had to be destroyed. The true meaning of the dragon transformation skill was to transform into a dragon. If he couldn't kill Fan Kuan today, he would suffer a backlash from the dragon transformation skill, and from then on, he would never be able to obtain the recognition of the dragon transformation skill. Besides, Jiang Chen had to kill Fan Kuan today. If he couldn't, he would suffer a backlash from the dragon transformation skill, and from then on, he would never be able to obtain the recognition of the dragon transformation skill. This was a peerless skill, only those who possessed the domineering aura of the heavens and earth were qualified to cultivate it, and only those who possessed the courage to slaughter were qualified to cultivate it. Every dragon had a reverse scale, and those who touched it would die. Right now, Jiang Chen was like a real dragon whose reverse scale had been cruelly torn off by someone. He had to kill the person who tore off his reverse scale. Only by killing that person would he be able to form a perfect fusion with the dragon transformation skill. Fan Kuan, come out. Come out. Come out. Jiang Chen's voice shook the skies, and his voice echoed throughout the entire Black Mountain. Many inner circle disciples who had just rushed out immediately turned pale when they sensed Jiang Chen's energy. They quickly moved to the side, afraid that they would be caught in the crossfire. Right at this moment, an inner circle disciple flew up. He had a handsome face, and he was a late heavenly core warrior. He had some responsibilities in the inner circle, and he usually helped the sect elders deal with the inner circle affairs. Junior disciple Jiang, we need to think about this carefully, don't act recklessly. This man was used to being a busybody in the inner circle, and he didn't know how to react. What good would it do to offend Jiang Chen at this moment? Get lost. Jiang Chen shouted out loudly. This shout carried the power of an eagle's cry, and the powerful sound wave covered the inner circle disciple. Arg! The inner circle disciple let out a shrill scream. His body was covered in wounds caused by the sound wave, and in the blink of an eye, he had turned into a bloody man. He fell down from the sky and died on the spot. Those who stand in my way will die. Jiang Chen was like an enraged devil king. In his eyes, all living beings were nothing but dogs. Anyone who stood in his way, would only have one ending, and that was the might of a dragon. Heavens, this is terrifying. He killed a late heavenly core warrior with just a roar. How strong is he? This is huge, this is going to be huge. Everyone, don't get close to Jiang Chen right now, he is in a state of extreme rage, whoever dares to offend him will die. This is terrifying, he really is a peerless devil king. He will kill anyone who stands in his way. I wonder how Fan Kuan is going to deal with this. Everyone were terrified. Jiang Chen was too frightening. The disciple could be said to have died unjustly, but no one felt sorry for him. Even under such circumstances, he still dared to fight back. He was just an idiot, he was just courting death. Behind them, Guishan was following from afar. His eyes looked gloomy. He had made up his mind today, he would fight alongside Jiang Chen. Even if he had to risk his life, he would avenge Jiang Chen. Fan Kuan, come out and face your death. Jiang Chen's voice was like a huge bell that shook the entire Black Mountain. Within his body, the number of dragon marks had reached 250. Furthermore, along with the dragon transformation skill circulating at high speed, a golden flame was slowly leaking out from Jiang Chen's body. This flame appeared in a very strange way, as if it had appeared out of nowhere. Jiang Chen's expression changed, and a strange message appeared in his mind. True Dragon Flame. That's right, this golden flame was the true dragon flame. The true dragon flame was the source flame of a dragon, and it was comparable to the cleansing flame of the heavens and earth. It was not something any ordinary beast flame could compare with. Right when the true dragon flame appeared, the flaming tiger's flame within Jiang Chen's body was immediately devoured. Today, Jiang Chen's entire body was covered with flames of anger. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to kill and avenge his enemies. Because of this, the dragon transformation skill had evolved and awakened the true dragon flame. However, the awakening of the true dragon flame was far from over. When Jiang Chen's entire body was covered with the true dragon flame, the number of dragon marks in Jiang Chen's body had increased to 280. Right at this moment, another message appeared in Jiang Chen's mind. True Dragon Palm. That's right, this was a combat skill exclusive to dragons, a powerful innate ability. When this strange message appeared in Jiang Chen's mind, Jiang Chen didn't even need to think about it or cultivate it. It was as if this innate ability had already been deeply rooted in his body, and he could immediately unleash it. Crack, Jiang Chen's palm trembled. On his palm, pieces of blood-red dragon scales started forming. They were real dragon scales, and each of them was as hard as diamond. Right at this moment, Jiang Chen felt like he had never felt so powerful before. It was an indescribable feeling. When Jiang Chen was about to reach the inner circle, he had already formed 300 dragon marks in his body. With his current combat strength and condition, he could easily kill any heavenly core warrior with a single blow. With the true dragon palm and the true dragon flame, even an ordinary early divine core warrior would be killed by him. If he also had the blood banner, he could even fight a mid-divine core warrior. This was really frightening, it had reached a heaven-defying level. Look, Jiang Chen's energy is getting stronger and stronger. Look at his hand, it's changing. What is that thing? It looks like a dragon scale. Oh heavens, the skill he is cultivating can actually evolve into a dragon, this is really frightening. Dragons are the legendary gods, the true kings of all beasts. Since the ancient times, there hasn't been a true dragon in the Saint Origin realm. Everyone were terrified, even Wushan and Yu Zihan couldn't keep their calm anymore, especially Yu Zihan. He had followed Jiang Chen back to the inner circle, and he had witnessed how frightening Jiang Chen was. But right now, Jiang Chen was at least 10 times stronger than when he first came back, and the aura he unleashed was enough to suffocate anyone who looked at him. Deep within the inner circle, Fan Kuan couldn't sit still any longer. His expression changed dramatically, and he panicked. Grandpa, what should we do now? That Xianxia didn't kill Jiang Chen, he just let him come back. Humph. Don't worry, Grandpa is the acting sect chief now, I can make all the decisions. If Jiang Chen goes too far, I can kill him myself. With Grandpa here, you will be safe and sound. Fan Zhongtang let out a cold snort. He was a mid-divine core warrior, that's why he didn't take Jiang Chen seriously. Bam bam bam, Jiang Chen continued walking deeper into the inner circle. Every step he took would cause the air to tremble, and the mountains to crack. All the inner circle disciples stood far away from him, not daring to get any closer. Jiang Chen, this is the inner circle, don't be presumptuous. Right at this moment, a deep voice sounded out. Two figures appeared in front of Jiang Chen, blocking his path. They were two old men, and both of them had powerful auras. Both of them were early divine core warriors. An inner circle sect elder is here to stop him. I wonder how Jiang Chen is going to deal with this. Let's wait and see, Jiang Chen won't give up so easily. But, since a divine core warrior is here, I'm sure he won't be able to deal with it. Everyone was terrified, the situation was getting out of hand. Even an inner circle sect elder had appeared, but no one knew what to do. Jiang Chen, although you've broken through to the heavenly core realm, you're still not an official inner circle disciple, you can't behave atrociously in the inner circle. The other old man shouted out loudly. Jiangchen sneered, he knew these two men were sent here by Fan Zhongtang to stop him. Haha, you two old bastards better stay far away from me. Look at what this is. Jiangchen let out a loud laugh. He flipped his palm and took out a head. Look carefully, this is the head of Lord Blood Moon. I've done a great deed by killing all these blood devils, and now, I'm going to use this merit in exchange for Fan Kuan's life. Anyone who tries to stop me will die, and you two are no exception. Get lost. Wild, domineering, and extremely arrogant. He didn't even put the Divine Core sect elders in his eyes. In the entire Black Sect, perhaps only Jiangchen had such courage and boldness. It's the head of Lord Blood Moon. Jiangchen has killed Lord Blood Moon and all the blood devils in Yellowstone. He has completed an impossible mission. For the entire Qi province, he has done a great deed. Lord Blood Moon's head is in our hands. It's definitely a great deed. Right now, Jiangchen only wants to kill Fan Kuan. Anyone who tries to stop him will be his enemy. Humph. Fan Kuan deserves to die. He took advantage of Jiangchen's absence and attacked Yan Qinyu and Han Yen. What he did has violated the rules of the Black Sect. It's just that the sect chief is in secluded cultivation, and his grandfather is the acting sect chief. That's why Fan Kuan can do whatever he wants. Everyone were shocked. Jiangchen was too domineering. Even when facing two Divine Core sect elders, he didn't show any signs of backing down. He was holding the head of Lord Blood Moon in his hand, and this was a great deed. Even if the sect chief were here, he would still give Jiangchen a great reward. A great deed like this was enough for Jiangchen to ask for anything. The expressions of the two Divine Core sect elders changed slightly. Jiangchen had taken out Lord Blood Moon's head. It was a great deed, and it seemed like they couldn't stop him. However, they were ordered by Fan Zhongtang, and they were inner circle sect elders. If they just backed down like this, it would be too shameful. Jiangchen, calm down first. You've killed all the blood devils and Lord Blood Moon. This is a great deed that no one can compare to. Once the sect chief comes out from his secluded cultivation, he will definitely reward you handsomely. As for the grudge between you and Fan Kuan, I'm sure the sect chief will give you an explanation when he comes out from his secluded cultivation. One of the sect elders said. Ha ha ha, what bullshit reward. Daddy doesn't care about it. Jiangchen let out a hysterical laugh, and with a wave of his origin power, he directly shattered Lord Blood Moon's head. Jiangchen was enraged. His black hair stood on end, and his fists were clenched so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. A cold light flickered in his eyes, and his entire pupils had turned blood red. He was like a bloodthirsty primordial beast that was on the verge of going berserk. I've said it before, I'll kill whoever gets in my way. You two old farts, go and die together. Jiangchen went berserk to the extreme. His big hand grabbed the air towards an elder, and displayed the newly awakened true dragon palm. Rumble, a loud boom rang out in the air, and a blood-red dragon claw the size of a house suddenly descended from the sky. The true dragon palm directly locked onto the old man's aura, and fiercely clawed down. Daring to attack an elder, this is a great disrespect. Jiangchen, you are courting death. The elder was also furious. He waved his hand and shot out a resplendent brilliance towards Jiangchen's dragon claw. Rumble, the true dragon palm was a true dragon combat skill. It wasn't something that could be easily dealt with. Besides, Jiangchen now had 300 dragon marks. He could easily unleash a force of 1.5 million kilograms. Ordinary Divine Core warriors wouldn't be able to withstand it. The true dragon palm smashed down with tremendous force, shattering the attack unleashed by the old man. The gigantic dragon claw grabbed onto the old man. Jiangchen, how dare you attack me? The elder's expression changed. He never expected Jiangchen to be so powerful, and he, a Divine Core warrior, was no match for him. True dragon flame, burn for me. Jiangchen didn't give him any chance to escape from the dragon claw. In an instant, the blood-red dragon claw was engulfed by a sea of flames. Ah! The intense flames pierced through the old man's body like an awl, tearing his body apart. This was the true dragon flames, the king of myriad bestial flames. Now that it was unleashed by Jiangchen together with the true dragon palm, it wasn't something that anyone could withstand. Furthermore, the old man was severely injured, and he had underestimated Jiangchen. Furthermore, he was certain that Xianxia wouldn't dare kill him, that's why he was trapped by the true dragon flames. If not, with his divine core cultivation base, even if he couldn't defeat Xianxia, he wouldn't have fallen into Xianxia's hands so easily. A miserable shriek resounded throughout the entire Black Mountain range. In just 3 breaths of time, the old man's shriek disappeared. Under the burning of the true dragon flames, the old man was burned into ashes, not even a single strand of his hair was left. Swoosh! The scene had frightened everyone. Right at this moment, everyone had their eyes wide open, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. A divine core inner circle elder had been killed by Xianxia in such a simple manner. If they didn't witness this with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it even if they were beaten to death. Oh heavens, what kind of flame is that? It's so terrifying. An early divine core warrior was burned to ashes in just an instant. Guys, look at the combat skill Xianxia used. It's a gigantic dragon claw covered in dragon scales, and it's emitting a mighty pressure. It's really frightening. Also, that frightening flame, it's as if it can burn anything under the heavens. How long has it been since he joined the Black Sect? It's been at most a month, but now, he can kill a divine core sect elder. Everyone thought he would definitely lose the 1-year war with the northern and southern dynasties, but looking at it now, it's hard to say who will win. More importantly, he actually killed a divine core sect elder. This is unbelievable. That was a divine core sect elder. In the history of the Black Sect, no disciple has ever killed a divine core sect elder. Xianxia is the first one. This shows how much he hates Fan Kuan. He swore he wouldn't stop until he killed Fan Kuan today. Everyone were shocked. Xianxia had even killed a divine core sect elder. He had killed 2 men in a row, an inner circle disciple and an inner circle sect elder. This clearly showed how determined he was to kill Fan Kuan. Xianxia, you, how dare you kill a sect elder? This is outrageous. Another divine core sect elder was so angry that his body was trembling. He pointed his finger at Xianxia and shouted out loudly. However, everyone could hear the trembling in his voice. Obviously, he didn't have enough energy to speak. Xianxia was swift and decisive, and he was ruthless. He had killed a divine core sect elder with ease, and this had left a shadow in his heart that he couldn't get rid of. Get the hell out of here if you don't want to die. Xianxia glanced at the sect elder Lung Lung. The sect elder's heart trembled, and he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. This man was really frightening. What an eye-opener for me today. Yu Zihan took a deep breath. He couldn't describe what he was feeling right now. Xianxia's growth was really unbearable. Good brother. Guoshan had an excited expression on his face. Xianxia's performance today had gone far beyond his imagination. He had never seen anyone who could grow to such a level in such a short amount of time. It was like a sudden clap of thunder. Fan Kuan, come out and face your death. Xianxia took another step forward. His voice was loud and clear, and it resounded throughout the skies. He walked past the sect elder, completely ignoring him. Although the sect elder was furious, he didn't dare step forward and stop Xianxia. He had no doubt that if he tried to stop Xianxia, he would end up like the sect elder just now. Pressing forward with an unstoppable force. The dragon transformation skills transformation had ended, and it had brought Xianxia huge benefits. 300 dragon marks, the true dragon flames, the true dragon palm, all of these were unimaginable gains. Now, as long as Xianxia could overcome all the obstacles and kill Fan Kuan, he would be able to completely merge with the dragon transformation skill. Up until now, no one dared to stop Xianxia anymore. This man was unstoppable, and only a mid-divine core sect elder or above could stop Xianxia. Humph. Right at this moment, a cold snort sounded out from deep within the inner circle. After that, 2 men flew out from the inner circle. They were Fan Zhongtang and Fan Kuan. Fan Zhongtang had a cruel expression on his face, and his gaze was like a poisonous snake as he stared at Xianxia. Xianxia, how dare you kill an inner circle sect elder? This is a heinous crime, and as the acting sect chief, I'm going to kill you. Fan Zhongtang said in a righteous manner. Swoosh, a man appeared next to Xianxia. It was Guoshan. When Guoshan saw the sudden appearance of the grandfather and grandson, he immediately recalled what happened that day, and he became extremely furious. Fan Zhongtang, Fan Kuan made a huge mistake, and Jiangchen just wants justice. If you're the acting sect chief, you should be fair, and let Jiangchen and Fan Kuan fight on the deathmatch stage. Life and death are determined by fate, wealth and honor are determined by the heavens. Guoshan said in a righteous manner. Hearing what Guoshan said, the others nodded their heads in agreement. They had to admit that this was a fair solution. Of course, everyone knew that Fan Zhongtang would never agree with Guoshan's suggestion. Letting Fan Kuan and Jiangchen fight a deathmatch was no different than sending Fan Kuan to his death. Jiangchen could even kill a divine core warrior, and Fan Kuan was just too weak in front of him. Killing a sect elder is a crime punishable by death, it can't be compared. Fan Zhongtang Lingling said. Guoshan wanted to say something else, but Jiangchen waved his hand and interrupted him. Jiangchen didn't want to argue with him. He wanted to kill Fan Kuan today, and no one could stop him. You grandfather and grandson have framed me multiple times, trying to kill me. This time, when I was killing all the blood devils in Yellowstone, you even informed Xianxia from the Tianjin gate and asked him to kill me on the way back. Too bad, you don't understand what I, Jiangchen, am capable of. Someone like Xianxia wants to kill me? After saying that, Jiangchen took out a human head from his storage ring. When the crowd saw the human head, they immediately burst into an uproar. It really is Xianxia. Jiangchen killed Xianxia from the Tianjin gate. Heavens, this is so frightening. All 4 geniuses of the Qi province have fallen. But, Jiangchen can even kill a divine core warrior now, so killing Xianxia isn't a big deal for him. If what Jiangchen said is true, then Fan Kuan and his grandson have really crossed the line. They are just traitors. Everyone had recognized Xianxia. Even Fan Zhongtang and Fan Kuan's expressions changed. They had never thought that Xianxia would be killed by Jiangchen. All the plans they had set up beforehand had been destroyed by Jiangchen. Fan Kuan, you killed Yanchen Yu and Han Yen, you have created a deep hatred between us. Today, I will kill you. Jiangchen threw his glance at Fan Kuan. Jiangchen forcefully tossed Liang Zhao's head into the air, then it turned into a beam of light and flew towards the Fan family's grandfather and grandson. When the head got close to the grandfather and grandson, it exploded and turned into a blood mist. Fan Kuan's face turned pale, and he no longer had the arrogant look he used to have. Even Xianxia was killed by Jiangchen, so if he were to fight Jiangchen, he would definitely die. There was no way he could survive. Right at this moment, Fan Kuan had truly become a tortoise, and all he could do was hide behind his grandfather's back. Even so, when facing Jiangchen, who was as ferocious as a dragon, he was still scared. He had no doubt that as long as he took a step forward, Jiangchen would tear him into pieces. Presumptuous! Fan Zhongtang shouted out loudly. Anger could be seen on his face. Jiangchen's actions were an insult to him. No matter what, he was a respectable sect elder, and also the acting sect chief. But now, he was being humiliated in front of all the disciples of the Black Sect. How could he still have any face left? Haha, Jiangchen let out a wild laugh. He was using his actions to tell Fan Zhongtang that there was something even more presumptuous than this. In an overbearing manner, Jiangchen looked like a god of war descending from the heavens. Once again, he unleashed the true dragon palm toward Fan Kuan. How dare you? Fan Zhongtang was extremely furious. He waved his sleeve and unleashed a bright beam. The beam was extremely powerful, it contained the attack of a mid-divine core warrior. It collided with the true dragon palm, producing a loud explosion that shook the heavens and earth. Tap tap tap, Fan Zhongtang was a mid-divine core warrior after all, he was much stronger than that early divine core sect elder. The attack had pushed Jiangchen a few steps back. Of course, it was just a slight push. Fan Zhongtang's attack didn't even harm a single hair on Jiangchen's body. Jiangchen, you're a traitor, you have no respect for your seniors, you killed our sect elders, you've been doing whatever you want, you've never taken the Black Sect seriously. Today, I, the acting sect chief, will kill you. Fan Zhongtang's killing intent soared to the heavens. His face was filled with a malevolent smile. He wanted to take advantage of this great opportunity to kill Jiangchen. Jiang Chen had killed inner sect disciples and elders, giving Fan Zhongtong a very good excuse. Fan Zhongtong took a step forward, arriving in front of Jiang Chen. His robes fluttered in the wind, and his entire body was filled with killing intent. He struck out with his palm, and the golden palm transformed into a cage, pouncing towards Jiang Chen. Fan Zhongtang, you dare? Guishan let out a loud shout, his body flashed and appeared in front of Jiang Chen, blocking Fan Zhongtang's attack. His yuan energy surged and he pushed both of his palms forward, unleashing a bright light that collided with Fan Zhongtang's attack. Bang! A fight between two divine core warriors, just the impact alone was beyond anyone's imagination. Two great warriors, one of them was determined to kill, and the other was filled with regret and hatred. Both of them had unleashed their ultimate attacks. Bam! Although Guishan was the #1 alchemist in the Black Sect, he was only an early divine core warrior. He was no match for Fan Zhongtong, and he was instantly sent flying away by Fan Zhongtong's palm. Jiang Chen reacted quickly. With a sway of his body, he arrived behind Guishan, then he stretched out his hand and grabbed Guishan's body. Brother! Guishan stared at Jiang Chen, then he wiped the blood from his mouth with his hand. Let me handle this, you don't have to interfere. Jiang Chen said to Leng Leng. After that, he took a step forward and arrived in front of Fan Zhongtong. Fan Zhongtong, I'm going to kill Fan Kuan today, and there's nothing you can do to stop me. Also, you better remember this, as long as I have the ability to kill you, you will have to die as well. Both you and your grandson will die in my hands. Jiang Chen spoke with a calm tone, as if he was talking about something very normal. He knew his own abilities. Although he now had 300 dragon marks, and his combat strength had skyrocketed, coupled with the true dragon palm and true dragon flames, which gave him the ability to kill an early divine core warrior, it was still far from enough to fight a mid-divine core warrior. However, he had made up his mind to kill Fan Kuan today. Even if there was a mighty warrior like Fan Zhongtong standing in front of him, there was nothing he could do. Shameless boasting. Fan Zhongtong's aura was unparalleled. Both of his palms drew in the air, and his tide-like essence force transformed into a golden shield. The golden shield was 10 meters in size, and it was overflowing with light. It had simple runes on it. Many people shouted out in shock. Fan Zhongtong was a mid-divine core warrior, and he was using his powerful combat skill to deal with Jiang Chen. This showed how determined he was to kill Jiang Chen. However, many people could understand why Fan Zhongtong did this. This grandfather and grandson duo had tried to kill Jiang Chen before, and now, Jiang Chen was trying to kill his grandson. If it was anyone else, they would definitely try their best to kill Jiang Chen. Brother, be careful. That's the dark gold shield, it's extremely powerful. Guishan shouted out from behind. Humph, Jiang Chen let out a cold snort. With a flip of his palm, a huge blood banner suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Jiang Chen injected all his yuan energy into the blood banner, and the huge blood banner let out a loud buzzing sound. Under Jiang Chen's control, it dashed towards Fan Zhongtong. Swoosh, swoosh, at this moment, the chilly wind was howling, and devilish waves were soaring into the sky. The devilish energy emitted from the blood banner covered the sunlight, and the howls that came out from the blood banner sent chills down everyone's spines. Ghostly faces could be seen everywhere, and the howls didn't stop. The entire Black Sect had fallen into a gloomy atmosphere. Oh heavens, what is that thing? It's so scary. That's the Blood Banner, it's Blood Moon Shaman's magical weapon. Blood Moon Shaman killed hundreds of thousands of people, then he used their souls to craft this banner. It's the most vicious magical weapon in the world, and I heard that many divine core warriors were killed by this blood banner. I didn't expect it to fall into Jiang Chen's hands. He must have gotten it from Lord Blood Moon. Jiang Chen killed Lord Blood Moon, and he even took the blood banner from him. This is really frightening. This is a true evil weapon, and it should be destroyed, but Jiang Chen just used it. It looks like he's going all out just to kill Fan Kuan. Damn it, there are hundreds of thousands of souls in that blood banner. If Jiang Chen unleashes all of them due to his anger, the entire Black Sect will turn into hell. Everyone were shocked, even Guishan was shocked. Who would have thought that Jiang Chen would use a magical weapon like the blood banner at the last moment? Bang! The blood banner and Fan Zhongtong's dark gold shield collided with each other. Dark mists and devilish energies filled the air, and the huge blood banner kept vibrating. It turned into a huge black mouth, trying to suck Fan Zhongtong into it. Bang! Fan Zhongtong let out a loud shout and unleashed 2 runes, blocking the suction force from the blood banner. He was pushed back dozens of meters, and a serious expression could finally be seen on his face. This was the blood banner that could make anyone tremble in fear. It was an item that had caused a huge storm in the Qi province, and even Fan Zhongtong had to be afraid of it. The blood banner was in Jiang Chen's hands. Jiang Chen wasn't a demonic cultivator, and if Blood Moon Shaman was the one controlling the blood banner, he would have been devoured by it. Woo! Cries of ghosts and howls of wolves could be heard. The chilly wind was blowing, and even the sky had changed colors. Jiang Chen held the blood banner with one hand, and he looked like a peerless devil. Jiang Chen, how could you use such an evil weapon like the blood banner? You're insane. Fan Zhongtong scolded with a loud voice. Haha. You've killed my lover and my brother. I, Jiang Chen, will definitely kill you. Not to mention this blood banner, even if I have to use the most vicious methods in the world, I'll still kill Fan Kuan today, and no one can stop me. Don't bullshit *T about your so-called righteous morals, and don't tell Daddy about the black sex rules. Believe it or not, I'll release all those ferocious souls and turn the black sect into hell. Jiang Chen let out a wild laugh. He had completely transformed into a peerless madman. This was the unyielding nature of a man. If a man couldn't even protect his lover and brother, then what kind of man would he be? If he couldn't avenge this, then what kind of man would he be? Hua! Jiang Chen's words caused everyone's expressions to change. No one dared doubt the authenticity of Jiang Chen's words. With Jiang Chen's unyielding nature and his unbridled courage, it was highly possible that he would release all those ferocious souls from the blood banner. If he really did release them, although it wouldn't cause a complete disaster to the black sect, it would definitely cause a huge loss. Besides, if all those ferocious souls were able to escape, even if they could only survive for a short period of time after being released from the blood banner, with such a huge number of ferocious souls, it would still be more than enough to destroy a huge area. How dare you? Fan Zhongtong's expression changed as well. He had never seen such a ferocious man. It's not up to you to decide whether I dare or not. I'm going to kill Fan Kuan today, and I'd like to see if you have the ability to stop me. After saying that, Jiang Chen shook the blood banner once again. Hundreds of ferocious souls were released from the banner. These ferocious souls were ferocious, and they leapt towards Fan Zhongtong. After that, the blood banner was pushed forward as well. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At the same time, Jiang Chen unleashed the 9 phantom wolves. At this moment, there were 9 Jiang Chens, 9 blood banners, and all those ferocious souls. Even Fan Zhongtong was dazzled by this, and he couldn't tell which one was real and which one was fake. Not good. Fan Zhongtong was surrounded by the ferocious souls and 9 Jiang Chens. He had a bad feeling about this, but it was too late. Break for me. Fan Zhongtang let out a furious roar. A shining golden blade appeared in his hand. He unleashed all his abilities and killed hundreds of ferocious souls in just a blink of an eye. At the same time, he shattered all of Jiang Chen's phantoms. At the same time, Jiang Chen's real body had already arrived in front of Fan Kuan. A blood-red dragon claw transformed into a sturdy cage, and tightly restrained Fan Kuan. Only then did Fan Kuan wake up. He realized that he had fallen into Jiang Chen's hands. He was so scared that his soul almost left his body. Cold sweat dripped down his back. He tried his best to resist, trying to break free from Jiang Chen's dragon claw. However, to his horror, he realized that he was so weak in front of Jiang Chen. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move the dragon claw at all. "Grandpa, save me!" Fan Kuan shouted. He was scared. He could already feel the aura of death looming over him. This feeling was something he had never felt before. "Jiang Chen, let go of my grandson." Fan Zhongtong's expression changed. He had underestimated Jiang Chen's abilities. Even under his heavy protection, Fan Kuan was still being controlled. In this situation, with Jiang Chen's killing intent, how could Fan Kuan survive? End of chapter 164. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.